Golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt, indestructible body, dragon elephant prajna skill, divine elephant suppression technique, and the practice of martial arts through sheer physical prowess to annihilate deities. First role template, Baki, Yujiro, the demon back, the demon mind, the demon fangs, blood of the Hanma, the strongest being on the surface of the earth. Second role template, Naruto, Might Guy, the eighth gate of death, my youth is an explosion. Third role template, the seven deadly sins, Escanor, supreme in heaven and earth, I'm a sun. Fourth role template, Dragon Ball, Son Goku, Kakarot, in Super Saiyan form, Kamehameha, and Ultra Instinct. In the aftermath of interdimensional invaders finally establishing a spatial conduit to Blue Star, they were horrified to discover that perhaps the spatial barrier was not protecting humanity, but rather shielding themselves. Chapter 1. Role of Yujiro. Bang, bang, bang. In an underground black boxing market on the outskirts of the northern city, Chun-Di stood bare-chested, clad in shorts, with his hands wrapped in bandages, delivering powerful punches to the sandbag before him. Through years of rigorous training and discipline, Chun-Di's physique was remarkably sculpted. His muscles were full yet not bulky, his streamlined body defined with sharp angles, radiating explosive power. However, in reality, Chun-Di was only 18 years old, and today marked his 18th birthday. Beyond his identity as an underground fighter, Chun-Di harbored a unique secret. Unlike nearly all humans in this world, his soul belonged to a university student from the Dragon Kingdom of the 21st century. Chun-Di himself could not definitively ascertain this. Yet, compared to his previous life, the environment he now inhabited was nearly unrecognizable from Earth. Though similar in some aspects, televisions, computers, the internet, and towering skyscrapers, Blue Star was governed by a singular supreme authority, the Martial Arts Alliance. Indeed, this world was one where supernatural abilities thrived. Here, individuals could attain formidable martial prowess, superhuman physiques, and extraordinary capabilities through physical training and martial arts practice. The realms of martial prowess were broadly categorized into body refinement, martial arts, and cataclysmic realms. The body refinement realm, also known as the body training realm, was further subdivided into 9 stages. The realms beyond cataclysm were entirely inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Within this world, the apex of combat power resided with martial artists, particularly those of high rank. Consequently, the populace was fervently devoted to martial arts, and a culture of martial valor flourished. In tandem with the esteemed status of martial artists, robust martial arts academies proliferated, and underground fighting venues blossomed throughout. However, recent years have been fraught with unrest, as spatial rifts began to appear frequently, first emerging a century ago. The locations and sizes of these spatial rifts are entirely random and unstable. Within these rifts, there frequently emerge beings of the human race that are both unseen and unheard of. Collectively, humanity refers to this enigmatic group of creatures as the other races. Initially, the number and strength of these beings emerging from the rifts were relatively low. However, as time progressed, the dimensions of these rifts began to expand, leading to an increasing influx of formidable beings, gradually evolving into a calamity. Fortunately, at present, thanks to the vigilant guardianship of high-ranking martial artists, the other races that emerge from these rifts have yet to inflict severe repercussions upon humanity. A traveler from Earth. Having crossed over from the 21st century, Chun-Di is naturally unwilling to remain an inconspicuous figure in this world. Having arrived in a realm of martial prowess, he feels compelled to strive for greatness. To do otherwise would be to squander the opportunity of his transmigration. However, the path to becoming a top-tier martial artist in this world proves far more arduous than Chun-Di had anticipated. The most significant constraint on Chun-Di is the availability of martial resources. The age-old adage, the rich cultivate martial arts while the poor pursue knowledge, holds true in this world as well. That to ascend to the heights of martial mastery, one requires not only a substantial accumulation of resources, but also techniques that resonate with one's own capabilities. Medicinal pills, high-quality sustenance, martial arts manuals, guidance from esteemed mentors, and relentless personal effort are all indispensable. Yet, as an orphan transmigrator, Chun-Di finds himself bereft of family support, let alone resources. For an ordinary individual lacking both background and resources, the path to becoming a martial powerhouse often leads to only one avenue: participating in the global martial examination, with hopes of gaining admission to a martial arts academy. While the global martial examination represents a singular opportunity for ordinary martial practitioners to alter their fates, it is not devoid of inequities. Those born into martial families have immediate access to abundant resources, a privilege that remains elusive for the average individual. Nonetheless, the disparity is tempered by the fact that the majority of the population is composed of the less fortunate, making the global martial examination relatively fair for Most that in pursuit of greater cultivation resources, Chun-Di has decided to engage in underground fights in the arena of Beiqing. Despite being a mere first-stage body-refining martial artist, each victory in the ring earns him approximately 500 yuan. Given that this is a small fighting venue, the competitors are predominantly early-stage body-refining practitioners. Thus, the rewards are modest, while relying on underground fights. Chun-Di has amassed nearly 14,000 yuan in profit, and he has never suffered defeat in this arena. Years of relentless physical training, coupled with the continuous practice and comprehension of various combat techniques, have rendered his combat prowess exceptional even within. The first stage of body refinement. As sweat drips from his brow, Chun-Di once again unleashes a punch towards the sandbag before him. In this underground fighting arena, there exists a singular rule. Any contestant who secures 100 consecutive victories shall be rewarded with a sum of 100,000 yuan. The forthcoming matches are pivotal, marking Chun-Di's 99th and 100th bouts. Should he triumph in these two contests, the substantial reward will be his to claim. For Chun-Di, this sum is of paramount importance. As he diligently strikes the sandbag before him, his gaze sharpens with determination. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, devoid of gender and emotion, akin to a mechanical synthesis. Beep. Detection indicates that the host has resided in this realm for 18 years. System installation successful. Congratulations, host! You have successfully installed the most formidable martial arts role-playing system. This system comprises two templates, the martial arts template and a role-playing template. The system is currently selecting a character with a high compatibility rate. Selection complete. The host has obtained a role-playing template character, Hanma Itar. Role-playing degree of Hanma Itar, 0%. Host has not unlocked skills. Demon Back, Demon Brain, Demon Fong, Hanma Alien, Techniques Demon Cry, God Whale, Formal Attire, Supersonic Whip, the strongest. Creature on the ground. Note: in the role-playing template, by embodying the designated character, the host can acquire abilities linked to that character. The higher the role-playing degree, the stronger the ability enhancements received. Role-playing template keywords, behavior, aura, language, appearance. Their respective contributions to the role-playing degree are 40%, 30%, 20%, and 10%. Chun-Di stared blankly at the pale blue subtitles that materialized in his vision. 18 years, and my cheat has finally arrived? Chapter 2. The system is excessively gentle. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chun-Di immediately began to meticulously peruse the light blue subtitles sent by the system. Ghostly back, ghostly brain, ghostly teeth, goodness. The abilities bestowed by this role-playing template appear to be even more formidable than the original Young Zyro, don't they? A devilishly enhanced version of Fanma Young Zyro? Quite satisfactory. There is still ample time. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chun-Di promptly pushed open the door to the training room and dashed towards the hair salon on the bustling street outside. Just as he exited the underground boxing arena's training room, several individuals clad in black attire turned their gaze toward Chun-Di's departing figure. They exchanged glances while reporting to their superior via mobile phone. Boss, that fellow Chun-Di just left the training room. Not sure what he is up to. Keep a close watch on him. Let us see what he is up to. Don't forget what I instructed you. Understood, boss. As Chun-Di strolled down the street, he glanced around and quickly spotted an unoccupied hair salon. He hurried to the front of the shop and called out to the proprietor, Boss, I'd like to dye my hair. Make it red, not pink, but a true crimson, with a slightly darker hue. Please expedite it. I have important matters to attend to shortly. After speaking, Chun-Di tossed 500 yuan onto the counter. Upon seeing the money, the middle-aged salon owner immediately approached Chun-Di with a smile, accepting the 500 and handing him a hair dye color chart. Dear customer, which color would you like to choose? Chun-Di examined the palette and promptly selected a shade identical to that of Fanma Young Zyro. Pointing to the chosen color, he instructed the owner, this one, please. It's the most authentic. Remember to do it quickly. Upon hearing Chun-Di's request, the salon owner readily agreed. Absolutely. Dear customer, it will be done in 3 hours. Rest assured. Chun-Di nodded lightly in acknowledgement, just as he closed his eyes to relax. His martial artist instincts suddenly detected some peculiar gazes from outside the salon. Upon realizing he was being watched, Chun-Di maintained his composure, feigning ignorance of the observer's presence. Though his exterior remained calm, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. Who could possibly be monitoring me? I am but a solitary individual, devoid of parents. With all my funds dedicated to purchasing resources for my martial training, I scarcely possess 2,000 yuan. Who would have the leisure to spy on me? As Chun-Di pondered further, he quickly narrowed down his list of suspects to the owner of the underground boxing arena. If there is anything of value about me, apart from my 2 kidneys, it would be the potential 100,000 yuan I might acquire today. Chun-Di had previously heard from others that the underground fighting scene here was quite nefarious. At that time, he had been too desperate for money to pay heed to such warnings. However, when Emperor Qin synthesized the phenomena he encountered today with various signs, he immediately detected an unusual aura. Was the proprietor of the underground fighting arena attempting to prevent him from acquiring this 100,000 yuan? Contemplating this, Emperor Qin's gaze fell, shrouded in darkness. The more you wish to thwart me, the more resolute I become in defying your desires. As Emperor Qin closed his eyes to meditate, 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. All right, sir, please open your eyes and see how your hair has turned out. Upon hearing the barber's voice, Emperor Qin promptly opened his eyes and gazed into the mirror. His dark red hair was vivid as blood, exuding an air of flamboyance. Clad in a black short-sleeve shirt and loose black martial arts pants, complemented by a white belt at his waist, he presented a striking appearance. Observing his reflection, Emperor Qin extended his hand to sweep his hair back. Controlling his expression, he contorted his visage, etching a grotesque smile that was more unsettling than tears. Indeed, quite impressive. Young proprietor, I am thoroughly satisfied with the dye. It possesses an admirable purity. Ding. Host Van Ma Yongzi's performance level has increased by 10%. The host has successfully acquired the template ability Demon's Back. Demon's Back. The host invigorates his entire being, condensing the muscles on his back to form a visage reminiscent of a demonic face. In this state, the host's physical explosiveness, strength, speed, and endurance will experience a tremendous enhancement. Total performance level of host Van Ma Yongzi, 10%. At the moment the system notification resonated, a surge of warmth coursed through Emperor Qin's body. This warmth, imbued with formidable energy, swiftly enveloped his limbs and bones, continuously fortifying his physique and nourishing his form. The transformation in Emperor Qin and the sinister smile adorning his face rendered the barber before him utterly petrified, his legs trembling and a bead of sweat forming on his brow. As he sensed the power surging within him, the menacing grin on Emperor Qin's face became increasingly pronounced. Ah, the system is truly benevolent, granting me a 10% enhancement in performance level all at once. He laughed heartily, patting the barber on the shoulder before bidding farewell with a wave. Once Emperor Qin had fully departed the barber shop, the middle-aged proprietor collapsed onto the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. For reasons unknown, witnessing the smile on Emperor Qin's face had instinctively rendered him breathless, like a mouse encountering a cat, trembling with fear. That customer's smile was utterly terrifying. Just as Emperor Qin emerged from the barber shop with his hands in his pockets, those lurking in the shadows, tasked with following him, suddenly rubbed their eyes. Who on earth is that? When did he enter the barber shop? That figure, could it possibly be Emperor Qin? After a prolonged period of intense scrutiny, these individuals finally dared to ascertain the identity of the Emperor Qin. This man, undoubtedly Emperor Qin himself, bore only slight alterations in his features. Yet, with his newly dyed crimson hair, he appeared almost unrecognizable, lending an unsettling air to his presence. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Regardless of his appearance, we are merely first-tier martial artists in the body-tempering realm. Could we truly be intimidated by him? Onward, onward, let us not forget our purpose. Chapter 3. The first strike is king. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Emperor Qin outwardly seemed oblivious to the presence of his pursuers. However, in reality, he was acutely aware and vigilant. Along the way, countless individuals were drawn to the aura he exuded. His oppressive demeanor possessed a unique and formidable power, rendering him akin to a fierce tiger prowling among a flock of sheep. Although his portrayal of the legendary warrior Yamamoto was but 10% effective, many traits of the strongest beings on the surface had already manifested in him. Unfazed by the curious gazes of passers-by, Emperor Qin exhibited a self-assuredness that had been honed over 2 lifetimes. Confidence and audacity were skills he had mastered to perfection. Upon entering the underground boxing arena, he made a beeline for his designated lounge. Despite being a clandestine fighting venue, each fighter was afforded a private space for rest and recuperation. Though the lounge measured less than 10 square meters, dark and cramped with dilapidated facilities, it nonetheless provided a sanctuary for fighters to rest and sleep. Aside from training and honing his combat skills, Emperor Qin primarily utilized this lounge for slumber. His disciplined routine of rigorous training allowed him to attain his current prowess without any resources or background. Mere seconds later, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from outside his lounge door. Those individuals had been closely tailing him right to the threshold of his sanctuary. At this juncture, Emperor Qin was entirely convinced that this group of followers had been employed by the owner of the underground boxing arena. This realization prompted a sardonic smile to surface on his lips. The audacity of this owner was staggering. To think that a paltry sum of 100,000 could incite such actions. His already tepid feelings toward the proprietor of the underground arena had now soured entirely. As he listened to the rustling footsteps outside, a fierce glint ignited in Emperor Qin's eyes. With a surge of determination, he rose from the sofa and strode purposefully toward the door of his lounge. Gazing at the entrance, he suddenly raised his fist and struck it against the door with tremendous force. The door, constructed of flimsy wood, was woefully inadequate for such an assault. With a resounding crash, his powerful blow shattered the door, leaving a gaping hole amidst a flurry of splintered wood. The door to the Emperor Qin's lounge was suddenly shattered, startling the individuals lurking outside. Caught off guard, splinters of wood shot out and pierced their eyes, inflicting excruciating pain that rendered them momentarily blind. Their eyes stinging fiercely as tears streamed down their faces. Unfazed by the chaos, Emperor Chen's fist continued its relentless assault, crashing into the face of one of the henchmen outside. Through the splintered door, the force of his blow sent the unfortunate foe soaring, his features contorted in agony, blood gushing from his nose, before he collapsed heavily to the ground. After receiving that punishing blow, the assailant was left dazed, rolling on the ground while clutching his face, his consciousness fading, unable to rise again. Even Emperor Chen himself was taken aback by the sheer power of his own strike. Initially, he had intended to utilize the flying wood shards to obscure their vision, yet unexpectedly, his punch not only shattered the door, but also incapacitated one of the enemies outside. At that moment, it became clear to Emperor Chen that he had transcended his former self in terms of brute strength. A genuine smile crept upon his lips as he realized his current prowess. How many arduous training sessions had it required for him to attain such remarkable growth? With the existence of this system, he was unwavering in his belief that one day, he would stand at the pinnacle of this world. The remaining individuals outside, having witnessed Emperor Chen's abrupt attack, clutched their eyes and screamed in terror. Sensing the opportunity, Emperor Chen was relentless. He grasped the remnants of the door and tore it off with great force, discarding it carelessly to the side. He then counted the remaining adversaries. 1, 2, 3, 4 martial artists at the first stage of the body refinement realm, one of whom had already been incapacitated by his earlier blow. As the 3 remaining warriors rubbed their eyes and began to retreat, one of them shouted a warning, "I advise you not to come any closer. The 3 of us combined are more than a match for you." Upon hearing their threats, a sinister smile formed on Emperor Chen's face. "You 3? Even combined? You wouldn't amount to a fraction of my strength." No sooner had he spoken, than Emperor Chen lunged forward like a tiger released from its cage, launching a powerful punch toward the trio. The 3 adversaries, their faces pale with fear, raised their hands defensively, attempting to shield themselves from the impending onslaught. As Emperor Chen's fist collided with their arms, an overwhelming force surged down upon them. The moment the punch made contact, the one caught directly in its path sensed an ominous presence. The might of Chen Di's punch was utterly astounding. It was no mere fist, but rather akin to a speeding automobile. The unfortunate soul who faced Chen Di head-on distinctly heard the sickening crunch of his arm bones shattering under the force of the blow. Chen Di's fist, unrelenting, continued its trajectory towards the adversary's cheek, despite the opponent's shattered forearm. Under the sheer power of Chen Di's assault, the heads of 3 individuals collided as if they were skewered like candied hawthorn, resulting in a thunderous crash against the stone wall. In an instant, debris flew, and dust from the ceiling cascaded down. With that singular strike, Chen Di had subdued all 3 martial artists. Reeling from the impact, they experienced a relentless ringing in their ears, their vision darkening and blood seeping from their ears, a clear sign of ruptured eardrums and concussions. The first to attempt to block Chen Di's assault with his arm was now in agony, clutching his fractured limb and wailing in despair. Surveying the 4 incapacitated figures sprawled on the ground, Chen Di stood with his hands in his pockets, casting an imposing gaze upon them. His eyes were cold, and his voice dripped with menace as he spoke. As he spoke, he deliberately stepped down upon one man's palm, applying pressure slowly. The sound of grinding bones emanated from beneath his foot, eliciting excruciating cries of pain. "Please, stop. I'll tell you everything," begged the martial artist, his anguish palpable. Observing their desperation, Chen Di finally relented, lifting his foot. "Should you dare to deceive me, the next to be crushed will be your heads," he warned, his expression chillingly cheerful. The 4 men, now seated on the ground, shuddered at the sight of Chen Di, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They had no doubt about the seriousness of his words. This man was undeniably ruthless. "In truth, we were hired by the owner of the underground fighting ring to discuss certain matters with you. You have achieved an unprecedented 98 consecutive victories, and the owner, Wang, wishes for us to persuade you to cease your winning streak," one of them confessed. Chen Di's eyes narrowed slightly at the revelation. As anticipated, it was indeed the despicable owner of the underground ring behind this. "How much did he offer you for this task?" Hesitantly, they replied, "Upon successful completion, we would each receive a reward of 10,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Di paused in contemplation before addressing the 4 on the ground. "In the course of our encounter, I inadvertently twisted my wrist." The 4 men exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions blank. What did this imply? As they pondered the reason behind Emperor Chen's statement, he swiftly changed the subject. "So, how do you plan to reimburse me for my medical expenses?" The 4 individuals, who had collapsed to the ground, immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. "What? After you beat us, we still have to pay for your medical fees? Isn't that just bullying the innocent?" They were eager to counter Emperor Chen's unreasonable demand, but upon meeting his fierce grin and observing the defined muscles on his body, their words were abruptly swallowed. Watching the 4 remain silent, Emperor Chen's expression gradually shifted from one of amusement to one of menacing intensity. "What? Are you suggesting that you would rather part with your heads than hand over your money? With that, he grew weary of further conversation, clenching his fists. The bones crackled under pressure as he crouched down and inquired of the four. Do you know there is only one kind of person in this world who does not need money? Can you guess who that is? The four, seated on the ground, gazed at Emperor Chun and could not help but swallow hard, shaking their heads in a daze. Seeing their reaction, a smile crept across Chen's face as he gently remarked. The only people who do not require money are the dead. How could you not figure that out? It seems you all aspire to join their ranks, do you? The four, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines, their faces drained of color, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. They hastily began to search themselves for money, rifling through their jacket pockets, pant pockets, wallets, and even the inner linings of their clothing. The effort of retrieving money left them drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. After a moment, they gathered the crumpled bills and tremblingly presented them to Emperor Chun. This is all the money we have, they stammered. Emperor Chun glanced at the bills. A rough estimate suggested they totaled around 5,000. Without hesitation, he accepted the meager compensation. Once he pocketed the money, the four scrambled to their feet and bolted for the exit. Only upon escaping the underground boxing arena did they realize their trousers were thoroughly soaked. Emperor Chun observed the fleeing figures with indifference. Mere trifles, they were of little consequence. Had he sensed any murderous intent from them, they would have long since met their end at his hands. While he counted the money he had received, he glanced at the clock in the room. In 10 minutes, his 99th match would commence. The prize of 100,000 for 100 consecutive victories was within his grasp. Do not say that even the king of the underground fighting arena can be stopped. Not even Jesus could intervene. Moreover, following the previous battle, Chun Di discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The power he acquired through the impersonation system significantly enhanced his martial arts realm. If he was previously at the first stage of martial arts, after reaching a 10% impersonation degree of the formidable Vama Yujiro, his martial arts realm ascended to the second stage of body tempering. This revelation indicated that the impersonation system alone could facilitate rapid advancement in his martial arts prowess. Furthermore, Chun Di's impersonation template system was fully compatible with other channels of power acquisition. Thus, monetary resources remained exceedingly valuable to him. Spending several tens of thousands on rare treasures could still yield substantial strength in a short period. Contemplating this, Chun Di nodded to himself. He must adeptly balance the impersonation system with real-world resources. Only a child would struggle between relying on the system or resources. As for Chun Di, he desired both. As Chun Di pondered how to swiftly enhance his strength, a familiar mechanical synthesis sound echoed from his system. Martial arts system fishing successful. Host acquires martial ability, Golden Bell Shield, entry level. Golden Bell Shield, entry level. A classic horizontal training martial art, a form of hard qigong. Upon entry, the host's body strength will significantly increase, becoming as sturdy as a bronze bell and immovable as a mountain. Each time the host sustains damage, their body will automatically generate a counteractive force, diminishing incoming attacks. With this system notification, a surge of warmth erupted from within Chun Di, continuously fortifying his physique and body. Chapter 5, Underground Fighting Arena. Nourished by this wave of energy, Chun Di felt every cell in his body vibrate with exhilaration. Moreover, under the influence of this internal warmth, the color of his skin visibly transformed to a bronze hue. As the system's infusion concluded, his bronze complexion gradually returned to normal. Although the bronze tone had vanished, Chun Di could still sense that his physique was brimming with explosive power and that his resilience had undergone a qualitative leap. Surveying his surroundings, he quickly picked up a wooden stick that had fallen from the wooden door. After weighing it in his hand, he lightly tapped it against his arm. Upon contact, he distinctly heard a deep, resonant chime emanating from his arm. The sound produced by the stick striking his arm did not resemble the collision of wood and flesh. Rather, it echoed like that of a mallet striking a bronze bell. A crisp resonance reminiscent of metal striking metal permeated the air, yet it possessed an extraordinary solidity and depth. When the wooden staff made contact with the arm of Emperor Chun, a tremor reverberated through the staff, causing his palm to tingle with numbness. Acknowledging the formidable defense of the Golden Bell Shield, Emperor Chun nodded knowingly. Casting a glance at the clock mounted on the wall, he noted that only 5 minutes remained before his match commenced. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the underground arena. The fighting venue was bustling with a multitude of spectators, densely packed with no fewer than several hundred eager onlookers. Despite the modest size of this underground boxing ring and its dilapidated facilities, the fervor of those passionate about witnessing the martial arts duels remained undeterred. In an age that revered martial prowess, nearly everyone harbored dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. Regrettably, however, most individuals, confronted with the harsh realities of their own limitations in talent and resources, gradually relinquished their aspirations. Nonetheless, this did not prevent them from spending their hard-earned money to witness the clashes between other warriors. Even if their finances only allowed them to observe the contests of lower-tier practitioners, it mattered little to them. In the finest viewing box of the boxing arena, the authoritative figure, Boss Wong, stood quietly, observing the unfolding events in the ring below. How is Chun Di faring? Why have those four not yet sought me out? Have they completed their task? He mused to himself. Boss, there has been no communication from them yet. Perhaps they are still dealing with Chun Di. One of his aides replied. Taking another sip of his red wine, Boss Wong reflected, this is a $10,000 deal. A mere fish of a warrior, devoid of connections or background, dares to claim such a sum from me. How audacious. The two bodyguards flanking him displayed no surprise. After all, this was not their boss's first foray into such dealings. Just as Boss Wong swirled his wine, the figure of Chun Di suddenly materialized within the underground arena. The moment Wong caught sight of him, his wine glass came to a halt. Those four are utterly useless. They can't even handle a first-tier practitioner. Ensure that Chun Di is properly matched with the remaining two opponents. I do not wish to see him achieve 100 consecutive victories. You understand my meaning, don't you? The two bodyguards nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. One of them swiftly exited the viewing room. Boss Wong's gaze fell upon Chun Di, whose hair had been dyed a dark red. He squinted slightly. Truth be told, had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might not have recognized Chun Di at all. While the previous incarnation of Chun Di exuded a powerful aura, it lacked the overwhelming pressure now emanating from him. After dyeing his hair, Chun Di's demeanor appeared to have transformed into something more ferocious and untamed. However, the owner Wong bore no excessive apprehension towards Chun Di, who had dyed his hair. If merely altering one's hair color could enhance one's prowess, then the warriors of this realm would have long since transformed into extravagant nobility. What merit does an ordinary martial artist, devoid of resources and connections, possess to claim 100,000 from me? Since you have chosen to spurn my goodwill, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Observing Chun Di's silhouette, Wong took another delicate sip of his red wine in the underground fighting arena. Standing amidst the underground coliseum, Chun Di gently rotated his neck. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. With newfound power surging within, his fists yearned for action. Eager to engage in combat, the arena itself resembled an ancient gladiatorial coliseum, spanning approximately 100 square meters, encircled by a formidable octagonal wall nearly 3 meters high, beyond which lay the eager spectators. At the instant Chun Di entered the octagonal fighting ring, the audience erupted in fervor. Chun Di, the undefeated legend with 98 consecutive victories. Oh, crush your opponent, Chun Di. I wish to witness your 100th win. Go for it, Chun Di. I've wagered all my remaining funds on you. Make it count. As a veteran fighter of this underground arena, Chun Di's 98 consecutive victories had garnered him a modicum of fame. Young, strong, and somewhat handsome, he naturally attracted a multitude of admirers, and his impressive record only amplified his notoriety. Though his newly dyed hair hinted at a burgeoning ferocity and savagery, it did little to diminish the audience's adoration. Ignoring the fervent cheers from the stands, Chun Di remained indifferent, focused solely on one thing: whether his next opponent would be formidable enough to withstand his might. Given that this was an underground fight club, his upcoming adversaries would appear at random. In other words, Wong dictated who he would face, leaving Chun Di with no power to resist. Yet, this suited Chun Di perfectly, for he craved stronger opponents to gauge just how far his strength had evolved. Chapter 6, A Single Punch to Daze. As Chun Di stood still in anticipation, a male contender emerged from the entrance opposite him, dark-skinned, slender, with his hands and feet wrapped in bandages. The moment this fighter appeared, the spectators were taken aback. This was no ordinary opponent. The fighter, known as Tyrone, was a second-tier martial artist, skilled in Muay Thai, adept at delivering rapid strikes using his elbows and knees during combat. The ferocity and power of Muay Thai are exquisitely mastered in his hands, exuding an overwhelming destructive force. To date, no fighter who has encountered Tai Long has left unscathed. Many have suffered severe injuries, while some have even met their demise on the spot. Moreover, it is customary for fighters to sign a death waiver prior to competing, meaning that even in the event of death, compensation is scant. More critically, Tai Long is among the few who have achieved an astonishing 100 consecutive victories within this underground fighting arena. Consequently, his appearance incited a fervent uproar among the crowd. The clash between the rookie champion Chun Di and the seasoned fighter Tai Long promises to ignite intense sparks of rivalry. As a result, the spectators' anticipation for the impending match has reached a fever pitch. However, not all present were cheering in excitement upon Tai Long's arrival. A faction voiced their discontent with loud curses. How can this possibly be fair? A second-tier martial artist against a first-tier? Is this a joke? It's as if they don't want Chun Di to win. Damn it. I've wagered my entire fortune on Chun Di. I'm ruined. They lamented, questioning the integrity of the match selection, suspecting foul play. Yet, in contrast to this minority of disgruntled voices, the majority of the audience remained indifferent. They had come to witness the fierce combat of warriors, and the identities of the fighters or the outcome mattered little to them. As long as the battles provided sensory thrill, that was sufficient, regardless of whether the newcomer Chun Di faced defeat. Another would soon rise to take his place in the underground arena. Likewise, Tai Long's loss would not be significant. Skilled Muay Thai practitioners abound. The spectators, accustomed to the realities of this underground fighting scene, might grumble about the avarice of the ring's owner, but would take no action against it. As the entrance sealed, the battle between the two commenced in earnest. The rules of the underground boxing ring are straightforward. The match concludes when one combatant concedes or is killed. Chun Di regarded Tai Long with an unwavering demeanor. Upon observing Chun Di's calm expression, Tai Long slowly extended his hand, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture towards Chun Di. In response, a sinister smile crept across Chun Di's face. Enjoying the theatrics? As the distance between them diminished, Tai Long adopted an offensive Muay Thai stance. His head slightly bowed and arms elevated in alignment with his head. Chun Di, however, stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance and disdain. This demeanor irked Tai Long immensely. Just as the gap between them closed to less than a meter, Chun Di suddenly sprang into action, extracting his right hand from his pocket and launching a punch aimed directly at Tai Long's temple. As he gazed upon the suddenly aggressive Chun Di, Tai Long's pupils narrowed. Swift. Such astonishing speed. The velocity of Chun Di's punch exceeded Tai Long's wildest imagination. Fortunately, Tai Long had kept his arms raised on either side of his head, so even if Chun Di's fist made contact, it would be blocked by his forearms. However, just as Tai Long breathed a sigh of relief, Chun Di's fist struck his arm. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged through his limb. Pain, excruciating pain. At the moment he was hit by Chun Di, Tai Long experienced a disorienting sensation. As if he were not in a fighting ring, but rather standing in the middle of a street, accidentally struck by a speeding car. Though Tai Long managed to partially block Chun Di's punch, it was not entirely effective. While the blow did not land on his temple, it sent him careening several meters away. As he was propelled sideways, his bare feet carved a deep trench in the sand, scattering particles in every direction. Had it not been for his excellent balance, Chun Di's strike could have easily toppled him to the ground. The pain was unbearable. His entire body felt as though it had been shattered, discomfort radiating throughout him. Particularly where his arm had absorbed the impact, it throbbed as if it were splitting apart, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Drawing upon his combat experience, Tai Long surmised that his arm had likely sustained a fracture. After enduring Chun Di's punch, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. Could such force truly emanate from a first-tier body refinement practitioner? Was this lad a reincarnated beast or endowed with divine strength? Merely exchanging a single blow had instilled within Tai Long a desire to retreat. This fellow was rather formidable. Upon witnessing the initial clash between the two fighters, the audience erupted with fervor. Chun Di's fierce and domineering punch ignited their enthusiasm. Those who had placed bets on Chun Di were particularly ecstatic. Observing the scene from the sidelines, Boss Wong furrowed his brow slightly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling premonition began to stir within his heart. In the arena, as Chun Di beheld the retreating Tai Long, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. So weak, so weak. How can you be this feeble? Weak as a woman. I've only thrown one punch, and already you can't endure it? Are you truly this delicate? Ha 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 ha. Your purity is simply too low. At this point, Chun Di's face broke into his signature menacing grin. His words, though not physically damaging, were laced with profound insult. This trifecta of scorn ignited a blaze of fury within Tai Long. A martial artist cannot tolerate such derision. For one who practices martial arts, the essence lies in unwavering resolve and clarity of thought. Should Tai Long flee in disgrace today, the shadow of this encounter would forever haunt his journey in the martial arts. Gazing upon the imposing figure of Emperor Chun, Tai Long, despite a flicker of trepidation within, mustered his courage and assumed a stance before him. To concede defeat without even engaging in combat would strip Tai Long of any claim to being a true martial artist. Chapter 7. Instantaneous Defeat. After bolstering his resolve, Tai Long's expression transformed into one of solemn seriousness. With his elbows bent and fists positioned high and low at his sides, he raised one leg, aligning it parallel to the ground, striking a classic Muay Thai pose. Without waiting for Emperor Chun to launch an attack, Tai Long opted for a proactive approach. Given the considerable distance between them, he unleashed a whip kick aimed at Chun. In response to the oncoming strike, Emperor Chun remained steadfast, refusing to evade or flinch. Observing this, Tai Long inwardly cursed, thinking, "This arrogant fool, once my kick lands, he shall learn the meaning of pain." In the next moment, Tai Long's powerful kick connected with Chun's waist, producing a deep, resonant sound akin to a bell tolling. It was hard, exceedingly hard. The pain was excruciating. The instant his foot made contact with Chun, Tai Long's expression contorted in agony. Though his kick struck Chun's flank, Tai Long felt as if he had encountered not flesh and blood, but a being forged of iron and steel, impossibly unyielding. Moreover, the shockwave from the impact reverberated through Tai Long's leg, rendering his entire thigh numb. While it appeared he had struck at Chun's vulnerable spot, in reality, he had suffered a devastating loss. Conversely, Emperor Chun, upon receiving Tai Long's blow, exhibited no signs of discomfort. His face remained impassive, not even a brow furrowed. The sight of Chen's unperturbed demeanor sent a jolt of fear through Tai Long. How could this be? I unleashed my full strength in that kick. How could he remain completely unharmed? Unwilling to accept defeat, Tai Long, before his leg could regain sensation, swung his elbow towards Chen's chest. As Tai Long's elbow hurtled toward him, Chen spread his arms wide, the muscles in his back tensing and surging, gradually coalescing into a fearsome visage. The clearly defined muscle contours, even through fabric, were strikingly apparent. Ghostly back. The audience, witnessing the pronounced musculature of Chen's back, gasped in astonishment. A martial artist capable of cultivating their physique to such an extraordinary degree was indeed a rarity. In this state, Chen could distinctly sense a tremendous enhancement in his physical strength. His body's attributes had seemingly multiplied several-fold, as he felt the surging power within him. Before Tai Long's fist could reach him, Chen delivered a swift slap that landed squarely on Tai Long's cheek. After the activation of the ghost back, Chun Di's slap astonishingly sent Tai Long soaring into the air, spinning over 1,000 degrees before crashing headfirst into the ground with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this astonishing scene in the arena, the audience erupted in gasps of disbelief and exclamations of astonishment. What on earth is happening? One slap and the man is airborne? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Surely, I recall that the previous Chun Di did not possess such formidable power, did he? This is truly bewildering. My goodness. This underground fighting competition has proven to be worth every penny spent. Witnessing such a thrilling contest is absolutely exhilarating. However, amidst the fervent cries of the audience, Boss Wong, the proprietor of the underground arena, was far more intrigued by the transformation occurring within Chun Di. What could possibly empower this impoverished martial artist, devoid of any connections or resources, to undergo such a remarkable change in such a short span of time? Contemplating this, Boss Wong's eyes narrowed slightly. He was now convinced that Chun Di had most likely acquired some extraordinary opportunity, perhaps a rare martial arts manual or precious martial resources. If that were the case, Chun Di's value would undoubtedly skyrocket. Boss Wong was intent on seizing the opportunity that had enabled Chun Di's ascent, whether it be techniques or rare materials. He craved them all. In the realm of martial artists, even an ordinary martial arts manual could fetch prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Rare resources were even more precious and valuable than comparable techniques. The technique or resources that had enabled Chun Di to achieve such a swift transformation would be worth an even greater fortune. With this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in Boss Wong's eyes. He had firmly set his sights on Chun Di, the lucrative catch. With Tai Long now incapacitated, Chun Di's 99th arena challenge was declared concluded, securing his 99 consecutive victories. The next match would mark his 100th contest, a single victory away from a reward of $100,000. As the doors of the underground fighting arena creaked open, staff members emerged to carry the unconscious Tai Long away. Fighters who suffered such defeats in the arena typically found themselves transported to a resting area. Should Tai Long regain consciousness, it mattered little to the underground boxing arena. Their concern lay solely in whether his demise would leave behind a sufficient sum for them to profit. This is the harsh reality of the underground boxing world, unless one is truly desperate for money or genuinely aspires to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. They would never choose to engage in such brutal contests for profit. Fortunately, however, Chun Di had awakened his own unique system, ensuring that his journey towards the zenith of martial arts would be significantly less arduous. However, regardless of the circumstances, nothing could sway the will of the Emperor Chun, a man resolute in his quest to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Observing the departure of Tyran, escorted by the staff, Emperor Chun remained silent, and with a casual demeanor addressed the personnel, stating, "I do not require a respite. Summon the next contender forthwith. Let us engage in combat without delay. This individual, Tyran, has rendered me unable to unleash my full potential." Upon hearing Chen's words, the staff members broke into a slight sweat and promptly acquiesced. Understood, understood. They then hurriedly escorted Tyran away from the underground fighting arena. Boss Wong, observing the audacious demeanor of Emperor Chun within the confines of the underground fighting ring, delicately sipped his red wine and instructed his bodyguard behind him, "Fetch Giant Mountain and have him confront this Emperor Chun." Chapter 8. You are still far from it. Little Chubby One. I am eager to ascertain the true measure of this fellow. Yes, boss. As the gate of the fighting arena swung open, a colossal figure loomed before Emperor Chun, a monstrous opponent standing over 2 meters tall and equally wide. Although Giant Mountain's physique appeared somewhat cumbersome, his muscular arms and thighs were extraordinarily robust, several times thicker than those of an average man. Within the realm of body refinement, such inherent physical advantages often bestowed significantly greater strength among peers. Giant Mountain, the most formidable fighter in this underground arena, surpassed all others. His martial prowess reached the 4th stage of body refinement, with physical strength exceeding 1,000 pounds. Coupled with his extraordinary stature, It was nearly impossible for an average fourth-stage martial artist to even shake his formidable frame in barehanded combat. Upon Giant Mountain's appearance in the arena, the audience's excitement surged to a fever pitch. They erupted in fervent cheers. Giant Mountain! Giant Mountain! Crush him! Giant Mountain! In comparison to Emperor Chun, Giant Mountain's experience was overwhelmingly superior. Since his entry into the underground fighting arena, he had participated in no fewer than 800 matches, remaining undefeated. Although his opponents had only reached up to the fourth stage, this did not diminish his invincible image in the eyes of the spectators. In many ways, the undefeated Giant Mountain had become the emblem of this underground tournament. Typically, any fight featuring Giant Mountain commanded a higher ticket price. Thus, the opportunity to witness his appearance at a lower cost today left the audience feeling exceptionally fortunate. In the arena, Emperor Chun lifted his chin, gazing defiantly at the massive figure before him, a grim smile spreading across his face as he taunted. If strength were proportional to size, then surely the world's mightiest warriors would reside in pigsties. He questioned mockingly, "Wouldn't you agree, little chubby one?" Initially, Giant Mountain had not even cast a glance in Emperor Chun's direction upon his entrance. However, upon hearing the mockery from the Emperor Chun, Zhu Shan was consumed by an overwhelming rage. His breath grew increasingly heavy, his nostrils flaring, and his corpulent frame quivered in agitation, resembling a frenzied hippopotamus due to his considerable size. The audience outside the arena widened their eyes in astonishment at Chen's taunts. It was well known that Zhu Shan detested any insinuation regarding his weight. In past encounters, any contender bold enough to comment on his girth had invariably found themselves severely beaten after the match, some even succumbing to their injuries on the spot. Yet Chun, fully aware of Zhu Shan's sensitivities, dared to mock him so brazenly. Was he courting death? As Zhu Shan's breath grew more labored, a deep roar erupted from him, and he charged toward Chun with the ferocity of a speeding tank, arms outstretched. The colossal beast surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. In stark contrast, Chun maintained his composure, unperturbed by the impending collision. Just as Zhu Shan was about to crash into him, Chun suddenly extended his arms, their hands colliding in a fierce display of strength. The two stood face to face, palms pressed together, relying solely on their physical might in a test of power. During this struggle, Chun's feet carved deep furrows into the ground beneath him. As Zhu Shan exerted his force, intending to push Chun to the edge of the arena, Chun's muscles tightened and expanded, a fierce energy coalescing behind him. In an instant, an immense force erupted from Chun's hands. Zhu Shan felt an immediate shift in the dynamics of their confrontation. Previously, he had managed to force Chun backward, but in that fleeting moment, it was as if Chun's feet had taken root, steadfast like an ancient tree, impervious to his attempts to budge him. Feeling the resistance before him, Zhu Shan strained with all his might, his forehead reddening as he trembled with exertion. In stark contrast, Chun remained immovable, like a mountain, betraying not the slightest hint of quaking. Observing Zhu Shan's struggle, Chun gradually intensified his grip. Under the escalating pressure from Chun, Zhu Shan felt as though he were battling against an iron vice rather than a mere mortal. The strain on his fingers became unbearable, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. "Little fatty, you are still far from enough." With that declaration, Chun elevated one leg, summoning a gust of wind, and delivered a devastating kick directly to Zhu Shan's groin. In that moment, Zhu Shan seemed to hear the sound of his own heart shattering. The aftermath of the blow was an excruciating pain that penetrated to his very marrow, searing through to his soul, gradually enveloping his entire consciousness. The intensity of the agony rendered Zhu Shan's mind be, however. Emperor Chun did not show any mercy despite the momentary daze of Zhu Shan. In an instant, as Zhu Shan's body went limp, Emperor Chun extended his right hand and firmly grasped Zhu Shan's face. He forcefully brought Zhu Shan's head crashing down towards the ground. With a resounding thud, the back of Zhu Shan's skull collided intimately with the surface of the arena. The impact of Zhu Shan's own weight, combined with Emperor Chun's immense strength, caused the ground to tremble ever so slightly upon landing. This blow rendered Zhu Shan unconscious on the spot, foaming at the mouth, teetering on the brink of life and death. At the moment Zhu Shan fell, a notification echoed in Emperor Chun's mind. The current performance degree of the host, Kaneda Yujiro, is at 20%. The Golden Bell Shield martial arts have reached minor accomplishment. With the system's voice resonating, two waves of warmth surged within Emperor Chun's body once more. One wave felt as though it originated from the very essence of his being, enhancing every aspect of his physique comprehensively, resulting in an overall augmentation of his strength. The other surge concentrated on fortifying Emperor Chun's physical form, encompassing, but not limited to, his skin, muscles, and bones. During this period, Emperor Chun's skin transformed once again into a bronze hue, emanating a metallic sheen, while the sound of a bell gently reverberated across his body. Under the influence of these targeted energy enhancements, Emperor Chun could distinctly perceive a tremendous increase in both the strength and resilience of his physical form. as this energy coursed through his body. A wealth of training experiences and numerous techniques related to the Golden Bell Shield martial arts flooded into his mind. He comprehended the optimal postures to maximize the defensive capabilities of the Golden Bell Shield, as well as the most vulnerable points of practitioners, all without omission. With the increase in performance degree, Emperor Qin's martial prowess ascended into the third tier of the body refinement realm. Yet, in contrast to the transformations occurring within him, the audience at the arena was far more concerned with the outcome. Had Emperor Qin truly defeated Zhu Shan? Zhu Shan, the undefeated legend of this underground boxing ring, had been vanquished? The spectators, gazing at Zhu Shan lying on the ground, blood streaming from his head, foaming at the mouth, were momentarily stunned. However, this silence was short-lived. Within mere moments, the underground arena erupted into a cacophony of piercing cheers. Upon witnessing Zhu Shan's defeat at the hands of Emperor Qin, the audience expressed no sorrow for Zhu Shan, but instead turned to fervently celebrate Emperor Qin with raucous shouts, wild screams, and ecstatic gestures. Emperor Qin! Emperor Qin! Good heavens, what have I witnessed today? The titan who ruled this underground arena for 2 years has been brought to an end today? This is utterly insane. Zhu Shan has fallen. Cheers for the birth of a new king. Hurrah! The match today was exceptionally thrilling. And the most remarkable aspect was that the ticket prices had not increased. The cacophony of cheers from the audience resonated throughout the underground boxing arena, creating an atmosphere of chaotic excitement. In stark contrast to the jubilant spectators in the stands, Boss Wong, situated in the VIP viewing area, remained utterly silent, his demeanor cold enough to freeze. The bodyguards behind him, noting his discontent, were rendered speechless, fearing the repercussions of any misstep. As a small underground fight club, Jason could be considered the strongest fighter within the realm of underground combat. If even Jason could not contend with Qin Di, it seemed unlikely that any other martial artist could defeat him. Boss Wong's gaze fixed upon Qin Di in the ring, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, and his expression was one of deep frustration. He had witnessed the transformation in Qin Di's complexion brought about by the elevation of his martial arts skills. At this moment, Boss Wong was convinced that Qin Di had acquired some high-level martial arts secret manual, enabling him to become so formidable in such a short span of time. Furthermore, beyond martial arts, Qin Di might possess exceptionally rare treasures. Yet, the more Boss Wong was convinced of Qin Di's invaluable assets, the more discomfort he felt. The sensation of being able to see the treasure yet being unable to possess it gnawed at him intensely. Having already taken action against Qin Di, the conflict between them had escalated to an irreconcilable level. If he did not eradicate Qin Di, he would undoubtedly be plagued by unease in the future. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Boss Wong's eyes as he issued an order to his bodyguards. Release the two-headed giant lizard we acquired from the black market into the arena to battle Qin Di. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards' expressions shifted, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. If Boss Wong's previous actions were merely to thwart Qin Di's potential 100-match winning streak, it was now evident that he intended to eliminate him. The strength of the two-headed giant lizard, in martial artist terms, was at least equivalent to the 5th stage of body refinement. Originally, they had intended to use the lizard for a beast battle to enhance the arena's allure and reputation. It was unexpected that its debut would be to eliminate a fighter from the underground boxing scene. Understood, boss. But what about Jason, who is in the arena? One of the bodyguards inquired. Boss Wong, maintaining his composure, replied coolly, let him remain down there. If he cannot even deal with a mere fighter, what use is he to me? At this, the bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine, just as he was about to rise and leave. Boss Wong spoke again from the viewing platform. Before releasing the two-headed giant lizard, remember to give it a few bloodstone pills. The wretched giant mountain, unable to even consume the blood pill, was easily toppled. What a pitiful creature indeed. The blood pill, akin to the strength pill, is a substance prohibited by the Martial Arts Alliance, occasionally surfacing in the black market. Compared to other martial pills, its price is relatively modest. Upon ingestion, it significantly enhances an organism's explosive power, plunging them into a frenzied state of irrationality. However, once the effects wane, the aftermath inflicts considerable adverse consequences on the user. Thus, it is only advisable for life or death situations. Beneath the underground fighting arena, just as Emperor Qin was savoring the transformations occurring within him, the seemingly lifeless giant mountain, previously convulsing on the ground, quietly opened his eyes. In that instant of awakening, Giant Mountain swiftly retrieved a dark red pill, no larger than a thumb, from his pocket and swallowed it whole without a moment's hesitation. Almost immediately after ingesting the pill, his skin began to flush crimson. In mere moments, Giant Mountain transformed into a small, dark red mass of muscle, veins bulging prominently. Chapter 10, Standing Still. After Giant Mountain consumed the blood pill, Emperor Qin heard a violent gasp behind him. The once prostrate Giant Mountain rose once more. In stark contrast to his prior state, he now emanated an aura of brutality. His skin a deep liver red, veins protruding ominously. His feral appearance now bore an even more menacing and dangerous quality than before. The crowd in the stands erupted into cheers upon witnessing Giant Mountain's resurgence. Oh, Giant Mountain. He has risen again. Come on, Giant Mountain. Keep going. Fight. Fight. What could be more rewarding than spending a meager sum for a meal only to receive double the sustenance? The resurgence of Giant Mountain invigorated the onlookers once more. The bodyguards responsible for releasing the two-headed giant lizard paused their actions, captivated by the unfolding spectacle in the underground arena. They too were consumed by curiosity. Could the drug-enhanced Giant Mountain possibly defeat Emperor Chen? Observing the tumult within the arena, Boss Wong narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Emperor Chen turned to face the now formidable Giant Mountain, whose muscles bulged and breath was labored, a look of intrigued amusement gracing his countenance. How fascinating. You swallowed the blood pill in a bid to defeat me, did you? Come, let me witness the extent of your newfound strength. The enhancement of his performance significantly bolstered Emperor Chen's muscle density and strength. The transition from novice to minor mastery of the Golden Bell Shield further elevated his defenses. At this moment, Emperor Chen felt a sense of invulnerability. Even standing motionless, Giant Mountain might struggle to budge him. Adjusting his stance, Emperor Chen arrogantly addressed Giant Mountain. Come, you little chubby one. I stand here inviting your strike. Should you manage to inflict pain upon me, I shall concede defeat. Chen Di was acutely aware that while such bravado could enhance his portrayal, it would undoubtedly place him in the eye of the storm, attracting the scrutiny of many. With merely 3 days remaining until the global martial arts examination, he understood that failing to bolster his strength before the test would diminish his chances of gaining entrance to the esteemed High Martial Academy. Securing a place in this prestigious institution under the aegis of the Martial Arts Alliance would afford him protection from the prying eyes of rivals, regardless of how many cards he revealed. Furthermore, the essence of a martial artist's cultivation lies in relentless pursuit and adherence to one's true self. If Chun Di continued to suppress his emotions, how could he expect to make significant strides in both martial and performative realms? At his audacious declaration, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Including Zhu Shan, everyone present in the arena was taken aback by Chun Di's words. To stand immobile and invite Zhu Shan's assault? If Zhu Shan could land a hit, it would signify Chun Di's defeat. Such arrogance and confidence were unprecedented. This individual was utterly brazen. Yet, it was precisely Chun Di's boldness and haughty demeanor that ignited the audience's fervor to a fever pitch. They clamored for Chun Di's name, desperate for him to hear their cheers. Chun Di, Chun Di. Ah, strike him, Zhu Shan. I have wagered all my money on you. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the spectators, Zhu Shan, who had consumed a blood-red pill and was already in a state of fury, felt his rage intensify with Chun Di's provocation. The remnants of his rationality evaporated in the blaze of his anger. Driven by primal instincts and fury, Zhu Shan lunged at Chun Di like a frenzied beast. With every monstrous step, he left colossal footprints upon the ground, causing tremors beneath him. Yet, astonishingly, Chun Di maintained his stance as he had proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, legs firmly planted, knees slightly bent, and torso inclined forward in a pose reminiscent of a sumo wrestler. He remained utterly stationary, exuding an air of extreme arrogance, inviting Zhu Shan's onslaught. The spectators, caught up in the electrifying atmosphere of the duel, felt their hearts race, overwhelmed with excitement. Chun Di was indeed standing his ground, even with his hands behind his back. Not only the surrounding audience, but also Boss Wong, seated in the observation area, was taken aback, his pupils dilating, his expression shifting between uncertainty and intrigue. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the rampaging Zhu Shan charged forth with the force of a war chariot, quickly reaching Chun Di. With no pretense of restraint, Zhu Shan unleashed a mighty punch aimed squarely at Chun Di's heart. Confronted with the full force of the furious Giant Mountain, Emperor Chun maintained an expression of calm, even sporting a hint of a wild smile. As the fist of the Giant Mountain collided with Emperor Chen's chest, an enormous sound, akin to the tolling of a great bell, suddenly erupted, resonating throughout the arena with a deep and sonorous boom. The reverberations were so jarring that spectators instinctively covered their ears, overwhelmed by the piercing noise that, despite their considerable distance from Emperor Chen, left them feeling dizzy and disoriented. Their minds buzzing and heads throbbing. The surrounding crowd was palpably affected, and it was no surprise that the Giant Mountain, standing right before Emperor Chen, was even more severely impacted. Blood poured from his ears, and his body was thrown into a state of numbness, his right arm the epicenter of the shock. His eyes glazed over, succumbing to a fleeting moment of daze. With this singular punch, Emperor Chen not only absorbed the force of the Giant Mountain's iron fist, but remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding and unmoved. After taking the blow, Emperor Chen felt a tingling sensation in his chest, akin to a gentle tap from a girl's soft fist, devoid of any pain. The rebound from the Golden Bell Shield, combined with Emperor Chen's formidable physique, rendered his defenses astonishingly formidable. While the two combatants remained locked in this stance, Boss Wong, from the spectators' area, decisively commanded through his intercom. Quickly feed the two-headed giant lizard the blood crimson pills. Administer all of them. And then immediately release it into the duel arena. Now, at once. Chapter 11. The Two-Headed Giant Lizard. On the other end of the intercom, the bodyguard responsible for overseeing the two-headed giant lizard felt a lump in his throat as he heard the directive, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gazed at the prepared two-headed giant lizard before him, and without hesitation, he tossed all the remaining blood crimson pills from his pocket into the creature's iron cage. Upon catching a whiff of the pills, the two-headed giant lizard swiftly consumed them. In that instant, its body underwent a tremendous transformation. The formerly loose skin began to swell as the muscles beneath expanded, pushing against the scales on its surface, which appeared as though they might burst. The creature, once relatively docile, now resembled a savage war machine, its eyes bloodshot and furious, both heads gaping wide with gaping maws as it roared ferociously, repeatedly slamming against the iron cage, producing a cacophony of harsh metallic clashes. Under the influence of the blood crimson pills, the two-headed giant lizard's strength surged, and the cage that had once held it securely began to warp under its relentless assaults. Witnessing this, the responsible bodyguard hastily opened the arena's gates to release the enraged beast. If he did not act quickly, it was likely that he would be the one meeting a dire fate. Should the two-headed giant lizard continue its frenzied onslaught, the iron cage would almost certainly be obliterated. In the arena of combat, Emperor Chun gazed at the dazed giant mountain before him, extending his palm to harness his formidable power. Gripping the opponent's skull, he effortlessly lifted him, leaving his legs suspended in the air. At this moment, Emperor Chen's strength was unmistakably evident. The audience outside the arena, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with awe and trepidation at the sheer magnitude of his innate power. What terrifying strength was this? Could even a mountain of flesh like the giant mountain be hoisted with a single hand? If so, lifting us would be akin to lifting mere chicks. Just as the spectators were engulfed in astonishment, a sudden turn of events unfolded within the arena. At the moment Giant Mountain was raised by Emperor Chun, the entrance to the arena burst open, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout. The iron cage restraining the two-headed giant lizard was flung open, and a colossal creature, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, charged into the arena with alarming speed. The onlookers, captivated by this exhilarating scene, widened their eyes in disbelief. What a windfall this day had turned out to be. In the face of the two-headed giant lizard's emergence, the audience erupted with exhilaration, their anticipation soaring. The more intense the battle within the arena became, the more their excitement escalated. As Giant Mountain recognized the perilous situation and beheld the savage, two-headed giant lizard in the distance, an expression of incredulity crossed his typically stoic face. As a seasoned boxer who had thrived in the underground fighting scene for years, he understood all too well what the appearance of this creature signified. Despite his past glory in this underground arena, he now found himself relegated to the status of a mere pawn. The proprietor of the underground arena had no intention of releasing him. Instead, he had unleashed the two-headed giant lizard. This sense of abandonment rendered Giant Mountain's complexion ashen, his heart a tumult of emotions, predominantly bitter. At this moment, he was even mentally prepared for a serene acceptance of death. With the two-headed giant lizard's strength at the 5th level of body tempering, bolstered by the red blood pill, even a martial artist at the 5th level would meet their demise, not to mention the likes of himself and Emperor Chun. Although Emperor Chun was undeniably strong, in Giant Mountain's eyes, his prowess barely reached the 5th level, significantly inferior to the enhanced two-headed giant lizard. Emperor Chun, observing the ferocious creature in the distance, felt his own blood begin to boil. He could sense that the two-headed giant lizard's power far surpassed that of the giant mountain he had just disposed of. Consequently, with a flick of his wrist, he cast the giant mountain aside. Facing the looming threat of the two-headed giant lizard, a menacing grin spread across Emperor Chen's face. His spirit ablaze with battle fervor, he spread his arms wide and called out, "Foolish creature, come forth and face me in combat." With these words, his imposing presence radiated throughout the arena. The spectators, including the previously stoic Giant Mountain, trembled before the overwhelming aura of Emperor Chen's confidence and dominance. As he uttered these words, his performance began to ascend to new heights. In this state, Emperor Chen's strength was continuously escalating with every passing moment. As his audacious voice resonated, the distant two-headed giant lizard sensed the provocation emanating from him. It regarded Emperor Chun, standing afar with arms outstretched and long, dark red hair flowing, as both of its heads fell into a contemplative silence, flicking their forked tongues toward him. Within its blood-red eyes, the brutality gradually morphed into a murderous intent. Faced with the deathly glare of the two-headed giant lizard, Emperor Chun exhibited no semblance of fear. Instead, the smile upon his face became increasingly pronounced, fierce as a vengeful specter. The two locked in a silent stare, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Observers held their breath, afraid to exhale lest they miss a single moment of this riveting spectacle. Though the scene was hushed, The standoff between Chun and the two-headed giant lizard showed no signs of abating. After a brief silence, both the ferocious creature and Emperor Chun surged forward in a sudden charge. Still as a maiden, swift as a hare. The contrast between Chin's steady advance and the lizard's terrifying momentum was striking. The gigantic lizard moved with the force of a rapidly advancing tank. Clouds of dust swirling around it, its presence monumental. In the throes of their swift collision, Chun met the beast head-on, a cloud of dust erupting around them. At the moment of contact, a deep sound reverberated, echoing throughout the duel arena. As the dust began to settle, the spectators were left agog. Remarkably, Emperor Chun had managed to intercept the charging two-headed giant lizard solely with the strength of his own body. Chapter 12, Ruthlessness. Confronted with the lizard's ferocious charge, Emperor Chun made no effort to evade. Instead, he locked both hands firmly onto one of the creature's heads, engaging in a direct struggle. Initially, the lizard leveraged its immense weight and size to propel Chun forward. The terrifying impact caused Chin's feet to carve deep grooves into the arena's surface. However, as time progressed, Chin's retreat began to slow, eventually halting altogether. The continuous enhancement of his capabilities granted him an ever-increasing surge of strength. The formidable power caused the muscles in Chin's back to swell grotesquely. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Emperor Chun was actually able to withstand the rampaging two-headed giant lizard. Equally matched, what began as a balanced confrontation between a lone warrior and a beast gradually tilted in favor of the human. The two-headed giant lizard, once firmly embedded in the earth, began to lose its footing. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Emperor Chun, with blood coursing through his veins, summoned extraordinary strength from his arms and lifted the massive creature overhead with a display of sheer might. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The air was filled with thunderous cheers and gasps of disbelief. My goodness, what am I witnessing today? This is utterly terrifying. Is this truly the spectacle I can behold for such a mere sum? Incredible, absolutely incredible. The shock was not confined to the audience. It extended to the colossal figure of Han, slumped in a corner of the duel arena, as well as the proprietor of the venue, who was observing from the stands. They gazed, wide-eyed and horrified, at Emperor Chun, who effortlessly hoisted the two-headed giant lizard. Jushan's astonishment stemmed from the realization of Emperor Chin's formidable prowess, as he had foolishly contemplated challenging such a fierce opponent. The venue owner, on the other hand, felt a dual wave of shock, one from witnessing Chin's terrifying strength, and the other from an acute sense of self-preservation. If Chun truly possessed such ferocity, the owner recognized that he would stand no chance against him alone. At that moment, a flicker of escape began to stir in the owner's mind, yet he looked around the vast underground arena, filled with a deep sense of reluctance. How many years had he toiled to build this enterprise? How could he possibly relinquish it so easily? With a brooding gaze, he observed Emperor Chun within the arena. Chun had now lifted the two-headed giant lizard in a position that left its heads dangling precariously. One head, trapped in Chin's powerful embrace, appeared to be on the brink of suffocation, its eyes rolling back. The other head thrashed violently, attempting to bite Chun in a desperate bid for freedom. However, bolstered by the might of the legendary Baki Hanma and the invulnerability of the Golden Bell Shield, Chun was impervious to the creature's feeble attempts to inflict harm. Each time the lizard's gaping maw clashed against Chin's body, it merely shredded the fabric of his clothing, leaving his flesh unscathed. The creature's teeth, when meeting Chin's skin, only managed to leave faint white marks, as if they were striking against an indomitable force. A cacophony of metal clashing reverberated from Chin's form, stunning the two-headed giant lizard into a state of confusion. Having lived for years, it had never encountered such an unyielding adversary, one so resilient that its bites proved utterly ineffective. Just as the lizard was momentarily dazed, Chin's voice rang out beside its head. "Little creature, you've managed to ruin my coat." With that, Emperor Chin forcefully drove the giant lizard into the ground of the arena, causing it to crash down with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact sent tremors throughout the entire arena. After being forcefully thrust into the ground by the Emperor Chun, the two-headed giant lizard could not help but emit a cry of pain. Typically, after such an assault, the creature would likely revert to a more docile state. However, under the influence of the blood-red pill, instead of calming down, the beast became even more ferocious. The agony coursing through its body, compounded by the pill's effects, plunged the two-headed giant lizard into a frenzied state. Emerging from the earth, it disregarded the blood streaming from its wounds. Its mouth agape as it let out a thunderous roar that echoed with violence and fury throughout the arena, forcing the spectators to cover their ears. Following this furious bellow, the creature's momentum peaked, its limbs propelled into a wild sprint, sharp fangs bared, rushing headlong toward Emperor Chun. Rather than feeling alarmed, Emperor Chun was filled with exhilaration. His long dark red hair stood on end, billowing wildly. With an indomitable spirit, he bent his arm and tore off the black short-sleeve shirt covering his upper body, revealing a torso sculpted by relentless training. At that moment, the formidable muscles of his back, previously concealed, were fully exposed to the astonished crowd. While his musculature had appeared exaggerated beneath the fabric, its true form was astonishing, instilling fear and awe. The sheer breadth and solidity of his back, coupled with the monstrous definition of his muscles, were achievements rarely seen even among seasoned martial artists. The extent to which he had honed his physique was almost unfathomable, leaving the onlookers to ponder the intensity of his training regimen. Moreover, the terrifying shape of his muscles was enough to captivate the hearts of those who beheld it, a sight they had never encountered before. With his upper body bare and his hair aflame, Emperor Chen emanated an aura of peak prowess. His bronze skin glistened, and one could almost discern a translucent, gigantic ancient bell manifesting upon his surface. As the colossal beast charged toward him, Emperor Chen's muscles tensed, his fist clenched, standing firm like a mountain. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen meters evaporated as the two-headed giant lizard bore down upon him. Just as the creature's massive jaws were about to make contact with his body, Emperor Chen unleashed a powerful upward punch, striking the lizard squarely on its jaw. The moment his iron fist met bone, a sharp crack echoed through the air, signaling a decisive impact. The force of his blow was staggering, a testament to his overwhelming might. The gust generated by his punch sent sand and debris flying across the arena. The two-headed giant lizard, visibly affected, was lifted off the ground from the force of the strike, flipping 180 degrees before crashing down with a resounding thud. The chin of the two-headed giant lizard, struck directly by Emperor Chen, was visibly askew, its jawbone evidently shattered by the force of his punch. The creature writhed in agony on the ground, its belly exposed, frantically clawing at the earth. Despite having ingested several bloodfire pills, it was still being brutally battered by Emperor Chen's iron fist. Yet, even in such a state, the two-headed lizard exhibited a stubborn resilience. After a brief roar of defiance, it managed to flip itself over once more, disregarding its mangled jaw and bloodied head, and unleashed another roar toward Emperor Chen. From the creature's bloodshot eyes, Emperor Chen discerned its murderous intent. This battle was to the death. In response to the lizard's fervor, he tempered his playful demeanor and adopted a serious attitude, his own murderous intent coalescing. You wish to engage in a fight to the death? Very well, I shall oblige. With that thought, Emperor Chen ceased his verbal sparring and charged toward the two-headed lizard. Unfazed by Emperor Chen's advance, the lizard opened its massive jaws wide and let out a fierce roar. As they closed the distance to less than a meter, the savage creature lunged forward, its twin mouths poised to tear into Emperor Chen. However, he remained unperturbed. He raised his arms, positioning them to intercept one of the beast's gaping jaws with precision. With immense strength, he firmly grasped the lizard's jaw, rendering its vicious teeth ineffective against his formidable hands. His palms, as if forged from iron, met the lizard's fangs without yielding. Seizing control of its jaws, the two-headed lizard and Emperor Chen once again engaged in a contest of strength. Without a doubt, even in the face of the lizard's frantic struggles, Emperor Chen easily subdued it. Despite the creature exerting all its might, it was pushed back repeatedly, its limbs carving deep furrows into the ground. Observing the lizard's eyes, now devoid of reason, Emperor Chen withheld no mercy. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a surge of energy that coursed through his body, causing his muscles to swell with power. In an instant, an unparalleled force erupted from his arms. The two-headed lizard, which had been attempting to sever Emperor Chen's grip, suddenly felt an overwhelming strength pressing down upon its jaws. Before it could react, Emperor Chen violently wrenched apart its jaws, accompanied by a sickening sound of twisting bones and tearing flesh. One of the lizard's heads was forcibly pried open, resembling a cracked pistachio, forming a grotesque angle of over 180 degrees. This brutal act exposed the lizard's foul throat and its densely packed, misshapen teeth. The agonizing pain transmitted from the other head caused the two-headed giant lizard to roar in anguish. However, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape the grasp of Emperor Chen. Before the remaining crooked-jawed head could utter another cry, Emperor Chen utilized the severed head as a fulcrum, swinging the entire two-headed giant lizard and forcefully slamming it back onto the arena floor. The immense force sent tremors through the ground, and the lamentations of the two-headed lizard echoed across the expanse. At that moment, Emperor Chen was consumed by murderous intent, disregarding the creature's cries of torment. Since you seek death, I shall grant you this wish. As the two-headed lizard lay on the ground, still wailing in agony, Emperor Chen mounted the intact head, securing his legs tightly around its neck. He then extended his arms, fingers splayed like claws, as if possessed by a demon, and plunged them towards the creature's eyes below him. The sound of two explosions akin to bursting water balloons resounded as his claws pierced the lizard's eyes. His arms nearly fully engulfed within. Blood gushed forth in a grotesque display, painting the scene in brutality. The roar of the two-headed lizard reverberated throughout the arena. Yet this time, its cries were stripped of their previous arrogance and savagery, replaced instead by a terrified wail. In its imminent proximity to death, The two-headed lizard finally grasped the folly of its previous bravado and recognized the terror that was Emperor Chun. Yet, it was too late. Even if it survived, death was but a breath away. Emperor Chun's arms had pierced through its eye sockets and into its brain, precisely seizing its brainstem. The two-headed lizard convulsed as if it were a malfunctioning machine, thrashing about helplessly, utterly devoid of resistance, unmoved by any semblance of pity. Emperor Chun yanked with a singular force, severing the brainstem of the two-headed lizard. With this decisive action, the last remaining head was obliterated. Since you desire death, I shall fulfill your request. At this moment, Emperor Chun, drenched in blood, resembled a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of sheer terror. The brutal and savage tableau rendered the audience, who had gathered to witness the duel, utterly silent. They gazed upon the scene, their hearts racing with a mixture of excitement and an overwhelming dread that resonated deep within their souls. The sheer ferocity of Emperor Chun's presence caused beads of cold sweat to form on their brows. Not only the spectators, who were accustomed to merely observing contests, but even seasoned warriors like Han felt a profound sense of fear upon witnessing Emperor Chun in this moment. This man is truly terrifying. Rarely had the fervent crowd remained so quiet, devoid of cheers. As he descended from the lifeless body of the two-headed lizard, Emperor Chun suddenly lifted his gaze towards the viewing platform where Boss Wong sat, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he made a gesture of decapitation. You shall be next. Standing on the VIP viewing platform, Boss Wong gazed at the shape of words formed by Emperor Chun's lips, his eyes wide with fury, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In that moment, Boss Wong felt as though he were stranded on an icy expanse, both physically and psychologically chilled to the bone. Chapter 14, Pursuit. At this juncture, he found himself utterly powerless against Emperor Chun. The two-headed giant lizard and the towering mountain represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within this modest underground fighting arena. In his desperate quest to acquire the martial arts manuals and treasures possessed by Emperor Chun, Boss Wong had wagered nearly his entire fortune. It was only after witnessing Emperor Chun slay the two-headed giant lizard that he was gripped by a paralyzing fear, realizing he had offended someone far beyond his means to confront. Despite previously considering Emperor Chun a mere insignificant figure lacking connections or influence, he now recognized that the man before him was no longer someone he could challenge. Greed and ambition had clouded his judgment, leading him to gamble everything in a futile attempt to seize Emperor Chun's fortune. Yet, it was only when Emperor Chun revealed his true ferocity that Boss Wong grasped the absurdity of his aspirations. To think he could eliminate a warrior capable of effortlessly defeating those at the fourth or even fifth stage of body refinement was sheer folly. Such a level of martial prowess was far beyond the reach of someone like him. Following this battle, not only would he fail to claim Emperor Chun's opportunities, but it was likely he would also struggle to preserve his own life. A common man's wrath can spill blood in mere moments, and the path of the martial artist has always been one of vengeance and retribution. With this realization, Boss Wong could no longer afford to be greedy. The underground fighting arena, along with the wealth accumulated over the years, paled in comparison to the paramount importance of preserving his own life. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, he relinquished all desires. Whether it be wealth or power, as long as he could safeguard his existence, everything else was trivial. The relationship between him and Emperor Chun had escalated to a point of no return, with Boss Wong having relentlessly harassed and attacked Emperor Chun, reaching an irreconcilable impasse. If he did not flee now, when else would he? At the core of the underground fighting arena, a surge of heat once again erupted within Emperor Chun, accompanied by the mechanical chimes and soft blue subtitles that reappeared in his perception. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully increasing the performance of your persona as Baki-Hanma by 10%. Total progress of the Baki-Hanma persona, 30%. With the enhancement of the Baki-Hanma persona, the host gains a new template ability, Demon Brain. Demon Brain. The host's brain undergoes an evolutionary transcendence, the dense cerebral cortex distorting into a visage reminiscent of a demonic face, endowing him with combat awareness that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Endorphins are hormones released automatically by the brain, alleviating physical pain. Upon acquiring the Ghost Brain, the host gains the ability to control the release of endorphins, thereby achieving a terrifying resilience against impact. No matter how grievous the injury sustained, as long as life persists, the host can eliminate the torment of bodily suffering and unleash their combat prowess to its fullest potential. Moreover, the host can utilize the Ghost Brain for high-intensity battle calculations and action predictions, while also engaging in combat with the phantoms conjured by the Ghost Brain, thereby enhancing their combat skills. The muscle structure of the back, referred to as the ghost back, serves as a pivotal source of power. The uniquely shaped muscles can maximize the release of strength, and with the Ghost Brain's computational capabilities, the force of the ghost back can be further amplified. As the system's prompt echoed within his mind, Chen-Di could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his abilities. A warm energy flowed through him like a gentle stream, continuously invigorating his limbs and body. elevating his internal energy ceaselessly. Despite having previously experienced the system's formidable power, Chun-Di felt a surge of awe. Such a rapid enhancement felt almost akin to cheating. While Chun-Di absorbed this energy, a massive figure in the distance suddenly rose and began striding towards him. Upon sensing its approach, Chun-Di opened his eyes to behold a man resembling a mountain of flesh. Hurry, pursue him. I know him too well. This time, if he fails to eliminate you, he will undoubtedly flee without a trace. Your power is overwhelmingly formidable if you do not deal with him now. Finding him again will be an arduous task, the giant urged. Upon hearing the giant's words, Chun-Di couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, such a reaction was understandable. Anyone subjected to treatment like this by their superior would likely share similar sentiments. Moreover, in a sense, Chun-Di was a savior to the giant. Without Chun-Di's assistance, the giant might have perished at the hands of the two-headed giant lizard long ago. The quickest way to catch up is to reach the VIP viewing platform from here and resolve the matter directly, the giant advised. Allow me to assist you. With those words, the giant spread his legs, interlacing his fingers with palms facing upward, offering himself as a stepping stone for Chun-Di. Seeing the giant's gesture, Chun-Di grinned. All right, leave the rest to me. With that, he swiftly retreated, accelerating towards the giant, leaping into the air to land on the giant's palm. With the giant's support and Chun-Di's explosive power, he soared nearly 20 meters high, like an acrobat in flight. Chun-Di executed a graceful 720-degree spin before deftly landing near the viewing platform, leaving the audience in awe of this sudden spectacle. What is the meaning of this situation? Wasn't this supposed to be a duel arena? How did it escalate to this point? Aerial acrobatics? At this moment, however, Emperor Chen paid no heed to the bewildered onlookers around him. In a few deft strides, he skillfully leaped closer to the spectator stands. After acquiring the ghost brain, he noticed a tremendous enhancement in his physical coordination and agility. Through the transparent glass in front of the stands, he observed the smoldering cigar butts on the ground, slowly emitting wisps of smoke. This indicated that Boss Wong of the underground boxing arena had not fled far. Gazing at the thick glass window before him, Emperor Chen clenched his fist and struck forcefully. The impact of his fist against the glass resonated with a sound reminiscent of shattering mirrors. The once formidable glass was instantly reduced to shards by his might. Witnessing this scene, the audience finally grasped the extraordinary nature of the events unfolding. This seemed to have transcended the boundaries of a mere duel. Chapter 15, Bullets? Incredibly feeble. Amidst the stunned gazes of the spectators, Emperor Chen leaped into the VIP viewing area, gradually disappearing from their sight. As they processed his vanishing act, the audience began to react. Within the confines of the VIP area, Emperor Chen surveyed his surroundings and swiftly located the exit door. Approaching the door, he tentatively turned the handle, but it remained steadfastly locked. As he had anticipated, the exit was indeed secured from the outside. Undeterred by the ironclad security door, Emperor Chen tensed his muscles, exerting great force upon the handle. A series of ominous creaks signaled its impending failure. With a sharp crack, he wrenched the handle and lock free, sending debris flying. The previously secured door was torn open, leaving a significant breach and rendering the lock utterly destroyed. However, at the moment he broke the lock, an unsettling aura of danger surged from behind the door. The instincts of a warrior screamed at him. There were individuals lurking behind, and not just one. As his warrior intuition blared its warning, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets, like grim reapers, hurtled directly towards Emperor Chen. Observing the lethal projectiles soaring towards him, his mind raced, layers of cerebral cortex rapidly coalescing as the ghost brain operated beyond its limits. Simultaneously, his adrenaline surged, unleashing the full potential of his ghost back and golden bell shield. In this heightened state, it felt as though he had entered a realm of bullet time, where everything around him moved in slow motion. He could even perceive the bullets gliding through the air with crystal clarity. Realizing his extraordinary condition, Emperor Chen's gaze hardened with unwavering reso. The relentless gunfire from behind the door persisted until the sound of a jammed handgun and spent bullets finally ceased. Once the gunfire came to a halt, the heavy door of the VIP viewing area crashed to the ground under its own weight. The group of armed bodyguards behind the door could finally discern the condition of Emperor Chen. At this moment, he stood in place, slightly hunched over, with his arms crossed over his chest, crimson droplets cascading down his face. The onlookers held their breath, paralyzed by the sight. Was he dead? Just as one bodyguard ventured to inquire, Emperor Chen abruptly lifted his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Remarkably, apart from a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, he appeared utterly unscathed. It was then that the bodyguards noticed, to their horror, that his hands and mouth were brimming with golden bullets. Faced with this alarming revelation, the bodyguards felt as if they were teetering on the edge of a precipice, their limbs turning cold. Such a close-range barrage had failed to inflict any significant injuries on Emperor Chen. The only mark on him was a minor wound from a bullet grazing his mouth. Astonishingly, he had caught every single bullet. What unfathomable terror was this? As the bodyguard stood frozen in disbelief, Emperor Chun began to chew on several bullets he had taken into his mouth, his demeanor unervingly calm as he addressed the nearest guards. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, you would do well to inform me of Wong, the owner of the underground fighting arena. The bodyguards remained silent, their expressions betraying their fear. Observing their reticence, Emperor Chun raised an eyebrow. Were they choosing to drink the bitter wine of punishment instead of the sweet? In the next instant, he spat a thick glob of phlegm with astonishing speed, striking one bodyguard directly in the eye, piercing it instantly. This grotesque act was compounded by the fact that the phlegm completely penetrated the man's head, sending brain matter splattering outward. As the bodyguard crumpled to the ground, a blood-stained, irregular copper ball tumbled from his head. The remaining bodyguards stared in horror at the scene before them, their throats tightening. This monster had somehow converted bullets into a copper ball using merely his mouth. What unfathomable horror was this? Before the bodyguards could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, Emperor Chun began to meld the remaining bullets in his hands. The copper bullets, in his grasp, were as pliable as clay, easily reshaped into various forms, round, square, and more. Who do you suppose will be the next fortunate soul? He taunted, a cruel smile twisting his lips, his murderous intent palpable. With this display, the psychological defenses of the bodyguards finally crumbled. They gazed at the figure of Emperor Chun before them, utterly limp, as they fell to their knees. This Emperor Chun was nothing short of a monster. How could a mere human body compare to that of a beast? Please, do not kill us. We will reveal where the boss is. He is currently in the basement, tending to his possessions. He just entered not long ago and should not have escaped yet. Please do not take our lives. We are willing to do anything. Upon hearing this, a slight smirk curved on Chen's lips. Boss Wong, today I shall see just how far you can run. After the bodyguards uttered these words, Chen made his way toward the path leading to the basement. Just as the bodyguards believed they had secured their lives, Chen suddenly turned, flinging a barrage of copper steel balls toward them. The force of these projectiles exceeded that of bullets, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as they pierced the bodies of the bodyguards. In an instant, blood erupted, and crimson mist filled the air. Chen's single move, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, swiftly eliminated the group of bodyguards. His earlier words merely suggested they might live a moment longer. He had never intended to spare them. A martial artist must honor their word. One must act on their declarations. Indeed, after dispatching the bodyguards, Chen's mind was suddenly liberated. Only with a clear mind can one navigate the path of martial arts with increasing ease. As for those bodyguards, death was a near daily occurrence in the underground fighting arena. Anyone daring to work there had signed their life away, acknowledging the peril that accompanied riches. In this world of extraordinary martial prowess, those who had signed their death warrants essentially embraced the identity of outlaws. Even if the Martial Artist Alliance pursued them, they would not delve too deeply into the matter. The disparity between this world and the earth of Chen's previous life was immense. Chapter 16, Breaching the Walls. After traversing several gates, Chen pressed on relentlessly toward the basement of the duel arena. Nearly all the doors had been securely locked by Boss Wong of the underground fighting arena. Yet, to Chen, these locked doors were as fragile as paper. With a single strike, he sent them crashing down. Wherever Chen went, not a single security door remained intact. Under the force of his violent intrusion, he swiftly arrived at the basement. Compared to the upper-level security doors, the basement door was significantly sturdier. The upper doors were merely ironclad solid wood, whereas the doors below were constructed entirely of solid steel, heavy and impeccably fitted. Merely gazing upon these formidable doors, Chen could discern their considerable value. This massive steel gate alone must be worth at least 10,000. And considering the multitude of such doors in the basement, at least 20, collectively, they must amount to several 100,000. After laboriously fighting in so many matches, earning barely 50,000, this wretched boss Wong would rather install numerous iron doors in his basement than award me the 100,000 prize I deserve. Upon contemplating this, the expression of Emperor Chun began to take on a more sinister aspect. Despite the fortification of the doors, they remained no match for his unrelenting force. With a twist and a pull, no matter how thick the iron gates, he would pry them open. The key to unlocking doors lay in sheer strength. As long as one possessed sufficient power, no door could withstand Emperor Chun. It was evident that Boss Wong had long anticipated a day of reckoning. Hence the installation of such formidable iron gates in the basement of his fighting arena, all in a bid to buy himself time for escape. As Emperor Chun relentlessly battered the doors, Boss Wong, ensconced in the innermost chamber of the basement, was hastily gathering his possessions and belongings. His backpack was crammed with an overwhelming amount of cash, amounting to several million in total, a testament to years of painstaking accumulation and the fruits of his labor. This hidden chamber not only housed a substantial cache of cash, but also boasted multiple surveillance cameras displaying real-time feeds. While desperately collecting his wealth, Boss Wong anxiously monitored the advancing Emperor Chun, who was now alarmingly close to his location. Yet, he had only managed to pack away about half of his treasures, the sheer weight of the cash alone exceeding 100 pounds. Sometimes, an abundance of wealth can be a double-edged sword. As he gazed at the approaching figure of Emperor Chun on the surveillance screen, he muttered reassurances to himself. Stay calm, stay calm. The last door is fortified with the same kind of security as a bank vault. Even a tank would need to bombard it for half an hour to breach it. There's still time, still time. Deep down, Boss Wong was acutely aware that if Emperor Chun caught up with him, it would surely spell his doom. Yet, his insatiable greed prevented him from halting. He was determined to leave with every last bit of his fortune. He would not rest until he had secured it all. Outside the basement, the rampaging Emperor Chun finally arrived at the final level. The distance between him and Boss Wong was now merely the last imposing door. However, upon seeing this formidable barrier, he was momentarily taken aback. What an extravagant piece of work. Boss Wong had truly gone all out, equipping the basement with a door akin to that of a bank vault. This circular door stood a towering 3 meters high, crafted entirely from reinforced steel, with a thickness of 50 to 60 centimeters. Even a rocket launcher would require significant effort to breach it. Boss Wong had evidently spared no expense. As Emperor Chun examined the colossal vault door before him, his expression grew peculiar. Instead of immediately attempting to dismantle the vault, he first shattered the surveillance cameras positioned outside. With the loss of visual surveillance, Boss Wong instantly found himself shrouded in darkness, devoid of Emperor Chun's watchful gaze. Yet, rather than terror, he felt an unsettling calm in that moment. In his perspective, with the protection of the vault door, it would take Emperor Chun at least half an hour to breach the entrance. This bank's security door was so formidable that even practitioners of martial arts might not easily dismantle it, let alone the still unrefined Emperor Chun, who remained in the body tempering stage. Contemplating this, Boss Wong's spirits lifted considerably. However, before he could find solace, a thunderous roar erupted from the basement walls. To his utter astonishment, the entire wall of the basement collapsed, a massive breach created from the outside, dust billowing and engulfing the surroundings. In the wake of this shocking scene, Boss Wong was rendered speechless. What on earth? If earlier he felt assured of his superior position, now his heart sank. He gazed at the figure emerging from the dust-laden hole in the wall, a red-haired silhouette advancing slowly. His heart raced, legs trembled, and merely standing drained him of all strength. This time, he truly felt doomed. Emerging from the breach, Emperor Chun wore a mocking smile as he addressed Boss Wong. Oh, isn't this the owner of the underground fighting arena? What's the matter? Are you so delighted to see me that you can't move? He continued, by the way. Your basement is quite impressive. That bank-raid security door must have cost you a pretty penny. It's a pity, though, while your door is sturdy, the walls, alas, are not nearly as robust. As he spoke, a sinister grin crept across Chen's face. I must say, you're quite wealthy to have hidden such a fortune here. Speaking of which, where's my reward for my 100 consecutive victories? The 100,000 you owe me? With that, he ambled closer to Boss Wong. Chapter 17. Without head or tail as he beheld the intruding Emperor Chun, Boss Wong was struck with overwhelming shock, abandoning any thought of gathering the treasures in the basement. Trembling, he attempted to retreat, but his legs were too weak, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. At that moment, Emperor Chun exuded an aura of ferocity akin to a beast ready to devour its prey, leaving Boss Wong utterly powerless and feeble in its presence. Faced with such a menacing figure, an involuntary warmth spread through Boss Wong's trousers. The confined space of the basement quickly filled with a faint odor of urine. Realizing he had been frightened to the point of soiling himself, a myriad of emotions, shame, humiliation, fear, swirled on his face, a complex tapestry of despair. In response to the pitiful sight of Boss Wong, who lay crumpled and terrified, Emperor Chun showed no trace of compassion. Instead, he mocked him. Boss Wong? Scared to the point of wetting yourself? Ha ha ha, you're trembling like a frightened woman. Upon hearing Chen's derision, Boss Wong's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shame and anger flushing his aged face crimson. However, the intense murderous intent emanating from Emperor Chun plunged him once again into the abyss of terror. He could sense that Emperor Chun was truly capable of ending his life. Upon realizing this, Boss Wong instantly regained his clarity, casting aside all else in this moment. He was willing to forsake everything he possessed to save his own skin. What were wealth and status? What was face and dignity? All of these were mere illusions. Without his life, he would truly have nothing left. Boss Wong had never before understood so clearly the preciousness of life. Spare me, Emperor Chun. I can assist you in acquiring more resources and wealth. Spare me, and I will give you all my assets and money, including my dueling arena and the combination to my safe. As he gazed at Emperor Chun, his tone was almost pleading. His demeanor had sunk to the lowest depths. Prostrate on the ground, his voice trembling, desperate for a sliver of hope, Emperor Chun raised an eyebrow at this sight. You want me to spare you, and in return, you offer me all your wealth. If I simply slay you, wouldn't all your riches become mine? Boss Wong, have you been rendered utterly foolish by fear? He watched as Emperor Chun approached, still wishing to utter something. Yet, Emperor Chun granted him no further opportunity for speech. A resounding slap, cutting through the air, struck Boss Wong's temple. With a sound akin to a watermelon bursting, Boss Wang's head splattered, his skull rolling away, spinning aimlessly, wiping the warm blood from his face. Emperor Qin's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Boss Wang, in this state, you are far more pleasing to the eye. As he spoke, Boss Wang's headless corpse fell with a thud to the ground, devoid of all vitality. In truth, Emperor Chun was not a bloodthirsty individual. Yet, as he pondered, he found no justification for sparing Boss Wang. The mere thought of not eliminating him left a discontent in his heart, disrupting his martial spirit. Ignoring the lifeless body sprawled on the floor, Emperor Chun surveyed the basement's surroundings. Just the visible stacks of cash and treasures roughly estimated to be worth millions. Moreover, this was not the entirety of the fortune. At the center of the basement stood a massive safe, conveniently positioned behind Boss Wang's corpse. This suggested that Boss Wang had intended to open the safe and abscond with its contents before Emperor Qin's abrupt entry had thwarted him. Without uttering a word, Emperor Chun grasped the safe's handle, channeling his strength to force it open. With a sound of metal protesting under immense pressure, the thick steel safe began to twist and distort. Ultimately, with a metallic wail, Emperor Chun wrenched the enormous safe door open with sheer brute force. Within the confines of the safe lay meticulously forged gold bars, their gleam unmistakable. Based on his experience, Chen Di estimated their combined worth to be around 2 to 3 million. Clever Wang, having operated the underground fighting arena for several years, had indeed made a considerable profit. As Chen Di meticulously assessed the wealth left behind by Wang in the basement, the imposing figure of Zhu Shan gradually approached from behind. Zhu Shan, taken aback by the scene unfolding in the basement, found himself momentarily speechless. He had believed he arrived in haste. Yet he was astounded by Chen Di's terrifying efficiency in dismantling both Wang and the underground lair in such a brief span. Despite not turning around, Chen Di sensed Zhu Shan's presence. With his back still turned, a brief silence enveloped them until Zhu Shan finally spoke. Master Chen Di, please allow me to follow you. The moment his words fell, a sound of a single knee kneeling resonated behind Chen Di. A subtle smile graced Chen Di's lips upon hearing Zhu Shan's declaration. Oh, what can you bring me, Zhu Shan? Without hesitation, Zhu Shan replied with conviction. Zhu Shan can assist you in managing this underground fighting arena. Although its scale is modest, it can still generate substantial annual revenue in the millions if operated effectively. Should you wish to elevate martial arts to greater heights, a wealth of resources will be essential. Moreover, I can resolve any issues arising from this arena, sparing you the trouble of dealing with the chaos. At this, Chen Di could not help but laugh heartily. Zhu Shan, it appears you have come here with determination and resolve. In that case, I entrust the management of this underground fighting arena to you. I believe you will not disappoint me. As he spoke, Chen Di slowly turned to face Zhu Shan. The sight of Chen Di's flowing dark red hair, the curve of his smile, and the fiery glint in his eyes sent a shiver down Zhu Shan's spine. Chen Di, a figure of dread and immense strength. Zhu Shan understood that within the basement, the transfer of power over the entire underground fighting arena had been accomplished in mere exchanges between the two. Chapter 18, The Lame Escape. As an old member of this underground fighting arena, Zhu Shan was intimately familiar with the distribution of power and the division of roles here. Following Wang's demise, Zhu Shan's ascension as the actual authority of the arena was indeed the optimal solution for Chen Di. Firstly, with the system at his side, Chen Di would never squander his efforts on managing this underground establishment. In the eyes of Emperor Chun, rather than squandering time in this elite underground fighting arena, it would be far more prudent to contemplate methods for enhancing his performance and elevating his martial arts technique, the Golden Bell Shield, to a higher echelon. As long as his strength was formidable enough, what significance did this underground fighting arena hold? In such a scenario, this vast underground arena would be rendered obsolete. However, should Giant Mountain inherit this fighting arena, Emperor Chun could assume a hands-off approach while effortlessly acquiring a substantial amount of wealth and resources. Would this not be far more appealing than discarding the underground fighting arena altogether? After resolving matters with Boss Wang, Emperor Chun leisurely departed from the underground arena, departing with cash and gold bars worth millions. The ensuing chaos and debris were left entirely in the capable hands of Giant Mountain. To facilitate Giant Mountain's management of this mess, Emperor Chun thoughtfully allocated several $100,000 for repairs and startup funds. With Giant Mountain managing the aftermath, Emperor Chun alleviated the possibility of being summoned by the Martial Arts Alliance to answer for his actions. After all, the global martial arts examination was just around the corner. If he were to be apprehended for questioning by the Martial Arts Alliance before the examination commenced, missing out on this year's competition would be an unbearable blow. As he walked along the street, Emperor Chun gazed up at the azure sky, feeling as though he had transcended time itself. Before the awakening of the system, he had merely been a martial artist at the first stage of body refining. At this level, he would have ranked among the lower tier of candidates in the global martial arts examination. Yet, the former Emperor Chun harbored his own unique plans. Despite being at the first stage of body refining, his unwavering dedication to training had fortified his foundation to an exceptional degree. A solid foundation meant he could endure greater trials from martial arts elixirs. Thus, with just 2 solidifying essence pills, he could propel his strength to around the 3rd stage of body refining. Currently, the market price for a solidifying essence pill hovered around 70,000. With the 150,000 acquired from underground fights, he could realize his aspiration of reaching the 3rd stage. While this stage may not be particularly high, it would at least secure him a mid-tier standing among the candidates. However, the emergence of the system shattered Emperor Qin's plans. Without relying on the power of the solidifying essence pills, merely harnessing the strength bestowed by the role-playing system propelled his physique to the 4th stage of body refining. The disparity was simply beyond words. Emperor Qin had toiled for over a decade, training rigorously day and night, honing his combat skills. Yet this effort paled in comparison to the efficacy of 2 solidifying essence pills. The efficacy of the pills, when juxtaposed with the might of the role-playing system, was markedly inferior, an undeniable chasm between the two. It is no exaggeration to assert that the advent of the system provided Emperor Qin with a shortcut to becoming a formidable powerhouse, a path leading to the pinnacle of martial arts. For the first 18 years, even without any external aids or systems, Qin Di never wavered in his dream of becoming a supreme martial artist. Now, although he has acquired the benefits of a system, his relentless pursuit of martial excellence remains unshaken. After taking a couple of deep breaths, a serene smile graced Qin Di's face as he made his way toward the bank. A small bag of gold bars slung over his shoulder. Strangely enough, upon witnessing his smile, passers-by began to distance themselves from this crimson-haired warrior. Infants ceased to cry, and crowds retreated, as if an invisible aura surrounded Qin Di. Within a radius of several meters, no one dared to approach him. Wherever he went, no one dared to obstruct his path. Even the elderly, who typically moved with difficulty, seemed to quicken their pace upon catching a glimpse of Qin Di. This terrifying aura enveloped the entire street in an eerie low pressure. Those once engaged in lively chatter fell into an unspoken agreement of silence as they neared him, holding their breath in trepidation. They would rather take extra steps to circumvent Qin Di than risk approaching him. Indeed, they wouldn't even dare to steal a glance at his face. Oh my, that person was terrifying. Did he just rob a bank? I saw so much cash in the bag he was carrying. Stop exaggerating. He is clearly heading towards the bank. Wait, does this mean he intends to rob another bank? Should we call the police? Just as Qin Di, with his bag of money, was about to reach the entrance of the bank, a beggar without legs suddenly crawled into the center of the road. This beggar lay on a small wheeled cart, lamenting to the passing pedestrians, "Dear kind souls, I implore you to spare me your compassion. I haven't eaten in days. Grant me a decent meal." Occasionally, a soft-hearted passerby would offer him some coins. Unbeknownst to him, whether due to his engrossed pleas or simply not paying attention, the beggar noticed that the crowd around him was dwindling as they steered clear of him. As the beggar lay there, questioning his existence, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped him. Realizing this, he hurriedly lifted his head, and to his shock, he found himself gazing up at Qin Di, who stood with his hands in his pockets, his muscular frame and wild dark red hair exuding an intimidating presence. Their eyes met, and cold sweat trickled down the beggar's forehead. After a brief moment of silence, the beggar sprang up from his cart, revealing his legs, and began to flee. Chapter 19, The Bank Heist. This unexpected turn of events left Qin Di momentarily stunned. To his surprise, the supposed cripple was indeed a fraud. The speed at which he fled surpassed that of an ordinary person. However, why did he flee? I had no intention of causing him any harm. I merely glanced down at him. Faced with the fleeing limping figure, Emperor Qin expressed his bewilderment. In his haste, the pretender who feigned a disability had left behind his tools of deception, a dilapidated handcart and a small, worn bowl atop it. To add to the absurdity, the bowl contained a considerable sum of money. Upon witnessing this, the bystanders were left utterly dumbfounded. This limping man was, in fact, a fraud? Many pedestrians frequently passed through this intersection. The limping man had persistently begged here daily, regardless of the weather. They had previously lamented his tragic plight. Yet after observing him spring into action and dash away faster than a rabbit, they were left in a state of shock. Was this limping figure truly so outrageous? Those who had once shown compassion and donated money to him experienced the most complex emotions. After witnessing the man leap over half a meter and sprint away faster than themselves, they felt a tumult of emotions within, their minds reeling from the astonishing sight. All those years of goodwill, what had they truly supported? Had it not been for Emperor Qin's presence, they might have remained oblivious to the deception for much longer. Nevertheless, despite their astonishment, the onlookers' gazes toward Emperor Qin shifted, yet they still dared not approach him. These ordinary people felt an instinctive discomfort, both physically and psychologically. When too close to him, their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and a sense of disarray enveloped them. The limping man was similarly intimidated by Emperor Qin for this very reason. Moreover, as Emperor Qin's imposing presence intensified, the pressure he exerted became increasingly palpable. After sprinting nearly 100 meters, the fleeing limping man suddenly realized, "Oh no, I left my wages behind today." Upon this realization, His expression shifted between uncertainty and dread. However, recalling the fierce and ruthless visage of Emperor Chun, he could not help but shudder. Truth be told, even he was perplexed by his own reaction. Although there was no malice directed at him, merely being scrutinized by the other man triggered an instinctual urge to flee. The sensation of being locked in Emperor Chen's gaze felt akin to being observed by a ferocious tiger, a primal suppression that rendered him powerless to control his flight. What manner of creature was that red-haired man? Under Emperor Chen's intimidation, the limping man had yet to cease his escape. He could have halted long ago, but his instincts continued to propel him away from Chun. In the midst of his unthinking flight, he inadvertently collided with a group of men clad in black. In a moment of instability, the cripple stumbled and fell to the ground. With a resounding thud, the cripple's flight from reality came to an abrupt halt. Upon feeling the pain coursing through his body, he instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. However, as he lifted his gaze, he caught a glimmer of metal shining through the gap in a nearby trench coat. A firearm. The chilling reflection of that metallic gleam silenced his rage, draining the color from his face and causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Realizing the formidable nature of his adversary, the cripple quickly scrambled to his feet, uttering not a word, and disregarding the dust clinging to him, he fled into the crowd. The individuals clad in black trench coats, who had been collided with, merely paused momentarily to observe the direction in which the cripple had scurried away before resuming their forward march. For they had far more pressing matters to attend to. A mere cripple was of no consequence to them. Meanwhile, Chen Di, burdened with a substantial cache of gold, silver, and cash, had arrived at the entrance of the bank. Unlike Boss Wong from the underground arena, who reveled in the aesthetic of his wealth, Chen Di found it far more convenient to deposit his riches into a bank card. For him, money, regardless of its quantity, was merely a string of cold, lifeless numbers. If wealth could not be transformed into personal power, it held no significance. Only martial arts and combat embodied the true romance of man. Purity must be paramount. For a practitioner of martial arts, purity is of utmost importance. As he approached the bank entrance, the two security guards stationed there couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of Chun Di's imposing figure. Unaccountably, his mere presence instilled a vague sense of fear within them. Their hearts raced, and their legs trembled slightly. Fortunately, these two guards were warriors themselves, having attained the second and first stages of body refinement. Though they felt a twinge of fear in Chun Di's presence, they were considerably stronger than the average individual. Moreover, given that Chun Di was laden with cash and precious metals, it seemed unlikely he was there to rob the bank. To be honest, with his appearance, Chun Di resembled more of a thief who had just looted a jewelry store and was now there to deposit his ill-gotten gains rather than a bank robber. However, his flamboyant red hair and audacious demeanor belied any notion of malice. Most crucially, despite the aura of danger that surrounded him like a feral beast, their warrior instincts did not raise any alarms, indicating that Chun Di bore them no ill will. His presence was simply overwhelmingly potent. Disregarding the trembling legs of the security guards, Chun Di strode confidently into the bank, taking his place in line to await the processing of his deposit. At this moment, the number of people queuing in front of the bank was minimal, merely one or two individuals. Just as Chun Di stepped into the bank, a group of individuals clad in black trench coats, their faces obscured by sunglasses and hoods, arrived at the entrance shortly thereafter. Upon noticing this assembly of dark-clad men, the two security guards, who were also warriors, felt an instinctive alarm resonate within them. These trench-coated figures were warriors, just like them, and they exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Unlike Chun Di, it was evident that these individuals harbored malicious intent, even radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. This group of men seemed poised to launch an assault. The moment the two security guards sensed something amiss, the trench-coated figures suddenly drew handguns from their waists in perfect unison, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the guards stationed at the entrance. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening sounds of gunfire. Despite the fact that the two security guards were warriors of the body refinement stage, their skill levels were not particularly high. Coupled with the sheer number of assailants, they were quickly overwhelmed by the gunfire, their bodies riddled with wounds and blood flowing profusely. In this onslaught, both security guards were left gravely injured, rendered incapable of resistance or consciousness. No matter how skilled one might be, bullets instill fear even in the most adept of warriors. This is a predicament that many low-tier body refinement warriors often face. While they might easily defeat a crowd of ordinary individuals, when confronted with gunfire, most find it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective defense while unarmed. After all, not every warrior possesses formidable techniques or combat acumen, nor is every warrior like Chun Di, who seems to be endowed with extraordinary prowess. The sudden eruption of gunfire at the bank's entrance sent shockwaves through the street, causing panic among pedestrians and those inside the bank alike. In broad daylight, who would dare to brazenly rob a bank? It is worth noting that Chun Di had specifically chosen one of the 4 major banks under the auspices of the Martial Arts Alliance to ensure the security of his deposits. Were these individuals in black trench coats insane? Did they truly believe they could violate a bank directly affiliated with the Martial Arts Alliance without fear of retribution? Did they not dread the possibility of a furious retaliation from the Alliance? Yet, sometimes fate operates in the most curious and serendipitous of ways. This improbable occurrence was fortuitously encountered by Chen-Di. As the gunfire erupted, those outside on the street could at least make a hasty escape. However, for Chen-Di and those within the bank, the situation was far more precarious. The entrance to the bank was completely blocked by these black-clad assailants, leaving no opportunity for escape. The emotions swirling within those inside the bank, whether staff or customers seeking services, were utterly chaotic. The likelihood of encountering a bank robbery while attending to business at the bank is perhaps even lower than winning the lottery. The sensation of being unable to escape, confronted by armed assailants, is utterly harrowing, leaving one in a state of despair. Don't move. Everyone, get down on the ground. Quickly hand over all your money now. Immediately, the gang, clad in black trench coats, bellowed as they brandished their firearms and stormed into the bank. Upon hearing their menacing shouts, the bank's patrons immediately dropped to the ground, trembling in terror, frantically removing their wallets and jewelry in a desperate bid for survival. However, among them stood Chen-Di, unyielding and resolute. While all others cowered in fear, Chen-Di remained steadfast, an imposing figure with his striking red hair and muscular build, exuding an air of invincibility that momentarily stunned the robbers. As they regained their composure, they pointed their guns at Chen-Di's head, barking orders. Get down. Do you hear me? Otherwise, don't blame us for pulling the trigger. In the face of their threats, Chen-Di's demeanor remained unchanged. Instead, a smirk crept across his lips. He discerned that these robbers possessed strength around the third or fourth tier, but their reflexes and shooting precision, due to their martial prowess, were significantly superior to those of ordinary gunmen. It is a misconception to believe that martial artists rely solely on hand-to-hand combat. Those who have reached the body refinement stage experience a substantial enhancement in their overall physical attributes. Compared to ordinary individuals, martial artists possess far superior reflexes and bodily functions. Consequently, among lower-tier martial artists, especially those who cannot yet evade or withstand bullets, whoever wields a firearm holds a distinct advantage in a confrontation between equals. For lower-tier martial artists, a handgun is a formidable weapon. Yet for higher-tier martial artists, a gun is akin to a mere toy, posing little threat. When a martial artist's prowess reaches a transformative threshold, firearms lose their capacity to inflict significant harm. As Chen-Di's lips curled upward and his audacious demeanor radiated confidence, an unsettling fear gripped the robbers, causing their fingers on the triggers to tremble. The gang, clad in black trench coats, hesitated to act against Chen-Di, as their instincts warned them that he was extraordinarily dangerous. In the midst of this tense standoff, the bank staff and patrons waiting in line cautiously lifted their gazes toward Chen-Di and the robbers, their hearts a tumult of emotions as they silently prayed for their safety. Damn it, why is this ordeal still ongoing? Oh heavens! I implore you to make this band of miscreants depart swiftly. Just as the bandits seemed uncertain, one of the more slender criminals suddenly spoke up, saying, "What are we afraid of? No matter how formidable he is merely a fourth-tier body refinement warrior. How powerful can he truly be?" Upon hearing this, the gang clad in black trench coats lost all hesitation and aimed their pistols at Chen-Di, pulling the triggers without a second thought. In an instant, a multitude of fiery tongues erupted, the relentless gunfire resonating like a cacophony of firecrackers. As the bullets rained down upon him, Chen-Di stood resolute, chest outstretched and arms wide open, confronting the onslaught of bullets with his bare flesh. The power of the golden bell shield surged to its zenith, transforming his skin into a bronze hue, while a translucent golden bell shimmered faintly above his form. Chapter 21. You are surrounded. At the first sound of gunfire, those inside the bank, crouching on the ground, instinctively shut their eyes in terror. To them, Chen-Di's fate seemed all but sealed. He would be riddled with bullets, transformed into a gory spectacle, and meet a tragic demise. With so many firearms discharging simultaneously, akin to the sound of firecrackers, even if Chen-Di were made of iron, he would surely be shattered. In that moment, they merely wished for a swift conclusion, praying that when Chen-Di was struck, no blood would splatter upon them. For that alone would suffice to amplify their psychological trauma. This was not the first time Chen-Di had faced such a barrage of gunfire. Earlier, in the dueling arena, he had confronted the sweep of firearms. Previously, he had chosen to resist the onslaught by utilizing his extraordinary reflexes and physical prowess to catch the incoming bullets. However, having learned from that encounter, Chen-Di realized that rather than straining himself to intercept each bullet, it would be far more advantageous to focus on enhancing his physical strength and directly withstand the bullets. This was not mere bravado. It was the wisdom he had gleaned from his prior battle. With arms outstretched and his bronze-toned physique, the muscles on Chen-Di's back twisted and bulged, forming a grotesque shape. Simultaneously, under the control of his demonic will, The strength of his ghostly back and the golden bell shield surged to a new level. With the triad of enhancements from the bronze-hued skin emerged from the tattered fabric, revealing sinewy muscles and scathed. In stark contrast, Chun-Di stood firm as a mountain, his expression impassive as he approached them with measured strides. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the black-clad assailants shifted dramatically. How is this possible? Is this man even human? He is merely a fourth-tier martial artist. How can he withstand our gunfire? Their inner turmoil mirrored their emotions: panic, dread, and overwhelming fear. They had evidently encountered an insurmountable obstacle, one far more formidable than they had anticipated. With this realization, their confidence dwindled significantly. As the gunfire ceased, the crowd and staff, who had been cowering on the ground, finally dared to lift their heads tentatively. Upon seeing Chun-Di still standing resolute, their eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, that man, he remains unscathed? The power of handguns and bullets, though formidable, ultimately has its limits. In mere moments, the magazines of their firearms were exhausted. Yet, as Chun-Di advanced towards them, aside from his tattered clothing, he bore almost no injuries whatsoever. Is this all you have? As a martial artist, what else can you do besides wielding a handgun? Come, I invite you to face me collectively. No sooner had he spoken than Chun-Di ripped off his severely damaged black short-sleeve shirt, exposing a physique of remarkable strength. Exuding an imposing aura, the armed robbers, clad in black trench coats and sunglasses, trembled at the sight of Chun-Di's defiant and fierce countenance. In that moment, they seemed to decipher a terrifying message from his expression: you are surrounded. The pressure emanating from Chun-Di at this moment was not that of a mere human martial artist. It resembled that of a fearsome beast, casting them on the precipice of death. Before the armed assailants could react, Chun-Di surged forward, charging at them. Despite their numerical superiority, upon witnessing his onslaught, they were akin to mice confronted by a house cat, devoid of any will to resist, and they began to scatter in all directions. However, their speed and explosive power could not possibly match that of the current Chun-Di. Before they could even lift a foot, he had already closed the distance between them. Facing the armed robbers, Chun-Di showed no mercy. His fists clenched tightly, he summoned his strength and unleashed a sweeping punch. The force behind this strike was terrifying. It connected directly with one of the gunmen in a black trench coat, delivering an explosive surge of power that struck him squarely in the waist. As his waist collided with the fist of Emperor Chun, a resounding and crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air, his spine instantaneously shattering into two distinct parts. Under the immense force of Emperor Chun and the impact of his broken spine, his body folded in on itself, the upper half pressing against the lower, his toes nearly brushing against his temples. Subsequently, Emperor Chun's relentless punch propelled him into a line of competitors beside him, crashing them all against the bank's wall. Their fates uncertain. The tremendous force even left several cracks on the bank's wall. It was akin to a bowling strike, his punch sending a group of men in black flying. The unmistakable sound of breaking bones, coupled with this explosive and terrifying scene, left the onlookers inside the bank wide-eyed with astonishment. In that moment, their emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and fear, elation at their extraordinary fortune in encountering such a formidable warrior to rescue them, and dread at the realization that this warrior seemed even more perilous than the armed assailants in black. This was no ordinary fighter. He was a terrifying war machine. With this single blow, he nearly compromised the structural integrity of the bank itself. Witnessing this, the crowd could not help but swallow hard, secretly praying for a swift conclusion to the chaos. Otherwise, even if they escaped the clutches of the robbers, they might fall victim to the aftermath of the battle. Emperor Chen's punch had incapacitated nearly half of the assailants. The remaining black-clad figures, upon witnessing this, stood frozen in place, too fearful to act. Chapter 22. Shoot me. However, their stillness did not elicit any calm from Emperor Chun. After dispatching half of the assailants with a single blow, he continued to stride forward without hesitation. At that moment, a new notification chimed from his system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your total performance level as Kyojiro Matoi has reached 40. Host Kyojiro Matoi's performance level at 40 grants you a new ability. Demon's Fang. Technique. Demon's Wail. Attire. Demon's Fang. The strength and biting power of your teeth have been significantly enhanced, surpassing even the mightiest alloys known to man. As your prowess grows, so too shall the potency of your teeth and bite. With the Demon's Fang, your teeth are astonishingly resilient. Technique. Demon's Wail, also known as the Godly Strike. Demon's Wail is a technique created by Kyojiro Matoi, harnessing his entire energy and extending his arms to their utmost limit before delivering an unparalleled strike with immense force. This technique relies minimally on technical complexity, resulting in a purer form of power. Attire. The technique created by Fanma Yongichiro, the father of Yongbo, involves capturing a living being and wielding it with the speed akin to a pair of nunchakus. This rapid spinning motion results in the formation of a translucent barrier around the practitioner's body, resembling a gown. Thus, this technique is aptly named gown. Upon being caught in this maneuver, the creature succumbs to the overwhelming centrifugal force, leading to bleeding from its orifices and a loss of consciousness. Subsequently, the being transforms into a humanoid weapon, manipulated at the whim of its host. Due to the minimal technical complexity of this technique, which relies predominantly on physical strength, its purity is remarkably high. It is among the few techniques acknowledged and utilized by fan Yujiro. The iron cloth shirt represents a twin martial art to the golden bell shield. While the golden bell shield emphasizes rebound and damage reduction, the iron cloth shirt focuses on enhancing the hardness of the flesh and skin, fortifying both offense and defense. Practitioners of the iron cloth shirt experience a significant augmentation in the hardness of their skin and muscles, comparable to steel, thus achieving a balance of attack and defense. As the system information manifested, a tremendous surge of energy coursed through Chun-Di's body once more. However, in contrast to previous experiences, this time the energy predominantly concentrated in his teeth, eliciting a tingling sensation that provoked an irresistible urge to grind them. As Chun-Di approached them heedlessly, the group of men in black could no longer contain themselves. They promptly raised their firearms, retreating while switching magazines. These individuals possessed martial prowess at merely the second or third stage of body refinement, rendering their physical strikes less effective than their firearms. Everyone, remain calm and quickly reload. I observed earlier that although this fellow is unperturbed by gunfire, he consciously avoids vulnerable areas such as his eyes and groin. If we maintain our composure and target his weaknesses, we may still have a chance at survival. Upon hearing this deduction from their comrade, the bank robbers in black managed to regain a modicum of composure. Nevertheless, Chun-Di was not inclined to grant them ample time to act. As they hurriedly reloaded, Chun-Di lunged forward in a single bound, instantly positioning himself before one of the black-clad men. Having learned from previous encounters, the group had dispersed their formation, wary of being taken out in mass. When this particular man finally finished reloading and aimed his weapon at Chun-Di, the latter swiftly raised one hand and seized the firearm. To his astonishment, instead of launching an immediate attack, Chun-Di taunted him. "Go on, shoot me." Following this, with a terrifying expression, he deliberately opened his mouth, indicating that the man should fire. At that moment, Chun-Di's mouth was scarcely half a meter from the barrel of the gun. Faced with Chun-Di's domineering demeanor and brazen tone, the man's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. In a state of sheer terror, a barrage of bullets was discharged in rapid succession, nearly depleting his firearm in an instant. The sound of gunfire from Pung Pung reverberated almost as a singular detonation. The acrid smoke from the gunpowder slowly ascended, enveloping the head of Emperor Chun. However, despite having expended every bullet in the chamber, the figure before the cloaked man, Emperor Chun, exhibited not a hint of faltering. As the smoke began to dissipate, the onlookers were struck with dread upon realizing that Emperor Chun stood unscathed in his original position. Above his mouth lay a perfectly aligned row of bullets, 9 in total, counted from left to right, precisely matching the capacity of the magazine wielded by the group of cloaked figures. This indicated that every bullet discharged had been expertly caught by Emperor Chun. With 9 still smoldering bullets clenched between his teeth, Emperor Chun offered a sardonic grin towards the cloaked adversary across from him. With a decisive motion, he bit down hard, producing a series of sharp cracks as the 9 bullets were bisected and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, the members of the group standing behind were drenched in cold sweat. The overwhelming sensation of fear surpassed their limits of endurance. They could no longer maintain their composure and raised their reloaded firearms, unleashing a relentless barrage towards Emperor Chun. In response to this unfolding scene, Emperor Chun raised a hand, effortlessly tossing the cloaked figure before him into the air. His afterimage, akin to gossamer, perfectly cloaked his form. Chapter 23, Resolution. This technique was an invention of the illustrious father of Banma Yujiro, known as the formal attire. With a continuous flourish of his arm, the cloaked man in Chen's grasp vanished from sight, as the speed was simply too swift for the gathered crowd to comprehend. The astonishment on their faces was palpable, especially among those directly confronting Emperor Chun. Typically, an adult male weighs around 130 pounds. Yet, as a practitioner of the body refinement realm, the average weight is notably greater, often reaching 200 to 300 pounds, or even more. A standard 4th-tier practitioner of this realm might manage to lift 300 to 400 pounds with one hand, which is quite commendable. However, the cloaked companion in Chen's grasp was as light as a piece of paper, effortlessly wielded and manipulated by Emperor Chun, betraying no sign of exertion whatsoever. The disparity between the ability to merely lift an object and the capacity to wield it with ease is unfathomable. The gust generated by Emperor Chen's manipulation of the cloaked man was so powerful that it forced nearby individuals to shield their eyes. The intensity of the wind was akin to that of a fan set to its highest setting. Yet, the true horror lay ahead. As Emperor Chun continued his vigorous motions, the cloaked figure, influenced by centrifugal force, experienced blood pooling in his head, resulting in a tremendous increase in blood pressure that caused blood to seep from his orifices. In that moment, Emperor Chun resembled a fan set to its highest speed, spraying blood like a water truck, showering the interior of the bank with droplets of crimson. Amidst such terrifying scenes, the group of men in black continued to unleash their firepower upon Emperor Chun. Countless bullets poured down like a torrential rain, surging towards him. Yet, under the finesse of Chun's tailored attire, he wielded the black-clad figure as a human shield, an armor of flesh. Regardless of the number of bullets fired, each one was effortlessly thwarted by this grotesque barrier. Indeed, it was a painful strike against my allies. Though Chen's maneuvers were impeccable, the black-clad man's body was already drenched in blood, his condition exacerbated by the multitude of bullets embedding within him, creating numerous gaping wounds. The immense centrifugal force, coupled with the multitude of deep bullet holes, caused his blood to erupt with explosive fervor. Have you ever witnessed a leaking pressure cooker or a gushing high-pressure water gun? The blood from the black-clad man erupted forth, and with Chun's sweeping motions, the fresh crimson liquid cascaded like rain, staining the entire bank in a vivid hue of red. The vast interior of the bank resembled a canvas smeared with a layer of bright crimson paint. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, creating a scene that was both shocking and grotesque. In the heart of the bank, one could hardly call it a mere murder scene. Even the county slaughterhouse would kneel in reverence at such a spectacle. The entire bank had been drenched in blood, and the individuals within were no exception. Whether they were bank employees, patrons conducting business, or the black-clad assailants facing Chun, all were rendered motionless in place. Particularly, the bank staff gazed at Chen's imposing figure, his wild crimson hair inciting an overwhelming urge to weep. Oh, how they wished for this ordeal to pass swiftly. Each additional second spent in this nightmarish scene felt like an eternity of torment. From a divine perspective, Chen undoubtedly appeared as a virtuous citizen daring to confront the forces of darkness. The collective dread and pressure he exerted far surpassed that of the black-clad robbers. Even if they numbered tenfold, this was no virtuous citizen. Rather, he was a devil cloaked in the guise of one. Upon seeing the bloodstained figure behind Chen, their hearts trembled in terror. The civilians cowering behind him were left in a state of shock, and the black-clad men facing Chen were no better. Their firearms, now soaked in blood, felt slippery and untrustworthy in their grasp. At this moment, their ammunition had been entirely expended. Even as every bullet found its mark on their own ally, they were consumed with resentment, wishing their handguns could fire just a few more rounds. Faced with the unscathed Chun, the men in black slowly began to retreat, their minds nearly paralyzed by fear. Observing the group of black-clad individuals who appeared utterly terrified, Emperor Chen felt a profound sense of disinterest. Their essence was remarkably lacking, their strength pitifully feeble, to the extent that he no longer harbored any desire to continue their engagement. Thus, Emperor Chen gradually ceased his actions, halting the black-clad figure he had been manipulating. As he suspended his use of the elegant attire, the onlookers finally discerned the condition of the black-clad man being flung about by Emperor Chen. At that moment, he was ghastly pale, devoid of any hint of color, his orifices oozing blood while his eyes had already burst from the pressure. Despite the countless bullet wounds adorning his body, all of them had inexplicably ceased to bleed, his breath long extinguished. He was irrevocably dead. With a single hand, Emperor Chun grasped the ashen figure, channeling his strength to lift it effortlessly, swinging it like a whip towards the remaining black-clad men ahead. His power and speed already far surpassed theirs, and with the black-clad corpse serving as a makeshift weapon, the others had no opportunity to react. The lifeless body struck down, sending them sprawling, with none escaping the ensuing chaos. The air was filled with their anguished cries, mingled with the sickening sounds of bones shattering, echoing hauntingly within the bank's confines. In a mere instant, the remaining black-clad individuals were incapacitated, lying on the ground, their fates uncertain. The reason Emperor Chun refrained from exterminating them all was that he required a few to serve as witnesses for the forthcoming interrogations. Otherwise, when the martial alliance arrived, he would likely be summoned to testify, a considerable waste of time, given that all suspects would be deceased. By leaving two alive for the martial alliance to deal with, Emperor Chun could avoid a significant amount of trouble. Moreover, given the nature of their crimes, it was highly probable that this group would face execution at the hands of the martial alliance. Even if they escaped death, their future would likely entail a life of menial labor behind bars. As Emperor Chun resolved the situation, he suddenly noticed a claw-like mark on the necks of the black-coated men. Upon seeing this insignia, his brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 24. Line cutting. Any creature afflicted by the orc shaman's beastman mark would gradually be transformed into a nearly mindless beast, attacking any living being it encountered. Akin to a monster, this transformation could take months to complete, or as little as several days. During this metamorphosis, the afflicted's physical attributes would significantly enhance, while their rationality would steadily diminish. The orcs had only recently emerged from the spatial rift and were beings of considerable intelligence. Humanity possessed scant knowledge about their kind, leaving them with virtually no effective means to eradicate this mark. According to the information disseminated by the Martial Alliance, even if the casting orc shaman were to be slain. The Beastman mark would remain intact. Once afflicted, the only options available were to await death or to succumb to the fate of becoming an unconscious monster. Those marked by the savage beast insignia, once discovered by the Martial Arts Alliance, face inevitable isolation to mitigate the threat of their potential transformation into beasts upon human society. Upon noticing the marks on their necks, Emperor Chen immediately comprehended the situation. No wonder these audacious individuals dared to rob a bank affiliated with the Martial Arts Alliance. They were all afflicted by the savage beast insignia. In the coming days, they would find themselves merely awaiting their demise, either by doing nothing or being apprehended and isolated by the Alliance's personnel. It would be more prudent for them to seize this fleeting moment before their complete beastification to act recklessly once more. As the power of the savage beast insignia manifested, these marked warriors gradually lost their rationality, easily succumbing to wild impulses. However, judging by their current state, it seemed they had recently received the insignia with minimal physical changes. After discerning their condition, Emperor Chen calmly wiped the blood from his cheek, though he lamented that his newly acquired attire from the underground fighting arena had been torn asunder. Disregarding the unconscious figures sprawled on the ground, Emperor Chen turned to the bank staff, who lay trembling, and inquired, "Which of you is the bank representative? Please assist me in making a deposit." Upon hearing his request, the bank employees, initially paralyzed by fear, managed to stand after a brief moment of shock. In truth, they were reluctant to rise, their legs too weak to support them. Yet, faced with Emperor Chun's demand, they dared not remain seated. Their legs quivered violently, and they leaned against the nearby counter for support. The scene within the bank was undeniably gruesome. However, the facilities themselves remained intact, as the only destruction had been wrought upon the assailants. "And no problem. May I inquire how much you wish to deposit, esteemed guest?" The bank staff, tears brimming in their eyes, forced a smile even more sorrowful than tears themselves as they addressed Emperor Chun. Without further ado, he tossed the bloodied sack in his possession to the ground with a resounding thud. "Deposit all of this," he commanded. The sack fell open to reveal a dazzling array of gold bars and a substantial amount of paper currency, collectively weighing over 100 pounds. Faced with such a substantial sum, the bank employees quickly huddled together, eager to attend to Emperor Chun's needs. They hastened to complete this transaction, driven by the belief that once his deposit was finished, this harbinger of death would depart. Under this motivation, the transaction was expedited with remarkable efficiency. Satisfied with the bank card now in his possession, Emperor Chen nodded appreciatively and exited the bank, leaving behind a tableau of bewildered figures. At that moment, not a soul dared to reprimand him for his brazen intrusion. Confronted with the imposing presence of the Emperor Chen, one could scarcely imagine opposing him, even in the face of an unjust cue. With an air of confidence, he strode out of the bank, unabashed by the gazes of onlookers. Shortly after his departure, officials from the Martial Alliance arrived at the scene. As the most formidable and authoritative power structure among humanity, the Martial Alliance inevitably encompasses various branches dedicated to maintaining social order. The members tasked with addressing the crimes and legal issues of martial artists are collectively referred to as law enforcers. The existence of these enforcers effectively curtails the prevalence of unlawful behavior within society. Moreover, the tranquility and stability of human society can be attributed to a significant factor: the martial artists, who are predominantly characterized by their willingness to champion justice and assist those in need. The Martial Alliance holds a commendable stance towards the suppression of martial crime and the defense of the oppressed. As long as their actions are aimed at thwarting and combating criminal activities, any martial artist who intervenes will receive protection and leniency from the Alliance. Even in the unfortunate event of a criminal's demise, it is deemed a consequence of their own misdeeds. It is precisely these measures instituted by the Martial Alliance that afford non-martial members of society a relatively peaceful existence. Were all martial artists to wield their strength indiscriminately, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Upon the arrival of the law enforcers in their red and blue patrol cars, they were immediately taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. What on earth? Were these individuals here to commit robbery or to engage in a brutal slaughter? What was happening? Wasn't there supposed to be a bank heist? Why was there so much blood? Had several lives been taken? Goodness, after years in this profession, I have never encountered such a horrific sight. The stench of blood was overwhelming. I could only wonder how the blood was so uniformly splattered throughout the bank, coating even the ceiling. This was utterly absurd. Chapter 25, No Responsibility Assumed. After tidying himself up, Emperor Chen indulged in a meal. Once he had restored his composure, he set off toward the largest alchemy auction house in the city, armed with a freshly recharged bank card. Despite his recent violent escapade at the bank, he harbored no concerns for his safety. Prior to the confrontation, he had meticulously noted the numerous surveillance cameras that saturated the bank, leaving no corner unmonitored. With the testimonies of the bank staff and the evidence captured on video, any law enforcer with a modicum of sense would refrain from troubling Emperor Chun. Should they seek him out, it was likely to present him with accolades. The alchemy auction house, as its name suggests, is a venue specifically dedicated to the sale of elixirs. The path of a martial artist requires not only immense training and perseverance, but also a substantial accumulation of resources. The adage "the wealthy in martial arts, the poor in literature" holds true in this realm. Elixirs, as the most quintessential and precious items on the martial path, often command exorbitant prices. Even those suitable for the body refinement stage are priced near 100,000, let alone those for the martial realm and cataclysm realm. Elixirs of such caliber reach stratospheric prices, and some with extraordinary effects are beyond monetary valuation. Even wealth may not guarantee acquisition. Moreover, the cultivation of alchemists who can refine these elixirs is exceedingly challenging, and the more proficient an alchemist is in creating high-tier elixirs, the more esteemed and rare their status becomes. Consequently, in the world of martial artists, those who can concoct precious elixirs, despite lacking formidable combat prowess, hold a position of significant prestige. The reason for Emperor Chen's arrival here is quite straightforward. He intends to spend every last cent from his bank card, consuming the elixirs he purchases to transform them into his own strength. If money and resources cannot be converted into personal power, then they hold no value whatsoever. As Emperor Chen made his way forward, he soon encountered an exceptionally opulent building in the city center. Above its grand entrance hung a large square plaque inscribed with the words, beneath which was a smaller inscription, "The first elixir auction house of Tingyan City." Under the Martial Alliance. The building was vast, sprawling over 1,000 meters, with a height surpassing 100 meters. Despite its location in the heart of the city, the architectural style of this edifice exuded an ancient charm, constructed entirely from a type of wood known as Baiyunmu, reminiscent of the ancient Chinese Tinwang Pavilion. Baiyunmu is robust, lightweight, fire-resistant, and decay-resistant, remaining impervious to the ravages of time for millennia. Aside from its slightly elevated cost, this wood has virtually no drawbacks. The exterior of the alone reveals that the patrons seeking elixirs are indeed affluent. As Emperor Chen gazed upon the magnificent structure, his expression was tinged with complexity. He recalled the countless times he had fantasized about visiting this very place to purchase elixirs, armed with the hard-earned sum of 150,000 to acquire 2 essence cultivation pills. Now, having finally arrived, he possessed not merely that amount, but more. In this regard, Emperor Chen felt a sense of gratitude towards Boss Wang. Were it not for the latter's insistence on troubling him, Chen would not have been able to claim the savings he had painstakingly amassed over time. He silently thanked Boss Wang for his unexpected gift. If Boss Wang's spirit were to hear these thoughts from Emperor Chen, he would likely be overcome with exasperation. In stark contrast to the bank visited by Emperor Chen earlier, the martial prowess of the security guard stationed at the entrance of the Kangdon Pavilion was palpably elevated. Even in his current state, upon encountering them, a profound sense of trepidation welled up within Emperor Chen. The mere presence of these guards, tasked with overseeing the entrance, rendered him incapable of discerning the true extent of their strength. When their martial cultivation far surpassed his own, he found himself unable to gauge their genuine capabilities. As he discreetly assessed them, they too were evaluating him. How could such a mere 4th-tier martial artist exude such an overwhelming aura of pressure and threat? Who might this young man be? Could he possibly be the scion of a prominent family, coincidentally visiting this place? Although both Emperor Chen and the guards maintained a silent scrutiny of one another, there was no interaction or conflict between them. Upon entering the Kangdon Pavilion, Emperor Chen promptly approached the front desk, inquiring of the attendant, "Do you have any elixirs suitable for a 5th-tier martial artist in the body refinement realm? I seek those that aid in body tempering and the practice of martial techniques. Dear guest, please take a look at this selection of elixirs specifically designed for practitioners of the body refinement realm," the attendant replied, presenting him with a tablet. As Emperor Chen perused the extensive list of elixirs, he meticulously weighed his options before swiftly selecting the desired items. Although he chose only a modest number, the total value reached over 2 million. The elixirs, Peiyuan, Sugu, and Shishua, primarily aimed to enhance vitality and assist Emperor Chen in advancing his martial arts. The Shuyandan, a life-preserving elixir, could double the strength of a body refinement martial artist in dire circumstances, with minimal aftereffects. The Huiyuan, on the other hand, was intended for survival. Consuming it allowed a martial artist to recover swiftly from non-fatal injuries. It is noteworthy that due to the robust physiological capabilities of martial artists, many types of elixirs would experience a reduction in efficacy after being consumed 3 times in succession, a phenomenon known as drug resistance. The more one ingested the same elixir, the weaker its effects became. Thus, Emperor Chen prudently limited his purchase to 3 of each elixir, not merely due to financial constraints, but also in consideration of potential resistance. Once he had finalized his selections, the attendant flashed a professional smile and advised him, "Dear guest, should any of your chosen elixirs exceed a value of 500,000, I strongly recommend you safeguard them diligently. Once you leave Kangdon Pavilion, we bear no responsibility for the safety of our patrons." Upon hearing this, Emperor Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. How intriguing. Chapter 26, The Training Room. This attendant certainly speaks with layers of meaning. Following her subtle warning, Emperor Chun instinctively sharpened his awareness, relying on a martial artist's keen intuition to sense his surroundings. Under the watchful gaze of the Chun Emperor, he indeed discovered numerous individuals seated within the grand hall of the Kangdon Pavilion, all surveying their surroundings. Each person was clad in formal attire, rendering their identities and intentions indiscernible from their garments alone. Perhaps anticipating that the Chun Emperor might not fully grasp her meaning, the receptionist promptly added, "If you purchase our elixirs, you may access our training room free of charge." She continued, "In the training room, you can absorb the elixirs you have acquired in complete safety." Upon hearing this, the Chun Emperor expressed his gratitude. "Are you saying I can utilize a training room at no cost?" "Thank you. Could you please arrange one for me?" "Certainly," she replied. Given that the elixirs the Chun Emperor had chosen were neither exorbitantly priced nor exceptionally rare, there was no need for an auction. Before long, through subsequent exchanges, the Chun Emperor not only secured the desired elixirs, but also completed his payment with his bank card. Guided by a guard from the Kangdon Pavilion, he was swiftly led to the threshold of a training room. Upon arrival and observing the absence of others, the young guard cautiously warned the Chun Emperor, "Sir, our city of Tingyun has not been very peaceful lately. It is said that the spatial rift on the outskirts has considerably widened. Initially, this rift only released primitive, mindless creatures, but 2 months ago, it began to emit more intelligent beings, the very orcs often featured in the news. You must exercise caution, as many individuals marked by the orc shamans conceal their true identities. They are akin to ticking time bombs, liable to lose their sanity at any moment. Recently, there have been incidents of violence within our city's banks, jewelry stores, and even the Kangdon Pavilion. It is prudent to be vigilant when you venture out." "Not a problem. I shall see how daring they truly are. The more they come, the more I shall vanquish." At that moment, the young guard standing beside the Chun Emperor felt an unsettling shift, perceiving him as more of a perpetrator. A shiver ran down his spine at this thought, prompting him to hastily excuse himself. "Please take your time, sir. I have other matters to attend to," he stammered, retreating swiftly from the Chun Emperor's vicinity, feeling increasingly anxious. As the young guard departed, the Chun Emperor regained his composure. He opened the door to the training room and stepped inside. Although referred to as a training room, it bore little distinction from a standard hotel. It was merely a robust facility equipped with fitness and experimental apparatus. Such a training room is indeed suitable for lower-tier warriors, providing a serene environment coupled with full access to exercise equipment. However, for higher-tier warriors, it holds little value. The power of advanced martial artists is nearly impossible to quantify with instruments, particularly that of those at the cataclysmic realm. Their personal strength can effortlessly move mountains and fill seas, altering the very terrain itself. However, such formidable power remains a distant aspiration for the current Emperor Chun, who can still derive some benefit from these training apparatuses. Seated on the cultivation platform, Emperor Chun assumes a meditative posture, fully channeling his martial arts technique. The Golden Bell Shield. As he exerts his utmost effort, a translucent layer of the Golden Bell Shield materializes around his body, granting him an inexplicable sense of invulnerability. Moreover, with the enhancement of this martial art, Emperor Chun perceives the increasing difficulty of mastering it. While activating the Golden Bell Shield, he promptly retrieves the medicinal pills he had purchased, consuming them in quick succession: the Vitality Pill, the Blood Chi Pill, and the Bone Refinement Pill. The immense potency of these elixirs erupts from his abdomen like a gushing volcano. Harnessing this formidable energy, he diligently refines his physique, accelerating his mastery of the Golden Bell Shield technique. In a state of intense focus, time seems to accelerate. Before he realizes it, Emperor Chun has spent an entire day and night within the confines of the training chamber. The fruits of his labor are visibly apparent. Congratulations, host. The Golden Bell Shield has successfully reached the realm of great perfection. With the Golden Bell Shield now perfected, the host no longer needs to actively channel his vitality. The shield transforms into a passive effect, providing continuous, comprehensive protection to his body around the clock. By mere thought, he can choose to activate or deactivate the Golden Bell Shield, preventing any potential harm to unfamiliar individuals nearby. The system detects that the host's Golden Bell Shield has attained great perfection. The host automatically acquires the martial art iron cloth shirt at the novice level. Chapter 27, Disturbance. Enthralled in the pursuit of martial arts, the portrayal of Hanma Yujiro has increased by 5%. The total portrayal of the host as Hanma Yujiro has reached 45%. As the system's voice resonates, another surge of warmth erupts from within Emperor Chun, continuously fortifying every cell in his body, enhancing his resilience. Upon mastering the iron cloth shirt, he becomes acutely aware of the transformations within him. Unlike the Golden Bell Shield, the iron cloth shirt solely augments the hardness of his body, rendering it exceptionally tough, devoid of the rebound or attenuation effects of the Golden Bell Shield. However, due to the more pure essence of the iron cloth shirt's martial capabilities, the enhancement to Emperor Chun's physique is significantly more profound. At this moment, When Emperor Chen claps his palms together, a crisp sound resonates, reminiscent of metal colliding. According to Chun Di's estimation, even if a handgun were pressed against his forehead, causing a bullet to be fired at point-blank range, it would not breach his skull. Feeling an unparalleled lightness within himself, Chun Di couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. The consumption of countless elixirs in such a brief period was truly staggering. The wealth accumulated by Boss Wong over the years barely sufficed for Chun Di's fleeting expenditures. The path of martial cultivation indeed demands an exorbitant financial investment. After a brief stretch to limber up, Chun Di rose from his seat and made his way toward the exit. With only a few days remaining before the global martial arts examination, it was time for him to head to Tingyun City to register for the event. Contemplating his upcoming plans, he opened the door to the training room and proceeded toward the exit of the Kangdon Pavilion. However, before he could reach the main hall of the Kangdon Pavilion, the sounds of commotion reached his ears. The cacophony was intermittent, revealing that a dispute had erupted in the hall, with a chorus of heated exchanges and curses filling the air. Curiosity piqued. Chun Di quickened his pace toward the source of the disturbance. As he approached the hall, the voices became increasingly distinct. How could the Kangdon Pavilion sell us counterfeit medicines? We earned that money through our blood and sweat. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, the Peiyuan Dan I purchased here had absolutely no effect whatsoever. Damn it. Stop wasting breath with these charlatans who profit from us martial artists' blood. Just compensate us. Pay us back. Pay us back. Upon hearing these accusations, Chun Di furrowed his brow. What was going on? The Kangdon Pavilion selling counterfeit medicines? Such a notion was utterly absurd, akin to claiming that one had received counterfeit currency from a bank teller. Moreover, it was astonishing that so many people had gathered to cause a ruckus, having just ingested an elixir purchased from the Kangdon Pavilion. Chun Di was acutely aware of its efficacy. He knew well that the elixirs were genuine in both quality and effect. If the Kangdon Pavilion were indeed selling fakes, his golden bell shield would not have progressed so swiftly. What, then, was truly happening? With this perplexing thought, Chun Di arrived at the hall and witnessed the scene unfolding at the entrance. Approximately a dozen martial artists, clad in various forms of attire, were gathered at the doorway, shouting and bellowing. Among them were men and women of all ages, seemingly not a cohesive group. At this moment, the number of pedestrians outside the Kangdon Pavilion had significantly dwindled. However, the scene of commotion at the entrance still attracted a few curious onlookers. These passers-by halted in their tracks, gesturing and murmuring about the unfolding events. What was happening? Were these martial artists out of their minds, daring to cause a ruckus in front of the Kangdon Pavilion? They claimed that the elixirs they purchased were counterfeit. Surely not. I recall that the elixirs necessary for martial training are quite expensive. Lacking full knowledge of the situation, they refrained from commenting further. Several security personnel stationed at the entrance observed the increasingly agitated martial artists and quickly stepped forward to admonish them. Let us converse calmly. There is no need for hostility among fellow martial artists. A careless scuffle could lead to unintended consequences. It is essential to base our actions on evidence. If you cause a disturbance here without proof, do not blame us for turning against you. I have served as a security guard at Kangdon Pavilion for many years. Yet this is the first time I have encountered allegations of counterfeit elixirs. As the tension escalated, a staff member from the front desk could no longer contain herself and emerged to address the martial artists at the entrance. Please remain calm. If you have indeed received counterfeit elixirs, Kangdon Pavilion will ensure the matter is resolved appropriately. At that moment, Emperor Chun happened to exit the training room, intending to leave. Upon noticing his presence, the front desk staff promptly inquired, "Dear guest, did you encounter any issues with the elixirs you purchased today?" "None at all. They are genuine elixirs and work effectively." Just as Emperor Chun prepared to step out of the Kangdon Pavilion, he caught sight of a familiar mark on the neck of one of the unruly martial artists. The emblem bore a striking resemblance to a beast's claw, the mark of the savage beast. Although the neck was partially obscured by a scarf, a portion of the scar resembling the savage beast's mark inadvertently became exposed during the altercation. Upon noticing the mark on the martial artist's neck, Emperor Chen cast his gaze around at the other martial artists. To his astonishment, he observed that nearly all of them were adorned with scarves concealing their necks. Chapter 28, Seeking Death. Such a scenario sparked a wave of suspicion within Emperor Chen. The previous bank robbers had all donned black attire and appeared to be similarly aged young male martial artists, giving the impression of a cohesive team. In stark contrast, the martial artists causing a disturbance outside the Kangdon Pavilion ranged from elderly individuals in their 60s to young women in their 20s, showcasing a significant diversity in age and attire. Furthermore, their martial arts prowess varied widely, with some at the 5th stage of body refinement and others newly initiated into the martial arts. From any perspective, they did not seem to be acting in a coordinated or premeditated manner. Contemplating this, Emperor Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. An unsettling premonition suddenly washed over him. As the security personnel stationed at the entrance engaged in close confrontation with the unruly martial artists, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from within the crowd. The deafening sounds of gunshots echoed relentlessly for several seconds, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock, frozen in place as if struck by thunder. In the wake of the gunfire, several guards let out chilling cries of agony. "Ah, hurry, be cautious. This group of troublemakers is armed." The moment the gunshots rang out, accompanied by the frantic shouts of the security, the pedestrians who had gathered to witness the commotion quickly dispersed, fleeing the scene in haste. The already sparse crowd diminished even further in light of this unforeseen assault. Within the blink of an eye, nearly half of the security personnel tasked with guarding the Kangdon Pavilion had fallen victim to the gunfire. Those struck were drenched in blood, clutching their chests as they collapsed to the ground, some rendered unconscious by severe injuries, while others groaned in pain, completely incapacitated. The formidable physiques of the martial artists prevented them from succumbing to death instantaneously despite being shot. While these guards might not have feared distant gunfire due to their heightened agility and acute instincts, the surprise close-range attack presented an entirely different peril. After being ambushed by the unruly martial artists, the security members swiftly assumed defensive stances, raising their weapons to shield the injured colleagues behind them, preparing for battle. "Have you lost your minds? How dare you assault us at the entrance of the Kangdon Pavilion? Do you have any idea what you are doing? Cease your actions immediately. Otherwise, I shall be forced to open fire." The guards, wary of causing collateral damage, hesitated to return fire until they could ascertain the source of the gunfire. However, in response to their stern warnings, the unruly martial artists erupted in manic laughter. As if enchanted, while those concealed among the crowd maintained their stealthy demeanor, brandishing their weapons with utmost care. The bizarre and terrifying behavior of these troublemakers sent a chill down the spines of the guards. Their instincts warned them that these martial artists were exceedingly dangerous. In an instant, the cackling assailants charged toward the guards like a horde of zombies. Faced with such a dire situation, the security personnel could no longer contain themselves and swiftly pulled their triggers. A formidable volley of gunfire erupted, creating a veritable net of bullets directed at the advancing troublemakers. The rain of bullets mercilessly struck the group, resulting in a gruesome collision of flesh and lead, as blood and viscera erupted in a horrific display. Yet, astonishingly, the assailants displayed no signs of fear or pain upon being hit. Instead, their bodies began to swell and contort grotesquely. As they charged forward, their bodies visibly expanded and swelled at an astonishing rate. The rapid growth and elongation of their muscles and bones propelled them with remarkable speed. Unable to withstand such swift transformations, parts of their skin ruptured, exposing vibrant red muscle tissue beneath. Their fangs grew rapidly, morphing into sharp, serrated teeth akin to those of a shark. The once modestly sized troublemakers, standing around 1.78 meters, were instantly transformed into monstrous beings towering nearly 3 meters high. Despite this grotesque metamorphosis, they did not halt their advance, racing madly toward the Zongdan Pavilion. Although the security guards at the entrance possessed combat prowess not inferior to that of these monstrous entities, the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed them. These beasts, akin to relentless zombies, charged forward without fear of pain or death. Under their assault, the line of defense formed by the guards was swiftly breached, as several beastly figures barreled into the interior of the Zongdan Pavilion, roaring with ferocity. The staff within the pavilion, upon witnessing this chaos, felt a wave of dread wash over them and hastily fled. While the items housed within the Zongdan Pavilion were of immense value, akin to the treasures of an ancient emperor's jewelry store, the number of guards was limited, and martial experts were nearly non-existent. After all, few dared to provoke an organization directly affiliated with the Martial Alliance. Possessing the ability to seize precious pills did not guarantee one's survival to enjoy them. Any egregious behavior would summon the wrath of the Martial Alliance, with consequences ranging from death to public execution. The Alliance boasted numerous formidable experts, capable of swiftly dealing with minor nuisances. Thus, if this horde of beastly creatures were to breach the pavilion, it would spell disaster for the entire establishment. These invaders resembled marauding brigands, intent on slaughtering anyone in their path. Unfortunately for Chindi, he happened to be the nearest person to the entrance of the Zongdan Pavilion at that moment. Upon spotting him, the eyes of the beastly creatures ignited with a fierce, murderous intent. With a guttural roar, they lunged at Chindi like hunting hounds, their jaws agape and glistening with viscous saliva, presenting a terrifying visage. Yet, as several half-beast creatures charged towards him, Chundi's expression shifted from surprise to exhilaration. His fiery red hair billowed wildly, and a surge of battle fervor surged within him. "You seek death? Allow me to oblige." In Chapter 29, as the half-beast creatures rushed toward him, Chindi advanced rather than retreating, his muscles tensing and contorting into a fearsome visage. Concentrating his strength in his arms, he prepared to strike at the approaching monstrosities with his bare fists. Witnessing this, the young woman in the stands behind him was rendered almost speechless, instinctively exclaiming, "Ah, don't." As the Emperor Chen's fist swung with ferocious intent, it fortuitously collided with the gaping maw of the half-beast creature. The prospect of his fist meeting those razor-sharp teeth was almost too horrific to contemplate. At that moment, The young lady in the stands could scarcely suppress the gruesome imagery of a mutual demise, envisioning Chen's fist being gruesomely pierced and torn by the creature's lethal fangs. Yet, in the very next instant, Chen's fist met the half-beast's monstrous jaw in an intimate embrace. To her astonishment, his fist, like a colossal battering ram, shattered every one of the creature's vicious teeth without sustaining a scratch. As their forces collided, a faint metallic resonance could be discerned amidst the chaos. Under the sheer might of Chen, not merely the creature's teeth, but its entire jaw was obliterated, reduced to a catastrophic fracture. However, the onslaught did not cease there. As Chen's fist delved deeper into the half-beast's cavernous mouth, it suddenly unfurled, fingers splayed like talons, tearing through flesh and sinew, ultimately seizing the creature's spinal column. The excruciating agony induced in the half-beast caused its entire form to convulse grotesquely. This singular blow rendered it utterly lifeless. The towering creature, over 3 meters in height, crumpled in defeat within Chen's grasp, akin to a lifeless dog. In a breathtaking display, this monstrous foe was vanquished in an instant. Following the demise of this half-beast, 2 more surged towards Chen. Unfazed by their approach, he resolutely gripped the spinal column of his vanquished foe, wielding it as a weapon to sweep through the advancing creatures. With a single, mighty swing, the immense half-beast soared through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom as it crashed into its brethren, sending them sprawling. In that fleeting moment, the air resonated with the unmistakable sound of bones splintering, a cacophony of gruesome cracks echoing throughout the arena. The creatures Chen struck exhibited grotesque distortions in their forms, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, their limbs contorted unnaturally. Simultaneously, the half-beast he wielded succumbed to its injuries, falling limp and lifeless. "Come, face me in battle." With one hand hoisting the lifeless creature like a discarded rag, an aura of dominance radiated from Chen, instilling terror in all who beheld him. The onlookers at the front desk and the beleaguered security personnel at the entrance stood in stunned disbelief. "My goodness, this is utterly ferocious. I've attained the 6th level of body refinement in martial arts, and yet, I have never witnessed such ferocity." Once Chen had dispatched the half-beasts before him, the remaining creatures shifted their focus squarely onto him. As if sensing the imminent threat posed by the Emperor Chen, the half-beast creatures ceased their scattered assaults and began to converge, gradually encircling him at the center. The foremost of these half-beasts exhibited a muscular density and strength far superior to that of his companions, instilling within Emperor Chen a visceral impulse to employ his skills upon laying eyes upon him. Observing the gathering circle of half-beasts, Emperor Chen remained unfazed and composed. Despite their similar appearances, the disparity in their strengths was stark. The higher one's martial prowess prior to transformation, the more formidable their power post-transformation. The 2 minions recently vanquished by Emperor Chen had been mere warriors of the 2nd or 3rd stage of body tempering. In contrast, the leading half-beast must have possessed a martial strength of at least the 6th or 7th stage before his transformation, having already claimed several security personnel as victims. As the leading creature approached within 3 meters of Emperor Chen, he suddenly propelled himself forward with forceful determination, charging at the most powerful of the beasts. "Capture the leader first," he resolved. In the throes of his charge, Emperor Chen seized one of the half-beast corpses and wielded it like a whip, aiming it at his formidable foe. The leading creature, displaying no intent to evade, spread its claws wide and met Emperor Chen's makeshift weapon head-on, effectively blocking the strike. Grasping the legs of the half-beast corpse, the creature held it firmly in its claws. The lifeless body, long devoid of warmth, was now suspended in the air, with Emperor Chen gripping its spine while the creature clutched its ankles. Both combatants, feeling the immense force transmitted through their grips, were reluctant to relinquish their hold. Thus, they engaged in a fierce contest of strength, utilizing the half-beast corpse as their weapon. Within mere moments, the body could no longer endure the tremendous pressure exerted by both parties, and with a resounding crack, it was torn apart at the midsection. The upper and lower halves completely severed. The sound of skin, muscle, and bone tearing resonated through the air, followed by a cascade of blood and internal organs, their acrid scent permeating the surroundings. Before the blood and entrails could fully descend to the ground, Emperor Chen seized the upper half of the mangled body and hurled it towards his adversary. As the massive chunk flew through the air, it released a profusion of blood, obscuring the opponent's vision entirely. The target of his assault was unmistakably the creature's head, although the leader's view was shrouded, rendering him unable to perceive Emperor Chen's form. An innate sense of danger compelled him to instinctively raise his arm to shield his head. In that moment, Emperor Chen's iron fist struck like thunder against the creature's arm, causing its eyes to widen in shock. How could this fellow's fists be so terrifying? As hard as iron, yet possessing an outrageous force. The vibrations carried by his punches rendered his arms instantly sore and numb. Chun Di's fists, imbued with immense power, collided against the arm of the beastly creature, driving towards its head. In the face of Chun Di's formidable strength, The creature's forearm was immediately contorted into a grotesque angle surpassing 90 degrees. The shattered bones pierced through the flesh and skin, resulting in a conspicuous open fracture. Chun-Di's fist pressed against the opponent's severed arm, continuing to advance until it struck the creature's head. The blow resonated, causing the monster leader's entire head to buzz, sending him staggering back several meters, nearly toppling to the ground. The excruciating pain emanating from his arm jolted him back to reality. He raised his agonized arm, attempting to assess the injury, but alas. As he lifted it, his severed limb swung like a pendulum. Such a degree of injury rendered his forearm utterly useless. Upon realizing the extent of his wounds, the beast leader let out a heart-wrenching howl. The piercing sound reverberated throughout leaving onlookers dizzy and their scalps tingling. Confronted with the enraged beast leader, Chun-Di remained unfazed, propelling himself forward with renewed vigor. Scream all you want. Soon enough, you shall be silenced forever. As he spoke, a menacing grin crept across Chun-Di's face, revealing his gleaming white teeth and sharp canines. Faced with Chun-Di's relentless advance, the beast leader visibly faltered, retreating and dragging his severed arm while signaling his minions to encircle Chun-Di. Under the leader's frantic commands, the other creatures surged forward, rushing towards Chun-Di. While a few might have been manageable, the onslaught of over a dozen, even 20, beastly creatures left Chun-Di overwhelmed. In an instant, he was engulfed beneath the mass of their bodies. Given the already considerable size of these half-beasts, their collective weight formed a veritable mound atop Chun-Di, obscuring him from view. Witnessing this scene, the hidden staff within clasped their mouths in disbelief. Was it possible that Chun-Di would be crushed beneath them? Just as despair settled among the onlookers, a furious roar erupted from beneath the pile of half-beasts. Moments later, several of the creatures were sent flying by Chun-Di, crashing against the walls or becoming ensnared in the eaves above. With a thunderous roar, the upper half of Emperor Chun finally revealed itself amidst the throng of half-beast creatures. His black training attire, already tattered and worn, had been rendered almost unrecognizable within mere hours of being donned. Although Emperor Chun had emerged, he was not entirely free. His lower half remained ensnared, immobilized, with several half-beast creatures gripping his arms tightly, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. These half-beasts clung to him like rubbery tendrils, gnashing their teeth at his figure and tugging at his limbs, rendering him nearly motionless. At this moment, Emperor Chun's lower body was entangled by an indeterminate number of these monsters, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Were it not for the extraordinary resilience of his physique, which could be likened to that of an indestructible titan, he might have been reduced to a bloody pulp by their relentless gnawing. The half-beasts surrounding him were truly bewildered. Despite their fervent attempts to inflict harm, their teeth had shattered against his body without leaving a scratch. The current predicament was one of stalemate. Emperor Chun was immobilized, yet the half-beasts could not effectively harm him. This deadlock persisted, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, it must be noted that the half-beast leader remained at leisure. Despite having one arm incapacitated by Bai Yi, he still possessed sufficient strength to engage in battle. Observing the bound Emperor Chun, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes as he bared his fangs and charged towards him with ferocity, intent on shattering Chen's skull. As the menacing creature bore down upon him, Emperor Chun remained as calm as still water, summoning all his might to tilt his head backward. Just as the leader's fangs were about to sink into his skull, Chen suddenly thrust his head forward, delivering a powerful head but aimed directly at the creature's gaping maw. The question of whose hardness would prevail, Chen's head or the monster's teeth, would soon be answered. With a resounding clash, Chen's head collided with the creature's sharp teeth, sending them flying and causing its jaw and face to cave in. The excruciating pain ignited a primal fury within the beast leader, who forcefully halted his backward motion, tightening his grip on his remaining claw to launch another assault on Chun. The claw, reminiscent of a curved blade, was imbued with formidable strength, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. As the monstrous head loomed perilously close, a fierce glint ignited in Chen's eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, lunging to bite at the creature's head. The sight of this unexpected maneuver left not only the onlookers, but even the half-beast creatures themselves in stunned disbelief. What could this human possibly be attempting? In the astonished gaze of the half-beast leader, Chen's mouth widened even further, revealing his pristine, razor-sharp teeth, drawing ever nearer in the leader's line of sight. The speed of the beast leader's claws was undeniably swift. Yet it was evident that the Emperor Chen's bite surpassed them in swiftness. With a resounding crunch, amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Emperor Chen sank his teeth into half of the beast leader's head. His formidable bite force shattered even the skull, leaving distinct tooth marks etched into the cranium. A sight both shocking and ghastly. Chapter 31, The Enforcer. The beast, now with half its head bitten off, glared in fury, its entire form resembling a circuit short-circuited, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and contorting in agony, clearly on the brink of death. As Emperor Chun exerted pressure with his jaws, another sharp crack echoed, and the skull he had clamped down on shattered into fragments, cascading to the floor. Such a horrifying spectacle left the spectators in a state of stunned disbelief. Whether they were the security personnel and staff of the Hidden Dan Pavilion or the howling beastly creatures, all were struck with terror by Emperor Chen's display. They gazed at the fallen beast leader, now devoid of half a head, and at Emperor Chen, whose fierce demeanor radiated primal ferocity. Momentarily at a loss as to who the true monster was. Following the demise of the beast leader at Emperor Chen's hands, the remaining creatures posed no challenge whatsoever. Confronted by this horde employing a swarm tactic, Emperor Chen trembled, the grand perfection level of his golden bell shield vibrating violently, its resonant sound echoing incessantly. Under this terrifying tremor, the surrounding beasts, which had tightly restrained him, found their bodies numbed, involuntarily loosening their grips. In that fleeting moment of release, Emperor Chen erupted like a volcano. With his hands gripping two of the creature's ankles, he wielded their massive forms as weapons, swinging them around like a windmill against their comrades. Despite their size, the creatures felt as lightweight as mere sheets of paper in his grasp, effortlessly manipulated with a ferocious wind. Any beast struck by Emperor Chen was sent sprawling, often flying 10 meters before crashing into walls or being driven forcefully into the ground, shattering the floor beneath them. Blood erupting from their mouths and noses, never to rise again. Without their strongest leader, the remaining beastly creatures were no match for Emperor Chen. With reckless and unyielding violence, he wielded his strength, capable of inflicting harm with merely a touch, leading to inevitable death. Emperor Chen's assault on these half-beasts was akin to a father chastising a son, akin to a tiger among sheep, wielding a heavy club with merciless might. Bones shattered, flesh tore, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Occasionally, one could witness half-beast teeth, stained with blood, falling to the ground, the scene painted with brutality. Under the sanguinary suppression of Emperor Chen, the incoming half-beast creatures were swiftly dealt with, as if they were mere weeds crushed beneath a relentless force. As the number of monsters present dwindled, the half-beast creatures abruptly ceased their assault on Emperor Chen, gradually coalescing and retreating towards the exit in a disordered flight. When Emperor Chen attempted to intercept them and capture them all, a surge of dark green flames suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing thunderously before him. This unforeseen attack compelled Emperor Chen to evade, as the ominous flames emanated a profound sense of peril. Even he, despite his formidable stature, dared not recklessly expose his flesh to the fiery menace. The delay caused by this inferno cost him the optimal opportunity to pursue the fleeing half-beast creatures, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up with them. At that moment, Emperor Chen became acutely aware of a peculiar aura emanating from outside the door. His warrior instincts alerted him that the arrival of these monsters was likely intertwined with the entity exuding this unique presence. He rushed outside in pursuit of the fleeing creatures, following the trail of that aura. Although Emperor Chen's speed was commendable, he could only glimpse the silhouette of a figure clad in a gray robe. This figure appeared intimidatingly robust, towering at least 2 meters, possibly even 3. Gazing at the distant, vanishing form, Emperor Chen's curiosity piqued. Could that individual be one of the Orcish kin? Despite having heard tales of the Orcish tribe, he had never encountered one in reality. Nonetheless, he surmised that it was highly probable that this was indeed an orc. The very thought that an orc shaman had infiltrated human territory sent ripples of trepidation through him. This was undoubtedly a perilous signal for both humankind and the city of Tingyun. As Emperor Chen pondered this unsettling revelation, a sudden cacophony of sirens erupted from the thoroughfare outside. The vivid red and blue lights, coupled with the blaring alarms, commanded immediate attention. Under the rapid approach of the law enforcement officers from the Martial Arts Alliance, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Zongdan Pavilion. Compared to the previous banking incident, the number of police vehicles dispatched this time was significantly greater, for the Zongdan Pavilion represented the most valuable asset within the entire Tingyun city. Even the collective cash reserves of all the banks could hardly rival its worth. With the arrival of numerous police cars, the entire street was swiftly cordoned off. A multitude of officers donned in uniforms, wielding an array of weapons, emerged from the armored vehicles. The assembly of law enforcement officers was formidable, creating an imposing spectacle. Standing at the entrance of the Zongdan Pavilion, Emperor Chen observed this scene with mild astonishment. The efficiency of these officers was impressive, after all. Only about 2 minutes had elapsed since he began his battle. As the officers disembarked from their vehicles, they were immediately taken aback by the unfolding tableau before them. At the entrance of the once opulent and ancient Kangdon Pavilion, the scene now resembled a slaughterhouse, with blood pooling on the ground and broken teeth scattered about. The walls, the floor, and even the wooden beams were strewn with the corpses of half-beast creatures. These grotesque bodies were all contorted and battered, their features marred, and their bones grotesquely deformed. Among them, the most imposing beast bore a distinctive bite mark on its head. The gruesome tableau evoked a sense of eerie familiarity among the onlookers. This scene seemed hauntingly reminiscent of something they had witnessed before. That striking mane of crimson hair and the sculpted physique. Wait, could it be? Was this not the formidable individual who had torn apart a petty criminal in the bank? Although the law enforcers had not encountered Chun-Di in person, they had witnessed his fierce combat prowess through surveillance footage. To be frank, even these seasoned enforcers found themselves grinning in amazement at Chun-Di's display. While his actions stemmed from self-defense and a sense of justice, the ferocity of his fighting style was undeniably brutal. Chapter 32, A Banner of Triumph. Moreover, it seemed their expedition had been in vain. Judging by the carnage at the Kangdon Pavilion, it appeared that Chun-Di had single-handedly vanquished all the monsters. As more law enforcers disembarked from their vehicles, they were drawn to the blood-soaked figure of Chun-Di, their attention captivated by the scene before them. Setting aside everything else, Chun-Di's current appearance, his wild red hair, bulging muscles, and blood-drenched form, was enough to command attention. Furthermore, many of these enforcers had previously witnessed his battle within the bank. Among martial artists, sharing tales of combat is a favored pastime, and these law enforcers were no exception. However, at this moment, Chun-Di remained oblivious to their gazes. After the battle concluded, a line of text materialized before him once again. Beep. Host's battle concluded. Host's combat behavior is exceptionally fierce and domineering. Host's portrayal of Hanma Yujiro has increased to 55%. Host's portrayal of Hanma Yujiro has improved, granting the host a new ability, Hanma Alien. Hanma Alien. The host possesses an extraordinary physique, with resilience to an astonishing degree, allowing the host to negate most negative effects on the body. The host experiences a 90% reduction in negative effects from elixirs and a 90% reduction in negative effects from utilizing abilities. The host's physical recovery rate increases by 1000%. Beep. Host's battle concluded. Host's martial arts skill, Iron Cloth, has successfully advanced to the minor accomplishment stage. Accompanied by a series of system notifications, a surge of new energy began to flow through Chun-Di's body, continuously nourishing his form. The law enforcers stationed at the entrance of the Kangdon Pavilion widened their eyes in astonishment as they sensed the change in Chun-Di's aura. This young man, remarkably, has advanced after the war. Quite intriguing indeed. By the way, to whom does this lad belong? It seems that within Artinian City, there is no young master associated with him, is there? This implies that this little fellow has entirely relied on his own efforts to cultivate martial skills. As the discussion progressed, the law enforcement officials began to feel an unexpected sense of camaraderie towards Chun-Di. Most of these officials had also been nurtured by humble backgrounds, enduring daily rigorous training and utilizing the meager funds of around 100,000 yuan from their families to purchase elixirs and participate in the global martial arts examination, eventually integrating into the system post-graduation. Thus, they instinctively felt a connection to martial artists who hailed from non-aristocratic lineages. Although Chun-Di's exterior might suggest a somewhat unkind demeanor, upon hearing the system's notification, he gradually shifted his focus to his surroundings. Observing the law enforcement officials who were gazing at him intently, Chun-Di maintained his composure and inquired, "Am I free to leave? I am but a passerby, merely traversing this area." Upon hearing his words, the group of officials could not help but smirk. Just look at the blood on your clothes and the tattered state they are in, not to mention the corpses of the half-beast monsters strewn about. Do you not find your statement rather implausible? However, despite the teasing, the officials kindly reassured Chun-Di. "Oh dear brother, please do not worry, we will not trouble you. We merely require 3 minutes of your time to take a statement. Furthermore, the surveillance and personnel here are observing you. If you have committed no wrongdoing, we certainly will not wrongfully accuse you." Interestingly, it was a law enforcement officer in his 20s who spoke these words. "I believe the requirement to become an officer is to graduate from a specialized martial arts institution, correct? That would imply you are in your 20s, yes? Do not call me brother, I am only 18 this year. I intend to register for the global martial arts examination shortly. Taking a statement is fine, as long as it does not hinder my registration for the examination." The officials present were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Chun-Di's proclamation. What? The global martial arts examination? This muscular powerhouse, who could easily lift me with one hand, is merely 18. Goodness, has this year's examination become so competitive? They recalled their own first experience with taking a life, which had occurred after graduation. After years of being law enforcement officials, they had not personally taken many lives. Yet, this young man had already surpassed them in acts of self-defense and bravery, which seemed utterly absurd. No problem, big brother. We'll take you directly to the examination site in our patrol car." Upon hearing this, Chun-Di nodded slightly. In the following moments, he provided a formal statement to the surrounding officials, casually recounting his encounter with the gray-clad individual and the emerald flames. Then, amid the recorded footage from the surveillance cameras and the collective defense of numerous staff members from the Kangdon Pavilion, Emperor Chun was not only exonerated of any wrongdoing but also garnered praise from the law enforcement officers. Ultimately, due to 2 instances of witnessing injustice and courageously intervening, Emperor Chun was honorably awarded 2 small banners. One banner read, "In the face of injustice, draw the sword to assist, instilling fear in nefarious individuals." The other proclaimed, "Model representative of the 5 good youths of Tingyun City, learn from Mr. Chun." In addition to these 2 banners, Emperor Chun was fortunate enough to receive a reward of 100,000 alliance credits. However, the true advantage he gained from these incidents lay not in the monetary rewards, but in the commendation issued by the law enforcement officers. One act of protecting the bank, coupled with another of safeguarding the Kangdon Pavilion, was sufficient to elicit widespread acclaim for Emperor Chun. Once tomorrow's Tingyun City Morning Post and the rumors surrounding this matter circulated, Emperor Chun would instantly ascend to prominence as a leading figure in the entire Tingyun City. With his newfound reputation and the commendation from the law enforcement officers, Emperor Chun could even formalize the underground fighting arena controlled by his faction, the Giant Mountain, transforming it into a legitimate fighting venue. He could openly profit under the auspices of the Martial Arts Alliance. The number of legitimate fighting arenas that could generate revenue in Tingyun City was scarcely more than 5. This characteristic reflects the Martial Arts Alliance's approach to handling affairs, imbued with a sense of the martial world. At the Global Martial Arts Examination Registration site, young martial artists who chose to register today formed a long queue, eagerly awaiting their turn for processing. At that moment, a red and blue law enforcement vehicle suddenly drove into the area. "Students in front, please make way for our law enforcement officers. Thank you." Amid the hum of the siren, the vehicle maneuvered directly to the registration window for the martial arts examination. "Hey, Xiaoyang, please assist this young man with his registration." "Thank you." As the words fell, the red-haired Emperor Chen finally opened the police car door and stepped out, accompanied by 2 grand banners in his hands. The law enforcement officers, anxious that Emperor Chun might miss his registration, had brought him to the site while holding the banners, leaving him somewhat exasperated. The young martial artists still queuing behind were astonished upon seeing Emperor Chen's figure, the police car, and the banners. What just happened up front? Chapter 33, Blood Draw. As Emperor Chun emerged from the police car, the young martial artists waiting to register for the Global Martial Arts Examination were captivated by his presence. His striking red hair, coupled with his sculpted physique, exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. The fierce, beast-like energy radiating from him immediately caused the surrounding young martial artists to retreat, instinctively forming an air barrier with a diameter of over 10 meters around him. Within 10 meters, no one dared to approach. The young martial artists gazed at Emperor Chen stepping out of the police car, unable to suppress their whispers. In the face of injustice, one draws their sword to assist, instilling fear in the hearts of wrongdoers. Is this the exemplary representative of the 5 good youths of Tingyun City, learning from Mr. Chindi? What is this nonsense? Why must one carry banners while venturing out? No, these 2 banners signify his identity as a good person, had he not borne them. I would surely keep my distance from him. What is this absurdity? Who are the villains? Is that red-haired muscular man a wrongdoer? How can a villain be escorted by law enforcement to the Martial Arts Examination Registration Office? Not only were the young candidates around astonished, but even the middle-aged man in charge of the registration was taken aback. Why hasn't he, the martial arts candidate in the law enforcement vehicle, emerged yet? Isn't he here to register? The middle-aged man, responsible for global martial arts examination registrations, adjusted his glasses and inquired with perplexity. "It's me. I have come to register for the global martial arts examination." The sudden appearance of Chun Di caused the heart of the man in charge of registration to nearly stop. "Sir, our global martial arts examination mandates that candidates must be under 19 years of age to register, and your age. Even with the leniency of the law enforcement officer, this regulation cannot be easily amended." Before the registrar could finish his sentence, Chun Di produced his alliance identification card from his pocket. "I am Chun Di, just turned 18, perfectly meeting the registration criteria for the global martial arts examination." Upon seeing Chun Di extend his identification card and noting his date of birth, the registrar's face contorted in disbelief. Is this truly him? The registrar pushed up his glasses, squinting to scrutinize the photograph on the identification card, comparing it to the present Chun Di. Though the features had not drastically changed, one could not help but wonder, does a head of red hair truly alter one's aura so profoundly? What has this child experienced in recent years to undergo such a significant transformation? As the registrar pondered silently, he proceeded to record Chun Di's information. Observing the registrar's actions, the remaining law enforcement officers smiled and waved at Chun Di. "Good luck with the martial arts examination, young brother. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." With that, the officers swiftly departed in their police vehicles. In light of Chun Di's demeanor, while some felt fear and envy, there were, of course, those who harbored jealousy and disdain, particularly among those from mid-sized families who considered themselves capable yet could not enjoy the special treatment afforded to Chun Di. TCH. He is merely a favored individual. What is there to flaunt? Do those 2 banners truly signify greatness? I am utterly bemused. He is just a societal youth with dyed red hair, yet he acts so pretentiously. TCH, he merely appears intimidating. Wait until the sparring session, and I shall show him what it means to be truly ruthless. He better hope he does not cross paths with me, or I shall make him understand the meaning of true cruelty. amidst the throngs of people. The gazes directed at Emperor Chun were unmistakably infused with a sense of defiance and animosity. Their affluent backgrounds endowed them with considerable prowess, placing their martial arts mastery at least at the 5th or 6th tier of body tempering. These individuals, accustomed to a superior demeanor in their daily lives, found themselves inexplicably irked by Emperor Chen's ostentatious display. Upon retrieving his alliance identification card, Emperor Chen swiftly proceeded through the registration process and entered the waiting hall. Given the multitude of candidates for the martial arts examination each year, the global selection process was exceptionally rigorous. The initial round of screening commenced within Tingyun City itself. Despite the numerous young martial artists registering at the sign-up station, the reality was that scarcely 1 in 10 would successfully advance through this first round. While the esteemed martial arts university aimed to cultivate exceptionally powerful warriors for humanity, it sought only those who resided at the pinnacle of the pyramid. After all, the resources for martial cultivation in this world were finite. Only those young martial artists who had carved a bloody path through their peers were deemed worthy of the university's attention. The global martial arts examination was both equitable and unforgiving. After completing his registration, Emperor Chun had barely taken a few steps when he was halted by a staff member overseeing the examination. "Hey, you there. Are you here to participate in the martial arts exam or to supervise?" "I am here to partake in the global martial arts examination," he replied. Upon hearing this, the staff member reminded him, "Oh, you've completed your registration? Then hurry and go to the blood test room. If you've consumed any prohibited substances prior to your arrival, be sure to report it voluntarily. Otherwise, if the blood test reveals any issues, your qualification will be immediately revoked." Without further ado, Emperor Chun made his way to the blood testing room. Chapter 34. The test result inside the blood testing room. The staff member responsible for the blood draw was taken aback as he pressed against Emperor Chen's arm. The arm of this young martial artist was as unyielding as steel, resisting his grasp. The sharply defined muscles were as solid as granite, steady as Mount Tai, and indomitable. "Relax, young man. Don't exert yourself so much." "And it won't hurt as much," the staff member urged. With a hint of exasperation, Emperor Chen replied, "I assure you, my arm is completely relaxed." The staff member's expression darkened, his brows knitting together in disbelief. Not wishing to engage in further discussion, Emperor Chen tensed the muscles in his arm and clenched his fist. In an instant, the veins on his arm bulged, casting shadows, while the sinewy muscles twisted grotesquely into what resembled a ghastly visage. The staff member, witnessing the transformation occurring on Emperor Chen's arm, stared in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. After a brief moment of hesitation, the staff member ceased the unnecessary chatter, raising the needle to prick the fingertip of Emperor Chun. However, the ensuing scene far exceeded the expectations of the phlebotomist. The steel needle intended for blood extraction utterly failed to pierce Emperor Chen's skin. Observing the Emperor's arm, the staff member felt a surge of disbelief, taking a deep breath. He plunged the needle into the Emperor's arm once more, determined to achieve a miraculous result through sheer force. As anticipated, he succeeded. Albeit in a most unexpected manner, he bent the needle in his hand. With a look of incredulity, the staff member extracted a new syringe, ready to attempt another prick. Noticing this, Emperor Chen swiftly intervened, stating, "No, let us not. Please fetch a needle specifically designed for martial artists like myself. These steel needles may suffice for ordinary practitioners, but they are ineffective against me." Upon hearing Emperor Chen's words, the staff member appeared defeated. "We do have needles for martial artists, but they are only available at the central hospital in our city. Acquiring one is quite a hassle. Well, you may as well sit here and wait." Emperor Chen frowned at the inconvenience. He had no desire to stand idly like a mere ornament. "There is no need for trouble. Allow me." With that, he opened his mouth and bit down hard, creating a wound on his thumb. "There, isn't this sufficient?" The physician's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood dumbfounded. Enough. Enough. Who on earth is this individual? To possess a body as resilient as steel at the level of a martial artist is one thing, but those teeth appear even stronger than steel. This man was truly a marvel. After completing the necessary medical examinations, Emperor Chun was directed to the selection venue for the global martial arts examination, where he sat quietly, awaiting the forthcoming tests and selections. Meanwhile, outside the outskirts of Tingyun City, a spatial rift, encircled by military fortifications manned by martial artists, gradually expanded into a passage over 2 meters in diameter. A team of martial artists from the Tingyun City Martial Arts Alliance stood fully armed, vigilantly guarding the rift to prevent any monsters from emerging. The martial artists forming this team were all high-level practitioners at the 7th and 8th stages of the body refinement realm. Surrounding them lay numerous corpses of beastmen. Damn it! The spatial rift in our Tingyun City is widening rapidly. Those beastmen on the other side of the rift are becoming increasingly audacious. Haven TR scouts already confirmed that the strongest among them are comparable to our martial artists. Why not dispatch a master of the martial arts realm to eliminate them directly? Upon hearing the words of his comrades, another warrior could not help but exhale deeply and address the crowd. Do you think the Martial Alliance does not desire resolution? Over the years, it is not merely the spatial rifts in our vicinity that have expanded. Similar phenomena are occurring elsewhere. The conditions in other cities are scarcely better than ours. And in many regions, the spatial rifts require the personal intervention of formidable human martialists to exert their deterrence, barely managing to suppress the foreign entities eager to invade. The proliferation of these spatial rifts across the land has outpaced the number of human warriors, to the point where we can scarcely keep up. In other words, the elimination of these foreign beings does not match the increasing rate of these rifts. The human martialists do wish to address the issues at hand. The crux of the matter is that they are preoccupied with even more pressing affairs, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. Should certain areas lose the suppression and deterrence provided by human martialists, the foreign entities lurking beyond the rifts will launch a ferocious assault upon realizing this vulnerability. If a day comes when our human warriors can no longer manage these spatial rifts, peril will befall us, and calamity will loom. War is not far off. While the human realm appears tranquil, beneath the surface, turbulent currents are already stirring, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, no longer containable. At the registration desk for the global martial examination, as time inexorably passed, the young martialists completed their sign-ups. This assembly of youthful warriors gathered on the testing platform, awaiting the evaluation of their physical attributes. The first step towards qualifying for the global martial examination is to assess the participant's physical fitness, which encompasses strength, explosive power, running speed, and reaction time. In this initial round of testing, any participant whose physical attributes fall short will be immediately disqualified. Despite the seemingly large number of young martialists registering here, over 3/4 are merely accompanying others. Many young warriors, even aware of their slim chances, still strive for that infinitesimal possibility. After all, passing the global martial examination could transform their destinies. Humanity often harbors a sense of hope against the odds. Prior to the commencement of this testing, within the blood analysis laboratory, nearly all the doctors had congregated. They bowed their heads and hunched over, encircling a blood test report, their faces etched with confusion. Prominently displayed on the report was the name Chen-Di. Chapter 35, The Extraordinary. Whose blood test report is this? Chen-Di. Who is Chen-Di? The multitude of physicians examined the report with furrowed brows, their hearts filled with astonishment. This blood test report is peculiar, indeed very peculiar. All other indicators in the blood are entirely normal, falling well within the range of a typical warrior, and indeed, they surpass those of an ordinary martial artist, placing him among the elite. Furthermore, there is no evidence of the use of prohibited substances. However, one particular blood marker astonishingly exceeds the standard levels found in the average individual, reaching a truly alarming value. This martial artist, known as Chen-Di, possesses a testosterone level that is exorbitantly high, exceeding 10 times that of an average person. In fact, it may be even greater than tenfold. The testing report indicates that the maximum threshold for testosterone is only 10 times that of a normal individual, suggesting that Chen-Di's testosterone level is beyond what can be quantified on this report. This anomaly left even seasoned physicians, with decades of experience, astounded. Despite their extensive careers, they had never encountered such an outrageous blood test result. What does this signify? It is noteworthy that normal females also possess testosterone, albeit at a level that is merely 1/10 that of typical males. Yet, Chen-Di's testosterone is a staggering 10 times that of an ordinary male. How does one interpret this? What does it mean? In their eyes, is there truly a distinction between male and female? By conventional standards, Chen-Di has undoubtedly surpassed the benchmarks established for normal males. If one were to label an ordinary male as a man, then Chen-Di might rightfully be regarded as a supermale. Theoretically, Chen-Di's blood test results are entirely valid, as there are no signs of banned substances or illicit hormones present. Testosterone is not classified among prohibited items. Moreover, it is crucial to note that testosterone does not inherently enhance combat effectiveness. After a brief discussion among the physicians, they resolved to re-examine Chen-Di's blood. Suspecting that an error had occurred, the physician responsible for drawing Chen-Di's blood recalled the striking figure of the martial artist, vividly remembering the impact of his formidable physique and the bent needle that had left a lasting impression. When the new blood test results emerged, the indicators remained unchanged, identical to the previous findings. Faced with this perplexing blood report, the physicians fell into an unusual silence. In the global martial arts examination venue, Chen-Di stood quietly with his hands in his pockets, observing the diverse crowd around him. His expression was cold. Recently, he had experienced a peculiar sensation that the distinctions between males and females seemed to diminish increasingly. If he did not carefully scrutinize others, he found it increasingly challenging to discern gender. This feeling was akin to a human gazing upon a different species. Amongst their own kind, humans can easily identify gender. However, when confronted with certain lizards and venomous snakes, it becomes quite challenging to discern the genders of others. Naturally, the ambiguity surrounding the gender of the Emperor Chun is not so pronounced, but in comparison to the past, it has indeed become somewhat blurred. Regardless of their characteristics, whether male or female, tall or short, stout or slender, everyone in his eyes appears to have adopted a somewhat effeminate demeanor. Observing the group of youthful warriors around him, Emperor Qin instinctively shook his head. This year's cohort of martial artists exuded vigor and could even be described as charming. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he forcefully interrupted it. I am a man devoted to the pursuit of the ultimate martial path, steadfast in my resolve. Drawing a deep breath, Emperor Qin reopened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was clear and resolute. Even though he possessed testosterone levels exponentially higher than average, it could not surpass the strength of his will, as unyielding as titanium, aluminum, and diamond. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. How could he stray onto a path leading to chaos? With this thought, Emperor Qin's determination surged once more. As the evaluations of all the young warriors concluded, those who had consumed drugs and prohibited substances were eliminated, leaving only about 90% of the original participants. Indeed, this means that, on average, 1 in every 10 young warriors had ingested banned substances. This statistic is profoundly alarming. The remaining warriors, including Emperor Qin, were about to undergo the most fundamental physical tests. The first of these tests would assess strength. Before the assembly stood a long row of iron dumbbells, arranged neatly from 100 kilograms to 5,000 kilograms upon the ground. However, it is crucial to understand that merely qualifying does not guarantee selection, as further tests would follow. Should one fail even a single assessment, they would be disqualified, forfeiting their chance to participate in the global martial arts examination. Moreover, due to the limited slots available in Tingyan County, even those who pass all assessments may not be chosen unless their performances are truly exceptional, ranking among the best. The cruelty of the martial examination far exceeds the imagination of the average individual. As the line of participants formed uniformly, the martial examination commenced. The first young warrior to step up was a bald man clad in a white tank top. His stature was average, yet his arms bore an impressive bulk of muscle, indicating a martial level around the third stage of body refining. If one were to judge solely by his face and the thick beard adorning it, they would find it difficult to believe he was so young. Upon entering the arena, the bald warrior advanced towards the row of dumbbells, ultimately arriving at a weight of 600 kilograms, or 1,200 pounds. Gazing at the dumbbell before him, the bald warrior wiped his hands, grasped the base of the weight, bent his knees slightly, and with a powerful shout, unleashed his strength. In the next moment, the 1,200 pounds dumbbell was effortlessly lifted above his head. The young warriors present gazed at the bald man with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Some gazed with envy, others with disdain, while a few seemed eager to test their limits. The 600-kilogram dumbbell was already sufficient for him to qualify. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, the bald man signaled to the staff once more. He intended to lift the 700-kilogram dumbbell. His decision was quite rational. The better his performance during the selection, the greater his chances of being chosen. Moreover, the martial arts qualification only recorded the best attempt, allowing 3 opportunities in total. So there was no harm in challenging himself. Chapter 36. The Women. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young bald martial artist approached the 700-kilogram dumbbell, bending his knees and exhaling, his entire body surging with strength, veins bulging. Regrettably, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not budge the dumbbell in the slightest. The 700-kilogram weight, equivalent to 1,400 pounds, proved to be a formidable challenge for a third-tier martial artist. Subsequently, the young bald warrior attempted the 650-kilogram dumbbell and ultimately succeeded in lifting it. Thus, his weightlifting results stood at 650 kilograms. Following the bald warrior's test, the remaining martial artists stepped forward to begin their assessments. Although the 500-kilogram dumbbell may not seem imposing, it defeated nearly half of the aspiring martial artists. According to the testing requirements, they needed to lift the dumbbell overhead for over 3 seconds to be deemed qualified. Due to the variance in individual physiques, different martial artists within the same tier exhibited differing levels of strength. Some frequently trained their upper body muscles, granting them an advantage in weightlifting, while others focused on running, excelling in speed. Throughout the subsequent tests, most qualified martial artist results hovered between 500 and 1,000 kilograms. Those capable of lifting 1,000 kilograms were already a rarity, and those who surpassed that mark were even more exceptional. Among them, the strongest lifter managed to lift 2,100 kilograms, temporarily securing the top position. At that moment, it was the turn of a slender martial artist with a buzz cut to undertake the test. Before stepping forward, he shot a mocking glance at Emperor Qin. Standing still, Qin observed the lean fighter, his expression unchanging, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. Who was that woman? Do I know him? After directing his hostility at Qin, the slender buzz-cut martial artist approached the dumbbells, advancing steadily. 100 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms. He reached the 2,000-kilogram mark, yet showed no signs of stopping. The young martial artists watching from behind widened their eyes in astonishment. What on earth is this guy doing? 2,000 kilograms, and he still hasn't lifted it? What is he up to? Such pretentiousness is hardly befitting, is it? With his gaunt frame, can he truly lift over 2,000 kilograms of weights? It seems utterly implausible. Just moments ago, the individual who hoisted 2,000 kilograms was a veritable behemoth, nearly 2 meters tall and wide. How could a mere wisp of a man accomplish such a feat? I am convinced he is merely posturing, and I am ready to witness his folly. Yet, I feel a flicker of recognition. Could he be the young Saiyan of the Liu family from Tingyun City? The slender warrior with a buzzed haircut, upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, paid them no mind. Instead, he resolutely advanced towards the heavier weights. 3,000 kilograms, 4,000 kilograms, 4,500 kilograms. He finally came to a halt before a daunting 5,000 kilograms of iron. The spectators were utterly unprepared for the sight of this buzzed-headed martial artist approaching the imposing 5,000 kilogram dumbbell. The very bar connecting the weights was thicker than an average person's calf. The heavy steel discs on either side were as large as the wheels of 2 massive trucks, stacked in formidable layers. Were it not for the 3-centimeter thick steel plate beneath this colossal dumbbell, the floor itself might have succumbed to the weight. Standing before this monumental challenge, the wiry warrior resembled a mere ant beside a sunflower seed shell, appearing both fragile and insignificant. The onlookers were consumed by curiosity. Could this spindly figure truly lift 5,000 kilograms? It seemed an impossible endeavor. In full view of the audience, the warrior bent his knees and grasped the iron bar with both hands. Taking a deep breath, the veins on his body surged, and his pallid skin flushed a vivid red. His face was a brilliant crimson, the veins on his forehead threatening to burst. In a moment of astonishment and disbelief from the crowd, the massive 5,000 kilograms was indeed hoisted by him. He stood upright, raising the dumbbell above his knees. The immense weight caused the steel plate beneath him to visibly bend. After a brief pause, he let out a mighty roar that reverberated throughout the testing ground. With a sudden surge of strength, he thrust the 5,000 kilograms directly above his head. The tremendous weight bore down upon him, causing his nostrils and eyes to bulge with blood. The intense pressure ruptured capillaries within his nasal passages and eyes, crimson yet, even under such terrifying pressure. The buzz-cut warrior exhibited not a hint of slackness, resolutely maintaining his hold on the dumbbell perched atop his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Until 5 seconds had elapsed, the warrior finally relinquished the weight. With a thunderous crash, the 5,000 kilogram dumbbell distorted the iron plate beneath it. The resounding noise reverberated throughout the testing arena, leaving all witnesses utterly astounded. This individual truly managed to lift a 5,000 kilogram dumbbell? Not only were the surrounding young warriors taken aback, but even the staff responsible for recording the results were equally astonished. Having served as a supervisor for martial arts examinations in Tingyun City for many years, he had never before witnessed someone lift such an immense weight. After discarding the dumbbell, the slender buzz-cut warrior wore a defiant expression, casting a provocative glance towards Chun-Di once more. Observing the buzz-cut warrior winking at him in the testing ground, Chun-Di furrowed his brow. What is this individual doing? Is he challenging me? Chapter 37, Weightlifting. Gazing at the warrior's gaunt physique, his features nearly distorted from exertion, and his stable buzz-cut, Chun-Di suddenly recalled. It seemed he had spotted this individual while arriving at the Global Martial Arts Examination registration in a police car, where the warrior appeared to be mingling with a group of wealthy Saiyans, clearly the offspring of affluent families. If that were the case, this buzz-cut fellow must also be a privileged youth with some background? Is he attempting to elevate his own reputation by stepping on me? Given the persistent provocations from this buzz-cut warrior, the young combatants present began to shift their attention towards Chun-Di. Their keen instincts as warriors allowed them to sense the palpable tension between Chun-Di and the buzz-cut challenger. Moreover, Chun-Di's arrival accompanied by a law enforcement vehicle and dual banners had already ignited the atmosphere, making him the center of attention upon his entrance. Although few dared to approach him, this did not diminish Chun-Di's captivating allure, which exuded an aura potent enough to command the entire arena. As the young warriors surveyed the buzz-cut challenger and then glanced back at Chun-Di, who stood with arms crossed, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within them. A clash between the red-haired behemoth and the buzz-cut warrior was imminent. Which of these two formidable figures would prove to be the more powerful? The audacity of the buzz-cut warrior to confront Chun-Di sparked a thrill among the spectators. Who do you think would be the more formidable combatant if these two were to engage in battle? The buzz-cut warrior, seemingly frail, had astonished everyone by lifting a 5,000 kilogram dumbbell. Such prowess was indeed remarkable. In my view, the buzz-cut warrior may possess the upper hand, as I have reason to believe he is the son of a prominent figure in Tingyun City and likely possesses some inscrutable martial arts prowess. Moreover, despite the imposing appearance of the red-haired gentleman, one cannot be certain of his true strength. The young man with the crew cut has genuinely lifted a staggering 5,000 kilograms, an astonishing weight of 10,000 pounds. Yet, I maintain that the red-haired figure possesses a fiercer aura, Although the crew-cut fellow can indeed lift 5,000 kilograms, it does not imply that the red-haired gentleman is incapable of doing the same. Most importantly, while both individuals exude an intense sense of danger, it is solely the red-haired gentleman who invokes a visceral reaction of trepidation, sending shivers down my spine. It is perplexing, between warriors, absent of physical confrontation. One cannot discern their true capabilities merely by observation. I fervently hope for a clash between the two. As the crew-cut warrior exited, the remaining young fighters began to step forward for their trials. However, compared to the crew-cut's perfect score, these young warriors appeared somewhat lacking, with a noticeable decline in the weights they could lift. Achieving over 1,000 kilograms is considered a mark of excellence, yet no one surpassed 2,000 kilograms. Eventually, the turn came for a few more young warriors, including the affluent Saiyans associated with the crew-cut warrior. When this group of wealthy youths began their weightlifting, the atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. In stark contrast to the ordinary warriors, these privileged fighters exhibited a level of strength that was evidently on a different plane altogether. 3,000 kilograms, 4,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms. These wealthy young men commenced their lifting at a baseline of 3,000 kilograms, with weights exceeding 4,000 being commonplace. Moreover, two among them managed to lift the impressive 5,000 kilograms. The young warriors and the examiners present could only stare in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. While previous years' affluent warriors had also achieved commendable results, none had exhibited such frightening prowess as this year's contenders. It had been several years since any young warrior from Tingyun City had lifted 5,000 kilograms, yet this year, 3 had done so. The current crop of wealthy young warriors is indeed alarmingly formidable. In light of this remarkable display, the ordinary warriors found themselves engulfed in a profound sense of defeat, not for any other reason than the overwhelming capabilities exhibited by this year's participants. The weight of 5,000 kilograms felt as though it were suffocating them. Even more astonishing to those present was the synchronized manner in which these young Saiyans, after completing their lifts, directed a challenging posture toward Emperor Chun. Such a scene undoubtedly intensified the palpable tension in the air. The surrounding young warriors finally grasped the audacity with which these individuals dared to challenge Emperor Chun. While these wealthy youths may come across as ostentatious and brash, their performance today undeniably grants them the right to such arrogance. Indeed, the prowess of this year's affluent warriors is somewhat terrifying. At this moment, Emperor Chun stood amidst the ranks, initially regarding the provocations from the crew of short-haired youths with disdain. However, the incessant and boisterous antics of these perturbed individuals piqued his interest, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. Their behavior, reminiscent of individuals intoxicated with bravado, effectively drew Emperor Chun's attention. As the ranks of martial artists continued to extend, the moment for Emperor Chun to step forward for the test approached. When his turn arrived, nearly everyone present shifted their focus entirely onto him. The young martial examination candidates, the supervising officials, and even the affluent provocateurs who had dared to challenge him all fixed their gaze upon his actions, their eyes unwavering. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Emperor Chun strode confidently into the arena. Like the wealthy youths before him, he disregarded the lighter weights and advanced directly toward the formidable 5,000-kilogram barbell. The heartbeats of the spectators quickened in tandem with his approach. Would this crimson-haired warrior truly be capable of lifting such a weight? If he failed, would he not become the laughingstock of all? The tension in the air was palpable, and the anticipation of the onlookers surpassed even that of Emperor Chun himself. The wealthy provocateurs clasped their fists, watching with keen interest as they wondered just how much prowess this individual possessed. Under the gaze of the multitude, Emperor Chun surveyed the immense barbell before him, a smirk gracing his lips. 1,000 pounds? A trivial feat with a deft motion. He hooked the tip of his foot around the metal bar and effortlessly lifted the colossal weight, raising it high into the air. As the barbell ascended, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters, the spectators gasped in astonishment. Upon reaching its zenith, the barbell began its swift descent. With a single hand, Emperor Chun caught it with ease, palm facing upward. The moment the weight impacted his grasp, the immense gravitational force left 2 distinct impressions of his feet firmly embedded in the metallic surface below. Moreover, his hands remained as steady as a mountain, his body betraying no tremor. His expression was unfazed, as if he had merely lifted a feather rather than an insurmountable weight. The sight of Emperor Chun effortlessly lifting and securing the 5,000-kilogram barbell left the seated martial artists in sheer disbelief, prompting an eruption of astonished exclamations as they rose from their seats. What sorcery was this? The barbell weighed 1,000 pounds, and yet he had lifted it with a single hand. Raising a hand is one thing, but lifting a dumbbell to a height of 4 or 5 meters with a single leg is an entirely different matter. Observing Emperor Chun, who effortlessly hoisted 5,000 kilograms with one hand, his demeanor calm and unflustered, left the onlookers utterly speechless, as if they had a fishbone lodged in their throats. Among them, the wealthier martial artists who had previously dared to provoke Emperor Chun were experiencing the most complex and uncomfortable emotions. Witnessing Emperor Chen lift 10,000 pounds with one hand, their astonishment was beyond the capacity of words to convey. They had anticipated that he might be formidable, yet they could never have fathomed his strength would reach such extraordinary heights. The enormous dumbbell, which they struggled to lift with all their might, seemed to him but a trivial toy, utterly insignificant. Feelings of humiliation, indignation, anger, and disbelief swirled violently within these privileged youths, causing them physical discomfort as if ants were crawling all over them. They had initially sought to find a scapegoat to demonstrate their prowess, aiming to display their superiority, only to find themselves facing an unyielding steel wall. Instead of asserting their dominance, they had become the jesters of the spectacle. Even if one possessed superior strength, what of it? Surely, we can surpass him in speed, explosiveness, and reflexes. I refuse to believe that we, united, cannot best a mere street fighter. After holding the dumbbell above his head for 5 seconds, Emperor Chun casually flicked his wrist, sending the colossal weight crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the venue. What infuriated the wealthy youths most was that, after completing his feat, Emperor Chen did not even spare them a glance, turning away and exiting the arena. His dismissal was a profound insult, a blatant display of contempt that rendered them utterly insignificant in his eyes. This left the martial artists with crew cuts feeling a profound discomfort, as if they had no outlet for their frustration. The proctor responsible for recording the results was momentarily taken aback, only to regain his composure and hastily document Emperor Chen's achievement. The other proctors exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the young candidates from Tungyun City exhibited such remarkable talent. This year's cohort was undoubtedly among the finest in recent decades, if not centuries. In the subsequent tests, the martial artists engaged in a series of physical assessments, including a running test specifically designed to gauge speed. Completing a 100-meter sprint in under 10 seconds was deemed acceptable. Most participants managed only slightly above 9 seconds, with some exceeding 10 seconds. The more exceptional individuals clocked in around 8 seconds. Those who did not finish within 10 seconds were considered failures. Naturally, the wealthy martial artists excelled in the speed test, averaging around 7, if not 6 seconds. Among the competitors, the fastest Saiyan nearly completed the 100 meters in under 6 seconds. However, beyond these affluent heirs, there exists a plethora of remarkably talented ordinary martial artists. Although these young warriors possess exceptional attributes, they face significant disparities in resources compared to their wealthy counterparts. Consequently, their achievements, while surpassing those of the average fighters, remain distant from the remarkable records set by the elite heirs. The gap in resources is a chasm that sheer effort alone cannot bridge. Yet, when Emperor Chun made his entrance, his performance once again astonished the entire assembly. He traversed the 100-meter distance in a mere 3 seconds. The significance of such a feat rendered the onlookers motionless, as if caught in a whirlwind. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, he had already completed the race. The disparity was overwhelming, a crushing superiority. The Saiyans, witnessing Chen's astounding accomplishment, felt their teeth grind in frustration. Where on earth did this country bumpkin emerge from? How dare he eclipse our glory? The sight of Chen's audacious demeanor nearly drove them to the brink of fury. Unsurprisingly, in the subsequent tests of reaction and explosive power, Chen once more dominated them with apparent ease, displaying no hint of strain. By the conclusion of all assessments, only a fraction of the martial artists remained. It could be said that those who persisted had successfully passed the initial screening of the global martial arts examination. Based on the results of all present, the martial artists would undergo a unified ranking, with higher placements increasing the likelihood of selection. At the conclusion of the testing, each candidate had the opportunity to challenge a single opponent, one who had ranked and performed better than themselves. In the realm of martial arts, rankings are but illusions. It is the might of one's fist that defines superiority. A successful challenge would allow the victor to usurp the defeated's rank and score, while the vanquished could opt to challenge another warrior. However, as the proctor scrutinized the list in his hands, he could not suppress a frown. The reason was clear. The number of candidates passing this year was significantly greater than in previous years, yet the available slots in Tungyun City were alarmingly few. This implied that the number of martial artists needing to be eliminated in the forthcoming challenge would be considerably higher. Just as the proctor pondered this predicament, a chorus of boisterous voices erupted behind him. I call out a challenge to that one with the red hair. You there? Do you dare to face me in single combat? The loudest among the challengers was not one of the buzzcut fighters, but rather a female martial artist standing alongside them. The attire of the female warrior, though not ostentatious, could not conceal her delicate features and captivating presence. Remarkably, this female warrior was quite beautiful. What was most striking was that many, upon seeing her, had their gazes shift, whispering amongst themselves. Is this not Lin Mingming, the campus belle of Tingwu High School in Tungyun City? I thought she looked familiar just now, but I failed to recognize her. Come on. She just lifted over 4,000 kilograms. She is far stronger than you, and certainly not merely a decorative figure. Speaking of which, how brave is this campus belle to challenge that red-haired fellow? Good grief. I can almost envision the scene of that red-haired giant ruthlessly overpowering her. It is too terrifying. And I can scarcely bear to watch. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers became increasingly excited. The clash between the campus belle and the red-haired muscle man was indeed a sensational topic. Shin-Di observed the most boisterous and arrogant individual in the crowd, and a sinister smile began to creep across his face. Due to his mild facial recognition impairment, he found that the distinction between this so-called campus belle and ordinary individuals was not particularly pronounced. Regardless of gender or appearance, everyone began to blur into a haze from Chun-Di's perspective. In a certain sense, as the influence of the blood of the horse deepened, the disparity between Chun-Di's physical structure and that of ordinary human warriors grew increasingly vast. Observing the malevolent expression gradually forming on Chun-Di's face, Lin Mingming, the campus belle of Tengwu High School, began to feel a rising tension within her. That smile was truly frightening. Realizing her inner trepidation, Lin Mingming promptly slapped her face. No need to fear. I possess the inherited martial skill of my family, the bone transformation palm. Even if my opponent's strength far exceeds mine, I can still defeat him with my technique. As a scion of a wealthy family in Tingyun City, nearly every affluent household possesses formidable martial skills. The Lin family's most renowned technique is the bone transformation palm, a skill specifically designed to breach defenses. It is said that once mastered to perfection, this technique can shatter a warrior's bones into dust, striking from a distance with terrifying power. Any warrior at the body refinement stage struck by this palm would either perish or sustain severe injuries, at the very least ending up severely incapacitated. Its might is indeed formidable. Regardless of the opponent's strength or physical prowess, being hit by the bone transformation palm yields similar devastating outcomes, making it an exceptionally ruthless and dominating technique. This was the foundation of Lin Mingming's courage in challenging Chun-Di. As long as she could land a single hit with the bone transformation palm during the contest, she would likely secure victory. A powerful martial skill can undoubtedly yield astonishing results in battle. Red-haired giant, you wouldn't dare to refuse my challenge out of fear, would you? Oh. If you are afraid, you may as well concede, sparing me the trouble of rendering you incapacitated later. Before the imposing figure of Emperor Chun, Lin Mingming maintained an air of arrogance, exuding confidence. In response to Lin Mingming's challenge, Emperor Chen's expression twisted into a smile that was as sinister as a vengeful specter. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige. Without any superfluous words, Emperor Chen promptly accepted the challenge. Observing the confrontation between the two, the crew-cut warrior behind Lin Mingming could not help but scoff. TSK. What a pity that Lin Mingming managed to seize the initiative. The surrounding wealthy young martial artists immediately chimed in with laughter, commenting, ladies first, what's wrong with yielding a bit? Indeed, Lin Mingming is a lady. What harm is there in giving way to her? From their words, it was evident that this group was a collection of sycophantic rich heirs. Yes, a gaggle of privileged young men with doting fathers. However, for a girl like Lin Mingming, endowed with beauty, wealth, and a distinguished background, she undeniably held considerable allure for them. Upon the arena, Emperor Chun and Lin Mingming faced each other, their gazes locked. Prior to the commencement of battle, the supervising instructor reminded them, Emperor Chun, Lin Mingming, both of you have surpassed the admission threshold. Even without engaging in this contest, you would still secure an opportunity to participate in the global martial examination. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the duel? In response to the instructor's inquiry, both Emperor Chun and Lin Mingming exhibited no hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Witnessing the unwavering determination on their faces, the instructor felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. These two promising talents, should either sustain injury, would be a loss for Tingyun City. Yet, for a martial artist, the essence lies in an indomitable spirit, an insatiable drive for progress, and an aspiration to become the strongest. Before the challenge commenced, the instructor declared, Emperor Chun, Lin Mingming, any injuries sustained during this duel shall be your own responsibility, irrespective of life or death. Do you accept this? I accept. They both proclaimed. Very well, the battle now begins. At the moment the instructor's words echoed through the arena, the two combatants sprang into action. To everyone's astonishment, it was Lin Mingming, the school beauty of Tingyun Gaowu, who launched the first offensive. As the battle commenced, Lin Mingming unleashed her full power, activating the bone transformation palm to its utmost limits. With the enhancement of this martial technique, her palms glimmered with a luster akin to that of exquisite white jade, smooth and radiant. At this moment, Lin Mingming spread her hands wide, akin to a great rock taking flight, rushing towards Emperor Chun. Observing the approaching figure of Lin Mingming, Emperor Chun remained motionless, hands tucked in his pockets, his expression one of utmost indifference. The onlookers felt their hearts race with anticipation. Who would prevail, Emperor Chun or the school beauty with her formidable prowess? It was imminent. The strike was mere moments away. Just as Lin Mingming's radiant bone transformation palm was about to collide with Emperor Chen's form, he suddenly moved. With a swift motion, He extracted his hand from his pocket and delivered a sharp slap to the school beauty's face. Chundi's strike was a masterful blend of speed and force, arriving with astonishing swiftness. A resounding crack echoed as the stunning beauty's delicate visage made intimate contact with his palm. The force of the blow visibly contorted and distorted her features. With a single strike, she was sent flying several meters away, crimson blood cascading through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Alongside the blood, several blood-stained teeth seemed to dance in the atmosphere, intertwining to form a vivid tableau. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in utter shock. After all, just moments before, Chundi had demonstrated peak physical prowess in the strength tests. Although Lin Mingming's scores were not as high as his, the gap was not insurmountable. They had considered the disparity in power between Chundi and Lin Mingming, but the harsh reality was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Chundi's slap had propelled Lin Mingming nearly a dozen meters away. Just as it appeared she would tumble off the stage, Lin Mingming finally regained her composure midair, skillfully adjusting her balance. In that fleeting moment before her fall, she managed to halt her descent. However, despite her best efforts to prevent her defeat, her exquisite face bore an enormous handprint. Thanks to Chundi's strike, her entire visage was swollen, rendering her a far cry from her previous beauty. Her hair fell in disarray, blood streaming from her nose. With just one blow, the enchanting school beauty was left disfigured. Lin Mingming glared at the composed Chundi, her fury nearly boiling over. How could this be? It must be a coincidence. Next time, he would not so easily land a hit. The young martial artists outside the ring, especially those from affluent backgrounds, quickly urged Lin Mingming. Mingming, stop fighting. Come down and leave him to us. That red-haired fellow better watch out. If he dares to strike Lin Mingming again, we will make him pay. How dare he bully a woman? If he has guts, let him face us in a fair fight. Ignoring the pleas from the crowd below, Lin Mingming's anger surged to its peak. She could not swallow this affront without retaliating, gazing at Chundi, who stood with his hands in his pockets. Looking down at her with an air of arrogant superiority, her fury ignited once more. If you have the courage, don't back down. With that, she wiped the blood from her lips and charged once again towards Chundi. Faced with Lin Mingming's admonition, Chundi could not suppress his laughter. His lips curling into a wicked grin, his expression akin to that of a fearsome demon. Ha ha ha. It seems my earlier slap was rather too gentle. This time, the school beauty Lin Mingming approached with utmost caution, perpetually vigilant against any counterattacks or evasions from Chundi. As her palm drew closer to him, excitement surged within her. Closer, nearer. If I can deliver my bone transformation palm upon him, victory shall be mine. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, within arm's reach. In the next moment, Lin Mingming's palm collided with Chundi's chiseled abdomen. The instant their skin met, she was overwhelmed by exhilaration, immense exhilaration. Having successfully struck his midsection with her martial technique, she felt certain of her impending triumph. Yet, as her initial thrill subsided, she soon became aware of an alarming reality. Such hard muscles, such solid abs. Was this the physique of an ordinary person, an average martial artist? Moreover, the sensation was more than mere hardness. Upon impact, her bone transformation palm did not penetrate flesh, but rather reverberated as though striking a solid bronze bell. In an instant, a deep, resonant chime echoed throughout the space, deafening all present and leaving the assembled martial artists dizzy and disoriented. Lin Mingming, standing closest to Chundi, was evidently the most affected. The shockwave from his impenetrable form rendered her momentarily dazed, her body tingling with a loss of sensation. In stark contrast, Chundi remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. Not even a drop of sweat betraying his effort. Weak, so weak. You dare challenge me with such feeble strength? Are you mocking me? With a thunderous roar, Chundi unleashed a simple yet powerful hook punch, striking Lin Mingming's abdomen directly. The force of the blow sent her soaring like a prawn. Her body bending under the immense power, propelled towards the ceiling like a cannonball. Though it appeared a straightforward strike, its ferocity was such that it sent Lin Mingming crashing into the ceiling, shattering the suspended panels before rebounding back towards the ground. Chundi's domineering punch left the onlookers in stunned silence. Spectators, including staff and wealthy young martial artists, rushed to catch Lin Mingming as she fell from the ceiling, frantically attempting to break her descent. By their collective effort, they managed to catch the school beauty. Yet the impact of Chundi's punch undoubtedly meant she would require immediate medical attention. The onlookers gazed in horror at Lin Mingming, who lay unconscious and bloodied, then shifted their attention to Chundi, who stood on the arena with arms crossed, exuding an aura of unyielding wrath. A chilling terror stirred within them. How could this individual be so fearsome? Unfazed by the palpable dread surrounding him, Chundi showed no inclination to apologize. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and inquired of the numerous martial artists below, who will be next? With that, he slowly turned his head towards the group of affluent martial artists, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Do you wish to approach one by one, or shall you all come at me together? Chapter 41, Laid to Rest. Observing the arrogant and domineering presence of Chun-Di on the stage, the young martial artists below felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Their heads instinctively bowed. How ferocious! How tyrannical! In contrast to the martial artists around him, Chun-Di resembled a pure beast, a king of the wild, dominating the arena without a visible challenger. Even the supervising instructors instinctively recoiled at the sight of his piercing gaze. His prowess was unmistakable, utterly unmasked. The wealthy martial artists, upon sensing the oppressive aura radiating from Chun-Di, were momentarily stunned, their hearts racing. Yet, they quickly shook off the feeling of retreat. As realization dawned, a profound sense of shame welled within them for their initial desire to withdraw. The spirit of martial arts has always demanded relentless advancement. Should they succumb to Chun-Di's pressure at this moment, they risked living their lives overshadowed by him. At that moment, Chun-Di was like a fishbone lodged in their throats, leaving them in a state of dilemma. Engaging him in combat might lead to defeat, yet abstaining would leave their martial spirits in tatters. Just as many of the affluent martial artists hesitated, a young man with a crew cut boldly ascended the arena. Brothers, if we are defeated today, we may merely be left incapacitated. However, if we choose to retreat now, our martial spirits could be forever tarnished. Come, I shall be the next to challenge you. His thunderous declaration jolted the wealthy youths from their stupor, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They narrowly escaped the looming shadow of Chun-Di that threatened to shroud their martial hearts. Upon hearing the crew-cut youth's words, the surrounding young martial artists displayed expressions of astonishment. Although the young man appeared slight and unremarkable, his words carried a significant weight of truth. Intriguingly, this crew-cut individual piqued Chun-Di's interest, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded him. The young warrior with a crew cut, though appearing somewhat unremarkable in demeanor, truly embodies the forthright spirit characteristic of martial artists. In response to the provocations from the crew-cut warrior, Chun-Di's lips curved into a slight smirk. You wish to challenge me, do you? You aim to use me as a sharpening stone for your martial aspirations? Very well. However, I have changed my mind. If you wish to contest me, you must first defeat those ranked above me to earn the right to challenge me. After all, it would be impractical for me to entertain each of you individually. I am not here to engage in charity. Even a teacher must collect tuition. Upon hearing Chun-Di's words, not only the crew-cut warrior but the entire assembly fell into a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Did you not just say you would let them all come at you? Why the sudden change of heart? Even more absurdly, after making this declaration, Chun-Di reclined upon the arena floor, eyes closed, exuding an air of refusal to participate in the contest. The crew-cut warrior, upon witnessing Chun-Di lying across from him, was momentarily dumbfounded. What? Wasn't it agreed that I would challenge you? What on earth is going on? The onlookers, observing Chun-Di sprawled on the arena, were engulfed in a storm of thoughts, yet found themselves unable to voice a single word. How does one explain this? The crew-cut warrior's mind raced back to Chun-Di's earlier remarks. Tentatively, he inquired, wait. I am willing to offer 100,000 as a challenge fee for the opportunity to face you. Is that acceptable? At these words, a grin involuntarily spread across Chun-Di's face. The crew-cut warrior's proposal struck a chord with him. Indeed, this was precisely what Chun-Di had been waiting for. Haha. Splendid. Each of you shall pay 200,000. I grant you the opportunity to confront me together. With that, Chun-Di closed his eyes once more. At this moment, he desperately sought resources for his growth, and these young warriors, offspring of the affluent, represented an ideal opportunity, a veritable cash cow. Thanks to the crew-cut warrior's suggestion, Chun-Di conceived this lucrative method to facilitate his own development. When the wealthy young warriors heard Chun-Di's words, they exchanged glances, appearing somewhat at a loss. Hey, this isn't right. Why must we pay to challenge you? Are you serious? This is too much. Have you become cowardly, resorting to such a feeble excuse? Indeed, moreover, if we pay, we cannot even face you one-on-one. You demand that we confront you together. Do you look down upon us? Yet, regardless of their protests, Chun-Di remained resolutely silent, ignoring them entirely. His demeanor seemed to convey, indeed, I do look down upon you. Hurry and pay if you wish to be beaten. Without payment, you shan't even qualify for that. Witnessing the unfolding situation, these young heirs to wealth quaked with indignation, gathering to devise a strategy. Surely, with our combined strength, we can prevail against them, can't we? No, I must engage in this challenge. Before the buzzcut spoke, I was fine, but now, his words only fuel my ire, destabilizing my martial spirit. Alas, at this juncture, this battle is inevitable. I must confront it, lest my dedication to martial arts fracture irrevocably. It is truly exasperating. This fellow seems to have complete confidence in us, leaving me feeling as though ants are crawling within me. How infuriating it is that this man, despite his robust appearance, exhibits such treachery. Fully aware of the pitfalls ahead, we are compelled to leap into the fray. Such a sensation is utterly intolerable. Here lies a bank card containing 4 million in cash, the password being 6 zeros. With this, would you be inclined to face us? Upon hearing these words, Chen Di instantly opened his eyes, his back muscles tensed, and he propelled himself off the ground. Observing the bank card thrown his way, a smile graced Chen Di's face as he effortlessly crushed the card in his hand. Indeed, this is the spirit of a true warrior. Now, cease your hesitations and come at me all at once. Do not squander my time. Gazing at the audacious Chen Di atop the arena, the supervising teacher extended a hand, only to let it fall limply by his side. For it appears that the regulations do not explicitly prohibit a single combatant from facing multiple opponents. In theory, Chen Di's actions are not in violation of any rules. Yet, the sight is undeniably peculiar. A throng of over 20 martial artists gathered on the platform, presenting not a scene of amicable sparring, but rather resembling a chaotic gang brawl. Chapter 42, He Escapes. Observing the chaotic mass on the arena, the supervising teachers rubbed their temples in exasperation. This year's young martial artists are not only exceptionally strong, but also possess a distinctive flair for the dramatic. Once on the stage, they must fend for their lives. May fortune favor you. Should you find yourselves outmatched, remember to concede defeat. Despite the teacher's admonition, the affluent heirs paid it little heed, utterly unconcerned. We have invested our money, after all, each contributing 200,000, a considerable sum. He has taken our money. How can he dare to strike us with undue ferocity? Under my command, the challenge commences. With the teacher's authoritative shout, the fierce battle erupts. The young heirs, like a swarm of locusts, charged toward Chen Di, each one brandishing their signature techniques in a desperate bid to overpower him in record time. Moreover, within the minds of these wealthy combatants lay a concealed conviction. With so many of us united, surely we can overcome a single opponent, even one of equal standing in the realm of martial arts. It is precisely due to the mindset that even a multitude of ants can vanquish an elephant that they willingly expend 200,000 for a ticket to challenge the Emperor Chun. As long as they can bring the Emperor to his knees, who cares how they achieve such a feat? The thrill of combat invigorates their martial spirit. The martial heart is a manifestation of idealism. As long as one does not adhere to martial ethics, the spirit of martialism cannot constrain them. Among these affluent warriors, their martial techniques are as diverse as the stars in the sky. Some excel in leg techniques, their lower body strength astonishing, their legs slicing through the air with a cacophony of wind, exuding an aura of terror. Others, wealthy Saiyans, specialize in claw strikes, their palms calloused beyond measure, their claws as unyielding as the toughest steel, impervious to blades and bullets. Still, there are those who, like the Emperor Chun, engage in holistic training, their muscles bulging and skin flushed, resembling a lobster freshly steamed. However, in comparison to the Emperor's consummate golden bell shield, their skills and techniques appear somewhat lacking. With rapid and ferocious strikes, the Emperor's single leg seemed to possess the spring of a coil, executing a flawless arc through the air. If their teammates happened to obstruct them, they would find themselves tumbling through the arena together. Conversely, should they find themselves unaccompanied in a void, the Emperor's kick would unceremoniously send them hurtling out of the ring, unable to rise again. Every contender struck by the Emperor's front kick clutched their injured areas, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their faces contorted in agony. Some suffered multiple fractures on the spot, rendered half disabled in an instant. The Emperor's assaults were overwhelmingly tyrannical. To touch him was to be injured, to engage was to meet death. Had his force not been diffused among 7 or 8 opponents, he might have obliterated them on the spot. With but a single move, the number of affluent warriors on the platform was reduced by more than a third. Confronted with the Emperor's unparalleled power and the immense pressure it exerted, the remaining wealthy warriors finally grasped the magnitude of the entity they were attempting to challenge. How could this individual be so formidable? They felt, at that very moment, like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, with the Emperor resembling a predator selecting its prey. Their audacity to seek a challenge against him was akin to a tiger infiltrating a herd of sheep. Fear not, brothers, he merely possesses rapid leg techniques. We were too closely clustered and thus susceptible to his single strike. If we spread out and act judiciously, there remains a chance. Those who heard this rallying cry turned to find that it was uttered by the slender, crew-cut figure. Regardless of who spoke, the crowd, upon hearing this analysis and encouragement, forcibly suppressed their trepidation and once more approached the Emperor with tentative aggression. These individuals, having learned from their previous encounter, chose not to congregate but instead dispersed, slowly encircling the Emperor Chun. The remaining dozen on stage, shaken by their last experience, recognized the peril posed by Emperor Chun and dared not approach him recklessly. However, before they could stabilize their morale, Emperor Chun shattered their confidence anew. Unfazed by the onslaught of martial artists approaching from all directions, he boldly advanced into their midst, resembling a bulldozer or a grass cutter, leaving destruction in his wake. Anyone who dared obstruct his path was swiftly dispatched, akin to a ragged sack filled with refuse, sent hurtling away. The unfortunate martial artists flung aside found themselves embedded in the ceiling, wedged into the walls, or crashing into the concrete floor of the arena, transformed into grotesque human cushions. Although these fighters had faced Emperor Chun before, Their various assaults failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Yet, a single strike from him could leave them questioning their very existence. With just one punch, they were sent to join the beautiful schoolgirl in the emergency room. Under Emperor Chen's steady performance, the melee swiftly devolved into a game called Jump from the Arena. The affluent young masters screamed in terror, their frantic attempts to escape betraying their fear. By heavens, I finally made it out. Help me, I concede. I surrender. Chapter 43, Redemption. As these wealthy young Saiyans scrambled desperately to flee the arena, their terror was palpable. From an outsider's perspective, they appeared utterly disheveled, nearly driven to madness. Meanwhile, Emperor Chun, seemingly exhilarated, struck the surrounding martial artists with the fervor of a father disciplining a wayward son, delivering blows that landed with a resounding impact. Frankly, had these pampered youths not possessed considerable resilience, they might have succumbed to their injuries long ago. In less than a minute, they encountered a fear they had never known since birth. That red-haired muscle man. He is not human. After a moment, all the young martial artists on the stage cried out in unison, "Help! Invigilator, please save us. I concede. I surrender. I yield, please stop." The arena was awash with splattered blood, mingled with tears, snot, and spittle. Observing the wealthy young masters, now so thoroughly beaten that even their mothers would not recognize them, the Invigilator felt a throbbing headache. Emperor Chun, moderation is key. Please do not kill them. As he surveyed the incapacitated affluent martial artists around him, Emperor Chun ceased his assault, gently wiping the blood from his cheek. The Invigilator's words resonated perfectly with his sentiments. For Emperor Chun, eliminating this group of affluent second-generation heirs held little intrinsic value. Perhaps it would merely enhance his portrayal of the formidable Banjia young Zyro. However, Emperor Chun possessed far more astute means to exploit and leverage them. Throughout, he remained acutely aware that he was embodying Banjia young Zyro rather than becoming one of them. Do remember to transfer my ransom fee later. 500,000 each. Do not forget. Otherwise, every time I encounter you, I shall strike you anew. From this day forth, should you believe you are capable once more, I welcome your challenges at any time, provided you are prepared to furnish your ransom. According to the Martial Arts Alliance Law, Article 130, the regulations for the arena stipulate that any warrior who enters the arena bears the responsibility for their own life and death, should one be outmatched and defeated. They may offer a sum to implore the victor for mercy and clemency. The amount shall be dictated by the conqueror. As his words concluded, a menacing smile once again graced Emperor Chun's countenance, his gleaming white teeth leaving an indelible impression upon the minds of these wealthy heirs. The onlookers, observing Chen's retreating figure, were seized by a parching thirst. What audacity, what hubris! Those privileged heirs, still reeling from their previous encounter with Emperor Chun, shuddered at his pronouncement. Would they ever have the opportunity to surpass this man in their lifetimes? Having spent 200,000 merely to receive a sound thrashing was truly. Oh wait, didn't Emperor Chun also mention they were required to pay an additional 500,000 ransom? At this thought, their expressions soured instantly. 200,000 plus 500,000. Chen's demand was indeed quite reasonable. 70,000 was not an insubstantial sum for them, yet it was not entirely out of reach. They could muster it, albeit with considerable reluctance. But could they simply forego this payment? The memory of Chen's overwhelming prowess extinguished any lingering thoughts of defiance. A being of Chen's caliber, manifesting such terrifying strength even at the body refinement stage, surely merited a place in a prestigious martial arts university. Given his abilities, gaining admission to the top-tier institutions would likely pose no challenge. Once he enrolled and accessed greater resources, the disparity in power would render them, these affluent heirs, utterly impotent. Even combining the might of their fathers and grandfathers, who had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, may not suffice to contend with the current Emperor Chun. With this realization, their spirits waned. They were indeed privileged heirs, brazen and accustomed to flaunting their status, but such arrogance did not equate to foolishness. The stark reality of Chen's strength lay plainly before them. To continue provoking such a figure would be sheer folly. As Chun Di descended from the arena, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Congratulations, host. The role-playing proficiency of Fan Ma Yongji has risen to 65%. With the increase in proficiency, you have acquired a new ability. Technique: Supersonic Assault. Dissipation: Strongest being on Earth. Technique: Supersonic Assault. The host has attained an exquisite mastery over his physique, enabling almost perfect control of his body, allowing his flesh and bones to function like countless springs, remarkably supple yet resilient, releasing an assault speed that transcends the sound barrier in an instant. This technique can be applied to all martial arts executed through the body, including but not limited to supersonic wailing, supersonic boxing, supersonic whiplash. Please note, while the supersonic attack is formidable, employing this technique imposes significant strain on the host's body. The Fan Ma lineage can disregard this warning. Due to its lower purity, the system advises that the host refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Technique: Dissipation. The host can enter a unique state, becoming as light as a feather, effortlessly nullifying all incoming attacks and forces. Dissipation is not invincible. It can only negate a limited amount of power, as long as there is breath within. The host must avoid employing this technique, as its purity would diminish drastically. Strongest being on earth. The pinnacle of martial arts, the zenith of purity. As the host continues to grow and strengthen, all abilities pertaining to Fanma Yong, Ji will be enhanced correspondingly, excluding technique. The path of the strongest being on earth knows no bounds, no peak. Only through continuous growth and enhancement can one truly grasp the essence of being the strongest being on earth. Feeling an unceasing surge of power within, Chen-Di smiled. From the moment he began to dominate those affluent martial artists, he sensed an eruption of energy within himself. Consequently, he deliberately prolonged his assault on the wealthy martial practitioners until the energy within him had nearly reached its peak, gradually ceasing his actions thereafter. After Chen-Di exited the arena, the supervising teacher glanced at the remaining students, cleared his throat twice, and inquired, "Is there anyone else wishing to challenge an opponent? If not, this selection process will come to a close. Tomorrow morning, all successful candidates must proceed to the final venue of the Global Martial Arts Examination. Do not be too disheartened if you have not secured a spot. You may await the next Global Martial Arts Examination." Of course, the supervising teacher refrained from voicing one last remark. As long as your age has not surpassed the maximum limit set by the Martial Arts Alliance for participation in the Global Martial Arts Examination. Chapter 44, Vigilance. In the struggle for supremacy, all martial artists who fail to achieve the designated rankings shall be eliminated here. The opportunity to transform one's life will no longer be available. Upon hearing the words of the proctor, the young martial artists below erupted into chaos, particularly those who had reached the age limit without being selected. I shall issue a challenge. I wish to contest against the contender ranked 300. The martial artist ranked 300 was, in fact, the one with the least commendable performance among the selected. In the entirety of Tingyun City, only 300 young martial artists are chosen annually to participate in the Global Martial Arts Examination. The limited resources for cultivation are solely reserved for those at the pinnacle of the pyramid, the most exceptional young warriors. The path of martial arts relies not only on personal effort, but also on the accumulation of resources. Those who can acquire greater resources are able to elevate their strength and martial prowess more swiftly and to greater heights. The way of the martial artist is the way of competition, seizing what is not rightfully theirs, and striving for what they desire. To fight oneself, to undergo arduous training, to push beyond the limits of the body, to contend against the heavens, to surpass others, to plunder resources, and to pursue the zenith of martial arts. To ascend to the peak, one must not neglect either personal endeavor or the resources from the external world. Thus, Chen-Di's greed and cunning emerge. He spares no opportunity to seize martial resources. As he listened to the roars of challengers behind him vying for a spot in the Global Martial Arts Examination, a subtle smile graced Chen-Di's lips. The path of martial arts should be thus. Although many martial artists chose to challenge, not a single one dared to issue a challenge against Chen-Di. After the previous confrontation, these young warriors had become acutely aware of the gap between themselves and Bai Yi. Why would they seek unnecessary suffering? The qualified martial artists would converge at the final venue of the global examination tomorrow afternoon. This meant that Chen-Di still had time to spend the cash he possessed. With this in mind, he promptly set off towards the Kangdon Pavilion with his bank card in hand. The card held over 2 million in savings, sufficient for Chen-Di to purchase additional elixirs to enhance his martial techniques. Reflecting on the card in his hand, Chen-Di felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. After numerous underground boxing matches, he had managed to earn merely 100,000 in wages. It was only after toppling the underground boxing king that he acquired several million. Yet, with just a single challenge against this group of affluent young martial artists, he could amass assets exceeding 10 million. Of course, at this moment, Chen-Di was still uncertain whether these wealthy heirs had actually transferred the funds into his account. He held no apprehension that they might default. After all, should they truly attempt to evade payment, he would gladly administer a thorough beating the following day. No payment, then the beatings would continue until they acquiesced. If their fathers came, he would gladly deal with them too, ensuring the 3 generations lay in an orderly fashion. Among the wealthy heirs in Tingyun City, the highest martial cultivation reached merely the peak of body refinement. As long as they had not entered the realm of martial arts, Chen-Di feared no one. The martial arts elixir capable of healing severe injuries commands a price no less than 50 to 60,000. If they truly dare to default, the Emperor Chun is curious to see just how many such sums they can squander. Were these wealthy heirs mere commoners, he would not have treated them with such severity. After all, a penniless individual, even if struck down, could yield little in terms of monetary gain, rendering any action against them hardly worthwhile. However, these affluent heirs are a different matter entirely. Engaging with them could easily result in an outpouring of gold coins, and not seizing this opportunity to exploit their wealth would be a disservice to their status as the privileged elite. It is not often that one encounters a group of such wealthy targets. and the Emperor Chen would not let them slip away easily. Moreover, it was these wealthy martial artists who instigated the conflict with him in the first place. Had the roles been reversed, with an ordinary person lacking strength in his place, the outcome would have been far less favorable. Emperor Chen seeks a reasonable compensation for his mental anguish, does he not? As he approached the road, he extended a hand and called for a taxi. Driver, to the Tsongdan Pavilion. The taxi driver, glancing at the well-built figure of Chun in the rearview mirror, found himself swallowing hard. This passenger was remarkably imposing. He had initially intended to caution Chun about the dangers surrounding the Tsongdan Pavilion, particularly following a recent incursion by beastly monsters. Yet, upon witnessing Chen's sculpted physique, he refrained from voicing his concern. "All right, sir," he stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. And without further ado, he set off. For reasons unknown, the longer he spent in Chen's presence, the more his heartbeat quickened, despite Chen merely occupying the back seat. The aura of pressure emanating from him grew increasingly intense. Under the driver's guidance, they soon arrived at their destination. As Chen alighted from the taxi and prepared to settle the fare, the driver unexpectedly accelerated, leaving the scene in haste without collecting payment. Chen stood momentarily dumbfounded at the sudden departure of the driver, who had not even taken the money. "Forget it," he muttered to himself, turning towards the Tsongdan Pavilion. In contrast to his previous visit, the area surrounding the pavilion was now heavily fortified with armed martial artists. A glance revealed no fewer than dozens of guards. Observing the heightened security, Chen raised an eyebrow, impressed by the swift response of the martial arts alliance following the recent beastly incursion. Ignoring the armed guards, he strode confidently towards the pavilion. At that moment, a uniformed officer, gun in hand, approached him directly. The officer, named Zhang Yi, was a 7th-tier body refinement police officer. Today, he had just experienced a breakup with his girlfriend, who seamlessly transitioned to a new boyfriend immediately after. Their relationship had ended at 1 o'clock. And by 1:01, she was already with someone new, posting and deleting from her social media in an instant. Moreover, judging by the photographs circulating among social circles, his girlfriend's new partner is a muscular man with a shock of crimson hair. Consequently, Zhang Yi's mood is exceedingly bleak, feeling as though the green hue atop his head is on the verge of overflowing. As he strides toward Chen Di, he sternly cautions, "The Tsongdan Pavilion is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel, please refrain from approaching. I am here to purchase elixirs." With that, Chen Di deliberately brandishes his bank card. In response to Chen Di's explanation, the other party exhibits no semblance of understanding. Instead, he raises his firearm, threatening Chen Di with a menacing declaration, "Now, immediately. Vacate this premises. This place is not for you." Listening to the harsh reprimand, Chen Di's forehead begins to pulse with tension. Just moments ago, he witnessed other passers-by entering to procure elixirs. Why, then, was he denied entry? Gazing at the armed warrior before him, a smirk gradually forms on Chen Di's lips, his red locks standing defiantly. "What if I insist on entering?" Chapter 45, A Spoilsport. As Chen Di's voice rang out, Zhang Yi suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of terror wash over him. His body bristled with goosebumps, and his heartbeat quickened, akin to prey startled by a ferocious beast, triggering an instinctive response. He raised his firearm and pulled the trigger aimed at Chen Di, yet to his astonishment, Chen Di's speed surpassed his own. Before Zhang Yi could unleash a single bullet, Chen Di swiftly crushed the weapon in his grasp into a crumpled mass of scrap metal. In Chen Di's hands, Zhang Yi's firearm felt as pliable as soft clay, instantly rendered unrecognizable. Consequently, the trigger Zhang Yi had pulled resulted in a catastrophic explosion of the weapon. The violently ignited gunpowder propelled the bullet with tremendous force, but with the barrel deformed and blocked by Chen Di's grip, the entire firearm disintegrated where it stood. Fragments of metal and debris were flung outward in all directions. Among the nearest affected were Chen Di and Zhang Yi, both experiencing the greatest impact. However, the remnants of the exploded firearm posed no threat to Chen Di. The shards and components hurtling toward him were akin to a gentle breeze, utterly devoid of lethality. As the smoke began to clear, apart from a few tattered garments, Chen Di emerged unscathed, not so much as a scratch marring his complexion. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi found himself in a dire predicament. Despite his formidable martial prowess, his physical resilience was markedly inferior. While the shrapnel would not claim his life, it left him with numerous lacerations, blood streaming down his face, a visage now marred. This state of disarray was undeniably grotesque. Beyond his cheeks, Zhang Yi's entire front bore an array of minute wounds, rendering him a pitiable sight. His bloodied countenance turned toward the impeccably intact Chen Di, and the arrogance that once adorned his face swiftly transformed into sheer horror, his eyes wide with fear. Chen Di gazed at the officer before him, who appeared utterly petrified, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Fear not, I shall merely strike you once, it will not hurt at all," while soothing the trembling officer. Chen Di deftly fashioned the firearm in his hand into a beautiful floral wreath, delicately placing it around Zhang Yi's neck. Zhang Yi stared in horror at the handcrafted iron ring adorning him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In a desperate attempt to thwart Chun Di's impending assault, he hastily threatened, "Please, don't harm me. I am a member of the alert team. Should you strike me, the troubles you will face henceforth will be innumerable." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's threat, Chun Di could not suppress a grin. "Oh, is that so?" According to Article 12 of the Martial Arts Alliance's laws, law enforcement officers and members of the alert team are prohibited from initiating any attack or firing upon individuals without confirming them as suspects. Should an officer choose to attack unprovoked, citizens are entitled to engage in collective self-defense. Furthermore, Article 33 stipulates that when an officer abuses their authority to impose unjust treatment upon others, citizens have the right to defend their own rights. Wouldn't you agree? Esteemed Inspector? Zhang Yi stood dumbfounded as Chun Di recited the articles of the Martial Arts Alliance's laws. How does this red-haired muscle man possess such legal knowledge? In the midst of Zhang Yi's astonishment, Chun Di's palm struck him with a resounding smack, sending him flying several dozen meters, landing unceremoniously upon the grass, unconscious. The sharp crack echoed loudly, reverberating throughout the street. Inside the Kangdon Pavilion, a pair of murky eyes were drawn to the sound, glancing toward the commotion. The confrontation soon attracted the attention of nearby law enforcement officers. Those with firearms rushed to assist the fallen Zhang Yi, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after enduring Chun Di's formidable slap. The surrounding officers glared at Chun Di, reprimanding him sternly. Unfazed by their admonitions, Chun Di reiterated his previous statements. According to Article 12 of the Martial Arts Alliance laws, evidence must always be considered. If you review the surveillance footage, the truth will be revealed. Should you proceed without discernment, I would advise against your collective actions. At this juncture, Chun Di felt an insatiable itch. The man with the crimson hair is not a villain. He is a good person. It was thanks to him that our Kangdon Pavilion was able to survive the encirclement of those half-beast monsters during our last encounter. The crowd turned to see the receptionist at the Kangdon Pavilion, who was shouting at the top of her lungs. She hurriedly approached, her urgency palpable. Upon witnessing her arrival and hearing her words, the enforcers immediately withdrew their hostility. Since they could remember, they had never seen a guest who could elicit such protection and affection from the attendants of Kangdon Pavilion. Alas, Zhang Yi had inadvertently run into a formidable obstacle this time. After assessing Chun Di's identity and status, the leader of the enforcers turned to his subordinates with a stern inquiry. Did anyone see what transpired? Indeed, Zhang Yi was the instigator today. He had just experienced a heartbreak, leaving him in a foul mood. He had acted impulsively, and it was he who had first pulled the trigger. Damn it. How many times have I told you? Do not abuse your power simply because you possess some skill. Today, the lack of a confrontation left Chun Di feeling somewhat disgruntled. If only the receptionist had not appeared so swiftly, he could have relished a more spirited altercation. Unbeknownst to the receptionist, she misinterpreted Chun Di's demeanor as anger. Please do not be upset. It was our oversight for not recognizing your arrival sooner, which caused you some disturbance. Facing her attempts to console him, Chun Di remained expressionless. He was not angry. He merely felt a tinge of dissatisfaction for not having engaged in a brawl. When he stood on the moral and legal high ground, he could almost freely unleash his violent tendencies. In that moment, he was undeniably in a position of advantage. Even if a fierce battle ensued, he would not face significant repercussions afterward. This exemplifies the power of the law. One need not fear a brute strength, but rather a cultured brute. Though a mere powerhouse may inflict harm, they often pay a hefty price afterward. In contrast, a cultured fighter possesses the ability to strike you both physically and with legal justification, inflicting not only bodily torment, but also wielding the law as a weapon to assail your spirit and soul, leaving you voiceless and in despair. Noticing Chun Di's lingering annoyance, the receptionist swiftly unveiled her trump card to divert his attention. Mr. Chun Di, due to your previous protection of our Kangdon Pavilion, which resulted in negligible losses for us, the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance have specially crafted an exclusive VIP card for you upon learning of your presence. As the voice of the receptionist faded, she withdrew a card crafted from a unique material, adorned in black and gold, from her chest pocket. Chun Di raised an eyebrow at the card she presented. The texture of this card was indeed extraordinary. He cautiously grasped the VIP card from her hand, testing its resilience with a tentative squeeze. To his surprise, the card remained impervious under his initial pressure. Gradually, he increased his force, rigorously assessing its strength. Ultimately, he exerted nearly all his might, crumpling the card into a ball of paper, yet it bore no signs of damage. Chun Di was astonished that, with his current power, he could not completely destroy this card. What caliber of material could have been used to create such an item? Truly, the Martial Alliance was extravagant, willing to invest such effort in a mere VIP card. Noticing Chun Di's actions, the receptionist couldn't help but smile at him, saying, Mr. Chun Di, this card is exceptionally durable. Without strength exceeding the heavenly calamity realm, it is quite difficult to shatter. With this card, you can purchase any item or elixir in our Kangdon Pavilion at a 5% discount. Moreover, You will enjoy premium services distinct from ordinary patrons. However, I must remind you, Mr. Chin D, that the elixirs purchased with this card are solely for your own use. Should you attempt to profit from them, and the Martial Alliance learns of it, your VIP card will be frozen. Upon hearing this, Chin D found himself toying with the VIP card in his hand. How intriguing, a 5 discount. This meant he could acquire elixirs worth 1 million for just 950,000. While that seemed modest, if the items were valued at 10 million, he would save 500,000. For 100 million, the savings would amount to 5 million. The more he bought, the more he saved. Not too shabby indeed. Having clarified the privileges he had obtained, Chin D wasted no time and addressed the receptionist. I am here to purchase martial elixirs. Please check the balance on this bank card for me. The password is 6 zeros. With that, he produced the bank card he had acquired from a wealthy martial artist and handed it to the receptionist. Receiving the card, the receptionist immediately inserted it into the machine for verification. Bank card balance, 6,500,000. Beep. Received a transfer of 500,000 from Wong. Current balance, 7 million. Upon seeing the balance displayed, Chin D couldn't help but grin. Quite commendable. Those little lambs understood well that this money was indispensable. However, the only drawback lies in their somewhat languid efficiency. Astonishingly, they have yet to transfer the entire sum of money. Just as the Emperor Chun pondered over the types of elixirs he should procure, he suddenly detected a peculiar scent emanating from within a scent that was decidedly perilous. Upon sensing the imminent danger lurking within, the Emperor Chun immediately assumed a defensive posture, his muscles tensing and contorting into a fearsome visage, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered such a terrifying sensation. The opponent's martial prowess must have reached at least the 9th level of body tempering, if not the pinnacle of that realm, an existence on the cusp of the martial domain. Otherwise, such a menacing aura would not have enveloped him. At the very instant Emperor Chun prepared himself, an ancient, hunchbacked elder with hair as white as snow emerged from leaning on a cane and moving with a slow, deliberate gait. The old man's stature was not only diminutive and bent, but his skin was also riddled with countless age spots, creating an unsettling appearance. Despite the tremors that shook his cane-holding arm, he exuded a formidable power that elicited great caution from Emperor Chun. Who exactly was this peculiar old man? Before Emperor Chun could voice his inquiry, the white-haired elder opened his murky eyes and, with a genial smile, addressed him. Ah, the youth of today is truly remarkable. Your physical prowess resembles that of a monster. Young man, there is a question I wish to pose. If you would be so kind as to enlighten this old man, is the martial path you pursue one of achieving sanctity through the physical form, overcoming myriad laws with sheer strength? Upon hearing the elder's words, Emperor Chun's expression turned slightly peculiar. Although the old man appeared exceedingly frail, his words carried an earnest desire for knowledge, a humility in seeking counsel. Did this elder genuinely wish to inquire about the martial path? As if sensing Emperor Chen's confusion, the white-haired little old man continued without waiting for a response. In truth, I have been stagnating at the pinnacle of body tempering for nearly a century. Throughout this time, I have honed my body to its utmost limits, yet I have consistently failed to uncover the path leading to the martial realm. What course must I take to successfully breach the threshold into the martial domain? Hearing this, Emperor Chen's pupils involuntarily constricted. No wonder he felt such a sense of danger from this old fellow. He was an indomitable veteran who had lingered at the peak of body tempering for nearly a century. Faced with the elder's query, Emperor Chun could not help but retort, "Old man, how could I possibly know the means to transcend into the martial realm? I am merely a body tempering practitioner myself. Once I reach the pinnacle of body tempering, I shall contemplate further. However, what you described, a martial path of achieving sanctity through the physical body and overcoming all with sheer strength, sounds rather enticing. However, old man, how old did you say you were?" At this moment, Bai suddenly recalled a legend surrounding the underground fighting rings of Tingyun City. Chapter 47, The Challenge. It is said that over a century ago, within the underground arenas of Tingyun City, there emerged an extraordinary talent hailing from humble beginnings. Due to his impoverished background, this martial genius only began his training in his 40s, yet by the age of 41, he had ascended to the 9th level of body refinement. Without the aid of any elixirs or rare treasures, he solely relied on his own diligence, remarkably transitioning from an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of body refinement within a single year. Within that brief span, he decisively conquered the entirety of Tingyun City's underground fighting scene. Just when the denizens of these arenas believed this prodigious figure was poised to reach even greater heights in martial arts, he unexpectedly found himself stuck at the peak of body refinement, unable to progress further. In the days that followed, this exceptional martial artist, who had ascended to the 9th level in just a year, seemingly vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. Yet, that incident occurred over a century ago. That martial artist has likely long since passed away. Although body refinement warriors possess significantly greater vitality than the average person, Their lifespan only extends by a decade or so, with those reaching over 100 years considered exceptionally long-lived. Beginning martial training at 40, coupled with the century-old rumors, suggests that reaching 140 years is rather improbable. Nonetheless, out of curiosity, Chen-Di could not resist inquiring of the old man. Old man, how old are you this year? You must be around 140, correct? Living so long, it must be hard to remember. This old fellow. At that moment, Chen-Di was almost certain that this old man was indeed the very martial genius who had single-handedly dominated the underground fighting scene a century ago. He never anticipated that he would one day encounter such a legendary figure from the past. Feeling the terrifying and profound aura emanating from the old man, Chen-Di's heart began to race uncontrollably. The strength of this man's physique was extraordinarily formidable. Even in his twilight years, with age diminishing his vitality, he could still unleash such terrifying power. It was unfathomable to imagine how fearsome he must have been in his youth. This centenarian was someone Chen-Di greatly admired. Observing the old man's kind, wrinkle-laden visage, Chen-Di suddenly knelt and bent his back, hands in pockets, and whispered into the old man's ear. Old man, after more than a century, you must have been harboring a grand move. I eagerly await the day you break through in martial arts. If time allows, shall we engage in a bit of sparring? I am keen to witness just how terrifying your body has become after over 100 years of refinement in the body refinement realm. Upon hearing Chen-Di's words, the old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He gazed at Chen-Di and smiled in response. No problem. When your martial arts realm reaches my level, come and challenge me to a duel. I wish to experience firsthand the prowess of the younger generation of warriors. Very well, old man, it is settled. Although their words were laced with a hint of rivalry, what truly resonated between them was a profound mutual respect. It is indeed a rarity for warriors to attain such formidable physical prowess at the tempering stage. Upon hearing their exchange, the young lady at the front desk hurriedly approached the two, eager to introduce them. Mr. Chen-Di, I almost forgot to introduce you. This esteemed elder is named Dongfang Ming, a wandering martial artist we have invited specifically to safeguard the Songdan Pavilion. She then turned to Dongfang Ming, Mr. Dongfang. This guest is Mr. Chen-Di, who single-handedly thwarted the assault of the beastly creatures that threatened our pavilion last time. Upon hearing the young lady's words, Chen-Di smiled broadly and extended his hand towards Dongfang Ming. Elder Dongfang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Observing Chen-Di's outstretched hand, Dongfang Ming reciprocated with a smile. Chen-Di, your name is quite remarkable. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. As their hands clasped firmly together, a striking contrast emerged between Chen-Di's large, muscular hand and Dongfang Ming's gnarled, wrinkled palm. At that moment of contact, an immense force surged from both warriors, filling the air with an almost palpable pressure. The area where their hands met was suffused with an overwhelming vitality that distorted the very atmosphere around them. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. Sturdy, terrifyingly so. In that instant, Chen-Di discerned the formidable nature of his opponent. This elder, Dongfang Ming, possessed unfathomable strength, despite being over a century old. He exuded an air of dominance. In the absence of other martial experts, Dongfang Ming would undoubtedly be the strongest force in Tingyun City. Since Chen-Di acquired the template power of Ban Ma Yongzi, he had never before encountered such a terrifying adversary. Similarly, Dongfang Ming was astonished by Chen-Di's remarkable physical strength and grip. After a century of rigorous training, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of matching him in direct combat. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. As their hands parted, wisps of vapor like steam visibly emanated from their grasp. In this exchange, neither could claim victory over the other. Young man, I eagerly anticipate the day we can face off. Dongfang Ming remarked. Chen-Di's lips curled into a smile in response. I could not agree more. As the two engaged in an exchange that was both confrontational and filled with mutual admiration, the young lady at the front desk found herself at a loss for what to do. Goodness, is this what they call the enigmatic camaraderie among warriors? After shaking hands with the centenarian, Emperor Chen wasted no time and began to purchase the elixirs he required from the young lady at the front desk. Observing Emperor Chen's fervent acquisition of these potions, Dongfang Ming could not help but express his disdain, remarking, a martial artist ought to remain pure. After all, external objects are merely that, external. In response, Emperor Chen chuckled, slightly amused by the old man's words. Old man, everything I do is solely aimed at amplifying my strength. I am relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Beyond that, I harbor no other thoughts. Am I not pure enough in my pursuit? Dongfang Ming paused, momentarily taken aback by Emperor Chen's declaration. The unwavering commitment to grow stronger, to devote everything in the quest for ascendance. This conviction, in a certain light, could indeed be seen as a form of purity. In that instant, Dongfang Ming appeared to be influenced by Emperor Chen's words, sinking into a brief contemplation. Chapter 48. 8 Gates of Duanjia, Might Guy. Having expressed his thoughts, Emperor Chen ceased conversing with Dongfang Ming. allowing him to ponder while he continued his purchases of elixirs to enhance his martial prowess. He procured 3 solidification pills, 3 vitality pills, and 3 barrier-breaking pills. Millions of gold coins were swiftly exhausted merely to acquire a handful of these more precious elixirs. As the rarity of the potions escalated, so too did their prices, surging at an alarming rate. Were it not for the contributions of a few affluent young martial artists, Emperor Chun would scarcely have been able to afford such an abundance of elixirs. If given the opportunity, Emperor Chun would genuinely relish the prospect of extracting further wealth from those young heirs, for they were far more lucrative than the meager gains of Boss Wong, a mere underground fight promoter without connections. As customary, after depleting the balance in his bank account, Emperor Chun once again entered the training chamber within the pill chamber. Sitting cross-legged upon the mat, he began to circulate his martial arts technique, the iron cloth, while methodically consuming the elixirs he had purchased. When he fully activated the iron cloth technique, his entire body radiated a gleaming, metallic sheen, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The iron cloth martial art is categorized into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. The minor accomplishment level allows the enhancement to penetrate deeper into Emperor Chun's muscles and fat beneath the skin. Only by breaking his bones could an opponent hope to breach his iron cloth defense. At the major accomplishment level, the reinforcement extends into the very bones, rendering everything but his internal organs exceedingly resilient, boasting a defense that is nothing short of formidable. Upon reaching the perfection level, the iron cloth's impenetrable aura envelopes every strand of hair and pore, rendering even his internal organs unassailable, with virtually no weaknesses to exploit. Once he refined the iron cloth technique to the level of perfection, Emperor Chun slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In the ensuing moment, both the Golden Bell Shield and the iron cloth technique were simultaneously activated by Emperor Chun. Instantly, his form transformed into a formidable war machine, imbued with a metallic essence. As he unleashed his overwhelming aura with unrestrained fervor, a notification from the system echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the martial arts, Golden Bell Shield, and Iron Cloth, to the realm of great perfection. The advancement of the indestructible technique requires the complete mastery of both foundational arts. The technique is divided into 9 tiers, and with each ascension, the body gains an immeasurable augmentation. Should one delve deeply into this martial art, they would become invulnerable and impervious to all poisons, embodying the essence of sheer strength and vitality. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique consists of 13 tiers, where each progression grants the host the might of a dragon and an elephant. The strength of a dragon equates to 100,000 pounds, while that of an elephant is 10,000 pounds. With each advancement, the host acquires an astonishing total of 110,000 pounds of power. Upon mastering all 13 tiers, an additional 13 dragon and elephant strengths are bestowed upon the host. Host's current martial arts progress: indestructible, first tier. Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, first tier, 1 dragon and 1 elephant power. Ding. Host, Bama Young Zyro's role-playing proficiency has risen to 75%. The role-playing template of host, Bama Young Zyro, is about to be completely unlocked, revealing a new character card: 8 Gates of Doom, Might Guy. Role-playing template card: 8 Gates of Doom, Might Guy. Character abilities: 8 Gates of Doom, reverse, 8 Gates of Doom. Opening the Lotus of the first gate, Lotus of the second gate, Lotus of the third gate, Lotus of the fourth gate, Lotus of the fifth gate, Lotus of the sixth gate. Upon observing the system prompts materializing within his mind, Emperor Chun felt a flicker of astonishment. The capabilities and skills bestowed upon him this time were indeed substantial. Furthermore, the next role he was to embody was none other than the pinnacle of martial arts from the Naruto universe, Might Guy. Contemplating the newly acquired martial arts and role-playing templates, Emperor Chun fell into a brief reverie. Perhaps, the old sage Dongfang Ming was indeed correct. His destined path was to attain sanctity through physical prowess, breaking through myriad obstacles with sheer force. This resonated perfectly with his aspirations. The direct and visceral combat style, where fists meet flesh, epitomized the romance of true masculinity. Feeling the surging power within, Emperor Chun inhaled deeply. The mere act of breathing caused the air around him to ripple. At the moment of his breakthrough, the centenarian sage Dongfang Ming, situated within the hidden chamber of the Dan Pavilion, suddenly sensed an unsettling chill running down his spine. Despite having honed my body to such an extent, how can I still feel a trace of cold? He pondered, stroking his wrinkled chin in confusion. Could it be that I am truly aging? Chapter 49, Breaching the Frontier. As Emperor Chun immersed himself in cultivation within the Kangdon Pavilion, the human warriors stationed in the outskirts of Tingyun City were suddenly besieged by an assault from the orcs. The orcs, emerging from the rifts of space as if premeditated, launched a full-scale offensive against the defensive line established by the human warriors, executing a frenzied, suicidal charge. Countless ordinary orc soldiers surged forth from the spatial breach, roaring and howling as they advanced. These formidable warriors stood over 2 meters tall, their robust physiques accentuated by sharp fangs and spines protruding from their backs, wielding crude bone weapons as they recklessly attacked the human defenders. Leading this horde of orc warriors were 2 shamans draped in filthy robes, reacting swiftly to the unexpected onslaught. The human fighters quickly regrouped, preparing to thwart the orc invasion. Fearlessly facing the advancing horde, the human warriors initiated a counteroffensive with ranged weaponry, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the orcs. The gunfire erupted like a torrential rain, relentlessly pelting the orc warriors. In response to the barrage, the 2 orc shamans wielded their wooden staffs, performing a dance-like ritual while chanting incantations. With each movement of the shamans, the charging orcs seemed to be imbued with a frenzied rage, their eyes glossing over in a bloodthirsty haze, transforming them into berserk warriors. Initially, the orcs would have evaded or hesitated under the onslaught of gunfire, but under the influence of the shamans, they became relentless war machines, impervious to pain or retreat. Even as bullets pierced their bodies, spilling crimson blood, they pressed on undeterred. As the suicide squad of orc warriors closed the distance to a perilously close range, the gap between the half-beast combatants and the human warriors vanished swiftly. In Emperor Qin's previous life, a popular adage claimed, "A gun is swift beyond 7 paces. Within 7 paces, it is both swift and precise." While this theory may have held merit in his former world, in this realm of formidable martial prowess, it proved to be less absolute. The exceptional physical attributes of many beings allowed them to wield blades with a swiftness that could surpass the flight of bullets at close range. The explosive power of gunpowder is ultimately limited, while a warrior's blade speed can be infinitely honed through relentless training. Thus, as the orc warriors surged into melee range, most human fighters discarded their firearms, drawing forth their close combat weapons. The battle was poised to erupt. The dark green flames and the ferocious orc berserkers instilled a profound sense of dread among the defending human warriors, leading to catastrophic casualties. Amidst the chaos of combat, blood sprayed in all directions, and countless fragments of flesh and severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. Suddenly, several emerald flames accurately struck the communication devices of the warriors stationed in this area, severing the human martial artist's connection with the outside world in an instant. At the onset of the battle, the human warriors were able to leverage their exceptional martial skills to gain a significant advantage. However, as the casualties on both sides mounted, the tide of battle began to turn. The 2 orc shamans employed mysterious methods, resurrecting all the fallen human and orc warriors, who rose again as if they were living corpses, launching terrifying assaults on the remaining human martial artists. The fallen human warriors transformed into horrifying half-beast monsters, standing once again, creating an atmosphere of sheer dread. Under the influence of these shamans' eerie techniques, the initially dominant human warriors gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. As the number of casualties increased, so did the ranks of the undead, intensifying the pressure on the human martial artists. In the face of this terrifying trend, the stationed human warriors were swiftly annihilated. Once the orc warriors had vanquished the human defenders, they hastened toward the central district of Tingyun City, accompanied by the undead human martial artists and orc zombies. The 2 leading orc shamans stood together, their gaze fixed on the location of the Kangdon Pavilion within Tingyun City. The intentions of this orc horde were unmistakably clear. As the main force of orcs departed, the territory once guarded by the human warriors lay in ruins, debris from houses and buildings scattered across the ground. The communication lines from the urban center of Tingyun City crackled ominously, scorched by the haunting green flames, sparks flying in all directions. Within the Kangdon Pavilion, Shen Di was adapting to the newfound powers granted by the system, taking a moment to stabilize his breathing. The strength coursing through his body was overwhelmingly potent. He breathed heavily, as if a raging bull, inhaling with a force akin to a tempest and exhaling like a bowstring released. His blood flowed thickly, akin to mercury, surging like the tide. The intensity of his heartbeat rivaled that of a roaring engine, his physical prowess exceptionally formidable. After a brief adjustment to his current state, Shen Di felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and vitality. Subsequently, he gathered a mouthful of phlegm and forcefully spat it into the spittoon on the table. With his powerful lung capacity, the phlegm struck the spittoon with such force that it created a small hole, allowing light to pass through. Observing his handiwork, Shen Di remained unfazed. It was merely a tickle in his throat. Feeling the surge of strength within his body, he experienced a slight swell of pride. Envisioning a showdown with a centenarian, a true test of manhood. After cracking his neck, Shen Di resolved to engage in battle. Though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of body refinement in martial arts, what of it? Challenging oneself beyond one's rank is indeed the romantic pursuit of a martial artist. After contemplating his thoughts, Emperor Qin promptly opened the door to the training room and strode towards the centenarian, Dongfang Ming. "Old man, come, let us engage in a battle." Upon hearing Qin's proclamation, Dongfang Ming, standing beneath the Zhangdan Pavilion, instinctively turned his head towards the direction of Chen's voice. Chapter 50. The Chicken Sauce Technique. What is happening? Why has this young fellow suddenly declared a challenge? Did we not just agree that he would wait until his martial arts realm matched mine before confronting me? Why the sudden change of heart? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Dongfang Ming turned towards Chun. The moment he laid eyes on Chun, his murky eyes widened in astonishment, the wrinkles on his face nearly stretching out. How could this lad, after merely consuming a few pills in the training room, undergo such a terrifying transformation? What is the meaning of this? However, it dawned on Dongfang Ming why Chun had come to challenge him. It was because Chen's prowess had surged, leading to a sense of arrogance. Upon realizing Chen's intentions, Dongfang Ming's face twitched slightly, leaving him uncertain of the expression he should wear. This boy is truly something else. As Chen approached, he smiled and inquired, "Old man, I achieved remarkable progress in the training room just now. How about we spar for a bit? As martial artists, we must learn from each other to uncover our strengths and weaknesses, to enhance our skills, and continue our journey in the realm of martial arts." Upon hearing Chen's words, Dongfang Ming's wrinkled visage twitched, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he gently declined, "Young man, you are still too young. Wait until you reach the pinnacle of the body refinement realm before challenging me. I, Dongfang Ming, never engage in battles with those of inferior martial arts realms. Winning would not bring me honor." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately resorted to the chicken sauce technique. "Hey, old Dongfang, are you afraid? Seeing my surge in power has frightened you, hasn't it? You fear that I might defeat you despite the realm difference, don't you?" Dongfang Ming was nearly brought to laughter by Chen's words. He gazed at Chen, his cloudy eyes almost rolling to the heavens. This young man truly has no shame. "You little brat, don't try to provoke me. It's futile. I am over 100 years old and long past the days of youthful bravado. Besides, in my extensive life, I have never accepted a challenge from someone of a lower martial arts realm. For over a century, I have fought thousands of battles within my tier and have never tasted defeat. Having traversed the world for 100 years, I have yet to encounter a rival in the body refinement realm. I am invincible among my peers. Impudent brat, if you wish to challenge me, you must at least elevate your martial prowess to match my level." Upon hearing Dongfang Ming's words, Emperor Qin paused momentarily, rendered speechless. Just as he contemplated launching a direct strike, disregarding the principles of martial ethics, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the distant street. Accompanying the shrieks was a tumultuous, thunderous sound akin to the earth trembling beneath heavy footsteps. The emerald flames gradually illuminated the entire street with an eerie green glow. Upon hearing the commotion nearby, both Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming swiftly turned their gazes toward the direction of the street. Not far off, led by two half-beast priests, a battalion of orc warriors and the grotesque undead soldiers hastily advanced toward the Zongdan Pavilion. As they marched forth, every human who laid eyes upon these orc warriors fled in disarray, panic rippling through the crowd. The terrifying and grotesque appearance of the half-beast warriors, alongside the disfigured undead soldiers, instilled profound dread among the pedestrians. Yet, the intent of this orc force was unmistakably clear. As they forged ahead, they paid no heed to the fleeing humans, showing no signs of wanton slaughter. Their focus remained solely on their swift journey. They surged forward like a nimble spear, unerringly targeting the Zongdan Pavilion. It was evident that these orc warriors possessed a keen understanding of where the wealth of Tingyun City lay. Despite their differing races, the orc priests displayed remarkable intelligence, discerning the value of treasures and resources. The speed of this orc battalion's advance was astonishing. Before the law enforcers of Tingyun City could fully respond, they had already approached the Zongdan Pavilion, exemplifying a textbook blitzkrieg. Though the orc warriors appeared somewhat rugged and wild, their intellect was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of the humans. As they charged forth, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Zongdan Pavilion. At this moment, Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming had also reached the pavilion's threshold, standing resolute. Gazing at the approaching orc army, a surge of fervor coursed through Emperor Chen's veins, his body trembling with exhilaration. In a state of inactivity, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Conversely, Dongfang Ming, who stood beside him, exhibited an outwardly calm demeanor. Yet, Emperor Chen astutely sensed the fierce battle spirit and emotions emanating from him. Feeling the invigorating battle intent radiating from Dongfang Ming, Emperor Chen promptly proposed, "Old man, since you do not wish to engage in a duel with me today, let us use these orc scoundrels as our wager. In this contest, we shall see who can vanquish the most orc warriors. The victor shall be the one who claims the greatest number of defeats." As he spoke, the orc army had already arrived at the entrance of the Zongdan Pavilion. The law enforcement officers stationed before the entrance of the Kangdan Pavilion displayed expressions of sheer horror upon witnessing the approaching horde of orc warriors. The sheer number of these orcish forces far exceeded that of the officers, leaving them in a state of despair. Alas, it seemed today might be their last stand. At the entrance of the Kangdan Pavilion, after considering Emperor Chen's suggestion, a flicker of intrigue sparkled within Dongfang Ming's murky gaze. However, before he could nod in agreement, Emperor Qin dashed out of the pavilion. You old rascal, I knew you wouldn't refuse. Prepare to be defeated by me. As Dongfang Ming observed the brazen demeanor of Qin, his body instinctively began to chase after him. It was only when he started running that he suddenly realized the gravity of his situation. Curse it, this fellow. With his cunning schemes, I've fallen into his trap. Chapter 51. The competition. Once Dongfang Ming began to run, there was no turning back. Had he chosen to remain still, he might have avoided the embarrassment of appearing foolish. However, now that he was in motion, halting abruptly would only make him seem awkward. Moreover, even without Qin's prodding, he bore the responsibility of protecting the Kangdon Pavilion. Observing Qin's figure ahead, Dongfang Ming felt a dark cloud of frustration form on his brow. This rascal, who seemed so deceptively benign, was in fact far more insidious than he appeared, harboring a multitude of schemes. He dared to scheme against a venerable elder like me. Within the Kangdon Pavilion, the young lady at the front desk, along with the other staff members, were rendered pale at the sight of the surging orc army outside. What on earth is happening? Why are those orcs back again? It has hardly been long since their last attack. This is utterly absurd. Clearly, they have set their sights on the pavilion's precious elixirs. This time, the number of orc warriors is significantly greater, and their quality appears even more terrifying. Are those monsters akin to zombies? How can they move when their heads are nearly severed? What is there to fear? Last time, we were saved by that red-haired hero. He is still here, and with the assistance of Elder Dongfang Ming, we can surely withstand this onslaught. Alright, enough chatter. Before we know the outcome, let us focus on how to ensure our own survival. As the orc forces approached the streets before the Kangdon Pavilion, the law enforcement officers guarding the vicinity began to draw their firearms, initiating a barrage of long-range fire against the distant orc army. However, due to the presence of the undead orc warriors and half-beast monsters, their firepower proved to be largely ineffective. These abominations, animated by the orc shamans through arcane means, exhibited an utter disregard for the impact of conventional firearms. Not only bullets, but even grenades and rocket launchers might struggle to impede their relentless advance. With a physique that far exceeds the norm, coupled with the undead's fearless resilience to pain and a mechanical determination to advance and charge, the ranks of the orc warriors swiftly approached the gates of the Kangdon Pavilion. To be pragmatic, the strength of these law enforcement guards is undoubtedly formidable among martial artists. After all, they are a group of human warriors at around the 5th stage of body tempering. In a one-on-one scenario, they could easily hold their own against the orc warriors in a fair contest. However, the pressing issue lies in the overwhelming numbers of the orc forces, which are several times greater than those of the guards. Additionally, the orc ranks include undead warriors and orc priests capable of inciting fury among their kin. In a situation where they are outnumbered, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise at the hands of the orcs. Consequently, in close combat, it took but a brief moment for these guards to be pushed back, their morale visibly waning. Just as the guards began to falter, the figures of Emperor Qin and Dongfang Ming burst forth like tigers unleashed, joining the fray without a moment's hesitation. Emperor Qin's muscles tensed, and with his formidable physique and extreme strength, he moved with grand, sweeping motions, seizing 2 orc soldiers and starting a rampage through the throng. Unfazed by the orc warriors wielding stone axes or the sharp fangs and claws of the undead, Emperor Qin scoffed at the notion of evading their attacks, allowing them to strike his body while he focused entirely on offense. The unparalleled strength of his perfected golden bell shield and iron cloth, combined with the extraordinary physique reminiscent of the legendary Kenzaki Waijur, rendered Emperor Qin's body exceptionally resilient. The assaults from the orcs and undead scarcely fazed him. Not only could they not harm him, but the idea of leaving a scratch on his skin was utterly fanciful. Too weak, too feeble. Let me witness your true prowess. Under the tyrannical force of Emperor Qin, the 2 orc warriors he grasped were swung like lightweight batons, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Any orc warrior struck by him was sent flying, their bodies shattered and broken, either dead or grievously wounded. With each swing of his arm, several orc warriors were rendered unconscious, his ferocity unmatched as he swept through the ranks with unparalleled might. Within a radius of several meters around Emperor Qin, it became a forbidden zone where every orc that approached met their end, leaving a scene of chaos and bloodshed in his wake. In stark contrast, Dongfang Ming exhibited a combat style markedly different from Emperor Qin's. Despite having surpassed a century in age, his agility was extraordinary, resembling a spirited feline, moving with ghostly swiftness. Even wielding a staff with one hand, he outpaced automobiles in speed. Wherever Dongfang Ming ventured, every orc warrior encountered would suffer fatal injuries. A palm-sized hole gaped through the chest, or the head was shattered into pieces. Though Dongfang Ming's combat style may not possess the overwhelming ferocity and might of Qin Di, his efficiency in slaughter is by no means diminished. Wherever Dongfang Ming directs his attention, the warriors of the orc race and the undead soldiers collapse without resistance. His fighting technique seamlessly integrates skill with raw physical power, devoid of any superfluous movements. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Dongfang Ming's prowess is nothing short of terrifying, akin to that of an ancient monster. If Chun Di's attacks can be likened to large-scale area damage that devastates entire swathes of adversaries, then Dongfang Ming operates with singular precision, unleashing his skills with astonishing rapidity. Following the entrance of the two, the orc creatures on the streets began to dwindle at a visibly swift rate. With the assistance of Chun Di and Dongfang Ming, the pressure on the officers was immediately alleviated. The besieged law enforcement officers, upon witnessing the battle prowess of Chun Di and Dongfang Ming, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. How could these two be so formidable? Chapter 52. Overwhelming Power. While they could comprehend Dongfang Ming's extraordinary strength, given that he was a highly sought-after master hired at great expense by the Zongdan Pavilion, the sheer power of the red-haired, muscle-bound man exceeded their expectations. They were aware that Chun Di had previously assisted the Zongdan Pavilion in evading a minor orc invasion, yet they remained oblivious to the specifics of that encounter. It became evident that they had severely underestimated the strength of this red-haired warrior. From Chun Di's current display, it seemed he could single-handedly take on all of them without much difficulty. As this realization dawned upon the captain of the police, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and a chill ran down his spine. Had it not been for the intervention of the front desk lady moments ago, they would likely have faced a brutal beating. This grave concern was not limited to the captain. The other officers, upon observing Chun Di's godlike presence in battle, gradually came to the same conclusion. In hindsight, they had narrowly escaped death. With awareness of their precarious situation, they shivered in unison. This individual named Chun Di was far too fierce and ruthless. In the future, it would be wise to maintain a safe distance from him. On the battlefield, where orc warriors congregated, the brutal slaughter enacted by Chun Di and Dongfang Ming resulted in a growing number of orc fighters and undead monsters being obliterated. Countless severed limbs, shattered bones, and splattered blood painted the streets in a hellish tableau. Even the orc warriors, bolstered by the frenzied prayers of their shamans, could not restrain Chun Di and Dongfang Ming in the slightest. Their might had transcended that of ordinary body-refining martial artists, reaching an entirely different echelon of power. The two shamans of the orc tribe observed the two human warriors, Chun Di and Dongfang Ming, wreaking havoc among the orc soldiers, and their expressions gradually morphed into one of peril. The prowess of these human fighters had far exceeded their wildest imaginations. One of the shamans was the very same who had attempted to ambush the Kangdan Pavilion previously. Watching the battlefield, where Chun Di exhibited increasingly formidable strength, and the century-old elder Dongfang Ming appeared from seemingly nowhere, filled him with profound dismay. How could this be? When I last encountered this red-haired human warrior, he was not nearly so powerful. And where did that frail, white-haired elder come from? This is utterly astonishing. As the number of orc warriors still capable of fighting dwindled, the two shamans began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If things continued on this trajectory, the entire orc battalion would be annihilated by Chun Di and Dongfang Ming. Realizing this, the two shamans swiftly brandished their staffs, murmuring incantations of arcane nature while casting unknown spells towards Chun Di and Dongfang Ming. With the shamans' dance and chant, the two human warriors gradually sensed a peculiar and intangible force seeping into their beings. A strange, invisible power was slowly enveloping them. The curses cast by the orc shamans seemed to be transmitted through blood, specifically the blood of the orc warriors. As long as any living being bore the blood of an orc warrior on their surface, the shamans could utilize their sorcery to impose special curses upon them. Feeling the increasingly searing blood of the orc warriors upon his skin, Chun Di instantly comprehended the principle behind their spellcasting. During the shaman's elaborate movements, the blood of the orc warriors accumulating around Chun Di began to coalesce into a familiar shape, the beast mark. These two shamans intended to inscribe the beast mark upon Chun Di and Dongfang Ming. However, as the shamans continued their rhythmic motions, both sensed considerable resistance. Firstly, regarding Dongfang Ming, the orc shaman, despite fervently performing the grand rituals and dances, found no medium for casting spells upon him. Upon closer inspection, the shaman was astounded. He epitomized the notion of traversing a battlefield without a single drop of blood staining him. Countless orc monstrosities had perished in Dongfang Ming's wake, yet none posed any threat to him. Even the splattered blood failed to touch his form. Without a medium, how could the orc shaman possibly cast a spell? In stark contrast, the situation surrounding Chun Di was markedly different. While Dongfang Ming remained untouched amidst the carnage, Chun Di was nearly drenched in the blood of the orc warriors, his body soaked and replete with the very essence needed for spellcasting. However, the perplexing issue is that the shaman of the orc tribe finds it exceedingly challenging to impose the beast mark upon the body of Emperor Chun. Conventionally, the beast mark could be successfully sewn with merely a brief dance by the orc shaman. Yet, the mark on Emperor Chun seems to possess a rebellious spirit. Not only is the progress alarmingly slow, but whenever the shaman ceases his ritualistic dance, a formidable force emanating from within Emperor Chun suppresses the beast mark, causing it to gradually fade away. Were it a common individual, The extensive duration of the shaman's dance would have sufficed to cover them entirely in beast marks. These two human warriors proved to be exceptionally formidable. One offers no opportunity for the curse to take hold, while the other is as unyielding as stone, rendering the curse utterly ineffective. In their frustration, the two orc shamans relinquish their intent to cast the beast mark upon the pair and instead conjure several ghostly flames of a deep green hue, cradling them in their hands before casting them toward the duo's location. This eerie green fire is no ordinary flame. It is the indomitable fire exclusive to orc shamans. Once ignited, a living being becomes tormented by it until death ensues. Without the orc shaman's dispelling, it shall never extinguish. Under the control of the two shamans, these ghostly green flames cascade down from the heavens like a torrential downpour, densely blanketing the nearby streets. Chapter 53, Sonic Surge. This terrifying spectacle immediately captured the attention of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. Gazing at the deluge of ghostly green flames descending from above, the two adopted entirely different strategies for response. The venerable Dongfang Ming, aged 100 years, observed the fiery rain with a fluid grace akin to a dragon. He thrust a hand into the ground, and with a powerful heave, he lifted a square stone slab several meters wide from the earth, sending it spinning upward. Meanwhile, he sheltered himself beneath the slab, evading the assault of the ghostly green flames. The vigorous rotation of the stone slab prevented the flames from nearing its surface, flinging them away with great force. The advanced years of Dongfang Ming have not only rendered him physically frail, but have also bestowed upon him a wealth of combat experience, enabling him to confront unexpected events with a ruthless efficiency, always opting for the simplest and swiftest solutions without hesitation. In stark contrast, Emperor Qin exhibited no inclination to evade the oncoming flames. He seized two unconscious orc warriors and charged recklessly toward the shamans. Everywhere he tread, orc warriors were sent sprawling. As the ghostly green flames rained down, Emperor Chun himself became enveloped in a ghastly green fire, an appearance both chilling and mesmerizing. The sight of Chun, ablaze with fire, sent shockwaves through all present, leaving them utterly astounded. Dongfang Ming concealed himself beneath the rapidly spinning stone slab, observing the distant figure of Chen Di, now enveloped in green flames. His murky gaze suddenly sharpened. Meanwhile, the officers and staff outside who had sought refuge from the rain of fire, gasped in horror upon witnessing Chen Di bravely facing the inferno. Could he possibly survive in such a state? Even from this distance, the intense heat radiating from the eerie green flames was palpable. Chen Di had become a living flame. How excruciating that must be. Alas, such impulsiveness. Why did he not seek shelter? Yet, amidst the rising concern, Chen Di's advance showed no sign of faltering. He continued to forge ahead. The onlookers, awestruck by the sight of Chen Di, ablaze yet resolute, fell into stunned silence. At that moment, Dongfang Ming emerged from beneath the stone slab and sprinted towards the two shamanic figures of the beastmen. Little rascal, do not perish too swiftly. I hope to rescue you before you are consumed by flames. Chen Di, engulfed in fire, was enduring what could only be described as excruciating torment. The golden bell shield and iron cloth, along with his indomitable martial prowess, indeed lent his body a resilience akin to steel. However, these spectral flames inflicted magical damage. Their harm was relatively mild, failing to deliver a lethal blow. The true peril of the green flames lay not in their temperature, but in their suffocating effect on Chen Di's breathing and vision. The flames consumed the oxygen around his nostrils, obstructing his ability to breathe, while also rendering his sight a murky haze, trapping him in a dark green void. Clearly, such obstacles would not impede Chen Di's relentless pursuit. Even with his eyes closed, holding his breath, he was more than capable of dispatching his foes. Relying solely on his primal instincts, Chen Di surged forward, hurling two beastmen warriors aside, and closed in on the two beastmen shamans. The proximity of Chen Di terrified the shamans, prompting them to retreat in panic. As they fled, they hastily cast spells upon themselves, frenzy and a barrier of eerie green flames, to hasten their escape and hinder Chen Di and Dongfang Ming's pursuit. Sensing their movements, Chen Di's animalistic instincts ignited. Detecting the positions of the two beastmen shamans, his blood surged, and his muscles tensed to their utmost limits. The muscles in his back twisted and contorted, resembling a wailing ghostly visage. In that moment, his body transformed into a network of tightly coiled springs, stretching and contracting with intensity. Upon reaching their near maximum extension, like a taut bow releasing an arrow, Chen Di swung his arm. Launching the beastman warrior, he held with formidable force. Sonic strike, throw. Under the full force of the Emperor Chun, the hurled orc warrior emitted a piercing sonic boom. The overwhelming power of the throw conjured a furious whirlwind. This tempest was so formidable that it tore a straight gash through the wall of ghostly flames before the Emperor. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As the orc warrior soared through the air, an unsettling scream echoed in front of Emperor Chun, followed by the sickening splatter of flesh. Akin to a light rain, as chunks of meat and bone rained down continuously. This supersonic throw obliterated one of the orc shamans, reducing him to a gruesome puddle of gore, with bones and entrails scattered across the ground, rendering any semblance of a body irretrievable. Another orc shaman, positioned further away, was merely grazed by the supersonic orc warrior, resulting in the annihilation of his lower half, while his upper body and head remained intact. Dragging his mangled pelvis and trailing intestines, he writhed on the ground, retching and struggling to crawl forward. The sheer horror of this event had driven the orc shaman into a state of madness, as he had witnessed the other shaman's gruesome demise firsthand, leaving his psychological defenses utterly shattered. With one shaman dead and another grievously injured, the eerie green flames enveloping Emperor Chen began to subside. Observing the horrific scene before them, the personnel within the Hidden Dan Pavilion doubled over, retching violently. Even some of the officers, upon witnessing this ghastly display, turned pale, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. Was this truly the devastation a martial artist at the body refinement stage could unleash? Even Dongfang Ming, standing by, was taken aback by the Emperor's sudden display of supersonic might. This scoundrel was utterly inhuman in his ferocity. Seizing the moment, Dongfang Ming resolved to swiftly dispatch the remaining orc shaman. He had not forgotten the competition between himself and Emperor Chen. He could not allow the Emperor to slay all the orc shamans alone. Chapter 54, The Arena. After executing that supersonic orc warrior as a human cannonball, even Emperor Chen felt a slight breathlessness, albeit merely a fleeting sensation. However, in that brief moment of distraction, the centenarian Dongfang Ming darted forth like a cunning hare, his speed astonishingly swift. With a mere gesture, he obliterated the remaining orc shaman's head. As Dongfang Ming suddenly appeared before him, Emperor Chen was momentarily stunned. Dread filled him. In that moment of carelessness, he had allowed the old man to seize the orc shaman's head. Unprincipled old fogey. After dispatching the orc shaman, Dongfang Ming feigned modesty, casually patting his old waist. Alas, as one ages, the body becomes increasingly frail. After merely a brief period of exercise, I find myself utterly exhausted. My weary back is quite beyond its limits. With that, Dongfang Ming turned his head to Chen Di, offering a benevolent smile, reminiscent of a centenarian, etched with wrinkles. Observing the elderly man theatrically posturing before him, Chen Di could not help but grimace. Old fellow, do you only come here to snatch away victories? Just as we have completed our warm-up, come forth and face me in battle. As soon as Chen Di's words fell, he prepared to engage Dongfang Ming. The latter, perceiving this, promptly retreated, his movements swift as lightning. Keep your distance. Your martial arts realm is far too inferior. Even if I were to win, it would lack honor. Wait until your skills have reached my level, and then we shall duel. With this proclamation, Dongfang Ming tossed Chen Di a modest cloth to cover himself. Furthermore, your garments have been reduced to ashes. Do refrain from parading about in such a state. How unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Chen Di swiftly caught the cloth, securing it around his waist. You little rascal, let this challenge stand as a draw. Once your martial arts prowess equals mine, I shall then decide whether to engage you in combat. As Dongfang Ming's figure vanished within the confines of the Kangdan Pavilion, his voice gradually faded into the distance. Watching the elder's retreating silhouette, Chen Di couldn't help but smirk. Old man, when the day arrives that my martial arts attain your level, I shall surely distort that smirk of yours. The host's battle has concluded. The character portrayal of Kaneda Yujiro has reached 85%, accompanied by the system's announcement. An invigorating surge of energy coursed through Chen Di's body, nourishing his limbs and sinews, rendering him increasingly robust. Excuse me, Mr. Chen Di, if it pleases you. This is the work attire from our Kangdan Pavilion. You may don it to ward off the chill. Of course, the suggestion of warmth is merely a pretext. With Chen Di's physique resembling that of a gladiator, he would hardly feel the cold, even in a snowdrift. The intent is primarily to clothe Chen Di in something more appropriate. Observing the attire presented by the receptionist, Chen Di nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, he emerged from the Kangdan Pavilion, clad in a tailored black suit, striding confidently. Although the suit was the largest size available, it still appeared somewhat snug upon his form. As his portrayal of Kaneda Yujiro intensified, both his height and muscularity noticeably increased. The slightly constricted garment lent him an air reminiscent of a suited enforcer. With his muscles straining against the fabric, Chen Di strode purposefully towards the underground fighting arena. Before engaging in illicit fights for profit, he had wandered aimlessly, subsisting on odd jobs and manual labor to sustain his martial aspirations and daily expenses. Fortunately, the written words and languages of this world mirror those of the previous life of the Emperor Chen. Otherwise, the orphaned emperor, without parents and unable to attend school, would likely find it even more challenging to navigate this realm. Upon the arrival of Emperor Chen at the entrance of the underground fighting arena, the two security guards promptly greeted him with nods, exclaiming, "Boss Chen, you have arrived. We will notify Lord Jushan immediately." At their behest, Jushan swiftly appeared at the entrance, personally welcoming Emperor Chen. "Boss, you are here. Please, come and sit. Observing Jushan's profound respect and warmth, Emperor Chen couldn't help but smile. I have come with matters to discuss. Let us find a suitable place. Upon hearing Emperor Chen's words, Jushan hurriedly led him to the conference room within the underground arena. Jushan, I have recently undertaken some affairs outside and fortuitously obtained a white slip from the law enforcement officer of Tingyun City. You may, in my name, transform this underground fighting arena into a legitimate duel venue. As Emperor Chen spoke, he revealed a profoundly shocking piece of information to Jushan. Stunned, Jushan paused as if momentarily struck dumb, overwhelmed by the gravity of Emperor Chen's revelation. A white slip from the law enforcement officer of Tingyun City? Such a thing seems possessed by very few in the entire city. To convert this into a legitimate arena is an incredibly enticing prospect. It is essential to note that the numerous underground fighting arenas in Tingyun City number at least 80, yet only 3 or 4 can operate openly and legally. The combined profits of all underground arenas likely pale in comparison to those few legitimate establishments. Thus, should this underground arena achieve legitimacy, its profits could increase tenfold or more, a staggering transformation. Moreover, with the white slip from the law enforcement officer, Jushan could also receive financial support from the Tingyun City Martial Arts Alliance, alleviating any concerns regarding startup funds. With the white slip in hand, their future appears remarkably bright. Just the thought of legitimizing this underground arena sent Jushan's heart racing with excitement. His face flushed. Seeing Jushan's exuberance, Emperor Chen smiled and said, Jushan, this arena is entrusted to you. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I trust you will not disappoint. Rest assured, boss, I will manage the operations of this arena. Chapter 55, Departure. Satisfied with Jushan's earnest and smiling demeanor, Emperor Chen nodded approvingly. After concluding their discussion regarding the underground arena, he exited the conference room, preparing to rest in anticipation of the upcoming Global Martial Arts examination journey. By the way, Jushan, please prepare a new training outfit for me. This suit feels too constricting and uncomfortable. Upon hearing Emperor Chen's request, Jushan promptly acknowledged, understood, boss. Although Jushan appears somewhat clumsy and robust in stature, he is, in truth, a person of remarkable subtlety, known for his deep sense of gratitude and clear distinctions between love and hate. This speaks volumes about Jushan's adeptness in both conduct and action. Lying in the underground boxing arena, he spent a sleepless night. The following morning, Chen-Di donned a loose-fitting black short-sleeve training outfit and arrived punctually at the assembly point for the final Global Martial Arts examination. Unlike the Gaokao of his previous life, the Global Martial Arts examination necessitates a tangible demonstration of superiority. While knowledge and experience in a classroom can be assessed through written tests, the prowess of martial artists cannot be so easily quantified by mere scores. Strength is revealed only through practice, and true ferocity can only be discerned through combat. In the realm of the arts, there is no foremost. In martial prowess, there is no second. Each year, the title of martial champion in the global examination carries an extraordinary weight. The resources awarded to the annual champion are unimaginably abundant. Historically, the victors of the Global Martial Arts examination have enjoyed an unparalleled allocation of martial resources. The significance of this examination far surpasses that of the Gaokao in Chen-Di's former life. The results of the Gaokao merely represent opportunities for admission to educational institutions, whereas the outcomes of the Global Martial Arts examination directly dictate the cultivation resources available to a martial artist. The disparity is as vast as that between heaven and earth. At this moment, Chen-Di's purpose for participating in the Global Martial Arts examination is unequivocal: to become this year's champion. Since each annual champion receives an immense bounty of martial resources, why should that champion not be me? Chen-Di's ambition blazes like an uncontrollable wildfire, fiercely igniting within him. At the assembly point for martial arts candidates in Tingyun City, as seconds ticked by, the gathered candidates who had passed the threshold were nearly all present. These individuals stood in silence near the departure station, a stillness more profound and solemn than that found in any classroom. This atmosphere of tension was largely instigated by none other than Chen-Di. Following the harrowing chaos of yesterday's brutal brawl, the images of Chen-Di's ferocity were indelibly etched in the minds of the successful candidates, leaving them in a state of lingering unease. Thus, upon catching sight of Chen-Di, an instinctual wave of fear and suffocation washed over them. Particularly for those wealthy heirs who had been humiliated by Chen-Di the previous day, they turned their backs to him, pressed against the walls. Too intimidated even to meet his gaze, their legs trembling slightly. Despite having endured a thorough beating from Chen-Di, their affluence afforded them swift access to healing elixirs, enabling a rapid recovery from their physical injuries. After a day and night of rest, they had healed substantially, with only faint traces of bruises and bloodstains remaining on their faces, which did not significantly impair their combat effectiveness. Although their physical injuries have largely healed, the emotional scars they bear show no signs of recovery. Chen-Di's presence looms like a terrifying mountain, casting a heavy shadow over their hearts. At this moment, he resembles an eagle mingling among a flock of chicks, exuding an aura that causes the surrounding young warriors to instinctively retreat, too fearful to approach him. Not only the young martial artists, but even the proctors nearby, upon catching sight of Chen-Di, hold their breath, consciously avoiding direct gaze upon his formidable figure. In contrast to the number of supervising personnel around the examination venue yesterday, the presence of law enforcement officers and guards today appears significantly diminished. It is rumored this reduction is due to the recent attack by the Orc tribe on the human territories in the outskirts, which nearly breached the Tingyun city. In response to prevent further incidents, the higher officials of the Tingyun City Martial Arts Alliance hastily dispatched a considerable number of martial artists to guard the spatial rifts in the outskirts and to bolster the military defenses surrounding them. The large-scale mobilization of martial artists has left the populace of Tingyun City in a state of unease, as if foreboding a storm. Furthermore, according to this morning's news, the assault on was not isolated to Tingyun City. Numerous other cities have also suffered extensive attacks by the Orc tribe. Most, situated at the heart of their respective cities, managed to quickly assemble their warriors to fend off the Orc onslaught, thus narrowly escaping devastation. However, nearly half of the, located perilously close to the spatial rifts, could not withstand the Orc tribe's blitzkrieg and suffered severe losses. The spatial rifts within human territory are not singular, but rather numerous, amounting to over a dozen. Though varying in size and position, each connects to the Orc realm. Since the emergence of these rifts, the human side has faced unprecedented losses. Consequently, in the days to come, the martial artists of the human race are bound to launch an exceptionally swift counterattack against the Orc tribe across the spatial divide. While contemplating the recent events affecting the human race, Chen-Di remains poised, awaiting the arrival of the train. This world, although steeped in martial prowess, also possesses trains and high-speed rail, thanks to the efforts of advanced martial artists who carved paths through mountains and constructed bridges over rivers during the development of the railways. These high-tier martial artists possess formidable power, enabling them to execute large-scale construction projects with astonishing efficiency. Given that all railway tracks traverse directly between 2 points, the trains in this world travel at remarkable speeds. On these straight routes, they can maintain full speed without concern for obstacles, achieving velocities approximately 2 to 3 times that of Chen-Di's previous world, rivaling the speed of airplanes. It remains uncertain where the examination site for the Global Martial Arts Assessment has been chosen this time. Chapter 56, The Colosseum of Behemoths. Much like the global examinations of the previous life of Emperor Chun, the test papers change annually. The Global Martial Arts Examination in this realm follows suit, with both the examination venues and events differing each year. Accompanied by an unmistakably clear sound of a train's rumble, a pristine white railway train approached from the distance, gradually slowing down as it reached the station. This train bore a striking resemblance to those from Emperor Chen's previous life, maintaining a sleek aerodynamic design. However, the size of the trains in this world far surpassed those of his past, with a single train capable of accommodating tens of thousands of passengers. A single carriage could hold anywhere from 300 to 500, or even several thousand individuals. The more luxurious the compartment, the fewer the passengers it could accommodate. Students. The train has arrived. Quickly board. No pushing or roughhousing. The young martial artists surrounding the station, upon sighting the train that had come to greet them, rushed eagerly into the carriages, vanishing in an instant. Almost as soon as the conductor's voice faded, these young warriors had all entered the compartments. The reason was simple. The later one boarded, the closer they would be to Emperor Chun. To distance themselves from him, they exerted every ounce of strength they had. Emperor Chun, observing this, remained unfazed, leisurely stepping into the carriage, claiming several rows of seats for himself, with not a single warrior daring to utter a word. There were a total of 300 qualified martial artists from Tingyun City, while the train compartments boasted over 1,000 seats, ample enough for all. Yet, centered around Emperor Chen's seat, nearly all surrounding seats remained vacant. Not only did he occupy an entire row, but he had claimed a significant portion of the carriage. Well, perhaps it is best that these young martial artists find joy in their seating arrangements. What business do I have meddling? Looking at one particular student, tall and robust, with well-defined muscles and a gentle, amiable visage, he surely seemed like a pleasant individual. His arms were thicker than my thighs, undoubtedly a diligent and honest young man. It would be wise for me to refrain from interfering, as this high-speed train was specifically designated to welcome those participating in the Global Martial Arts Examination. It would make numerous stops in various towns to collect more students. Strangely, upon witnessing Emperor Chen's presence, nearly all candidates from the other towns opted for different carriages, too intimidated to sit in the same one as him. As they turned away, the young martial artists from Tingyun City were filled with regret. Why did I rush so? If only we had let Emperor Chen board first, we could have chosen another carriage. Now we're stuck inside and unable to exit. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the abundance of seats on the train or because the young warriors from other cities would prefer to huddle together atop the train rather than sit beside the Chen Emperor. In the end, Only the Chun Emperor and the young warriors from Tungyun City occupied the carriage. Under the oppressive aura of the Chun Emperor, these young fighters resembled withered eggplants, each appearing listless and silent, motionless, embodying a state of half-life. As the train roared forward, after 4 to 5 hours, they arrived at their destination. Chun Emperor's eyes widened slightly as he gazed out at the scenery beyond the train window. They found themselves adjacent to an immense beast arena. The arena, steeped in antiquity and bearing the marks of time, bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, yet its scale and grandeur were even more terrifying. This colossal structure soared thousands of meters into the sky, resembling a mountain, with wisps of clouds entwined around its apex, a testament to its towering majesty. This magnificent edifice was the Beast Arena, a legacy passed down through the ages from the ancient human race. Legends recount that millions of years ago, the ancient humans engaged in fierce battles against countless ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures within this very arena. At that time, the martial prowess of humanity had not yet reached its current formidable heights, and humans did not hold an absolute dominion over the world. In their pursuit of strength, ancient humans fought alongside the colossal beasts in the arena, striving with every ounce of their being to uncover the mysteries of becoming stronger amidst the life and death struggles. They honed their combat skills and physical forms, enhancing their courage and spirit. It was through relentless exploration and pursuit that humanity gradually forged a martial path uniquely their own. The body refinement stage honed their physicality, cultivating their sinews and blood to the utmost. They sought to discover their own martial path and delve into its depths. If the body refinement stage merely served to solidify the foundation for warriors, then the martial stage was about choosing a distinctive path and continuing to sharpen their skills. While these concepts are easily articulated, their execution is fraught with difficulty. It requires not only a clear martial path to pursue, but also suitable martial arts and rare resources to aid in achieving one's goals. However, where in this world can one find an abundance of perfectly tailored martial techniques and treasures designed for individual needs? Countless warriors languish in the body refinement stage, unable to transcend it throughout their lives. Only a minuscule number can definitively identify their martial path and seize significant opportunities, resolutely committing to their pursuit. As the train came to a halt and the young warriors began to disembark, they witnessed powerful beastmen, tightly bound by iron chains, being escorted in iron cages toward the direction of the colossal beast arena. The young warriors, having just disembarked from the train, were met with a sight that ignited both exhilaration and a tinge of trepidation in their eyes as they beheld the orc warriors shackled by iron chains. The thought of soon engaging in direct combat with these formidable foes sent a thrill coursing through them, their palms slick with perspiration. Observing these captured orc warriors, Emperor Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Had the content of the global martial arts examination already begun to manifest? It appeared that the organizers had no intention of concealing the examination subjects. Chapter 57, Ascent. They had laid bare before Chun and his compatriots the very creatures prepared for the examination. Once all the martial artists disembarked from the train, a female warrior clad in a form-fitting outfit and donning spectacles stepped forward to address the assembly. All participants are required to register their identities upon entering the Beast Coliseum. Failure to do so may result in the invalidation of your scores. After completing your registration, you may proceed directly into the Coliseum and await further instructions. You will each be assigned a number post-registration. Do you understand? In unison, the crowd responded affirmatively. Following this, Emperor Qin joined the throng of young warriors to verify their identities and receive their respective numbers before advancing into the Beast Duel Arena. The colossal structure of the arena was awe-inspiring, with its circular observation platform capable of accommodating millions without difficulty. Though the young warriors present were among the elite of their generation, their sheer number rendered individual testing an arduous endeavor. Testing each one separately would undoubtedly be a cumbersome task, likely extending into the night. All the young warriors awaiting battle were seated around the observation deck, patiently anticipating the announcement over the loudspeakers. Below them lay a vast, circular arena, its size daunting. As the young warriors surveyed the expansive battleground, expressions of confusion washed over their faces. Are we truly expected to fight in such a vast arena? Is the competition commencing with a brawl right from the start? How long will this take? As the young martial artists speculated about the upcoming examination tasks, an elderly man clad in a tawny robe, his white beard flowing, strode to the center of the colossal arena. My surname is Shur, my given name is Patian, and you may address me as Teacher Shur. Are you all ready? At the moment Teacher Shur's words fell from his lips, he lightly pressed his feet against the ground. With this motion, the very arena beneath them began to rise. The previously sunken battleground abruptly ascended, revealing several colossal, towering cylindrical stone pillars. The area atop the stone pillars is roughly equivalent to 10 football fields, and upon closer inspection, it is teeming with robust orc warriors. Within the colossal arena, there are a total of 6 such stone pillars. As these pillars rose majestically from the ground, Stonebreaker Tian addressed the assembly, stating, "Each pillar can accommodate a maximum of 20,000 martial examination candidates. Please take heed. Any candidates exceeding this limit will face elimination or must opt for another pillar to ascend. Here is a small reminder. Be vigilant of the warriors around you, as well as those orc warriors stationed atop the pillars. Should you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call for help. Upon hearing your cries, we, the invigilators, shall rush to your aid. However, do keep in mind that calling for help also signifies your relinquishment of the challenge." With Stonebreaker Tian's command, all young martial artists present launched into a sprint, including Emperor Chun. Observing the 6 towering pillars ahead, a smile crept across Chen's lips. With each pillar allowing for a maximum ascent of 20,000 candidates. This trial would test not only the speed and strength of the martial artists, but also their combat prowess. The quicker one reaches the summit, the greater the pressure endured upon the pillar. With so many orc warriors, ordinary martial artists would find it nearly impossible to withstand the onslaught. Those adept in speed but lacking in combat ability might hesitate to ascend even if they reach the top. Even the most powerful warriors might hesitate to climb directly upon reaching the summit. After all, the earlier one ascends, the longer one must endure the pressure at the pinnacle, thereby increasing the risk of being besieged by the orc warriors. As the examination commenced, the young martial artists sprang into action, racing towards the 6 pillars. Due to their varying positions, most warriors charged towards the nearest pillar with all their might. In this scenario, the differences in physical prowess and running speed became starkly evident. The swifter the martial artist, the closer they positioned themselves to the front. A myriad of extraordinary running styles emerged, showcasing a dazzling array of martial arts techniques. Even relying solely on his physical explosiveness, Emperor Chen found himself firmly within the elite echelon, occupying a position at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Among this multitude of young martial artists hailing from all directions, there were numerous individuals who could rival Chun in speed. As the synchronized movement of the warriors propelled them to the base of the pillars, they began to ascend using both hands and feet. In contrast to running, the act of climbing the rocky surface revealed the true ingenuity of the martial artists. Some among this youthful cohort moved with the grace of swallows, effortlessly soaring several dozen meters with each leap. Others, employing all limbs like geckos, clung to the rock face, ascending with remarkable ease. Some individuals seemed to defy the very laws of gravity, scaling the sheer rock face with an astonishing verticality, their movements a mesmerizing spectacle. In contrast to their flamboyant climbing techniques, Emperor Chen's approach appeared rather unadorned. With all 4 limbs exerting force, he plunged his hands into the rock, creating a series of small handholds, climbing steadily in a remarkably simple manner, leaving a trail of tiny indentations in his wake. Although his climbing style lacked the visual flair of others, his speed remained unwavering, placing him firmly among the leading ranks. Chapter 58, Rolling Stones. Compared to the straightforward act of running, climbing undeniably tested a warrior's endurance and overall capabilities to a greater extent. Each of the 6 rock pillars exceeded 2,000 meters in height, their vertical walls presenting a challenge equivalent to a marathon for an ordinary person. Some warriors had only just reached a height of 100 meters, while others had ascended several hundred meters. A few were already exhausted and struggling, while others maintained a resolute gaze, steadily continuing their ascent. At this moment, Emperor Chen found himself at a considerable height, persistently climbing higher. His speed may not have been the swiftest, but it was undoubtedly the most consistent. From the outset until now, after all this time scaling the stone pillars, he felt not even a hint of breathlessness. His expression remained calm, and not a drop of sweat adorned his brow. His hands and feet moved with mechanical precision, unwavering and steady. Besides Emperor Chen, a considerable number of warriors exhibited similar ease and stability in their climbing. Indeed, in the vast realm of humanity, among the new generation of warriors, many possessed remarkable prowess. At present, numerous individuals shone brightly atop the 6 towering pillars. On one of the highest stone columns stood a pair of youths clad in training attire. The young man, with black hair and crimson eyes, radiated an intense heat, his aura fierce and fiery. Beside him, a young woman with snow-white hair and sapphire-like eyes emanated an icy chill, her presence akin to the frost of a wintry moon. Additionally, there was a robust man clad in tiger-striped attire, whose bulk belied his agility. His movements were akin to a ferocious tiger, leaping and bounding with explosive power over distances of 50 to 60 meters. Among these remarkable individuals was a slender young warrior, whose serpentine grace allowed him to ascend to the forefront with an almost uncanny stride. Each of these elite warriors atop the rock face possessed strength that would easily surpass the privileged Saiyans of the bustling city below. In the grand tapestry of humanity, their prowess was not to be underestimated. As Emperor Chen climbed steadily, he unabashedly scrutinized the group of exceptional warriors, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Is this truly the pinnacle of the young generation among the human race? Indeed, it is remarkably impressive. The mere thought of having the opportunity to compete with them ignited an unquenchable fervor within Emperor Chun. The terrifying aura emanating from him immediately captured the attention of the surrounding warriors. Those who shared the same rock pillar as Emperor Chun, upon sensing the dread he exuded, cautiously distanced themselves from him. Yet, those who chose to withdraw were merely those whose climbing pace was significantly slower than his, or those who were wary of his combat prowess, willingly retreating. Conversely, those who had ascended higher than Emperor Chun or were of a similar caliber to him displayed expressions of keen interest, mirroring his own intensity. In their homeland, these individuals were undoubtedly the foremost among the young elite, and their pride and self-esteem would never allow them to willingly concede defeat. The top-tier genius warriors unabashedly radiated their vigorous fighting spirit. In this fierce competition, they were all vying for supremacy, refusing to yield. The assembled warriors were evidently astute individuals, unwilling to instigate conflict at this juncture. After all, this battle was merely a means to filter out approximately the top 120,000 contenders, not a full-scale clash. As the climbers continued their ascent, some finally neared the summit of the stone pillar. However, just as they were about to reach the pinnacle, the warriors of the first tier abruptly halted their progress. The reason was simple. The orc warriors stationed at the edge of the pillar were glaring down at them with predatory intent. The moment they attempted to land atop the stone pillar, they would face an onslaught from these orc warriors. Under ordinary circumstances, these talented warriors might not fear the orc warriors' assault. However, after an arduous climb of over 2,000 meters without the use of weapons or medicinal aids, the situation had drastically changed. They needed to rest against the rock face to recuperate their strength before confronting the orc challenge. It was also prudent to allow more warriors to gather near the pinnacle, the greater the number of climbers reaching the top simultaneously, the smaller the scale of the orc assault they would face. Yet, the considerations of the warrior candidates were equally mirrored in the minds of the orc warriors. Should they allow the human contenders to congregate around the pillar, their position would become precarious. Thus, to the astonishment of the many warriors below, the orc warriors atop the pillar began to hoist massive boulders, launching them forcefully over the edge. This sudden movement sent shockwaves through the warriors clinging to the rock face. What madness is this? Are these brutes scheming against us? They can't be serious. What are these orc warriors planning? This is outrageous. I'm utterly exhausted. If I'm struck by a falling rock, will I not meet my demise? In the astonished gaze of the crowd, countless massive boulders were hurled down by the warriors of the orc tribe, crashing towards those clambering upon the stone pillars. Among the first to bear the brunt of these descending stones were the swiftest martial artists, led by Chun-Di. Confronted with the stones cast by the orc warriors, the group displayed their unique skills, adopting various postures to withstand the impending onslaught. Some encased their heads in layers of thick ice, while others frantically maneuvered along the rock face. As a colossal boulder descended towards him, Chun-Di tensed every muscle, his hair standing on end. With one hand, he plunged deep into the rock wall, anchoring himself firmly. Just as the massive stone was about to crush him, he extended his hand and caught it effortlessly, his body unwavering. Fixating on the orc warrior who dared to peer over the edge of the pillar, Chun-Di raised the boulder with a fierce expression, his anger palpable. "You dare?" he thundered. "Prepare to meet your end." With a roar, Chun-Di hurled the boulder like a cannonball, the sound of rushing wind piercing the air as it sped towards the orc warrior atop the pillar, moving at a velocity several times greater than that of the falling stones. Empowered by Chun-Di's immense strength, the boulder wreaked havoc upon impact, creating a gaping hole at the very edge of the pillar. The orc warrior, who had just moments before cast a stone at Chun-Di, was crushed under its weight. His bones shattered and his demise gruesome. Not only did the thrown boulder claim the life of the attacking orc, but it also inflicted grievous injuries upon his nearby comrades, sharp fragments scattering outward and piercing their bodies with numerous wounds. The unfortunate ones faced the terrifying fate of having these jagged stones penetrate their skulls. Surveying the scene, it was evident that nearly all the young martial artists opted to temporarily evade the falling boulders, conserving their strength while awaiting the arrival of more warriors at the summit of the stone pillar. The first-tier young martial artists, observing Chun-Di's state and aura, could not help but marvel internally at the spectacle before them. What a monstrous being he is. Despite the relentless running and climbing, he maintained an abundance of stamina, showing no signs of fatigue. His breath was steady, not a drop of sweat to be seen, and his limbs remained as firm as a mountain. The recent counterattack seemed to have scarcely drained his vitality. In that moment, all the young warriors upon the same pillar felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chun-Di. His strength and endurance were astonishingly extraordinary. On the observation platform, several supervising instructors stood watch, closely monitoring the unfolding events atop the 6 stone pillars. Whenever a martial arts candidate called out for help, Sherpa Tion would lightly tap his toes, and a tier of rock would immediately extend from the ground and the pillars, safely catching the distressed individual. The group of proctors gazed at the imposing figure of Emperor Chun, unable to suppress their admiration. "What a remarkable talent we have today. It's almost outrageous," one remarked. "That red-haired martial arts candidate possesses extraordinary strength. His physical prowess is akin to that of a small beast. Fascinating. His character is refreshingly direct and unrestrained." The caliber of this year's martial arts candidates is truly exceptional. It's hard to imagine who will ultimately ascend to the coveted throne of victory. Following his recent counterattack, Emperor Qin's presence swiftly captured the attention of the orc warriors stationed atop the stone pillar. As they bent down to glimpse the fierce expression on his face, their countenance shifted dramatically. They hastily convened, intent on launching a concentrated assault to eliminate him. The adage "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down" aptly describes their intention. Qin's retaliation had already branded him as the most perilous threat in their eyes, necessitating his immediate downfall. In the blink of an eye, a line of orc warriors appeared above him, each wielding massive boulders, poised at the edge of the stone column, ready to rain down a barrage of rock upon him. Witnessing this, the nearby martial artists began to flee from Qin in panic. Fortunately, their initial distance from him provided a buffer, and the ensuing chaos only amplified their reluctance to approach. As the enormous stones cascaded from above, Emperor Qin exhibited no inclination to evade them. Instead, he quickened his ascent. To the astonishment of onlookers, he ascended against the deluge of boulders, undeterred and relentless. To him, the descending rocks resembled mere foam balls, inflicting no pain as they struck his body. Utilizing all four limbs, he moved with the ferocity of a humanoid behemoth, each motion etching deep grooves into the rock face to stabilize his ascent. Despite the boulders crashing down upon him, Qin remained impervious, his form unscathed. The orc warriors atop the pillar, witnessing this spectacle, were stricken with terror, hastening their efforts to hurl stones with increased fervor. Yet their attempts only served to deepen the cruelty in Qin's expression, proving futile against his unyielding advance. With each impact of the stones, his climbing speed intensified, ultimately leading him to the pinnacle of the stone column. With a grip so powerful it made his ankle joints creak, he felt as though his very bones might shatter under the strain. The orc warriors peered down to find Qin's fearsome visage fixed upon them, his eyes locked with theirs, a sinister smile curling his lips to reveal sharp fangs. "I have you now." In the next instant, Qin's body sprang forth like a coiled spring, leaping to the summit of the stone pillar, dragging along the orc warrior clutched in his grasp. The surrounding orc warriors, witnessing Qin's audacious ascent, were filled with dread, clustering around him, yet paralyzed by fear, hesitant to act. However, their immobility did not imply that Emperor Qin would refrain from striking against them. Grasping the orc warrior in his hand, Emperor Qin wielded him single-handedly, initiating a massacre among the surrounding orc warriors. In Emperor Qin's grip, the orc warrior became akin to an oversized meteor hammer, recklessly swung and crashing through the ranks. Those orc warriors swept away by Emperor Qin were violently hurled. Traversing distances of dozens or even nearly 100 meters, their bones shattered and bodies mangled beyond recognition. The might he displayed was reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, leaving desolation in their wake. Perched atop the stone pillar, Emperor Qin was not merely engaged in battle, he was unleashing a brutal slaughter. In a mere moment, the orc warriors surrounding him were decimated, leaving only a few remaining who dared not approach any closer. Observing Emperor Qin's ascent, the martial artists positioned on the upper parts of the pillar gradually began to exert themselves, advancing directly toward the pinnacle. After vanquishing the orc warriors in his vicinity, Emperor Qin gazed at the multitude of orc warriors gathering ahead and could not suppress a sinister grin. "You seem to enjoy hurling stones, don't you? Allow me to toss one back at you." As his words echoed, Emperor Qin deftly lifted a massive spherical rock into his grasp. At the same moment, his body began to stretch and expand, akin to a bowstring drawn to its utmost tension. Subsequently, every muscle in his body contracted, and the power of his blood surged forth explosively. With such terrifying force, the colossal stone in his hand was hurled forth in an instant. The stone soared, producing a thunderous sonic boom that threatened to rupture the eardrums of the surrounding orc warriors. A supersonic projectile was unleashed. The resultant shockwave and sonic blast generated a miniature hurricane, scattering fragments of rock and dust from the ground. The boulder, propelled by unmatched strength and piercing speed that surpassed sound, sliced through the ranks of orc warriors. A straight line of carnage materialized within their formation. Any orc warrior unfortunate enough to be in the path of this colossal stone was instantly obliterated, their bodies shattered and blood splattered across the ground in a gruesome spectacle. With this singular strike, a terrifying corridor of blood and flesh was carved through the orc ranks. The orc warriors atop the stone pillar were transfixed by this horrifying scene, their pupils constricting as an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed their minds. Initially, these young martial artists were puzzled as to why their comrades atop the pillar had ceased their assault. But upon witnessing the gruesome corridor carved through the orc forces, a chill ran down their spines. Goodness, this has escalated to an extreme level. As more martial artists ascended to the pinnacle of the pillar, The previously stunned orc warriors began to regain their senses. However, the presence of merely one Emperor Chun has already rendered them utterly miserable. Not to mention the multitude of young warriors now gathered atop the stone pillar. Those who managed to ascend to the summit of the rocky spire in such a brief span of time are undoubtedly formidable individuals. Soon, a fierce battle erupted at the pinnacle of the pillar, pitting human warriors against Orcish fighters. While combat had already ignited atop the pillar where Emperor Chen stood, the other 5 pillars were not far behind, with warriors showcasing their unique abilities as they scaled to the summit. Before these warriors reached the apex of the stone, the Orcish warriors could still leverage their advantageous high ground to exert some degree of pressure upon those below. However, once the warriors from below reached the top, the orcs' advantage swiftly dissipated. Although the young warriors employed varying techniques and martial arts, their might was equally terrifying. A chilling palm strike could freeze several orc warriors into solid ice with a single move, the frosty aura coalescing in the air, utterly astonishing. Explosive and fiery. Every punch was lethal, igniting sparks in the atmosphere. A single blow to an orc warrior would carve a gaping wound, blood and flesh scattering mercilessly. Some warriors fought with the ferocity of a tiger, unleashing brutal attacks, while others, like agile serpents, targeted vital points with deadly precision. The supervising martial instructors observed the unfolding spectacle with approving nods. Indeed, the caliber of this year's warriors is notably impressive. As the warriors from the 6 pillars gradually began to land, the orc warriors atop the pillars found themselves ensnared in a grueling battle. With each additional young warrior reaching the stone pillars, the orc warriors' condition visibly deteriorated. Before long, the orc fighters atop the pillar where Emperor Chen resided were completely vanquished, with his contributions standing as truly unparalleled. All present warriors could attest to his overwhelming prowess. With the eradication of the orc warriors atop the pillar, the number of warriors ascending to the summit began to multiply at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, the pillar where Emperor Chen stood rightfully became the first to be filled with 20,000 individuals. Once this milestone was reached, Sherpatian gently pressed his feet down once more. In an instant, a ring of barriers unfurled at the pinnacle of Emperor Chen's stone pillar. This pillar has now reached its capacity. Those seeking to advance should climb the remaining 5 pillars. The moment Sherpotian's words echoed, countless stone slabs emerged from the summits of the 6 pillars, connecting them all. Those warriors on the verge of reaching the top, but halted by the full capacity of the stone pillar, could now traverse these slabs to the remaining pillars. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the warriors who shared the same stone pillar as Chen Di but had not yet reached the summit hastened their pace, fervently sprinting towards the remaining rock columns. One was engaged in close combat with the orc warriors atop the pillar, his weary body struggling against the odds. The other, as the assessment was nearing its conclusion, observed that one of the pillars had reached full capacity. The warriors upon it began to dash towards the other columns, prompting an immediate acceleration in their own climbing efforts. If they did not hasten, the competition would become increasingly fierce. As the slots for advancement dwindled, their desperation intensified. The remaining warriors, yet to reach the pinnacle of the rock columns, comprised those with lesser stamina and slower ascent rates. The first tier of warriors had nearly all reached the summit, exerting themselves to the utmost in pursuit of better placements, drenched in sweat and parched, unwilling to pause for even a moment. 5 columns, 4 columns, 3 columns. With the passage of time, the closing speed of the columns escalated. Assessment concluded. Those who have not reached the top, please descend slowly. Upon hearing Sherpatian's call, all the warriors still fervently climbing came to a halt. Among them, the most heartbroken and stunned were those who were but a step away from the summit. Observing the dazed young warriors before him, Sherpatian gently stroked his beard. Warriors who did not pass the first test. Your rankings will be determined by the height you achieved. Fear not, as long as your ascent is commendable, you still stand a substantial chance of being admitted to prestigious martial universities. Chapter 61, Competition. After hearing Sherpatian's explanation, the expressions of those who had ascended to greater heights softened slightly. Those who had failed to reach the pinnacle, whether they wished it or not, were compelled to withdraw from the competition, leaving the arena in disappointment. Their identification numbers were now fixed, cementing their ranks. Following this round of elimination, only approximately 120,000 warriors remained. Just as the successful candidates had no time to rest, a bespectacled young female warrior beside Sherpatian addressed the assembled warriors. As Lan Royo began to speak, the 6 rock columns occupied by Chen Di and his companions gradually descended to a normal height, uniting the warriors atop them at a single elevation. Simultaneously, the ground of the colossal beast arena began to rise. Observing this unfolding scene, Lan Royo gently twisted her hand, conjuring torrents of water from thin air, akin to an ocean, filling the sunken terrain surrounding the colossal beast arena. In this situation, the ground beneath Chen Di and his companions transformed into an island-like formation, encircled by water on all sides. Observing the figures of Lan Royo and Sherpatian on the viewing platform, The candidates were struck with profound astonishment. The prowess of these two examiners seemed utterly unfathomable. The immense alterations in the terrain appeared to be executed with effortless grace, as if manipulated at will. However, amidst their admiration for the formidable strength of the examiners, a frown of concern creased the brows of the candidates. After the previous exertions of running and climbing, their stamina had scarcely recovered, placing them at a significant disadvantage for the upcoming challenges. A mere 3 minutes was hardly sufficient to replenish their energy. As the candidates pondered their respective thoughts, a subtle smile began to form at the corner of Lan Royo's lips. First, your bodies must not come into contact with the surrounding currents. Any such contact will result in your failure. Second, to advance, you must eliminate 2 or more opponents from the martial examination. Third, under my control, the water level around you will gradually rise. The higher it ascends, the less space you will have to stand. Fourth, during your assessment, various monstrous creatures will intermittently descend from the sky, indiscriminately attacking nearby competitors, so exercise caution. Upon concluding her explanation of the 4 rules, Lan Royo waved her hands, causing numerous translucent streams of water to gracefully entwine around the wrists of all present. Fifth, this water ring serves as your lifeline. It can withstand a full force strike from a peak-level body refinement practitioner. The moment your life is threatened, it will activate. The ring lasts for over half an hour, ample time for you to complete the competition. Now, the rules are established. On my command, the examination officially begins. Upon hearing Lan Royo's martial examination rules, the majority of the martial artists present wore grim expressions. To advance, they were required to meet 2 conditions: eliminate 2 opponents and maintain their position in the center of the arena. For most martial artists, both conditions were exceedingly arduous. The intricacies of their predicament rendered decision-making all the more complex, leaving them uncertain of their immediate course of action, just as many were still deliberating their next moves. A number of spotted blizzard bears suddenly descended from the sky. These creatures bore a resemblance to polar bears, yet were adorned with a spotted coat reminiscent of leopards, displaying a striking pattern of black and yellow. Robust in stature, their thick fur provided astonishing defense. Ordinary bullets were utterly incapable of penetrating their hide. With claws sharp enough to slice through steel, the spotted blizzard bears were significantly larger than polar bears, standing over 3 meters tall when crouched and towering 6 to 7 meters when upright. A typical body refinement practitioner would stand no chance against them. One would need a combat prowess of at least the 7th or 8th stage of body refinement to contend with such formidable foes. Among the martial artists present, nearly half were no match for their opponents, relying solely on agile evasion and nimble movements to distance themselves from these monstrous creatures. As the spotted violent bears descended upon the ground, chaos erupted among the majority of the martial examination candidates, who scattered in panic, with some even screaming in sheer terror. Coincidentally, one of the spotted violent bears landed perilously close to Emperor Chun. The bear's immense bulk crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust and swirling smoke. However, the colossal impact did not inflict any harm upon the thick-skinned bears. Before the dust settled, these massive creatures unleashed earth-shattering roars at the surrounding young martial artists, with one bear facing Emperor Chun directly due to proximity. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet and the reverberating roar of the gigantic bear before him, Emperor Chun spread his arms wide, his expression gradually shifting to one of exhilaration as he advanced rather than retreating, steadily approaching the spotted violent bear. In response to Chen's provocation, the bear charged forward without hesitation. Its enormous form, combined with its formidable weight, created a sound akin to thunder, causing the very ground to shudder. The bear sprinted towards him like an armored vehicle on the attack, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was a welcome challenge. Rather than evade the charging bear, Emperor Chun embraced the confrontation, arms outstretched, rushing forward with wild abandon. Observing his audacious maneuver, the surrounding martial artists were left in stunned disbelief. What was he doing? Did he not fear being overexerted and subsequently overwhelmed by others? It was an audacious display, to say the least. In the midst of a tremendous roar, Emperor Chun collided with the spotted violent bear, neither party yielding in this fierce confrontation. The collision generated a powerful shockwave that visibly rippled through the air like a ring, dispersing in all directions with a tempestuous gust. The bear's gigantic paw met Emperor Chun's hands in a gripping embrace, unleashing a terrifying force from both their bodies. To the astonishment of the witnessing young martial artists, despite the prior rigors of climbing and battling, Emperor Chun appeared as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of fatigue, and remarkably held his ground against the bear's onslaught. This fellow was nothing short of a monster. Did he not tire? To withstand the bear's charge head-on, his strength must have reached at least the 8th, or even the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, all preserved after the previous skirmishes. Just as the onlookers marveled at Emperor Chun's extraordinary strength, an even more astounding scene unfolded before their eyes. As the struggle between the spotted violent bear and Emperor Chun intensified, the bear's entire form began to lift off the ground. No, to be precise, It should be said that the body of the spotted berserk bear was gradually lifted by Emperor Chun. Originally exhibiting a fierce and aggressive demeanor, the bear now emitted a series of high-pitched whimpers. The ferocity and savagery in its bare face slowly faded, replaced by a human-like fear in its eyes. Crack! Snap! A few crisp sounds rang out, and the onlookers were horrified to discover that the paw of the spotted berserk bear, locked in a struggle with Emperor Chun, was being twisted and contorted by his grip. Accompanied by these sharp sounds and the bear's changing expression, they speculated that its paw might have been crushed by Emperor Chun's immense strength. What kind of monstrous power is this? Just as the crowd marveled at Emperor Chun's extraordinary strength, he suddenly exerted himself, and the entire spotted berserk bear was entirely flung into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, the nearby young warriors instinctively began to distance themselves from Emperor Chun. There were already few people around him, and this action cleared the area even further. Observing Emperor Chun tossing the spotted berserk bear, even Sure Patian and Lan Royo, who were standing in the observation platform, could not help but exclaim, "This spotted berserk bear weighs around 30,000 pounds, and this young lad can effortlessly throw it. His strength must be at least 100,000 pounds. It is rare to encounter a warrior who has refined their physical strength to such an extent at the body refining stage. Such individuals are seldom seen in decades. Moreover, this young man appears to have ample room for growth. After all, his martial arts realm has yet to reach the pinnacle of the body refining stage." At this point, Sure Patian paused momentarily, as a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. That individual had also once honed their physical strength beyond 100,000 pounds, but alas, he had once believed that this person would be one of the most dazzling stars among the human race in recent years. However, it now seemed that if he was not a madman, he was either a rare prodigy or a genius seldom encountered in a century. Noticing Sure Patian's silence, Lan Royo could not help but inquire, "What is the matter, Sure Lao? Did something come to your mind?" Hearing her words, Sure Patian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "It's nothing, just a sudden recollection of an old acquaintance." On the trial field, the spotted berserk bear that Emperor Chun had flung began to spin increasingly faster. At this point, its rotation speed was so rapid that it left only an afterimage. The bear's massive size combined with its unparalleled speed generated a powerful whirlwind on the arena. The intensity of the wind was almost more terrifying than a gale of over 20 levels, making it nearly impossible for the onlookers to keep their eyes open. In such a tumultuous scene, not only the young warriors participating in the assessment, but also the throne's spotted berserk bears were utterly bewildered. What is happening? As the crowd found themselves momentarily disoriented, the spotty giant bear, violently swung by Emperor Chun, could no longer withstand the terrifying centrifugal force. Its internal blood began to uncontrollably seep outward, droplets of crimson rain cascading in every direction, synchronizing with the Emperor's movements. The sanguine deluge splattered across those nearest to him, leaving them bewildered. "What on earth are you doing?" one exclaimed, spitting out the bear's blood. "Stop swinging it around. If this continues, it'll be catastrophic. My mouth is filled with bear blood. Please, don't swing it anymore." Despite their dissatisfaction with Emperor Chun's antics, the crowd felt powerless against his overwhelming presence. They were left with their grievances unspoken, unable to voice their frustrations. The trajectory of the bear was intentionally aimed at the very spot where the crowd had been most vocal just moments prior. Realization dawned upon them, leaving them in stunned silence. "Good grief, you've been swinging that bear just to select your targets? Is the loudest voice the one you aim for?" Under the might of Emperor Chun, the enormous bear, propelled by its massive form and kinetic energy, charged relentlessly into the cluster of martial artists. Witnessing this spectacle, the martial artists began to scatter, seeking refuge from the impending collision. However, due to the varying levels of their prowess, some evaded perfectly, while others were caught unprepared. The bear's descent was akin to a bowling ball striking pins, and many of the assessed martial artists were sent flying, scattered in disarray. Fortunately, they were all protected by the water rings granted by Lan, ensuring they would not be directly obliterated by the bear hurled by Emperor Chun. With the bear's momentum, the sound of bodies hitting the water was ceaseless. Those who fell into the water at that instant had already been deemed failures in their assessment. Moreover, Emperor Chun stood at the very center of this chaotic scene. As the surrounding martial artists beheld his form, regardless of their inner thoughts, none dared to approach him. Whether they were formidable or relatively weaker, they all refrained from provoking him. Thus, Emperor Chun nearly monopolized a vast territory all to himself. While no one dared to confront him directly, he could sense that many of the elite members of the younger generation were quietly focusing their attention upon him. When the arena battles commenced, he anticipated encountering many unexpected surprises. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. "Come challenge me. Only through combat can a true man experience the romance of life." Chapter 63, The Arena. In contrast to Emperor Chun's audacious and domineering demeanor, the other top-tier martial artists of the younger generation appeared comparatively restrained and modest. Nonetheless, their prowess and performances remained nothing short of astonishing. Their martial techniques were executed with remarkable finesse, indicative of mastery akin to a consummate artisan. Their martial skills had seemingly reached a level where body and spirit were harmoniously unified, and their martial realm had attained the pinnacle of body tempering. Possessing martial arts that resonate harmoniously with one's own combat style, along with an abundance of martial resources, this young warrior undoubtedly stands as a seed-level competitor within the realm of martial arts. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is inevitable that they will one day transcend the limitations of the body refinement stage and step into the martial arts realm. Even within prestigious martial universities, students who ascend to the martial arts realm are exceedingly rare. Naturally, this varies among different martial universities. The more distinguished the institution, the higher the proportion of such students. Moreover, without exception, these martial artists seek to target those of lesser strength. Only by doing so can they swiftly fulfill the requirements for advancement. Consequently, amidst this increasingly fierce competition, the weaker martial artists find themselves in greater peril. Those at an intermediate level, while somewhat safer, still face the risk of elimination. Indeed, many warriors, after successfully completing 2 rounds of elimination tasks, have fallen victim to the machinations of their peers. Beyond the surrounding martial artists, the gradually shrinking water circle and the ferocious beasts descending from above impose tremendous pressure on those within. A moment's inattention could result in being thrust into the pool or being swatted away by a colossal beast. In this chaotic melee, the number of martial artists within the water circle diminishes at a visibly rapid pace. 100,000, 80,000, 60,000. Almost with each breath, hundreds of warriors are eliminated. 12,000 remain. The advancement rate is less than 10%. Observing the fallen warriors around him, Shundi's eyes reveal a hint of complexity. However, mere moments later, his gaze returns to a state of unwavering determination, as steadfast as iron. Noticing the dwindling number of remaining candidates on the stage, Sherpatian gently nodded toward Urulan. Upon seeing this, Urulan immediately formed a seal with her hands. In an instant, all the water flowed away from the center of the colossal beast arena, leaving not a trace behind. Looking at the remaining young warriors, Sherpatian cleared his throat and addressed the gathered crowd. The more victories a warrior secures, the higher their ranking will be. And this arena battle will continue until the champion emerges. Following the completion of the one-on-one challenges, warriors questioning their ranks may challenge others by name. The moment his words fell, Sherpatian lightly pressed his foot against the ground once more. Instantly, the previously uneven colossal beast arena returned to a state of smoothness. Yet, this was not the end. As the entire colossal beast arena regained its flatness, countless small arenas composed of rock suddenly rose from the ground, appearing before the crowd, densely packed and seemingly endless. As these miniature arenas emerged, 2 rows of numerical designations were prominently displayed upon them. At the moment these rocky platforms materialized, Sherpatian once again spoke to the assembly. In the time that follows, you will have 30 minutes to locate your respective arenas and gather your strength. Upon the arena, inscribed are the digits corresponding to your martial examination numbers. Henceforth, you have 30 minutes to hasten towards your designated platform. As the words faded, the warriors in this vicinity commenced their fervent pursuit, seeking out their respective arenas. In a brief span, Emperor Chen located his designated stage. To his astonishment, his first opponent was a burly, bald warrior, bare-chested and clad in shorts, whose muscular physique was strikingly defined. Perhaps due to his hairstyle and build, the opponent appeared far older than a typical 18-year-old martial artist, resembling instead a middle-aged man. At that moment, the bald warrior sat in meditation, and upon noticing Emperor Chen's arrival at the platform, his eyelids twitched slightly, a visible sign of discomfort. Fortune seemed to elude him. This was a formidable fighter capable of inflicting injury upon the spotted bloodbear. Aside from a select few elite warriors, it was likely no one would wish to face Emperor Chen. Although the bald warrior's composure was momentarily disrupted by Chen's presence, he soon regained his tranquility. Realizing that even if he could not prevail, he must conserve his strength, Emperor Chen regarded the bald warrior with a hint of disappointment. The opponent seemed lacking in prowess, too feeble to pique Chen's interest in combat. Under the influence of the system's capabilities, Chen's recovery rate was remarkably swift, having expended little energy prior. The 30 minutes vanished in the blink of an eye, and the two stood on the arena, gazing at one another. To Chen's surprise, the bald warrior maintained an unwavering demeanor in the face of his presence, seemingly untouched by pressure. This intrigued Chen immensely. Hear my voice. The first match of the arena battle officially commences. With the command of Sherpatian, the contest was set into motion. Standing still, Emperor Chen observed the composed bald warrior, eager to discern the source of his calm. In the instant Sherpatian's declaration resonated, the bald warrior executed a swift maneuver, leaping off the platform with astonishing agility. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance, as if meticulously rehearsed. Emperor Chen was taken aback, his forehead tightening with tension. What is this? As the bald warrior gracefully descended from the platform, he hastily proclaimed, I concede. I have lost this match. Do not pursue me further. Aware of his limitations against Emperor Chun, he opted not to engage in battle, preferring instead to embrace surrender and conserve his energy for future confrontations. This, indeed, was the bald warrior's optimal strategy. In the distance, Sherpatian observed the scene with a somewhat peculiar expression. However, he refrained from intervening in the actions of the bald warrior. After all, the regulations for the assessment did not explicitly prohibit participants from conceding. When the disparity in strength is overwhelmingly vast, opting to forfeit the battle to conserve energy is, in fact, a reasonable combat strategy. Sherpatian, watching the decisive exit of the bald warrior, couldn't help but chuckle. This little bald fellow not only appears quite mature, but his thinking is as slick as that of a seasoned veteran. Beside him, Lan Ryu chimed in, there's no alternative. Even if this little bald one did not flee, he would be at a loss. The gap in strength is simply too great for any meaningful confrontation. This fellow named Chen Di should certainly be considered among the candidates for this year's martial champion. Truly a dark horse emerging unexpectedly. I had never even heard of such a figure prior. Who would have thought that such a young martial artist could arise from this small city of Tingyun? Upon hearing Lan Ryu's words, Sherpatian paused slightly. This little chap hails from Tingyun City? Thus, without even lifting a finger, Chen Di effortlessly secured victory in the first round of the challenge. Despite this triumph, he felt no sense of exhilaration. Whether it was the influence of the bloodline from Fanma or the unleashing of his inherent violent instincts, Chen Di now possessed an almost primal yearning for combat. A day without engaging in a few skirmishes left him feeling utterly restless. Chen Di was decidedly irked. The bald warrior's audacious maneuver instantly drew the attention of numerous martial artists to Chen Di's arena. Witnessing the bald warrior's actions left many astonished. The most affected were those who encountered top-tier geniuses. Following the bald warrior's example, they began to emulate his approach. If one cannot win, then it is better to concede outright. Of course, not all martial artists were as astute as the bald warrior. Some, fully aware of their opponent's overwhelming strength and inevitable defeat, still chose to confront their limits head-on. These two types of martial artists represent contrasting philosophies. One group, pragmatic and wise, understands when to yield to preserve their strength for subsequent battles, while the other, stubbornly resolute, faces insurmountable odds, embodying the indomitable spirit of martial arts. Akin to an ant shaking a mighty tree, commendable yet audacious. It is difficult to declare one type of martial artist superior or more correct than the other. At the very least, both steadfastly uphold their beliefs with unwavering conviction. However, one thing is indisputable. These two types of martial artists far exceed those who waver indecisively, torn between the desire to engage and the fear of jeopardizing their future performance. The warriors who contemplate exiting, yet resent relinquishing so easily, are decidedly inferior in comparison. The indecisive often find themselves unable to make a choice in the end. Without relinquishing certain things, one can never truly acquire anything. In the subsequent matches, any opponent who found themselves on the same stage as the Emperor Chen either leapt off the platform in surrender or was sent flying by a swift strike from him. These encounters concluded with alarming rapidity, rendering the battles exceedingly tedious and uninspiring. Despite his unbroken winning streak, the Emperor Chen felt no thrill from these confrontations. However, as his victories mounted, the caliber of opponents he faced began to rise correspondingly. Most of these warriors, like the Emperor Chen, were on winning streaks themselves, having lost only 1 or 2 matches at most. As the quality of his adversaries improved, the Emperor's blood began to boil with anticipation. At last, in the next arena duel, he encountered a true master, a practitioner of the tiger style of martial arts. To say the least, in terms of sheer strength, this warrior, exuding a ferocity akin to that of a fierce tiger, would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 100 in this martial examination. Ranking within the top 100 among such a multitude of young warriors is no small feat. The moment the two ascended the stage, they captivated the audience's attention. Most spectators were gathered at the viewing stands of the colossal beast arena, eager to witness the performance of the remaining martial examination contenders. Although the eliminated young warriors could no longer vie for the title of martial champion, they still wished to witness the emergence of this year's global martial champion. Furthermore, they sought to gauge the substantial gap between themselves and their contemporaries. As the Emperor Chun regarded the imposing figure before him, the dormant fighting spirit within him was finally ignited. This warrior was stronger than any he had faced before. In fact, the combined strength of all his previous opponents likely paled in comparison to this one. As the Emperor Chen scrutinized his opponent, the latter reciprocated the gesture, sizing him up in return. Though the battle had yet to commence, the tension in the air was palpable, thickening with an electric intensity. "This battle will etch my name into your memory, Zhao Hu," declared Zhao Hu. In response to Zhao Hu's proclamation, the Emperor Chun grinned menacingly. "I have no habit of remembering the names of the vanquished." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's expression shifted to one of peril, his hair bristling as if he were a furiously agitated tiger. A fierce aura radiated from him, resembling that of the king of beasts. Zhao Hu had honed his tiger style to a terrifying degree, each movement exuding the primal ferocity of a creature born of the wild, untamed and dominant. Faced with such a formidable presence, the Emperor Chen felt no trepidation. Instead, he was invigorated, emanating an aura of violent ferocity, akin to that of a malevolent specter. Standing atop the arena, Zhao Hu and Emperor Chen, though yet to engage in actual combat, emitted an aura so formidable that it sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding warriors, instilling a profound sense of dread. As the duel commenced, the two locked eyes. And after a fleeting moment of mutual observation, Zhao Hu could no longer contain his impatience. His muscles coiled like a spring, propelling him towards Emperor Chen with tremendous force. In midair, Zhao Hu's hands curved into claw-like shapes, his body soaring as if launched from a catapult, covering an astonishing distance in a single leap. In the face of Zhao Hu's onslaught, Emperor Chen stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, seemingly unperturbed. He raised one leg, gradually lifting it higher until it formed a perfect split, his legs aligned in a straight line, perpendicular to the ground. Observing Emperor Chen's stance, Zhao Hu felt no trepidation and continued his fierce advance. It was a contest of speed. Would Zhao Hu's strike reach Emperor Chen first, or would Chen's leg intercept him? As Zhao Hu closed the gap, Emperor Chen's kick descended with astonishing velocity. The swiftness and power of the strike surpassed all expectations, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced apart. Just as Zhao Hu's claws were about to make contact with Emperor Chen, the latter's devastating kick struck him squarely in the back. The sheer force of Chen's leg erupted forth, driving Zhao Hu into the ground below. The stone arena fractured under the impact, creating a deep crater, with fine cracks spreading across its surface and dust swirling in the air. Zhao Hu had undeniably felt the full force of Chen's kick, which left him reeling. Despite Zhao Hu's formidable resilience, the blow from Emperor Chen was enough to rattle him. As he felt the tumultuous upheaval within his internal organs and the agonizing pain coursing through him, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Just as Emperor Chen contemplated delivering a decisive kick to send Zhao Hu sprawling out of the arena, the latter executed a swift roll, evading Chen's reach in an instant. Although Chen's strike was powerful, it had not entirely incapacitated Zhao Hu. Gazing at the seemingly relaxed Emperor Chen, a wave of determination surged within Zhao Hu. No longer could he afford to underestimate his opponent. He summoned all his inner strength, fully unleashing his potential and shedding any notion of reserve. Sensing the intense aura emanating from Zhao Hu, Emperor Chen's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Yes, this was the spirit of a life-or-death struggle, and it promised to be exhilarating. As soon as Chen's words fell, the two warriors clashed once more. This time, the once reckless Zhao Hu approached with caution, diligently evading and parrying Emperor Chen's relentless attacks while seeking opportunities to target his opponent's vulnerabilities. However, it soon became apparent that despite Zhao Hu's well-conceived strategy, he found himself utterly at a loss against Emperor Chen. The reason was simple. Chen's physical defenses were nothing short of terrifying. His tiger fist is renowned for its ferocity, dominance, and explosive power. With fingers as sharp as the spear of a fierce warrior, he can carve a deep pit even into a solid iron pillar. The destructive capability is nothing short of terrifying. Coupled with the unique breathing technique of the tiger fist, he can unleash an energy multiple times his own limits in an instant, leaving no trace of life in his wake. Yet, despite the brutality of this martial art, it proves utterly ineffective against Emperor Chen. When their fists and claws collide, Zhao Hu's strikes not only fail to inflict any harm upon Chen's fists, but also leave his own hands numb and trembling. Not only are Chen's fists formidable, but every part of his being exudes overwhelming strength. His chiseled muscles resemble a suit of armor, and Zhao Hu's claws can merely shred his clothing without causing any substantial damage. Perhaps he might occasionally break Chen's skin, but standing in the arena, such minor injuries are of little consequence. As the battle progresses, the disparity between the two grows increasingly pronounced. Sensing Zhao Hu's attacks diminishing in strength, nearing insignificance, Chen's enthusiasm for the fight begins to wane. Observing Zhao Hu's dwindling fighting spirit and his trembling hands, akin to someone afflicted with Parkinson's, Chen's zeal for combat slowly dissipates. So weak, he muses. I had thought you could last a bit longer, but it seems I have overestimated you. No longer holding back, Chen gathers his energy, raising one arm with ferocious intent, delivering a powerful blow to Zhao Hu's chin. The force of this strike is immense, and its speed is unparalleled, lifting Zhao Hu off the ground. With that single blow, Zhao Hu is left dazed and disoriented, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, driven by sheer will, he manages to right himself, remaining upright in the arena. Before he can regain his balance, Zhao Hu sees Chen's figure before him, arms outstretched, palms facing forward, muscles coiling like a grotesque visage, radiating power. It's time for you to sleep, little kitty. With a mocking tone, Chen brings his palms together, trapping Zhao Hu's head in between. The resounding clap echoes through the arena, a sound both crisp and alarming. In an instant, Zhao Hu's eyes roll back, blood flows from his orifices, and his body collapses as if devoid of bones, stirring up a small cloud of dust as he falls into unconsciousness. At that moment, only Emperor Chen remains standing in the arena. Those watching from the sidelines murmur amongst themselves, Zhao Hu has been defeated by that man named Chen Di. One less contender for the title of martial arts champion today. No, Zhao Hu hardly qualifies as a contender for this year's championship, in my opinion. He might merely be a seedling in the realm of martial arts. Well, you do have a point, but I reckon Zhao Hu could still rank within the top 100. Certainly, I have always believed that the muscular powerhouse, Chen Di, is the dark horse of this competition, at the very least a contender of the highest caliber. In comparison, Zhao Hu seems to fall slightly short. Fortunately, prior to each individual duel in the arena, the supervising instructor, Lan Ruoyu, envelopes them in a protective water barrier. Otherwise, I fear Chen Di might have left Zhao Hu's head quite flattened. Indeed, this fellow is exceedingly ferocious, yet I find myself drawn to such formidable men. Regardless of the discussions among the youthful martial artists surrounding them, the undeniable fact remains that Zhao Hu was defeated by Chen Di. Enduring the full brunt of Chen Di's fierce assault, Zhao Hu lay motionless upon the arena floor until the medical team accompanying the global martial arts examination approached, lifting him away on a stretcher, gradually vanishing from the spectators' view. Due to the swift conclusion of Chen Di's match, the other arenas were still embroiled in combat. Finding himself bored, Chen Di stood beneath the arena, observing the battles unfolding elsewhere. With a discerning gaze, he quickly identified several captivating contests, each showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. Among them was a young martial artist with black hair and crimson eyes, clad in a training outfit. He appeared as if born solely for battle, targeting his opponent's vital points with every punch and kick, exhibiting an unyielding ferocity. It was unclear what martial art he practiced, but when his blood surged, a terrifying heat erupted from his hands and fists. This intense heat ignited the surrounding air, creating miniature shockwaves that possessed remarkable power. Even if the young man's fists did not directly strike his opponent, the explosive pressure from the air would send them flying, severely injured. Whenever his fists connected with the rocky arena, they would create craters the size of water barrels, earning him the title of a walking demolition machine. His opponent, a short-haired female martial artist clad in tight-fitting attire, matched him in strength, in stark contrast to the black-haired youth's succinct and aggressive attacks. The short-haired female exhibited a more agile and elusive fighting style, moving with remarkable speed. Her movements were incredibly nimble, and with each step, a few afterimages trailed her, creating a dizzying spectacle for onlookers. In their clash, the short-haired girl managed to strike the black-haired youth 3 or 4 times before he landed a hit on her. Despite her superior mobility and frequency of hits, the lethality of her attacks proved insufficient. 10 strikes from her were not as painful as a single blow from the black-haired youth. As the battle raged on, she found herself at a disadvantage. Emperor Chen observed the duel between the two combatants, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. If the short-haired girl wielded a formidable weapon, the outcome of this arena match might have been significantly altered. To be candid, the regulations seemed to favor those martial artists who did not rely on weaponry, granting them a slight advantage. As the young warrior faced off against the short-haired maiden, the spectators surrounding the arena engaged in animated discussions. Oh, Lin Mo from the Lin family holds the upper hand even in unarmed combat. Zhou Min's chances in this contest appear grim. It is regrettable that both are esteemed talents, destined to determine superiority. The black-haired youth, also named Lin, belonged to a different Lin family than Lin Mo's, as well as being of a different caliber altogether from Lin Mingming's family in Tingyan City. Accompanying Lin Mo in the Lin lineage was his cousin, the white-haired, azure-eyed Lin Shui. Both hailed from the Lin family and, possessing extraordinary talent, were affectionately referred to as the black and white prodigies of their clan. After observing Lin Mo's battlefield, Emperor Chen instinctively sought out Lin Shui's arena. However, upon reaching Lin Shui's location, he discovered that she had already transformed her opponent into a mere ice sculpture, concluding the battle entirely. Just as Emperor Chen shook his head in disappointment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another arena. There, one of the combatants was the serpentine martial artist he had previously noted, whose enchanting movements and grace remained vivid in his memory. The martial artist's elegant footwork and swift, lethal attacks likely surpassed even Zhao Hu's prowess. Yet, as Emperor Chen shifted his focus to that arena, he was astounded to witness the serpentine fighter being ruthlessly pummeled by a long-haired male martial artist. The once graceful and agile opponent now resembled a mere strip of dried meat, rendered rigid as the long-haired warrior mercilessly struck him, causing his gaunt visage to repeatedly make intimate contact with the ground. The sheer force of the blows shattered the rocky arena floor, creating a substantial crater. Occasionally, menacing arcs of electricity erupted from the serpentine combatant, crackling ominously and creating a truly terrifying spectacle. It was only when the serpentine fighter, rendered unconscious and conceding defeat, that Emperor Chen finally discerned the features of the long-haired warrior. The one who could emit electricity bore strikingly deep blue eyes, exuding an otherworldly charm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that Zhang Ren would be defeated so thoroughly by an unknown dark horse? They murmured. Zhang Ren has been completely vanquished. This is quite a severe defeat. By the way, do you know the name of that dark horse warrior with the deep blue eyes? One spectator inquired. I believe I saw his name on the list. It seems he is called Lei Yun, another dark horse of the martial genius caliber. The quality of candidates in this global martial examination is exceptionally high this year. Chapter 67, Breakthrough. As Chun Di observed the fierce battles unfolding on the arena and listened to the hushed discussions among the surrounding warriors, he felt an insatiable itch of anticipation. The global martial arts examination was indeed a splendid venue, with so many exceptional martial artists present. It would be a lamentable misfortune not to engage in combat with each and every one of them. Who, he pondered, would be his next opponent? Just as excitement coursed through him, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. The host has activated their cultivation technique through battles and trials. The host's indestructible Vajra technique has advanced to second layer, and the dragon Elephant Prajna has evolved into dual dragons and dual elephants power. With the arrival of this system notification, Chun Di's entire being underwent a tremendous transformation. A surging force of vitality surged within him, akin to colossal waves crashing. The additional power of one dragon and one elephant instantaneously augmented his strength by an astounding 11,000 pounds. Chun Di's already formidable physique received yet another enhancement. Alongside the progression of the indestructible Vajra and dragon Elephant Prajna, his body weight also experienced a remarkable shift. In normal circumstances, a body like Chun Di's would weigh around 200 to 300 pounds. However, with this advancement, it was conservatively estimated that his weight had surpassed 1,000 pounds. The density of his corporeal form was now heavier than iron, his blood as thick as mercury. At this moment, if he were to be cast into a regular pool, he would undoubtedly sink without a trace. A martial artist capable of refining their physical form to such an extent was indeed a rarity in this world. As time elapsed, the number of warriors in the colossal beast arena began to dwindle. After a lengthy wait, Chun Di finally ascended the challenge platform once more. This time, his opponent was none other than the ebony-haired youth from the Lin family, Lin Mo. Upon seeing Lin Mo take the stage, Chun Di's expression shifted to one of delight. Indeed, this was splendid news. The preceding battles had nearly rendered him utterly bored. Aside from Zhao Hu, who demonstrated proficiency in Tiger Form Fist, the rest of his adversaries had fallen with a single blow, mere pushovers. Even Zhao Hu was merely a meager contender, barely worth his time. At this moment, Chun Di even hoped that the system would refrain from elevating his prowess too swiftly. Had he not gained this additional dragon and elephant power, perhaps he could have engaged in a more exhilarating contest with Lin Mo. Now, standing on the arena, Chun Di and Lin Mo faced each other from afar. Chun Di gazed at the youth in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He hoped that Lin Mo would provide him with a thrilling fight. He certainly did not wish to be disappointed. Upon hearing Chun Di's taunting remarks, Lin Mo slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze transforming into one of danger. Oh, is that so? Then I too wish to offer you a word of advice. Do not be too severely beaten by me in a moment. Had I not sought a stable advancement at that time, you would have already been eliminated. This encounter with you is serendipitously fortuitous. I am keen to ascertain just how formidable you truly are, you brawny individual. Upon hearing this, Chun Di could not suppress a boisterous laugh. The more arrogant and domineering Lin Mo became, the more amused Chun Di felt. The more unruly you are, the more exhilarating it will be when I ultimately crush you. Lin Mo is but a splendid tool, an exquisite instrument designed to provide Chun Di with the thrill of battle. The confrontation between Chun Di and Lin Mo quickly attracted the attention of Shirpatian and the nearby martial artists. Observing the scene, Shirpatian could not help but stroke his beard, intrigued by the sight of the red-haired youth crossing paths with Lin Mo of the Lin family. One could only wonder who would emerge victorious in this clash. Lan Ruayu, upon hearing this, could not help but furrow her brow slightly. I sense that the martial artist known as Chun Di has seemingly grown stronger once more. Could it be a breakthrough in his techniques? A last-minute advancement. This individual's martial talent is truly astonishing. Once Chun Di and Lin Mo stood face to face, Shirpatian issued the command, and the challenge commenced. The moment the bout began, Lin Mo raised his fist and lunged forward, charging directly at Chun Di with a swift and unadorned ferocity. Undaunted by Lin Mo's assault, Chun Di retaliated with equal vigor. In the next instant, their fists collided with a thunderous impact. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a cruel smile as he faced Chun Di's counterattack. Suddenly, a searing blaze ignited around Lin Mo's fist. An explosive force erupted from the point of contact between their fists, powerful enough to shatter a significant portion of the arena into fragments. The resounding clang echoed throughout the venue, causing the spectators to cover their ears in shock. Lin Mo, closest to Chun Di, felt his arm go numb from the sheer force of the blast. This fellow Lin Mo nearly expended all his strength at the outset of the battle. The magnitude of this strike was such that even the fabric on his own arm was entirely obliterated, let alone the overwhelming force that Chun-Di had to endure head-on. In an instant, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the arena, obscuring all visibility. The encounter between Chun-Di and Lin Mo had begun with cataclysmic intensity, immediately drawing the attention of the onlookers. They gazed at the severely damaged arena, unable to contain their astonishment. What on earth just transpired? Whose battle is this that commenced with such explosive force? The arena has been utterly decimated. Is this the confrontation between Chun-Di and Lin Mo? One wonders whether the individual named Chun-Di has been obliterated. Such ferocity is beyond belief. What was that deafening clang? Is it a manifestation of Chun-Di's martial prowess? Lin Mo's techniques are notorious for their lethality. The closer the distance, the greater the destruction. That individual named Chun-Di dares to engage him in close combat. It seems his fate is grim. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a voice suddenly emerged from within the haze. Your strength, is this truly all you possess? Your prowess is even weaker than I had anticipated. As the sound settled, the dust on the arena gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Emperor Chun. At this moment, the upper half of his garment lay in tatters, nearly reduced to mere rags, exposing his upper body, which resembled iron forged in the fires of a blacksmith. With a casual tug, he discarded the remnants of his attire, unveiling a back adorned with grotesque faces reminiscent of a fearsome demon. The onlookers, upon beholding the monstrous visage on his back, felt their hearts momentarily halt, a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies. Such a terrifying sight. Is this truly the extent of your might? Emperor Chun fixed his gaze upon Lin Mo, his arms slightly outstretched, an eruption of power radiating from him, his blood surging like a dragon. Chapter 68, A Call to Battle. Observing Emperor Chun, who appeared almost unscathed, Lin Mo's pupils constricted violently. How could this be possible? The full force of his strike, even against a ninth-tier martial artist, should have left them with a severed limb. Yet, before him stood Emperor Chun, nearly untouched. Not even a single hair out of place. Before Lin Mo could react, Emperor Chun surged forward, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Without any ostentation, he unleashed a powerful hook aimed directly at Lin Mo's head. Faced with this formidable punch, Lin Mo had no time to evade and could only bring his arms together, hoping to withstand the blow. The moment the fist made contact, Lin Mo felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. His body seemed to belong to someone else entirely. Under the weight of Emperor Chun's strike, Lin Mo crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater over 2 meters in diameter. Pain, dizziness, and confusion swirled within him, rendering him nearly incapable of recognizing himself. Before he could gather his senses, Emperor Chun seized his head with one hand, his muscles coiling like springs, contracting with tremendous force. Supersonic throw. With a resounding boom, Emperor Chun hurled Lin Mo's head as though it were a mere sandbag, launching him at a 45-degree angle toward the ground. With an explosive crash, Lin Mo, propelled beyond the speed of sound, obliterated a significant portion of the arena, creating a deep pit several meters in depth before being ejected beyond the ring, unconscious. As Lin Mo's body struck the ground, the protective water ring enveloping him shattered completely. This battle marked a resounding victory for Emperor Chun, indisputable and absolute. Should the fight continue, the very rock of the arena would be obliterated. In the instant the battle concluded, a notification rang out from Emperor Chun's system. Congratulations, host. Your portrayal of Banjima Yujiro has reached a 90% proficiency. As the sound faded, the form of Emperor Chun was once again enveloped by a warm energy. The crowd gazed at the arena where Emperor Chun stood, collectively gasping in astonishment. How terrifying it was. Lin Mo, a prodigy since childhood, had trained in martial arts since the age of 8 and, at merely 17, had reached the 9th stage of body refinement. He was considered the most promising candidate for this year's martial arts championship. And yet, he had been defeated? Moreover, it was by an unexpected dark horse competitor. This year's global martial arts examination was indeed surreal. By the conclusion of Emperor Chun's match, the number of martial artists remaining in the Colossal Beast arena had dwindled to just over 100. Those who had lost the matches, along with those who were incapacitated, were all carried away by the medical staff of the global martial arts examination. The remaining participants were nearly all the strongest warriors, having advanced through rigorous selections. As the round of one-on-one challenges concluded, Sherpatian surveyed the remaining martial artists in the arena and revealed a faint smile. The competition for the title of martial arts champion was about to commence. While maintaining his smile, Sherpatian lightly tapped his toes. In an instant, the smaller challenge arenas were submerged underground, and a grander and more exquisite rock arena emerged before the spectators. Upon the appearance of this magnificent arena, Sherpatian addressed the remaining martial artists. Congratulations to you, resilient youths, for making it this far. We shall now commence the championship battle for the martial arts title. Do you see that colossal arena? Those who aspire to become this year's champion are invited to step onto the stage. However, Anyone who stands upon this arena must unconditionally accept challenges from others. The warrior who remains steadfast upon the arena will be crowned this year's martial arts champion. As Sure Potion's words echoed, the over 100 martial artists present simultaneously turned their gazes toward the grand arena. The method for vying for the martial arts title was indeed straightforward and rather brutal, yet simultaneously fraught with peril. Those daring enough to step onto the stage had a chance to claim the title, but they must always be prepared to face challenges from others, accepting them without condition. A lack of confidence in one's abilities would deter anyone from ascending this arena. Even with formidable strength, one could be worn down by an incessant onslaught of challengers. This seemingly straightforward and brutal mode was, in reality, exceedingly dangerous. In that moment, not a single martial artist dared to ascend the grand arena. Just as they hesitated, weighing their own strength against the impending challenges, Emperor Qin's figure suddenly appeared atop the colossal stage. While others contemplated their abilities and whether they could withstand the challenges, Emperor Qin had already taken the initiative, stepping onto the arena. Exuding confidence, he radiated an overwhelming air of dominance and arrogance. Standing upon the arena, Chun Di's hands were slightly outstretched, his crimson hair gently billowing in the air. He gazed down at the multitude of martial examination candidates, his eyes brimming with defiance, gradually revealing a haughty smile at the corners of his mouth. Come forth, I grant you permission to challenge me. I shall obliterate each and every one of you. Chapter 69, Lin Shui. Chun Di's audacious declaration, combined with his formidable presence that seemed to render him invulnerable, exuded an overwhelming aura that dominated the entire arena. He dared to tread where others would not, boldly claiming the title of champion as his birthright. The warriors below, upon witnessing Chun Di's commanding stance, felt their own spirits diminish, as if they were dwarfed by his presence. The brilliance emanating from Chun Di was so intense that it rendered them unable to lift their heads. At that moment, regardless of Chun Di's true prowess, he had already crushed them in terms of momentum and morale. Sure Potion observed the proud figure of Chun Di on the stage and couldn't help but stroke his beard. Chuckling, this lad named Chun Di is quite intriguing. I perceive the makings of a champion in him. I hope he does not fall too soon to the challengers below. Ha ha ha. Having served as an exam proctor in global martial examinations for several years, Sure Potion had encountered numerous candidates. Yet none had matched the audaciousness and dominance displayed by Chun Di. As a veteran martial artist, rather than feeling disdain for Chun Di's demeanor, he found himself admiring the young man's spirit. Martial artists should be bold and ambitious, daring to lead the world. If one lacks a touch of youthful arrogance, they lose the sharp edge that characterizes young warriors. Sure Potion's appreciation for Chun Di's bravado was mirrored by Lan Ruoyu, who cast a curious glance at him. Even for someone like Sure Potion, a seasoned veteran of the global martial examinations, encountering a figure like Chun Di was a novelty. Let alone for the younger Lan Ruoyu. She observed the arrogant and domineering Chun Di on the stage, her heart filled with curiosity. How many rounds could this young warrior withstand? To be cautious, Lan Ruoyu once again equipped the remaining 100 or so warriors with life-preserving water rings. Given the enhanced strength of these young martial artists, the battles would be increasingly perilous. Thus, she provided them with an upgraded version of the life-saving rings. The remaining young warriors within the arena were the most promising talents of their generation. Injuring even one would constitute a significant loss for humanity, necessitating careful protection. They could perish, but at the very least, they must not do so during the global martial examination. Considering the robust physiques of martial artists, as long as one is not killed outright or suffers grievous injuries, the consequences are typically manageable. The bodies of those who have entered the body refinement stage are notably resilient. As they beheld Chun Di's overwhelming arrogance, it was not long before a challenger stepped forward to confront him. This challenger was none other than Lin Shui, with her striking white hair and emerald eyes. Hailing from the same lineage as Lin Mo, as the distinguished daughter of the Lin family, Lin Shui not only surpasses her peers in strength, but also possesses a beauty that rivals the renowned school belle of Tingyun City, Lin Mingming. With her naturally white hair and azure eyes, her pallid complexion resembles freshly fallen snow. This ethereal quality, combined with her exquisite features, elevates her beauty to a realm of its own, rendering her a veritable ice princess. Confronted by the arrogant Chun Di on the stage, Lin Shui was the first to voice her discontent. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the arena and boldly challenged him, declaring, "How dare you be so presumptuous? Watch as I defeat you." As Lin Mo's sister, Lin Shui's prowess is not only on par with his, but her martial arts cultivation surpasses his by a notable margin. In her eyes, Lin Mo's defeat at Chun Di's hands was merely due to a fortuitous counter against Lin Mo's style. She believed that if she were to face Chun Di, she would possess an inherent advantage. Her combat strategy revolves around frost techniques for long-range attrition, complemented by agile movements to evade Chun Di's powerful strikes. As long as she avoids his fists, she would remain unconquered. Since you excel in close combat, I shall simply refrain from engaging you at that range. With Lin Shui's entrance, The tension mounted as she and Chun-Di locked eyes, the battle imminent. Hear my command. Let the fight begin. As the words of Patian echoed, Chun-Di exploded forth like a cannonball, his formidable force fracturing the rocky arena beneath him. His immediate objective was to close the distance. In the face of Chun-Di's sudden onslaught, Lin Xue's eyes widened in astonishment. His speed exceeded her expectations. And in the blink of an eye, he had nearly closed the gap between them. Unfazed by the ferocity of her opponent, Lin Xue remained composed, channeling her energy to swiftly create a slick layer of ice beneath Chun-Di's feet with a flick of her wrist. The ice formed with astonishing rapidity, appearing almost instantaneously. As Chun-Di barreled forward, he was met with the unexpected slickness of the ice, causing him to lose his balance and skid uncontrollably ahead. Witnessing Chun-Di's loss of control, Lin Xue allowed a cruel smile to emerge. She concentrated her power, summoning a flurry of ice spikes in the direction of his slide. The sharp ice shards stood ominously poised towards him, a sight both alarming and exhilarating. The onlooking young martial artists held their breath, their palms clammy with sweat. Is this too much? If he crashes into those, he will surely be impaled. As they watched, Chun-Di plunged directly into the mass of ice spikes, resulting in a thunderous crash and a shower of shattered ice. The mere sight of this scene sent shivers down their spines, as if they could feel the pain reverberating through their own bodies. TSK, is this the legendary visage of an angel coupled with the heart of a demon? Lower your voice. Be wary of alerting Lin Xue, lest she seeks to trouble you in secret. Upon the arena, amidst the eruption of countless shards of ice, the figure of Chun-Di became ensnared beneath a mass of fragmented ice. Lin Xue gazed at the spot where Chun-Di had fallen. Her delicate features creased in a frown. Though Chun-Di's body had collided with the icy spikes without any deceleration, curiously, no blood seeped from the icy mound. This was decidedly abnormal. Chapter 70. The Pig Head. Just as Lin Xue contemplated delivering a finishing blow to the icy heap where Chun-Di lay, a sharp explosion resonated through the air, causing the entire ice mound to shatter violently, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. These fragments, propelled with immense kinetic energy, were as formidable as bullets, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Reacting instinctively to the onslaught of flying ice, Lin Xue summoned her power, conjuring a formidable ice shield before her, successfully deflecting all the shards. However, while the shield blocked the icy projectiles, it also obscured her line of sight. As fragments struck the ice shield, a flash of red suddenly refracted through it, piercing Lin Xue's gaze. Her warrior instincts surged with alarm, causing her azure pupils to contract sharply, her scalp tingling with foreboding. Danger. Utterly perilous. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Xue hastily retreated. Yet, before she could distance herself significantly, the figure of Chun-Di materialized before the ice shield like a thunderous bolt, obliterating the shield with a single, powerful impact. The ice shield shattered into countless pieces, as Chun-Di, resembling a rampaging behemoth, charged relentlessly towards Lin Xue. Faced with the unscathed, menacing visage of Chun-Di, even Lin Xue felt her blood pressure surge, her body's hair standing on end. A profound terror. If he were to seize her, defeat would be inevitable. Under the oppressive weight of Chun-Di's overwhelming presence, Lin Xue unleashed her full might, her vital energy surging as she channeled her technique to its utmost limits. An almost boundless chill erupted from her being, enveloping the area around her. The terrifying cold radiated from her surface, crystallizing into countless ice shards and mist in the air, centered around Lin Xue. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters froze entirely, thick blocks of ice encasing Chun-Di's legs. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. The power Lin Xue exuded had surpassed the realm of mere body refinement. Such extensive destructive capability could only be wielded by one who had ascended to the martial realm. Could it not? Just how terrifying was Lin Xue's talent to manifest such astonishing power while still in the body refinement stage? Yet, before the crowd could fully marvel at her prowess, Chun-Di, momentarily encased in frost, regained his mobility almost instantaneously. The time he was trapped by the icy prison, so brief, it was scarcely worth noting. Gazing upon the impeccably smooth expanse of ice beneath him, Emperor Chen forcefully stomped his feet. Under the immense force, the solid ice, along with the rocky ground beneath, shattered into fragments. Swift as lightning, each step created a deep pit. No matter how slippery the surface became, it could not impede his advance. In the terrified eyes of Lin Xue, Emperor Chen pressed forward, leaving a trail of deep craters in his wake. The once unyielding ice beneath him and the formidable ice walls around him appeared as fragile as paper in his eyes. He charged forward with unrelenting ferocity. Witnessing the extraordinary strength of Emperor Chen's physique, Lin Xue found her previous pride and arrogance utterly diminished. She was now solely focused on evasion, too apprehensive to engage him in close combat. The two were locked in a relentless chase, scattering shards of ice across the arena. What is this? Is this your strategy against me? To run away until you exhaust me? Surely you jest. with such tactics. Do you really aspire to become the champion of the global martial arts examination? Are you here to amuse us? Upon hearing Chen's taunts, Lin Shui felt as if struck by lightning. His words pierced her pride, striking at her most vulnerable point. Just then, Chen suddenly accelerated and closed the distance. Standing directly before Lin Shui, although she had sensed his approach, her previous evasion had drained her of the energy needed to retaliate. With Lin Shui so close, Chen grinned. "I've caught you, little worm." The moment his words fell, he seized her head in one hand, gripping it tightly. Realizing her predicament, Lin Shui instinctively froze his hand in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, the thick layer of ice seemed ineffectual against Chen. With a firm grip, he pressed her head down against the ground, ruthlessly rubbing it against the hard rock surface. In an instant, Lin Shui's head carved a deep groove into the arena floor. Despite her utmost efforts to shield herself, her beautiful features became bruised and bloodied under his relentless assault. Noticing her continued resistance, Chen tightened his grip and slammed her head against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The deafening echoes resonated as the rocky floor gradually yielded to the force of her head. Creating a vast pit, debris scattered, and the earth cracked. Only when Lin Shui's consciousness began to fade, and her blood flowed freely, and her water ring shattered, did Chen finally lift her head, casually discarding her beyond the arena's edge. The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground echoed softly as Lin Shui rolled off the stage. On the arena, Chen wiped the blood from his fingers and surveyed the warriors below with an air of indifference, stating, "Next." Beneath the arena, numerous martial artists gazed at the unfolding scene, involuntarily swallowing hard. The individual known as Chen Di was truly formidable. In merely his first battle, he had managed to intimidate a significant portion of the young warriors present. This was largely due to Lin Shui's prowess, which, even among this group, could be deemed among the finest. Those whose skills fell short of Lin Shui's, or were on par with hers, promptly abandoned any thoughts of challenging Chen Di. They had no desire to suffer an unprovoked thrashing. Observing Lin Shui, a graceful maiden of ice and snow, one could easily envision her transforming an opponent into a battered mess. They were unwilling to endure such an inhumane fate as Lin Shui might bestow. Thus, at the moment Chen Di's voice rang out, the area beneath the platform fell into profound silence. Chapter 71, The Final Showdown. In contrast, those martial artists within the arena qualified to compete for the title of martial champion, along with those watching from the sidelines or who had been eliminated, appeared unusually at ease. Their rankings had already been established. Regardless of Chen Di's strength, they felt no pressure. Consequently, as the situation in the Behemoth Colosseum intensified, their discussions grew ever more animated. By the heavens, this Chen Di truly is the dark horse among dark horses. He has surged from obscurity to become the foremost contender for this year's Global Martial Arts Championship. It's utterly astonishing. Hey, brother, your ice goddess has been turned into a pig's head by that red-haired muscle-bound brute. Aren't you going to say anything? It seems you are seeking trouble. My ice goddess is now merely a former goddess. Oh dear, the Lin family has had a rough year. They finally nurtured two young prodigies, the illustrious black and white twins, only to have them both defeated by this dark horse named Chen Di. What a stroke of bad luck. Just as the audience of martial artists fervently debated, a sudden, clear voice rang out from the crowd below the arena. "I, Lei Yun, come forth to challenge you." The martial artists turned toward the source of the voice, their astonishment palpable as they recognized the challenger to be the violet-eyed youth who had previously vanquished the serpentine warrior with ease. With a swift proclamation, Lei Yun's body surged onto the arena in a flash, his speed so astonishing it created an illusion of lightning-quick movement. Blue and purple sparks emanated from his form, an impressive display of energy. Lei Yun, the second most significant dark horse of this global martial arts examination aside from Chen Di, had similarly emerged from obscurity. Lacking the backing of a powerful family or any organizational sponsorship, he had burst onto the scene. Historically, the greatest dark horses in the global martial arts assessments were typically private commercial entities or prodigious talents cultivated in the shadows of the boxing world. These gifted individuals were often groomed for the purpose of advertisement. Contemplate. If a martial artist nurtured by a certain brand were to triumph as the champion of the global martial arts examination, the brand's reputation would soar to unprecedented heights, representing the epitome of marketing strategies and advertising in the world. In previous years, several organizations and fighting arenas have achieved fame through this very method, successfully claiming the title of Global Martial Arts Champion multiple times. Although the pursuit of this title is fraught with challenges, the rewards of success are astonishingly immense. However, both Chen Di and Lei Yun seem to lack any substantial background or affiliations. They appear as if they have emerged from the very rock itself. Two prodigies who have catapulted from obscurity to prominence in the global martial arts arena, eclipsing all competitors. Moreover, the caliber of this year's martial artists is exceptionally high, which is quite astonishing. Sherpatian, during his past supervisory roles, has encountered grassroots underdogs who have risen unexpectedly in the martial arts world. But never before have two such formidable talents as Chun Di and Lei Yun appeared simultaneously. Thus, when Lei Yun and Chun Di stepped onto the stage, even Shirpatian began to anticipate the forthcoming battle with a sense of eagerness. Upon entering the arena, Lei Yun clasped his hands together in greeting. Introducing himself, "I am Lei Yun, here to engage in combat with you. I implore you not to hold back." Following this declaration, Lei Yun's expression turned steely as he assumed a combat stance against Chun Di. Observing Lei Yun, who radiated electric energy, Chun Di couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This individual spoke with a certain eloquence and appeared quite courteous. As the sounds of battle resonated, the clash was imminent. This time, the aggressor was not Chun Di, but rather Lei Yun, who launched the first attack. With his body crackling with electric energy, Lei Yun moved with remarkable speed, propelling himself off the ground, leaving scorched marks in his wake. Harnessing this recoil, his velocity surged to its zenith in an instant, his form akin to lightning as he swung his electrifying fist towards Chun Di's heart. In response to the oncoming attack, Chun Di remained undaunted, meeting Lei Yun's strike with his own. When their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the point of contact, sending dust swirling into the air. The clash produced a cacophony of crackling electricity and resonant bell-like sounds, creating an unusual noise that unsettled the ears of the surrounding martial artists. After the initial exchange, Chun Di stood resolute, his fist only bearing slight char marks from Lei Yun's electric energy. The sensation was akin to the tingling of a blanket brushing against the skin. In stark contrast, Lei Yun staggered back several steps, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he felt the numbing sensation in his arms, his face a portrait of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chun Di could not only withstand his punch, but also assert dominance over it. It is worth noting that Lei Yun's innate physical strength was extraordinary. Before he even began his martial training, his might was comparable to that of nearly 100 men. After diligently practicing martial arts, his physical strength surged to an astonishing level. Since his debut, he had never encountered anyone capable of overpowering him in strength. Never. However, when faced with the formidable Chun Di, he experienced, for the first time, the chilling sensation of being crushed by another's might. Such terror was unfathomable. Lei Yun had initially believed that the title of this year's martial arts champion was all but secured, only to be confronted by the unexpected emergence of the terrifying opponent, Chun Di. Undeterred, Lei Yun rallied his energy and charged once more towards Chun Di. The two engaged in a fierce battle, akin to two colossal dragons, their power astonishing. Each punch and kick threatened to shatter the arena, as their terrifying destructive force rapidly reduced the stage to ruins. As the conflict progressed, Lei Yun gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After a moment, Chun Di seized upon Lei Yun's opening, transforming his fist into a claw, gripping Lei Yun's throat tightly, treating him as though he were a mere sack, and brutally slamming him onto the arena floor. Lei Yun struggled in vain. Chun Di's iron grip was unyielding. Despite Lei Yun's body crackling with electric energy and his desperate resistance, he could not budge Chun Di in the slightest. The ferocity of their combat sent chills down the spines of the onlooking martial artists. In Chapter 72, under Chun Di's overwhelming assault, even Lei Yun began to falter, his stamina waning and consciousness fading, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. At the moment Lei Yun collapsed, the bracelet on his wrist shattered completely. Observing the bloodied and unconscious Lei Yun, buried amidst the rubble, Chun Di finally ceased his assault. Grasping Lei Yun by the collar, he smeared his charred marks and blood onto Lei Yun's garment before discarding him like refuse beyond the arena's edge. Standing atop the ravaged stage, Chun Di's gaze was piercing as he quietly inquired of the multitude of martial artists below, "Who else dares?" Silence enveloped the arena. If even Lei Yun could not best Chun Di, the remaining warriors had little hope. They had witnessed the clash between Lei Yun and Chun Di, and if even Lei Yun struggled, the prospects for the others seemed grim. Observing the silent martial artists in the arena, Shirpatian called out, "Is there no one willing to challenge the candidate Chun Di? I will count down from 10, and if no one speaks up, I shall declare this year's champion." With no response from the gathered warriors, Shirpatian cleared his throat and began the countdown. Ahem. 10, 9, 8. As Shirpotian's countdown commenced, the arena fell into complete silence. Even the previously chattering candidates ceased their discussions, eagerly awaiting the announcement. Were they about to witness the crowning of this year's global martial arts champion? Listening to the countdown from Shirpatian, the expressions of the martial artists beneath the arena were a tapestry of emotions. Their hands clenched and relaxed, then clenched again. 3, 2, 1, 0. As Shirpatian concluded the countdown, not a single martial artist dared to challenge Chun Di to a duel. Well, I hereby announce that this year's global martial arts examination champion has emerged. That champion is Chun Di from Tingyun City. The remaining martial artists on the stage, apart from the champion, were given the opportunity to once again engage in arena battles to determine the runners-up, vying for both the second and third positions, until they were satisfied with their rankings. Remember, the free medicinal elixirs for healing are exclusively available to those still present on the arena. With Sure Potion's announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. The champion of the global martial arts examination had been decided, marking the climax of the event. While the runners-up also held significant recognition, they would forever remain overshadowed by the brilliance of the champion, destined to play the role of mere embellishments to the vibrant bloom of the victor. Often, the world only remembers the first place, with a champion crowned, who would bother to memorize the names of the others. As Chun Di claimed his title, the esteemed admissions officers from prestigious martial arts universities stationed at the observation platform were already poised to approach him, ready to present enrollment offers the moment he emerged. Unlike his past life, the format of this global martial arts examination brought all warriors together for real-time assessments, resulting in immediate outcomes without the need for prolonged waiting. Within 3 days following the examination, candidates would begin applying to schools. The admission thresholds varied significantly among the different martial arts universities. For other candidates, selecting the right institution would involve meticulous consideration of their scores. However, for Chun Di, the champion, there was no need for such deliberation. He merely had to remain at home, awaiting the recruitment officers of the universities to negotiate terms with him. The institution offering the most enticing benefits and resources would be his choice, such as the privilege of the champion. In general, the higher the admission threshold of a martial arts university, the more superior its resources and strength. Yet, it is important to note that the score threshold does not always dictate everything. Some universities may possess average qualifications in certain areas, but exhibit exceptional specialization in others, resulting in lower admission scores compared to more comprehensive institutions. For instance, a school known as Extreme Cold Martial University, located in the frigid tundra, houses the Kangwoo Pavilion, which boasts a comprehensive collection of ice-based martial arts from ancient times to the present. Similarly, the Sword Concealment Martial University, established atop Sword Concealment Mountain, has a campus where, aside from sword manuals, other martial techniques are scarce. The warriors who gain admission to these highly specialized martial arts universities share a notable characteristic. Those who carve their own paths from such institutions possess formidable strength. Naturally, there are some who fail to find their way or fall into obsession, resulting in utter weakness. Thus, the martial prowess within these schools can appear rather extreme. After all, not everyone is a born swordmaster or prodigy. In addition to these distinctly specialized martial arts universities, there exist numerous comprehensive institutions, such as the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University or the Magic City Martial Arts University. In contrast to the highly specialized universities, these comprehensive ones encompass a broader array of martial arts, making them more suitable for those yet to determine their desired path in martial arts, as well as for practitioners whose approaches are less radical. Martial arts are myriad. It is not the case that only those who tread a singular path to its extremes can be deemed true martial artists. Some individuals may spend nearly a century in contemplative pursuit of the sword, ultimately perishing as mere bones without ever entering the realm of martial arts. Conversely, others may calmly employ a simple set of boxing techniques, harmonizing their heart and intent over the years, and inadvertently break through to the realm of martial arts. The essence of martial arts is ineffable. In the eyes of Chun Di, the martial arts universities of this world resemble a fusion of martial sects and academic institutions, embodying characteristics of both a religious order and the flexibility of a conventional university. Unlike the common perceptions of life at a martial arts university, once enrolled, each warrior has the opportunity to undertake wartime missions at any moment, engaging in battles near spatial rifts or guarding these fissures to prevent invasions by other races. Consequently, it is not uncommon for students at these martial arts universities to spend over 300 days a year away from their campuses. Many warriors within these institutions have already attained levels of body refinement reaching the 8th or 9th stage, or even complete mastery. Such warriors are fully capable of standing on their own. These martial arts universities cultivate fighters prepared to engage in battle on the front lines, safeguarding humanity, rather than nurturing delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Chapter 73, The Contest for Supremacy. After claiming the title of martial champion, Chun Di did not depart the scene immediately. Instead, he ascended to the spectators' platform within the Beast Arena. Following the conclusion of the battle, a prompt resonated within Chun Di's mind once more. Beep. Congratulations, host. The battle has ended, and your embodiment of the character Banma Yujiro has reached a remarkable 95%. The host has gained experience during the battle, and your technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, has progressed to 3 dragons and 3 elephants power. As the system's voice faded, Chun Di felt a surge of warm energy emanating from within, radiating outward. It is undeniable that after integrating Banma Yujiro's strength, Chun Di's innate talent has reached an extraordinary level. Although he frequently practices these martial arts, the cumulative time he has dedicated to them is relatively short. Nevertheless, even so, after each battle, he continues to experience profound breakthroughs in his martial arts. In response, the Emperor Chun could only sigh inwardly. The archetype of Fan Mayangziro was indeed exceedingly well suited for this high martial world. To cultivate as effortlessly as one drinks water. This aptly encapsulates the current state of affairs, does it not? Engaging in combat, one might inadvertently transcend the limits of their techniques, akin to possessing a cheat code. At that moment, as Emperor Qin sat in the spectator seats, several teachers bearing enrollment credentials gradually gathered around him. However, it was uncertain whether their hesitation stemmed from having witnessed Qin's prior brutality or from the intimidating aura he exuded. These enrollment officers appeared somewhat reluctant to approach him. After all, it was quite possible that these teachers could not even match Qin in prowess. In years past, the high martial universities would dispatch formidable warriors as enrollment representatives to maintain appearances. Yet, due to the increasingly expanding spatial rifts in the territories of humanity in recent years, those with greater strength had been conscripted to the battlefield for missions to guard these fissures. Consequently, the caliber of enrollment officers had plummeted, with all of them now merely at the body refinement stage. Reflecting on the global martial examinations of yesteryear, there were not fewer than 800 martial experts supervising the examination sites. Yet this year, counting Sherpatian and Lan Royo, the martial experts present were few and far between, barely sufficient for the task. The body refinement stage enrollment teachers initially approached with the intent to seize promising talents, but halted in their tracks upon reaching Emperor Qin's vicinity. Only upon witnessing his imposing silhouette did they fully grasp the overwhelming sense of suppression that enveloped them. A closer look revealed that not only did these enrollment officers hesitate, but even the nearby young martial artists ceased their discussions, enveloped in a chilling silence after Qin's arrival. His presence rendered a significant portion of the colossal beast arena eerily quiet. Feeling the stillness of the enrollment personnel behind him, who dared not approach, Emperor Qin finally rose to his feet. If they were too timid to seek him out, he would take the initiative. Are you here to extend an invitation for me to enroll? If so, please enumerate the resources you can provide. In that moment, Qin exuded the demeanor of a prominent figure soliciting enrollment, while the teachers appeared as mere applicants vying for a position. In response to Qin's inquiry, these representatives from various high martial universities promptly presented the resources and advantages their institutions could offer. At Beiyuan High Martial University, tuition is entirely waived, and we can provide an annual scholarship of 800,000. Our cafeteria services are complimentary, and you may select any martial techniques available. At Dongwu University, we match the conditions of Beiyuan High Martial, and in addition, if you enroll with us, we can offer you a direct scholarship of 5 million. Wait a moment. Longjiang High Martial offers 6 million in scholarships. Moreover, an additional 3 vials of elixirs shall be provided annually for the esteemed scholar Qin. Observing the admissions officers around him, who were fervently competing to propose their offers, Emperor Qin quietly calculated the advantages presented by these institutions. For one who possesses a system, martial arts and combat techniques are not the items he lacks. Beyond the realms of battle and training, what Emperor Qin truly requires are resources such as martial arts elixirs, which can expedite his martial cultivation. Of course, he would not mind accepting a scholarship if it were offered directly. Just as the numerous admissions officers were nearing the conclusion of their debates, one rather unassuming officer suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, have you all thoroughly conveyed the advantages and benefits your schools offer? Now it is my turn. I declare, Scholar Qin, our institution shall provide you with resources that will be double that of the other schools. Furthermore, we can extend a tremendous discount. Upon your enrollment, all elixirs you purchase will be available to you at an 80% discount." Upon hearing this officer's proclamation, the surrounding admissions officers were momentarily taken aback. Their minds swirling with confusion, they turned to look in the direction of the voice, their expressions frozen. The audacious speaker was none other than an admissions officer from the world's most affluent martial arts university, the High Martial Elixir University. The other admissions officers gazed incredulously at the representative from High Martial Elixir University, their faces a canvas of disbelief. What business did a mere Elixir University have in this arena? Were they merely here to cause a stir? After all, this was the martial champion of the global martial arts examination this year. Aside from their wealth and a bit of alchemical prowess, what could they possibly offer in comparison to us? Surely, they could not expect the global martial champion to study alchemy at their institution. That would be a gross misallocation of talent. As the assembled admissions officers dismissed the High Martial Elixir University representative as a source of amusement, Emperor Qin suddenly inquired, "Oh, is there anyone present who can surpass the offer made by this officer from High Martial Elixir University? An 80% discount on all elixirs is indeed quite enticing." Upon hearing Qin's words, the other admissions officers felt an unsettling chill creep into their hearts, a foreboding sense of doom rising within them. Do not engage in such antics. Is it conceivable that a champion of the global martial arts examination would truly attend the esteemed High Martial Alchemy University? Despite the numerous years the global martial arts examination has been held, they have yet to witness a champion reporting to the High Martial Alchemy University. What folly is this? In light of this, the admissions officers from various high martial universities could no longer maintain their decorum, each one vociferously proclaiming, "Oh, Champion Chun. It would be a grave mistake. This esteemed instructor hails from the High Martial Alchemy University, where you would learn nothing beyond the art of alchemy. Indeed, do not be swayed by their wealth. As a martial practitioner of your caliber, you ought to join our High Martial Warfare University, where we shall undoubtedly mold you into an invincible war deity upon the battlefield." Do not heed their words. The imperial capital High Martial University is, by all accounts, the foremost institution in comprehensive strength. Coming here will assuredly not lead you astray. Our Shanghai High Martial University is no less distinguished than the imperial capitals. Champion Chun, should you choose to enroll with us, we are prepared to offer an additional 1 million in enrollment scholarships. Amidst such fervent debate, the admissions officers surrounding Emperor Chun resembled eager vendors, each vying to present their offerings in haste, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of persuasion. Almost on the brink of conflict, faced with the relentless pressure from these universities, the representative from the High Martial Alchemy University grew increasingly irate. Let it be known that our High Martial Alchemy University stands firm. No matter the price you offer, we shall double it. In addition to a generous discount on all alchemical substances, the affluent patrons of martial alchemy indeed possess considerable means. Wealth breeds audacity. Observing the fervor of the admissions officers, a smirk gradually formed on Emperor Chen's lips. The higher their bids, the more pleased he became. If no one could surpass the offer from the High Martial Alchemy University, then I shall decide to further my studies there, he declared. If anyone wishes to make a counteroffer, please do so promptly. The admissions officers from the surrounding high martial universities were taken aback, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at Chen's words. In their current state of agitation, even the formidable pressure exerted by Chun seemed ineffectual. With flushed cheeks and bulging neck veins, they implored him gently. "Oh, Champion Chun, you must reconsider. Your choice of university is pivotal to your future in martial arts cultivation. Do not forsake your bright prospects for the meager allure of alchemical benefits. Indeed, just observe. Although the High Martial Alchemy University possesses considerable wealth, what substantial martial arts literature do they offer beyond texts on alchemy? Champion Chun, when you break through to the next martial realm, do you not require a suitable martial art and technique to cultivate? Surely, you cannot rely solely on alchemical methods to advance in martial prowess. Furthermore, the instructors at the High Martial Alchemy University are solely versed in alchemy. What expertise do they possess to guide you through your martial uncertainties? In the face of the slander and collective attacks from the admissions officers, one representative from the High Martial Dan Medicine University, upon overhearing the surrounding remarks, scoffed. A meager incentive? Huh. You institutions cannot even offer such a paltry inducement. Yet dare to mock us at High Martial Dan Medicine University? Are not the elixirs used by your students all products of our esteemed institution? Moreover, the matter of martial arts techniques is not trivial. As long as one possesses wealth, if young Master Chen wishes to study any martial discipline, we can simply procure the necessary materials for him. After a brief yet heated discussion, the multitude of admissions officers gradually fell silent. They had already presented the best offers their respective schools could muster, and it was now entirely up to young Master Chun to decide which high martial university he would choose. Despite the fervent debate that had just transpired, where they collectively pressured High Martial Dan Medicine University, they were not genuinely concerned that young Master Chun would opt for that institution. After all, in previous years, the conditions proposed by High Martial Dan Medicine University had always been exceptional, far surpassing the competition. Yet, all these years later, not a single top scholar had chosen to enroll there as a candidate for the Global Martial Arts Examination. The aspirations of a martial prodigy would undoubtedly be to attain the pinnacle of martial arts. While High Martial Dan Medicine University may possess wealth, its contributions to martial progression were rather limited. Hence, although these admissions officers outwardly feigned concern regarding young Master Chen's choice, they did not truly believe he would select High Martial Dan Medicine University as his alma mater. Given the earnestness of the admissions officers from High Martial Dan Medicine University, I am indeed determined to attend there, young Master Chen declared. Chapter 75, Enrollment. What on earth? Is it true that a martial prodigy wishes to select High Martial Dan Medicine University as his institution? The admissions officers were so taken aback that they questioned their own hearing. They gazed at young Master Chun, incredulity written across their faces, and inquired, "Young Master Chun, what did you just say? Which school do you intend to choose for your application?" Without the slightest hesitation, young Master Chun replied, "High Martial Dan Medicine University is my unequivocal choice. Is my intent not clear enough? My decision is resolute. If you have no new enrollment incentives to offer, then my presence here is unnecessary." As his words fell, young Master Chen turned to leave. The admissions officers, witnessing his retreating figure, called out in unison, "Young Master Chun, please reconsider over the next 3 days. Should you decide to join us on the day of enrollment, our doors will always be open to you, and all resources and benefits will remain at your disposal." Amidst the clamorous entreaties of the numerous admissions officers, young Master Chen gradually faded from their sight. The representatives from High Martial Dan Medicine University stared in the direction of his departure, momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness, did I truly just recruit this year's top scholar? They marveled to themselves. This is quite extraordinary. The words of the enrollment teachers, as well as the final choice of the esteemed martial arts university by Emperor Chan, were witnessed by a segment of the martial artists present. Upon discerning the content of their dialogue, they were enveloped in astonishment. On one hand, they were taken aback by the notion that the global martial arts examination champion could indeed be afforded such exceptional privileges and resources. On the other hand, they were even more shocked that this combat enthusiast, the champion of the global martial arts examination, opted for a university specializing in alchemy. This incident quickly stirred discussions among the younger martial artist community. Meanwhile, within the arena of colossal beasts, the contest soon culminated in the emergence of the martial rankings. However, Emperor Chen remained indifferent to these developments. As the champion, he possessed a sense of pride that was well-founded. In the subsequent 3 days, Emperor Chen adeptly leveraged his triumph in the global martial arts examination to promote his combat arena throughout Tingyun City. With the capable management of Just Han, and aided by the endorsements from Tingyun City's law enforcement, coupled with the prestige of being the examination champion, Chen's combat arena swiftly ascended to become the largest and most renowned fighting venue in the entire city. A combat arena established by the global martial arts champion instantly garnered immense influence and recognition, emerging as the leading establishment in Tingyun City. On the day of its grand opening, the arena attracted countless martial artists from Tingyun City, with many from distant provinces traveling great distances just to catch a glimpse of Emperor Chen, eager to witness the unparalleled prowess of this year's champion. The revenue generated by the arena could aptly be described as astronomical, with its rapid growth bordering on the extraordinary. During these 3 days, in addition to the combat arena, Tingyun City also awarded Emperor Chen a substantial scholarship, alongside various organizations and enterprises eager to capitalize on Chen's image for advertising. He amassed an astounding liquidity of over 30 million within this short span. The pace at which resources were acquired was nothing short of astonishing, albeit slightly slower than the revenue from extorting the wealthy elite. However, both the advertising fees and the fortunes gained from coercing the affluent were one-time transactions, fleeting in nature. The advertising revenue was contingent upon the glory of this year's martial arts champion, and next year, they would seek another champion for their promotional endeavors. Once the wealthy had been extorted once, they became savvier, leaving little opportunity for repeated gains. In contrast, the profits derived from his own combat arena would provide a steady stream of income, ensuring a sustainable economic foundation for Emperor Chen. He understood this well, thus grasping both opportunities, establishing his own combat arena while also earning a substantial amount from advertising. Transforming his reputation as the martial arts champion into tangible financial gains became his primary objective. He stored the funds, waiting to purchase martial arts elixirs at a discount when reporting to the High Martial Elixir University. 3 days swiftly passed, and today marked the enrollment day for new students at various high martial universities. Chen Di, with a substantial amount of money in hand, took the train to the entrance of High Martial Elixir University. Although the name may seem unrefined, its significance within the martial community is undeniably profound. It is well known that martial practice demands considerable resources, among which elixirs are the most quintessential. The most apparent characteristics of martial arts elixirs are their efficacy, potency, and high cost. The refinement of these elixirs necessitates an abundance of rare herbs and precious materials, along with a seasoned alchemist. The combination of these elements is essential to produce elixirs of extraordinary power. The value of rare herbs and treasures is exorbitant, but the scarcity of skilled alchemists surpasses common comprehension. The number of alchemists capable of creating high-grade martial elixirs is indeed a rarity, while high-grade alchemists are few. Their worth skyrockets once they attain that status. High Martial Elixir University is the institution with the highest concentration of top-tier alchemists in the entire human realm. And it is also the wealthiest among high martial universities, without exception. The wealth and assets of alchemists typically far exceed those of their peers in the same martial rank, often by several times or even dozens. Upon Chen Di's arrival at the university gate, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous alumni. They exchanged whispers. Astonished, is it true what they say? The champion of this year's global martial examination has actually come to our High Martial Elixir University? One remarked. Are you referring to that red-haired fellow? I haven't watched this year's global martial examination footage. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought he was a martial arts magnate here for an inspection. Wait, that red-haired man with arms thicker than my legs is enrolling here? He looks even more imposing in person than in the video. Just looking at his back makes my palms sweat. Another added. Perhaps you've been burning the midnight oil refining elixirs. You seem a bit frail. At the moment Chen Di appeared, a recruitment officer from High Martial Elixir University, who had been stationed in the security room, sprang to his feet in astonishment. Gazing at Chen Di, who arrived alone, His face was filled with delight. Ever since he heard Chun-Di's affirmative response during the global martial examination, he had scarcely slept over the past 3 days. If he could successfully enroll the champion of the global martial examination at his school, surely this humble recruitment officer would be swiftly promoted to the head of the admissions department at High Martial Elixir University. Thus, even before the dawn of the school opening date, the admissions officer had already begun waiting in the security room at the entrance of the school for the arrival of Chun-Di. Prior to his arrival, the admissions officer was beset with uncertainty and trepidation. After all, Chun-Di was the top martial artist in the global martial arts examinations. Although he had already acquiesced to their request, the passage of 3 days was fraught with unpredictability. No one could guarantee that Chun-Di would not suddenly change his mind and enroll in another prestigious martial arts university. The other institutions had made it clear that should Chun-Di choose to apply, all incentives would remain available to him. Moreover, if Chun-Di were to genuinely enroll at the College of High Martial Arts and Elixirs, would his studies there potentially hinder his martial path? What if, after enrolling, he found the environment unsuitable for his development? These concerns weighed heavily on the admissions officer's mind. Fortunately, after discussions with the president of the College of High Martial Arts and Elixirs, they concluded that the admissions officer needed only to focus on recruitment. The remainder would be handled by them. As long as Chun-Di registered, the college would spare no effort in fulfilling his requests, provided they were within their capacity. Whether it be techniques or guidance from esteemed instructors, they vowed to accommodate Chun-Di's needs, even if it meant substantial expenditure. Standing at the entrance of the College of High Martial Arts and Elixirs, Chun-Di gazed at the grand gates before him, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, the institution was affluent. The entrance, crafted from special jade, exuded an air of antiquity and magnificence. Rumor has it that the material used for these gates is a type of jade known as Luyun white jade. This jade is primarily employed for crafting containers for elixirs, which, when stored in Luyun jade vials, can retain their potency for decades. Although the price of Luyun jade itself is not exorbitant, the value of a single, substantial piece carved into such an entrance is immeasurable. The gates alone radiated opulence and grandeur. Flanking the entrance were 2 colossal cauldrons, intricately adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings that were resplendent in their detail. Under the sun's rays, the surfaces of these immense cauldrons occasionally shimmered with a purplish golden hue. Fragrant wisps of medicinal aroma wafted from within, invigorating the senses. Every corner of the College of High Martial Arts and Elixirs seemed to exude an unspoken message to Chun-Di, hinting at its affluence and profound heritage. With just a glance, Chun-Di was certain he had indeed arrived at the right place. Before he could step through the gates, the admissions officer, who had been concealed in the security room, swiftly approached Chun-Di. "Chun-Zhuiyuan, you have come to enroll at our institution, haven't you? Allow me to personally guide you through the registration process. With my assistance, we shall swiftly navigate the formalities." At the sound of the admissions officer's voice, Chun-Di immediately turned his gaze towards its source. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of the admissions officer, Chun-Di nodded slightly. His impression of this officer was quite profound, as the individual had nearly strained his voice while fervently promoting the esteemed Gao Wu Danyao University, engaging in sharp-witted debates with numerous scholars. Once it was confirmed that Chun-Di intended to enroll, the admissions officer wasted no time and swiftly facilitated all the necessary enrollment procedures. Accommodations, dining facilities, and the promised benefits were all handed over to Chun-Di without exception. During the enrollment process, Chun-Di observed that the number of teachers and students at Gao Wu Danyao University was lamentably sparse. Scattered figures were the only signs of life within the expansive campus. The institution maintained stringent criteria for student admission. Not only did candidates need to excel in martial arts examinations, but they also had to possess inherent talent in fire and wood martial arts. Only then could they be deemed eligible for the prestigious title of alchemist. Naturally, such specific requirements disqualified a significant portion of the martial artists worldwide, particularly those who excelled in martial arts competitions. Consequently, the university's population remained perpetually low. Additionally, the nature of an alchemist's work necessitated long hours spent beside the alchemical furnace, attentively monitoring its fluctuations. As a result, most alchemists seldom ventured outside, contributing to the scarcity of pedestrians on campus. After hearing the admissions officer's explanation, Chun-Di nodded in understanding, appreciating the tranquility of the surroundings. Moreover, the university's president had historically shown little interest in hosting opening ceremonies. Coincidentally, on this day, he was preoccupied with concocting a new batch of potions, thus sparing Chun-Di from the obligation of attending any speeches. Should Chun-Di wish to partake in the alchemy courses offered by the university, he was free to do so. If not, he could simply forgo them. Furthermore, if he encountered any challenges in his studies, he was encouraged to inform the officer, who would promptly liaise with the university president on his behalf. Once the admissions officer completed the arrangements and escorted Chun-Di to his dormitory, he took his leave. After the officer's departure, Chun-Di gazed at the upgraded super black card in his hand, gently caressing its surface. With this card, All future purchases of potions would be available at a generous discount of 20%. Truly, Gaowu Danyao University exhibited a spirit of indulgence. Chapter 77. The consumption of potions. As soon as the admissions officer had departed, Chun Di turned and left the dormitory, making his way to the potion sales outlet on campus. As Gaowu Danyao University, potions were in abundant supply here. Compared to the Zhongdan Pavilion in Tingyun City, the potion sales outlet appeared far more opulent and sophisticated. After all, Gaowu Danyao University was indeed affluent, with nearly half of the Zhongdan pavilions within the human realm sourcing their inventory from this very institution. With this realization, the lavishness of the place was no longer surprising. With a black card in hand, Emperor Qin spent approximately 20 million, nearly 30 million, at the elixir shop, acquiring several vials of potions. Due to the existence of drug resistance, he could consume no more than 2 or 3 of the same elixir before its efficacy would plummet dramatically. Consequently, the funds he expended were primarily directed towards potions he had yet to ingest, and all were of varying types. Among them, the most expensive elixirs fetched prices in the millions for a single vial, even after a promotional discount of 20%. Following this acquisition, Emperor Qin found himself with merely 10 million remaining. This sum was not due to reluctance to spend further, but rather because the prices of subsequent elixirs had escalated to an outrageous extent, each one costing upwards of 10 million. Astonishingly, he found himself unable to afford them. It is well known that affluent institutions typically provide superior accommodations, particularly at the esteemed martial arts elixir university. Each student is almost guaranteed a lavish alchemy chamber spanning hundreds of square feet, the opulence of which is beyond imagination. Clutching the elixirs he had procured, Emperor Qin settled cross-legged upon his bed and commenced his meditative practice, engaging in rigorous training without respite. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. At this moment, Emperor Chun remained seated, surrounded by a disarray of elixir vials. Remarkably, after just one day and night, he had consumed every last one. As a beam of dawn light streamed through the window, his body quivered gently, emanating an intangible aura. A faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar resonated from his being. Unyielding as diamond and steadfast as a mountain, Emperor Qin appeared as an immovable titan in that moment. Congratulations, host. Training complete. Your martial art, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, has successfully advanced to 6 dragons and 6 elephants power. Your martial art, Indestructible Diamond, has successfully reached 4th layer realm. With the system's notification echoing in his ears, Emperor Qin slowly opened his eyes. As he felt the surging power within him, a slight frown creased his brow. The reason for his concern was clear. He had begun to realize that as the variety of elixirs he consumed increased, the prices of those available to him were also escalating. At this juncture, 10 million could only procure a single elixir. Upon reaching the martial realm, it was likely that the price of such potions would effortlessly soar into the hundreds of millions. Elixirs for those at the Cataclysm realm would command prices starting in the billions, even reaching tens of billions. However, considering the cataclysmic power wielded by warriors of that caliber, capable of obliterating entire cities, spending tens of billions for a potency-enhancing elixir hardly seemed exorbitant. While the method of consuming elixirs could yield tremendous boosts in strength within a short span, the costs associated with such practices accumulated at a terrifying rate. Relying solely on elixirs to enhance one's power would necessitate resources of astronomical proportions. After completing the elevation of his martial arts realm, Emperor Qin slowly twisted his neck. At this moment, his martial arts level had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, all he needed was to achieve a 100% embodiment of the template of Fan Ma Yanjiro to successfully transcend the body refinement realm and advance into the domain of martial arts. Feeling the surging power within him, Emperor Qin's fists itched with anticipation. He was eager to find a worthy adversary for a grand battle. With this thought in mind, he promptly flung open his door and dashed towards the task board within the academy. With his immense strength, each step allowed him to cover several meters in an instant. His speed astonishingly swift. This remarkable velocity was a result of his restraint, as he had deliberately tempered his explosive force to avoid shattering the ground beneath him. The task board at the Advanced Martial Arts University referred to the remunerated missions issued by the Martial Arts Alliance for the warriors of high martial arts universities. Due to the existence of the Global Martial Arts Examination System, 99% of the most exceptional young warriors of humanity congregated within these institutions. To effectively harness the potential of these talented youths during their 4 years at the university, the Martial Arts Alliance continuously released practical missions to seek their assistance. Moreover, as spatial rifts proliferated and expanded globally, the pace of this operational model accelerated. With the growing number of spatial fissures, the necessity for warriors to guard the front lines also escalated. Many warriors ostensibly attended the Advanced Martial Arts University, yet in reality, they spent 3 of their 4 years stationed at these spatial rifts. On a micro level, This model not only successfully honed the temperament and strength of the younger generation, but also effectively unleashed their combat capabilities, particularly in recent years. Due to their prolonged presence on the battlefield, many warriors experienced remarkable advancements in their prowess. Being constantly immersed in life and death trials made it arduous for these warriors not to grow stronger. On a macro scale, this was also a testament to humanity's plight. Without leveraging the strength of the younger generation, the multitude of spatial rift breaches would remain insurmountable. In the early days, when the rifts were small, formidable beings found it difficult to traverse. Humanity was unaware of what lay beyond the temporal fissures and could not cross them. Now that the rifts had widened, a plethora of monstrous entities surged forth. Even though human warriors were powerful, they faced an overwhelming number of adversaries, leading to a state of chaos. It can be said that this is a critical juncture for humanity. A single misstep could render them a target for all. Glancing over the information on the task board, Emperor Chen swiftly discovered an intriguing mission. Task title: Orc Clan Campaign, Annihilation War. Task issuer: Humanity, Martial Arts Alliance members. Task objective: Eradicate the Orc tribe. Seize the territory occupied by the Orcs, and annihilate all members of the Orc race. Chapter 78, War. Task details. As the spatial rift continues to expand, highly intelligent Orc beings gradually emerge from within the rift, located in Tingyun City and its surrounding areas. Following the appearance of these Orc beings, they exhibit a formidable inclination for aggression towards humanity, launching proactive assaults employing blitzkrieg tactics against several hidden alchemy chambers of the human race, plundering countless medicinal pills. After 3 days of reconnaissance, scouts have successfully explored the world beyond the spatial rift. The total area inhabited by the Orc tribe is approximately 30,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of Taiwan. The Orc race comprises around 800,000 members, with the most formidable combatant being the tribal chief, whose strength is equivalent to a low-tier martial artist of the human realm, excelling in brute force attacks, towering over 3 meters in height, endowed with astonishing strength. The higher-tier units among the Orcs are the shamans, whose power is comparable to martial artists at the 8th and 9th stages of body refinement. Their abilities include 1. Throwing ghostly green flames that persistently burn and are difficult to extinguish by external forces. Slaying the flame wielder can interrupt their fire. 2. The shaman's dance releases the beast mark. Slaying the casting shaman and consuming their blood can dispel the beast mark. 3. The shaman's dance grants a frenzy effect to surrounding Orc warriors. 4. The shaman's dance can animate the corpses in the vicinity, summoning them to form an army of the undead. Slaying the casting Orc shaman can break this effect. Regular combatants, Orc warriors, possessing strength at the body refinement level, with varying capabilities and no special abilities. Task rewards: slay monsters and collect the little fingers of the Orcs to earn merit, which can be exchanged for rewards. Warriors wishing to partake in this battle are urged to gather at the nearby spatial rift, equipped and prepared to annihilate the Orc race. Gathering location: outskirts of Tingyun City, near the spatial rift. Upon reading this information, Chen Di raised an eyebrow. This announcement was, indeed, perfectly timed for him. He looked around, finding no task more suited to his capabilities. Moreover, the commencement of the task was precisely at 2 o'clock this afternoon, allowing ample time for preparation. Chen Di glanced at the gathering location and was astonished to discover that the nearest point was his own hometown, the spatial rift in the outskirts of Tingyun City. If he took the train, he would surely arrive in time. Resolving to waste no further moments, Chen Di promptly rose and hurried towards the train station outside the school. He purchased his ticket and boarded the train in one swift motion. Upon entering the train, Chen Di was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. Aside from himself, the majority of the other martial artists aboard were armed with blades and clubs, exuding an aura of lethal intent and fully equipped for battle. In this particular scenario, one might mistakenly believe that the entirety of this train is filled with ruffians. The martial artists aboard exhibit an astonishing range of ages, from robust elders in their 80s, 90s, or even surpassing a century, to youthful individuals merely 17 or 18 years of age, just embarking on their journey at a martial arts university. Men and women alike are represented in this diverse assembly, with the instinctual acuity of a seasoned martial artist. Chen Di swiftly comprehended the collective purpose of his fellow travelers on this train. Like him, they were all warriors preparing to head to the battlefield. Moreover, they were comrades in arms, united in their cause alongside Chen Di in this impending conflict. Although no words were exchanged among the martial artists on the train, a tacit understanding had already formed through the subtle exchanges of glances. A silent atmosphere of impending lethality began to permeate the air as the train continued its relentless journey. The fervor of battle ignited within Chen Di's heart. This battle was one of extermination. The Beastmen, having dared to invade the territory of humanity, would undoubtedly face retribution from its warriors. Those who train in the martial arts embody an extreme sense of valor, repaying virtue with virtue, and responding to grievances with directness. Blood debts must be settled with blood. If the beastmen had the audacity to invade human lands once, they would not hesitate to do so a second time. Thus, it was only fitting to annihilate their entire clan, men, women, and children alike, leaving not a single soul unscathed. A mere population of 800,000, with their strongest warriors at the initial stages of martial prowess, were akin to ants. As the train pressed onward, it soon arrived at the vicinity of Tingyun City. Near the train station, there were warriors specifically gathered to welcome those embarking on the mission to eradicate the beastmen. They held high signs stating, "Warriors willing to participate in the extermination of the beastmen, please assemble here. Transport is provided," including Chindi. The majority of the warriors aboard the train congregated at the designated area. With their assembly, a fleet of specialized buses arrived, ready to transport Chindi and his fellow warriors to the outskirts of Tingyun City. These buses, designed for wartime use, exhibited superior speed and maneuverability compared to ordinary public transport, as even traffic lights yielded to their passage. While aboard the bus, the seasoned local driver of Tingyun City seemed to have recognized Chindi, casting glances in his direction. "Chen Zhuangyuan, you've barely begun your studies, and already you're participating in such high-stakes missions. Best of luck, Chen Zhuangyuan." Upon hearing the driver's words, the surrounding warriors redirected their attention to Chindi. Acknowledging the driver's remark with a subtle nod, Chindi felt the weight of their gazes. Upon learning of his status as the top martial arts scholar globally, they regarded him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. This formidable figure was none other than the world's martial arts champion. No wonder he exuded such an overwhelming presence, akin to a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Under the adept driving of the local veteran, they swiftly reached the location of the spatial rift on the outskirts of Tingyun City. As soon as they disembarked, Chindi's eyes fell upon a familiar figure. Uncertain whether it was an instinct inherent to the body or the sharp warrior intuition of Dongfang Ming. The moment Chindi cast his gaze upon him, Dongfang Ming instinctively turned his head towards Chindi. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked. Dongfang Ming thought to himself, "What a coincidence. How is it that I have encountered this fellow again?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Dongfang Ming was immediately struck by the formidable aura emanating from Chindi. Compared to the days spent in the Kangdon Pavilion, Chindi had visibly grown stronger at an alarming rate. Even Dongfang Ming, upon sensing the terrifying energy surrounding Chindi, felt an overwhelming pressure. This guy's rate of improvement is rather absurd, isn't it? As Chindi recognized the familiar face of Dongfang Ming, he instinctively approached him. "Old man, what a coincidence. Are you here to partake in the battle as well? With your frail physique, can you withstand it?" Chindi greeted Dongfang Ming with a smile as he walked closer. Dongfang Ming's aging face twitched involuntarily at Chindi's arrival. Although their time together had been brief, he was certain of one thing. Chindi's visit could not bode well. As expected, before Dongfang Ming could utter a few pleasantries, Chindi revealed his true intentions. "Old man, as you can see, my strength has reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. We should have a sparring match sometime soon. The battle against the beastmen is about to commence. We might as well take the opportunity to warm up before it begins." In response to Chindi's words, Dongfang Ming silently turned his head away. "Chen Zhuangyuan, the battle between the human warriors and the beastmen is imminent. It would be wise to conserve our energy, especially for an old man like me. Once this conflict concludes, I shall consider whether to engage in a duel with you." Despite turning away, Dongfang Ming's mind was still occupied with assessing Chundi's combat strength. This lad is brimming with vitality, his energy vast like an ocean. His physical form is solid, surpassing even iron and gold. His blood is viscous, flowing like quicksilver, and his heart beats thunderously like rolling thunder. Should I regain my physical condition and return to my prime, I cannot assert that I would definitely overpower him. This fellow is truly a monster. After living for over a century, I find myself once again confronted by an aberration. Seeing Dongfang Ming's silence and lack of combat intent, Chindi felt a tinge of disappointment. We agreed that after this battle with the beastmen, we would engage in a fight. Old man, you mustn't perish within the territory of the beastmen. Upon hearing Chindi's words, Dongfang Ming remained expressionless, as still as a monk in meditation. The reason for Chundi's insistence on confronting Dongfang Ming was simple. After elevating his martial arts realm to this level, he was astonished to discover despite having significantly strengthened his prowess, and having ascended to the pinnacle of the global martial examination as the foremost martial champion. Capable of subduing all young warriors of his generation with absolute might, he still felt an overwhelming sense of threat upon encountering Dongfang Ming. Although they were both in the body refinement realm, the pressure and intimidation Dongfang Ming exuded surpassed that of any warrior he had faced in the global martial assessment. Dongfang Ming was, without a doubt, the most formidable opponent Chindi had ever encountered in the body refinement realm. This statement is by no means an exaggeration. At this moment, Chindi had reached the zenith of the body refinement realm, and if he did not seize the opportunity to challenge Dongfang Ming now, once he ascended to the martial path realm, the essence of their duel would be lost, as they would no longer be of the same martial tier. Only when both stood at the same level could the battle ignite a fervor, truly determining superiority. Given Dongfang Ming's apparent disinterest in combat, Chen Di felt no inclination to engage in a futile endeavor. With the impending onset of war and the inability to confront Dongfang Ming at present, he resolved to first engage the orc warriors emerging from the spatial rift. While the young martial artists of the global examination possessed superior strength on average compared to the orc warriors, the thrill of battle was absent. Their movements felt constrained. Only within the genuine chaos of battle could Chen Di unleash his violence without reservation, reminiscent of the previous encounter alongside Dongfang Ming against the horde of orcs. A time of sheer exhilaration. As time passed, an increasing number of martial artists congregated in the area, arranged in disciplined ranks, their expressions steely and resolute. Most among them were clad in weapons and armor, fully equipped. For the majority of martial artists, a sturdy set of protective armor could mitigate a substantial portion of damage, while a sharp, resilient weapon significantly enhanced their lethality. In stark contrast to the armed warriors surrounding them, Dongfang Ming and Chen Di stood barehanded, a rather unconventional sight. Dongfang Ming at least bore a staff, while Chen Di was entirely unarmed, donning only a black training suit, devoid of any weaponry or armor. Nevertheless, no warrior dared to cast a disparaging glance their way. Those who possessed the audacity to enter the battlefield without armor were either exceptionally confident in their strength or simply lacking in common sense. Moreover, Chen Di's status as the martial champion had long been recognized, further silencing any dissent. After all, he was the martial champion. His actions required no justification to others. Many of the young martial artists present were even freshmen from high-level martial universities who had participated in the global martial examination alongside Chen Di. Their memories vivid of his brutal and commanding performance. With muscles harder than armor, why would one don mere linen armor? At this moment, not only had a multitude of martial artists gathered outside the spatial rift on the outskirts of Tingyan City, but a considerable number of human martial artists had also amassed before the other spatial passages. This time, the Human Martial Alliance is resolutely determined to eradicate the entire orc race. Utilizing the newly enrolled martial examination candidates and the scattered martial practitioners in the corners of society, they aim to entirely eliminate the spatial rifts inhabited by the orcs. The rapid proliferation of these spatial rifts in recent years can no longer be postponed by the senior leaders of the Martial Alliance. As the clock strikes 2 in the afternoon, a resonant bell tolls softly. With the sound of the advance trumpet, in a fleeting moment, the martial army of humanity, gathered outside the spatial rift, surged forth like a mighty tsunami, charging into the rift itself. Chapter 80, Charge. Outside the spatial rift, within the territories inhabited by the orcs, countless beings clad in animal skins and wielding stone tools live within the dense forests. Some patrol the periphery of their tribal lands, while others bear immense prey, using sharp stone knives to process the carcasses. The living standards of the orcs are roughly equivalent to those of humanity during the Stone Age and Tribal Era, relying predominantly on hunting and foraging for sustenance. The distribution of orc tribes here is extensive, numbering in the hundreds, both large and small. The larger tribes can have populations reaching around 100,000, while the smaller tribes may consist of only a few hundred to 1,000 individuals. Together, these diverse orc tribes form the orc race of this world. In such a rugged and complex rainforest environment, the orcs, who have long resided here and are familiar with the terrain, undoubtedly hold a significant advantage in combat. However, it seems that the Human Martial Alliance has anticipated this. At the forefront of the charge, a master of the Martial Alliance surged ahead alone, retrieving a crimson feather from his bosom. This crimson feather is no ordinary plume. It carries a strand of martial intent infused by a fire element martial practitioner of the Calamity Realm. With the aid of this martial intent, the martial artist unleashed a surge of energy, flames engulfing his body, and forcefully cast the feather into the rainforest. As a blinding light erupted, the entire rainforest began to visibly vanish at an astonishing speed. The earth cracked, and the trees within the rainforest withered and collapsed, crashing to the ground. At each entrance of the orc's spatial rift, there would be a fire element martial practitioner to activate such feathers. With multiple efforts combined, the primordial rainforest where the orc tribes reside is rapidly shrinking before the naked eye. Such a terrifying transformation immediately captured the attention of the orcs. Ordinary orc warriors, upon witnessing the wilting and disappearing rainforest, screamed in terror and hurriedly fled toward their tribes in a panic. They had never encountered such a horrific phenomenon in their lives. Not only the ordinary warriors, but even the elder shamans and tribal leaders of the orcs, who have lived for many years, had surely never witnessed such a situation. This marks the first encounter of the orc race with the counterattack of human warriors in recorded history. Undoubtedly, it may also be the last, as the martial alliance of the human side harbors no intention of merely attacking this territory twice. Their goal is to annihilate the orc tribe in one fell swoop. As the rainforests succumb to flames and decay, the once dense and intricately structured expanse transforms into a desolate hilltop, offering no concealment whatsoever. Amidst the advancing ranks, Emperor Chen observed the maneuvers of the martial practitioners ahead, rendered speechless. Truly, the martial alliance had meticulously prepared for the terrain and environmental conditions. Once the entire rainforest lay in ruins, the landscape would be reduced to barren hillocks, devoid of any refuge for those orcs fortunate enough to survive. The strategic acumen of the upper echelons of the martial alliance far exceeds that of ordinary men. This campaign against the orcs has unveiled the ferocity of the martial alliance to Emperor Chen. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he could not help but marvel at their prowess. The martial alliance, indeed, stands as a paragon of organizational integration for the entire human race, showcasing exceptional management capabilities. If the war were to continue on this trajectory, Emperor Chen could scarcely conceive of how the humans might falter. With such comprehensive battle plans and strategies, it would be a challenge for the human warriors to even contemplate defeat. Under the searing flames, many orc tribes gradually became exposed to the human warriors. Bereft of the dense rainforest cover, these orc clans appeared like great fish stranded far from the river, utterly unable to find shelter. As the orc warriors beheld the advance of the human fighters, they hastily grasped their stone weapons and formed a formidable human wall, determined to impede the human martialists. In the face of these resolute orc warriors, Emperor Chen surged forth, his vitality erupting with each stride, leaving behind deep craters the size of barrels in the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath his might. The terrifying force of his explosive speed set him apart from his companions, swiftly creating distance from those around him. Only Dongfang Ming could match Emperor Chen's pace. Though the 100-year-old Dongfang Ming could not rival Chen's ferocity, his steps were remarkably light, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, propelling him forward with equal swiftness. Observing the astonishing speed of Dongfang Ming beside him, Emperor Chen raised an eyebrow playfully. "Old Dongfang, you're quite spry. Do be careful not to overexert yourself and strain your back." With that, a smile graced his lips, brimming with excitement as he charged headlong into the wall of orc warriors. If Emperor Chen's rapid charge resembled a high-velocity cannonball, then the orc warriors forming the human wall were but fragile paper doors. Under the impact of the Emperor Chen, the originally dense and orderly defensive line of the orc tribe was instantly torn asunder, creating a vast rift. Anything that met the Emperor's formidable body was sent flying. Stone weapons, beast-bone spears, and even the robust orc warriors themselves were scattered like leaves in a tempest, their forms shattered and broken. The foremost orc warrior was obliterated upon collision, resembling a porcelain doll, as he was torn to pieces, blood spilling forth in torrents, and fragments of bone and viscera littered the ground. A foul stench pervaded the air. Though those orc warriors who followed met a somewhat less gruesome fate, their bodies were still twisted and contorted, their chests crushed into a thin pancake. Internal organs forced from their mouths by the sheer force of the impact. The shattered bone spines of the orcs erupted through their muscle and skin, laid bare to the elements. The Emperor advanced unimpeded, forging a path directly to the heart of the orc tribe. Wherever he tread, a straight line of orc warriors was mercilessly trampled, leaving behind a horrific corridor of flesh and blood. At the very center of this orc stronghold stood an enormous warrior, a behemoth nearly 5 meters tall, imbued with an aura of raw power, yet seemingly youthful. Surrounding him were several elder orc priests, clutching staffs, their expressions etched with shock as they beheld the blood-soaked figure of Emperor Chen. As a martial artist of the human race, the Emperor's display not only instilled terror among the orcs, but also astonished his fellow human warriors who stood behind him. Many had heard of his title as the champion of the global martial arts examination, yet none could have anticipated the sheer ferocity he exhibited this year. His physical prowess and muscular strength rivaled that of a charging tank, truly an extraordinary feat for one at the body-tempering realm. Although the Emperor's display was undeniably bloody and brutal, the more formidable he became, the higher the morale surged among the human warriors, while the orc forces grew increasingly demoralized, their ranks in disarray. Those lagging behind, witnessing the Emperor's bold incursion into the enemy ranks, erupted in unified roars, charging headlong toward the orcs. The disparity in momentum, compounded by the inherent strength of the human warriors, resulted in a one-sided massacre of the orc fighters. Once within the heart of the orc tribe, Emperor Chen found himself surrounded by a throng of orc warriors. Gazing at his adversaries, he let out a wild laugh, plunging one hand into the ground to seize a massive totemic support stake. With a powerful yank, he uprooted the stake, thick as a man's waist and exceeding 10 meters in length, with a single hand, wielding it as effortlessly as a mere chopstick. With a single hand, Emperor Chen lifted the wooden stake adorned with tribal totems and swung it with such force that it sliced through the air like a tempest. The surrounding orc warriors were struck with terror, beads of sweat forming on their brows as their limbs trembled. Before these orc warriors could encircle him, Emperor Chen wielded the 10-meter-long stake in a sweeping motion, sending countless orc warriors hurtling through the air, creating a vast clearing around him with his overwhelming strength. Seeing this, The orc chieftain and the tribal shaman immediately rose and advanced towards Emperor Chun, unfazed by the approaching chieftain. Emperor Chun deftly twirled the stake and aimed a powerful strike at the chieftain's head. A resounding crash echoed as the massive wooden stake shattered, leaving the chieftain's skull bloodied and dazed. However, as one who had been appraised by the martial alliance as comparable in strength to low-tier martial artists, the chieftain possessed an extraordinary physical resilience. After absorbing the blow, he merely experienced a momentary dizziness, shook his head, and charged at Emperor Chun once more. In the face of this assault, Emperor Chun remained composed, meeting the chieftain's hands with his own in a fierce contest of strength. Under the might of Emperor Chun, the chieftain's formidable frame was gradually pushed back. At this moment, the entire orc tribe found itself in a precarious situation. The orc warriors in the front lines were relentlessly slaughtered by the human martial artists, while their chieftain struggled in the confrontation. Witnessing this dire scene, the remaining orc shamans began to perform a ritualistic dance, inciting fury among the surrounding orc warriors. If this continued, the morale of the orc tribe would be utterly depleted. As several shamans danced and chanted, a unique energy radiated forth, enveloping all orc members in the vicinity. This strange force turned the warriors' eyes crimson, their muscles bulging and veins protruding, transforming their demeanor and significantly augmenting their strength. With this collective enhancement, the combat prowess of the orc warriors ascended to a new tier, noticeably slowing the advance of the human martial artists. The orc chieftain, now with fiery eyes and a surge of power, managed to stabilize his massive form. Observing this, Emperor Chin's expression darkened, his back muscles coiling together as his demonic form emerged. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as he forcibly broke one of the chieftain's fingers. Before the chieftain could react, Emperor Chun seized his finger with one hand and, summoning all his might, hurled the chieftain's colossal body into the air, crashing him down onto the ground. A tremendous crater instantly formed at Emperor Chen's feet. The chieftain of the orc tribe winced in pain, attempting to rise and continue his battle against the Emperor Chun. However, the emperor offered no respite. With a powerful downward strike of his leg, he drove the chieftain's head into the parched earth. Without pause, Emperor Chun seized the orc's visage, forcefully slamming his body against the ground repeatedly. Wherever the orc warriors congregated in greater numbers, he directed his onslaught. In that moment, countless orc warriors were crushed into mere patties of flesh, mingling with the soil beneath, rendering them unrecognizable as orcs. These unfortunate beings, reduced to a gruesome paste, would never have imagined that they would meet their demise at the hands of their own chieftain. As Emperor Chun continued to pummel the orc chieftain's face against the ground, he suddenly felt a lightness in his grasp, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He turned swiftly to discover that his excessive force had caused the chieftain's resilient skin to tear away, leaving him with a thick, disc-like piece of orc hide, still bearing distinct features and pores, albeit somewhat sagging due to the sheer strength of Emperor Chun's assault. Vivid crimson blood trickled from the severed skin, seeping into the earth below. Chapter 82, The Flying Skull. Upon the removal of his facial covering, the orc chieftain emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His massive form tumbled, prompting nearby orc warriors and human martial artists to scatter in fear. The chieftain's considerable bulk easily surpassed 20,000 pounds, coupled with the velocity of his descent. Even seasoned martial artists of the body refinement realm would struggle to withstand such an impact. With a thunderous crash, the chieftain's body struck the ground, creating a vast crater. As he landed, the surrounding warriors beheld the horrifying visage of their chieftain, now devoid of his skin. His exposed eyes, nostrils, and teeth were laid bare, presenting a ghastly sight. His blood-soaked muscles, glistening with fresh blood, appeared unsettlingly grotesque. Despite the frenzy instilled by the orc shaman, the warriors were gripped by a chilling sense of dread upon witnessing their leader's plight. How could this human martial artist be so terrifying? Observing the orc chieftain he had hurled afar, Emperor Chen casually discarded the piece of skin he held. While the orc chieftain was formidable, he had not yet ascended to the realm of martial mastery. His combat prowess, though superior to that of an ordinary peak body refinement warrior, remained far from the level of true martial artists. Perhaps the chieftain's youth rendered him somewhat weaker? Despite the severity of the beating he had received, Emperor Chen had not yet inflicted a wound grave enough to be deemed fatal. Breaking a finger or tearing skin merely inflicts pain upon the adversary. The resilience and vitality of this creature are remarkably formidable. To eliminate him entirely, a considerable amount of finishing blows and ruthless tactics are required. Just as Emperor Chen contemplated rising once more to deliver the final blow, the chieftain of the orc tribe stood up again. Upon rising, an exceedingly brutal aura suddenly erupted from him. As this aura surged, his spine began to swell, a torrent of power coursing through him, and sharp bone spines began to sprout from his back. Dark tattoos spread like an encroaching octopus from his back, enveloping his entire upper body. Once this transformation was complete, the chieftain's aura soared once again, now several times more potent than before. Yet, Emperor Chun surmised that even at this moment, the orc leader had not truly reached the realm of martial arts. His power was merely a breath away from that level, or perhaps he had only half stepped into it. Could it be that the combat capabilities of the orcs from the surrounding smaller tribes were generally low? Nonetheless, this worked to Chen's advantage. The chieftain's strength was precisely what Chen needed for a satisfying battle. Seizing the opportunity during this transformation, Chen refused to grant the orc a moment's respite. He surged forward, leaping directly to the chieftain's right arm. Clawing onto the orc's shoulder, Chen transformed his fist into a claw, piercing deep into the flesh. With a surge of vitality, the sound of dragon roars and elephant trumpets echoed around. Under the unparalleled might of Chen, he forcefully tore apart the flesh connecting the orc leader's arm and shoulder, as if ripping through a torn fabric. Sensing the pain in his back, the orc chieftain immediately reached back to grasp Chen, attempting to pull him down. By the time the chieftain clutched Chen's form, one of his shoulders had already been rendered useless, his arm hanging limply at his side, swaying weakly. The agony of shattered bones penetrated to his very marrow, eliciting another roar of fury. Despite being grasped in the orc's grip, there was no trace of fear on Chen's face. Even when both of the chieftain's arms were intact, he could not match Chen's strength. Now, with only one arm left, what hope did he have of resisting? Gazing at the orc leader, whose visage had become a mask of terror, Chen's face was alight with a wicked grin. How would you like to meet your end? With that, Chen unleashed his power, and before the chieftain could react, he snapped all 5 of his fingers simultaneously. A fresh wave of agony erupted from the orc leader's mouth. Rather than flee from his captor, Chen chose to ascend to the orc's shoulder, gripping forcefully onto the young chieftain's ears. This relentless onslaught had left the orc numb with pain. Even his ferocity struggled to mitigate the torment. Confronted with the formidable Emperor Chen, who had seized his ears, the chieftain could only use his remaining hand to fend off the impending attack. Yet, the strength of a single hand proved insufficient to sway the emperor's imposing stature. With both hands firmly gripping the chieftain's ears and his feet planted on the latter's shoulders, Emperor Chen exerted force akin to uprooting a stubborn weed, pulling with all his might. In that moment, every muscle in his body surged with blood and contracted, unleashing a ferocious power akin to a volcanic eruption, unstoppable and relentless. The sound of cracking and tearing echoed ominously as the chieftain's neck, where his head met his body, began to yield to Chen's monstrous strength. In a gruesome display, the chieftain's head, along with a portion of his spine, was violently extracted. This horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the entire arena. The human warriors present felt an invigorating surge of strength, their resolve renewed as they fought with greater fervor. Conversely, the Orcish priests and warriors, upon witnessing the brutal demise of their leader, were engulfed in disbelief and terror. Their chieftain had been slain. No, not merely slain, but utterly decapitated, with a significant part of his spine wrenched away. As the chieftain's colossal form collapsed to the ground, Emperor Chen stood triumphantly on his fallen body, clutching the severed head in one hand, resembling a god of war, commanding the attention of all. The battle was far from over, yet their leader lay vanquished. Who could remain composed in such a chaotic situation? The remaining Orcish priests, though not devoid of intelligence, quickly began their rituals, attempting to resurrect the fallen warriors and orc fighters as undead soldiers to stem the tide of the human advance. As the Orcish priests began their incantations from afar, Emperor Chen wasted no time. He hurled the head, which was nearly the size of a millstone, towards their location. With the force of his throw, it soared through the air with alarming speed. Should it strike, the result would be fatal or at the very least, grievous. In response to the impending projectile, the Orcish priests hastily scattered to evade the incoming threat. However, as they fled, the figure of Dongfang Ming materialized behind them. Thinking of escaping? You haven't consulted my opinion yet. With his voice echoing, the fleeing Orcish priests were akin to lambs led to slaughter, swiftly picked off by precise strikes. Dongfang Ming moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting past several orc priests in an instant. Each of his strikes was accurate and lethal, creating gaping holes through the heads of the Orcish priests, ensuring their demise was absolute. In a matter of moments, this high-ranking assembly of Orcish leaders was obliterated, with neither Emperor Chen nor Dongfang Ming leaving a single one standing, having lost the frenzied enhancement from the orc shaman and the faith-based support from their chieftain. The remaining orc warriors resembled a disorganized mass, utterly incapable of standing against the human martial artists. The situation gradually devolved into a one-sided massacre in favor of the human warriors. Emperor Chen, gazing at the elderly man from the east who was stroking his beard, couldn't help but chuckle. Old fool, you seized the opportunity quite well, didn't you? The elderly man retorted, who cannot bully a child? A sharp exchange ensued, brimming with tension. Observing the elderly man's sardonic expression, Emperor Chen grinned. Old man, once I conclude this battle, you shall see how I will twist your mouth. In response, the elderly man smiled. Youthful exuberance is admirable. After this war, I shall take the time to teach you the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The two exchanged glances, undeterred by the orc warriors around them, charging toward the next orc stronghold. Both were eager for the conflict to end so they could settle their rivalry. Despite his age, even the centenarian Dongfang Ming was stirred by a competitive spirit due to Qin's relentless provocations. As they dispatched the orc warriors encountered along their path, they raced deeper into the battlefield. Deep within the rainforest lay an extraordinarily large orc stronghold, far surpassing the one Emperor Chun had just annihilated. This colossal orc enclave boasted not only a vast number of orc warriors, but also an abundance of orc shamans and formidable giants. Atop the highest throne sat the chieftain, distinguished by a pair of exceptionally large canine teeth. Remarkably, he possessed an additional pair of arms. This orc chieftain had 4 arms in total. Unlike the orc clans at the edge of the rainforest, the warriors and shamans within this stronghold exhibited significantly greater prowess. Moreover, the oversized chieftains were plentiful. Yet, even these formidable giants appeared as mere elite adversaries when compared to the 4-armed chieftain, whose aura was far more terrifying. At that moment, they convened, conversing in a unique dialect, surrounded by a multitude of jars and bottles. These vessels, containing martial elixirs, were the spoils they had seized from human territories. What shall we do, esteemed chieftain? The beings from beyond the spatial rifts have launched an assault against us. Almost all the orc clans at the forest's periphery are embroiled in conflict. The ferocity of these beings is overwhelming. Some orc clans have been utterly annihilated. Esteemed chieftain, it is highly probable that this latest offensive aims to eradicate our entire orc race. Our only recourse is to unite the remaining orc clans to enhance our chances of survival. Upon hearing the fervent discussions of his subordinates, the 4-handed orc's countenance grew gravely somber. He gazed at the array of vials and containers before him, a flicker of regret flitting through his mind. Had he not dispatched the Orcish priests to probe the rift in space, would they have ever stumbled upon these extraordinary pills? If not for his insatiable greed, which had incited a large-scale campaign to seize the pills coupled with a blitzkrieg, might the Orcish clan not be reduced to such dire straits? Reflecting on this, the 4-handed orc gently shook his head. There was no utility in ruminating on what had transpired. The pressing matter at hand was how to withstand the foes emerging from beyond the rift. The pills, once forcibly acquired, had greatly benefited their tribe. Should they utilize the remaining elixirs to forge alliances with the other orc tribes and establish a coalition, perhaps there still remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, this was merely a possibility. After all, they remained oblivious to the true extent of the human warrior's formidable strength. Given the current circumstances, failing to adopt a strategy of alliance would only diminish their chances of victory further. After weighing the pros and cons, the 4-handed orc resolved to act decisively. Let us not delay. We shall proceed to forge an alliance at once. Upon hearing his command, the surrounding Orcish priests and elite warriors breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had genuinely feared that their chieftain might refuse to pursue an alliance out of pride. The potions displayed in the pill chamber were predominantly low-tier and inexpensive, with the truly precious elixirs concealed in securely fortified chambers, and the Orcish blitz had been executed in haste. Although they had seized a considerable quantity of ammunition, there were scarcely any exceptional specimens among them. They had consumed the remaining elixirs, and excessive ingestion of identical potions would inevitably lead to a buildup of resistance. Even among the orcs, the residual potions held little efficacy for them now, their best use being to negotiate alliances with other tribes. Following the 4-handed orc's decree, the Orcish members promptly commenced their actions, packaging the potions and rallying nearly the entirety of their military forces, hastening towards the targeted allied tribe. Chapter 84. Encirclement. In this endeavor, success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. The fate of the Orcish race may very well hinge on this battle. Meanwhile, Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming grew ever more formidable amidst the ongoing conflict with the Orcish tribes. Each time they breached a new Orcish stronghold, they would immediately charge towards the next with unrelenting vigor. The prowess exhibited by Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming rendered the ordinary orc warriors and priests no match for them. With mere fists and feet, they would shatter their opponents into a grotesque display of destruction. Their overwhelming ferocity and the swiftness of their combat left onlookers in sheer astonishment. Many warriors of the human race, entrenched within the battlefield, bore witness to the remarkable performance of Chun Di and Dongfang Ming. In their eyes, these two figures presented a stark contrast. One, robust as a brawny bull, and the other, lean and gaunt like a withered piece of meat. This duo, one grand and one diminutive, one aged and one youthful, resembled the vanguards of the battlefield, weaving through the chaos like relentless spears, selectively targeting formidable elite monsters and lesser foes alike. Wherever they ventured, not a blade of grass could survive. No monster leader or priest could elude their grasp. Remarkably, after dispatching their quarry, these two exhibited no signs of fatigue, immediately soaring towards the next tribe without even collecting the remnants of their vanquished foes. This transcended mere combat. It seemed more akin to a competition of who could slay faster and who could slay more. Among the onlookers were young aspirants who had previously participated in the global martial examination alongside Chun Di. Yet, regardless of their youth or experience. All human warriors were left astounded by the overwhelming prowess and terrifying dominance displayed by Chen Di and Dongfang Ming. Even seasoned martialists in their ranks stood in stunned silence upon witnessing the duo's prowess. Who, exactly, were these individuals? How could they exhibit such ferocity? Were they perhaps masters of martial arts? Yet, something felt amiss. Their auras did not seem overwhelmingly potent. No, it was clear that the red-haired, muscle-bound man was this year's champion of the global martial examination. I had previously viewed footage of him in the competition, and he was indeed formidable. In recent decades, I had not encountered such raw power. He embodied the pinnacle of strength and physical martial arts. You should watch his matches when you have the chance. They are truly terrifying. And what of the elderly man? Who might he be? Despite not possessing a high martial realm, how could he be so formidable? Alas, I truly do not know. Such a powerful old man. What a mystery he is. Not only were the surrounding warriors filled with curiosity about Chen Di and Dongfang Ming, but even the martial experts dispatched by the Martial Alliance engaged in hushed discussions about the duo. These two individuals, clearly of the tempered body realm, demonstrated an astonishingly overwhelming vitality and physical strength, battling tirelessly without a moment's respite. It is unfortunate that we did not refine our own bodies to such a degree during our time in the tempered body realm. Their physical prowess, upon advancing to the martial realm, would likely be even more astounding. It is frightening if some newly initiated martialists attempted to confront them relying solely on physical strength. They would surely find it a daunting challenge. Their physical power is extraordinarily abnormal, particularly that of the old man. Such vigor at his age is simply outrageous. Indeed, while the champion of the martial examination is impressive, the circumstances surrounding the old man remain perplexing. It is as though whoever halts first or succumbs to fatigue will find themselves at a disadvantage, caught in a trance of relentless competition. Unbeknownst to them, Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming had advanced to the forefront of the martial artists' ranks. This position represented the swiftest advance of the human warriors. Yet it was also the most perilous point within the entire human battalion. While leading the charge could elevate the morale of the human fighters to unparalleled heights, encountering a counterattack or ambush from the Orcish forces meant that the swiftest among them would inevitably be the first to fall prey. However, what pride and audacity characterized Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. Not only did they occupy the vanguard of the human fighters, but even if they were cast into the very heart of the Orcish tribes, their composure would remain unshaken. Chen's body moved with fluidity, his fists dancing like the wind. Any Orcish warriors or shamans who came within the reach of his strikes were met with dire consequences, either death or grievous injury. Broken bones and torn sinews were mere trifles. In more severe instances, they would be obliterated on the spot, flesh and bones scattering in all directions. Before the overwhelming might of Chen's strength and physical prowess, these ordinary Orcish warriors seemed as fragile as clay, easily shattered with a mere touch. Wherever he ventured, not a blade of grass survived. This was no idle jest. In that moment, Chun embodied the very essence of a battlefield meat grinder. Any orc that fell within his sights was either left in tatters or met a swift and merciful demise. Though Dongfang Ming's combat style may not possess the same visual impact as Chen's, his lethality was equally formidable. The cane in his hand functioned like a staff of death, marking those it pointed at for inevitable doom. Wherever Dongfang Ming roamed, Orcish warriors found their vital points pierced, resulting in gaping wounds that traversed from front to back, be it the forehead or the heart. The Orcish warriors around him would stagger and collapse, succumbing to their fates. While death was the common outcome, those who perished at Dongfang Ming's hands retained a semblance of dignity. At the very least, their corpses remained intact, their heads and bodies still united. Together, the two advanced relentlessly, nearly instilling a sense of dread among the Orcish warriors, who were beginning to be overwhelmed by fear. Just as they carved a path through the Orcish ranks, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The position occupied by Chun and Dongfang Ming had penetrated too deeply into enemy territory, stretching the formation of the charging warriors to a precarious length. Suddenly, a multitude of Orcish warriors emerged from behind, effectively severing the advancing martial artists from their allies. Well-prepared Orcish forces launched a rapid counterattack, turning the tide of the battle ominously. The human warriors at the forefront, witnessing the sudden emergence of numerous Orcish fighters and elites behind them, sensed an impending disaster. The organized and premeditated ambush of such a large contingent of Orcish warriors boded ill for the human fighters. While the overall assault might not devastate the entire human contingent, those at the very front found themselves encircled, trapped like fish in a barrel, with the outcome of this confrontation looking increasingly grim. When the unexpected turmoil erupted, numerous human warriors, including Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming, found themselves ensnared within the encirclement of the orc tribe. As they surveyed the ever-increasing ranks of orc warriors surrounding their team, both Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming's expressions shifted subtly. In that fleeting moment, they became acutely aware of their precarious situation. Observing the growing throng of orc soldiers, a sinister grin crept across Emperor Qin's face, reminiscent of a malevolent specter. Old man, are you frightened being encircled by so many orc warriors? If you're scared, feel free to let me know. I shall undoubtedly come to your rescue. Do not strain yourself. Take care of those old bones of yours, he taunted. In response to Qin's mockery, the elderly Dongfang Ming rolled his eyes. You young ones, so ignorant of the world's vastness, dare to spout such arrogance. Though I am no spring chicken, I am more than capable of dealing with a few orc warriors. I fear you might end up slaying fewer than this old man in the end. Ha ha. With that, Dongfang Ming's weathered visage brightened, blooming like a chrysanthemum in full blossom. Even amidst the throngs of orc warriors, both men maintained their composure, laughing heartily. The surrounding warriors, witnessing the demeanor of Emperor Qin and Dongfang Ming, were left in astonishment. They were ensconced in a dire predicament, yet these two still found the spirit to laugh. As the vanguard of the human warriors, those ensnared were all elite fighters of exceptional prowess. However, faced with the seemingly endless tide of orc soldiers, their spirits were far from the levity exhibited by Qin and Dongfang. The mounting presence of orc warriors behind them only deepened their despondency. The greater their numbers, the more formidable the challenge of breaking free. This battle, it seemed, was fraught with peril. Damn it, we charged too recklessly and now find ourselves trapped by this rabble. What ill fortune, one lamented. It's over, we are truly caught in a tight spot. Fear not. Look at that young martial champion and the white-haired elder before us. They show no fear. How can we cower? Before the encircled warriors could react further, Emperor Qin and Dongfang Ming plunged into the midst of the orc ranks, commencing their fierce struggle for escape. Despite being outnumbered, the two exuded vitality and audacity, embodying the spirit of a lone hero standing against a multitude. As Emperor Qin confronted the orc soldiers before him, he effortlessly seized one with a single hand, as if lifting a mere sack. With both hands engaged, he hoisted an orc warrior into the air, spinning as though wielding a great sword, wreaking havoc among the horde. Under the sheer might of Qin's strength, the orc warriors, despite their formidable appearance, crumbled beneath the relentless onslaught. The disparity in power was so pronounced that mere numbers could scarcely compensate. Although the orc warriors continued to encircle them in relentless waves, the killing efficiency of Qin Di and Dongfang Ming was astonishingly high. With all their might, the two broke through as if they were in a mode of unparalleled carnage, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Observing the seemingly invincible performance of Qin Di and Dongfang Ming, the human warriors present were left utterly astounded. Their arrival at this location had been recent, and few were aware of the sheer magnitude of their combat prowess. However, witnessing their prowess firsthand, it was evident that these two were indeed formidable war machines. They pushed forward relentlessly, with carnage trailing behind them. Goodness, is this the martial champion of this year's global martial arts examination? Incredible. If this continues, we might just break free. With renewed vigor, the remaining warriors rallied together, joining the assault to carve a bloody path out. Inspired by Qin Di and Dongfang Ming, their morale surged, and the encirclement formed by the orc warriors began to be breached at a visibly rapid pace. United and resolute, the warriors became like a razor-sharp sword, tearing through the ranks of the orc forces behind them. In mere moments, the human warriors had pushed back several hundred meters, leaving a gruesome trail of orc corpses in their wake, creating a blood-soaked path. Just as the human warriors fought valiantly, striving to break through amidst the chaos, a multitude of ethereal green flames suddenly descended from the sky. These ghostly flames, akin to shooting stars, continuously rained down towards the direction of Qin Di and his companions, forming a heavy wall of fire that forcibly obstructed their escape route. The expanse covered by the ghostly green flames was immense, stretching far beyond the eye could see. The flames blazed fiercely, the intense heat warping the very air around them. On the ground, numerous orc corpses ignited, emanating a foul stench. As the warriors beheld the oncoming inferno, they halted in their tracks, their expressions turning grim, gazing toward the source of the ghostly flames. They were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. A multitude of orc shamans emerged from among the ranks of orc warriors, numbering in the dozens. Through their incantations and dances, the fallen orc warriors, alongside the human warriors they had slain, began to rise anew, transformed into a fresh legion of the undead. Those who had been lifeless moments before now stood once more, their bodies shrouded in the ghostly green flames, rendering their appearance even more terrifying. Faced with these resurrected monstrosities and the severed escape route before them, the encircled human warriors' expressions shifted dramatically. In such dire circumstances, the likelihood of their escape was Rondera. Despite the dire circumstances, the warriors present did not relinquish their hope for survival. Their immediate objective was to eliminate the orc shamans. Otherwise, as long as the shamans continued their dance, the enemy would only grow in number. Brothers, let us first slay the orc shamans. The assembled warriors, not lacking in intelligence, quickly discerned the crux of their escape. Only by vanquishing the orc shamans would they have a chance to break free from their encirclement. Chapter 86, The Behemoth. If the orc shamans remained, each enemy they defeated would only contribute to the ranks of the undead army that the shamans could resurrect. Even Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming were acutely aware that the presence of the orc shamans was pivotal to their breakout. No sooner had the words left their lips than all human warriors rallied once more, resolutely advancing towards the location of the orc shamans. The battle raged on, yet for reasons unknown, the newly arrived orc warriors appeared to possess significantly greater combat prowess than those encountered earlier. All the human warriors felt this shift. Their struggle became increasingly arduous. Their advance slowed, hampered by the formidable resistance of the orc fighters. What was happening? How could these newly arrived orc warriors be so powerful? Was it the fatigue incurred from previous battles that had drained their strength? The task of breaking through to slay the orc shamans, while simple in articulation, proved to be extraordinarily challenging in practice. Not only did they face a horde of enhanced orc warriors along their path, but these formidable adversaries were exceptionally tenacious and terrifyingly strong, their average strength nearly double that of ordinary orc warriors. Moreover, pursuing them from behind was a relentless horde of undead, animated corpses that, despite lacking the speed and agility of living orc warriors, possessed an unnerving fearlessness and were engulfed in eerie green flames. Should these flames touch a warrior, even one of advanced physique refinement, enduring the searing pain would be nearly impossible. Yet, even in such perilous circumstances, the remaining human warriors continued their ferocious assault, drawing ever closer to the orc shamans. Faced with the specter of death, the warriors summoned every ounce of their strength, surpassing their usual capabilities with unparalleled ferocity. Notably, Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming fought with a fervor bordering the blood that flows across the land has stained the parched and fragmented earth into a deep reddish-brown mire. Each step taken by the warriors causes their shoes to sink into the sludge, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. In the face of the indomitable spirit of the human warriors, every Orcish fighter that stands before them has been reduced to mere corpses upon the ground. Even the enhanced orc warriors are incapable of halting the advance of the human combatants, just as the human warriors are on the brink of reaching the Orcish priest. Catching a glimmer of victory, several towering orc chieftains suddenly emerge from the throng of their kin. These colossal orc leaders stand shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable wall that shields the priests behind them. Unlike the youthful orc chieftain encountered by Chundi earlier, these formidable figures are clearly in their prime. Their bodies robust and imposing. The terrifying aura they exude surpasses the realm of human warriors in the body refinement stage. The appearance of these gigantic orc warriors causes the human fighters to narrow their eyes in alarm. The sight of these orcs ignites a surge of frustration among the human combatants. However, this is not the time to falter. Halting their charge would allow the surrounding orc warriors to encircle them even more tightly, plunging them into a perilous predicament. In this battle, retreat is not an option. Thus, the warriors at the forefront, including Chun Di and Dongfang Ming, immediately launch an assault against them. Only by overcoming these titans can they hope to engage the Orcish priests directly. In an instant, over a dozen human warriors clash violently with the gigantic beasts. Chun Di swings his fist with a single hand, landing a powerful blow against the creature's abdomen. The immense force creates visible ripples across the beast's flesh, causing it to tremble violently. The impact makes the beast spew blood, unleashing a deafening wail of anguish. Yet, despite the strength of his strike, Chun Di's attack fails to deliver a fatal blow. It merely pushes the beast back a few steps. The creature's physical resilience and colossal strength have surpassed the limits of human warriors in the body refinement stage. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Dongfang Ming seizes an opportunity, wielding his cane to strike directly at the beast's skull. The blow results in a deep dent, blood gushing forth as the massive body quakes. Again, while Dongfang Ming's attack inflicts significant damage, it does not prove fatal. On this battlefield, aside from Dongfang Ming and Chun Di, who managed to gain a slight upper hand against the colossal beasts, the other human warriors suffered devastating losses. The savage power and indomitable physiques of the giants stand as fortresses, rendering even Chun Di and Dongfang Ming unable to deliver a killing blow, let alone the rest of the warriors, who find it nearly impossible to breach the beast's defenses. However, each strike from the colossal beasts proves nearly fatal for the remaining warriors of the human race. The battle has scarcely begun when several of these warriors are mercilessly crushed into a pulp, entombed beneath the earth, their forms rendered unrecognizable. Heart-wrenching screams echo incessantly. With the involvement of these behemoths in the conflict, the situation for the human warriors has swiftly deteriorated, transforming from a position of advantage into one of dire peril. As casualties among the human combatants escalate in their struggle against the hulking foes, the pressure on Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming intensifies significantly. Initially, each of them needed only to contend with a single Orcish giant. Yet, as the number of their allies dwindles, the pair finds themselves increasingly besieged by multiple beasts, 2, 3, even 4 at a time. Despite their formidable combat prowess, Facing 4 of these monstrous adversaries simultaneously proves to be a tremendous challenge, stretching their capabilities to the limit. Most alarmingly, as the battle rages on, the number of Orcish giants they must confront continues to swell. If they do not devise a means to escape this predicament, they will inevitably be ground down by the relentless horde of Orcish warriors. Just as Emperor Chun battles valiantly against 4 foes, a thunderous notification from the system reverberates in his mind. Congratulations, host. The performance level of the character template, Banma Waijur, has reached its maximum capacity. Chapter 87, Pursuit. As the performance level of the first template, Banma Waijur, has reached 100%, the system unlocks the performance restrictions. All actions taken by the host in relation to embodying Banma Waijur and Might Guy will be converted into energy to activate the next template. Whether the host embodies Banma Waijur or Might Guy, their actions will equivalently convert to energy for unlocking the Might Guy character template. The system recommends the host select the most suitable method to unlock the template. If both characters exhibit similar behaviors and traits, the host may choose the characteristic that is most common among them for embodiment. Common traits of Banma Waijur and Might Guy: combat, training, and physical refinement. The Banma Waijur template is fully unlocked, activating the Might Guy template. The host is currently in combat, and the unlocking degree of the Might Guy template increases to 10%. As the unlocking degree of the Might Guy template rises, the host gains the ability 8 Gates, First Gate Open, Lotus of the Surface, Dance of the Shadow Leaves. The 8 Gates, First Gate Open, is a technique that releases the limitations of the body, allowing excessive energy to flow forth. Opening the gate removes physical constraints to unleash 100% of the body's potential, overexerting physical energy to enhance strength, speed, and reaction time. Once opened, the host may employ Lotus of the Surface. Dance of the Shadow Leaves is an incredibly swift martial technique, the initial move of the high-speed martial art Lotus, enabling the practitioner to move so rapidly that they become nearly invisible to the naked eye, striking the opponent into the air for a powerful follow-up blow. This can lead into subsequent techniques such as the Lotus of the Surface or the Lotus of the Inner. Lotus of the Surface. Upon opening the first of the 8 gates, in tandem with the graceful movements of Ing Wuya, he executed a rapid series of kicks that sent his adversary hurtling through the air. Swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent, he ensnared them before spinning at an incredible velocity, slamming them violently into the ground. At the instant a voice resonated within Chun Di's mind, an immense force surged forth, gradually infusing itself into his being. This overwhelming energy, akin to the tide, delicately nourished by Ye's muscles and bones. Simultaneously, an avalanche of combat techniques flooded Chun Di's consciousness, including the crucial method of utilizing the 8 gates. As the aura surrounding Chun Di transformed, the elderly Dongfang Ming immediately sensed the monumental shift. His weathered face, resembling the peel of an orange, underwent a profound change. What the hell? This kid? How long has it been? Just as Dongfang Ming voiced his astonishment, Chun Di grinned, revealing a silent yet menacing smile. Old man Dongfang, prepare to witness my performance. The colossal beast of the orc tribe, having been struck by Chun Di, twisted grotesquely midair, its internal organs nearly dislocated. Compared to before, Chun Di now possessed nearly double the strength. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before the orc beast could plummet to the ground, another transformation occurred within Chun Di. The first gate of the 8 gates was now fully unleashed. As the gate opened, an uncontrollable surge of blood and energy erupted from within Chun Di, enveloping him in a dense mist. The liberation of his physical prowess caused his skin to flush slightly, with bulging veins making him appear fearsome. Entering the state of the first gate, Chun Di wasted no time, striking again as if he were an emotionless machine of destruction. In this state, the speed of his punches transcended that of the orc beasts. With a terrifying force, Chun Di's fist collided with the abdomen of one of the orc giants. In that instant, it was as if he had struck a block of tofu, creating a gaping, bloodied aperture that was as wide as a grinding wheel. The internal organs erupted like splattered tofu, raining down upon the astonished orc priests behind, devoid of the support from its spine and innards. The orc giant's heavy upper body soon collapsed, crushing the wound. Lying on the ground, the beast resembled a broken doll, continuously expelling blood and fragments of its entrails, its life flickering like a dying campfire, unable to rise again. After delivering such a domineering blow, all present were left utterly stunned, especially the orc priests, their faces brimming with arrogance, as if victory were firmly within their grasp. They traversed the bloody gaping hole in the belly of the orc behemoth. Gazing into the aggressively piercing eyes of Emperor Chun, their hearts filled with unparalleled dread. Danger. Imminent peril. Upon sensing the threat posed by Emperor Chun, the nearby orc priests hastily withdrew, no longer daring to approach the chaotic waves emitted by him. As they fled, these orc priests cast numerous ghostly green flames behind them, creating obstacles to hinder any pursuit by Emperor Chun and his companions. Should this group of orc priests perish, Not only would the ghostly flames used to partition the battlefield vanish, but the frenzied enhancements to the combat prowess of the orc warriors would also be lost, leading to utter annihilation. Most critically, there were the undead armies. As the war raged on, the ranks of the undead, resurrected by the orc priests, would only swell. It could be said that without these orc priests, the combat effectiveness of the orc warriors would diminish by at least 30%. Upon witnessing the desperate flight of the orc priests, Emperor Chen instinctively yearned to pursue them. Yet, before he could lift a foot, the orc behemoths surrounding him formed an impenetrable wall, a solid barrier. Gazing at these colossal creatures, Emperor Chen's fiery red hair billowed with fervor. Wishing to perish? I shall grant you that. With a fierce shout, Emperor Chen surged forward, his speed so formidable that he appeared as a mere shadow. Before the orc behemoths could react, he had already reached their forefront. Shadow Leaf Dance. Chapter 88, Tear Asunder. In the midst of the astonished gazes from the many human warriors behind him, Emperor Chen unleashed a powerful kick, directly striking the monstrous obstruction before him. A series of unknown crisp sounds erupted as his kick reverberated through the air. Whether it shattered the orc behemoth's pelvic bones or not remained a mystery. The force of Emperor Chun's kick was such that it propelled the immense orc behemoth into the air, its feet lifting nearly 10 meters off the ground. The overwhelming might caused the orc behemoth to spew blood midair, its expression one of sheer agony and despair. As Emperor Chen executed his kick, both human warriors and orc soldiers present felt a chill run beneath them, their complexions paling. This kick was undeniably brutal. Yet, it did not end there. Just as the orc behemoths hovered in the air, yet to fall, Emperor Chen seized a nearby ordinary orc warrior, his vitality surging forth like a coiling spring, and flung him towards the airborne orc behemoth as one would toss a ball. The velocity of the orc warrior propelled by Emperor Chen exceeded the speed of sound. The trajectory of the hurled orc warrior was directly aimed at the behemoth still suspended in the air. Upon locking eyes, the two orc warriors were consumed by expressions of horror and rage. No, please, anything but this. With a sharp, visceral sound akin to flesh tearing, the orc warrior's body pierced through the airborne orc beast, becoming lodged within its abdomen, unable to advance further. The warrior's physical strength paled in comparison to that of the colossal beast. Thus, even as their forms became intertwined, the orc beast managed to maintain its imposing appearance. In stark contrast, the warrior, impaled and grotesquely contorted, was reduced to a shape resembling a piece of chewing gum forced through a coconut, an amalgamation of the two that was both bizarre and gruesome. Witnessing this spectacle, the orc warriors felt a chilling dread envelop them. Despite the frenzied empowerment bestowed by their shamans, they could not escape the brutality and terror embodied by the human combatant. Yet, for the human warriors, the more fearsome the might of Emperor Chen appeared, the greater their chances of survival seemed to loom. Realizing this, the group of human fighters erupted into raucous roars and shouts, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Initially resigned to their doom amidst the overwhelming number of orc shamans and beasts, they now saw a glimmer of hope with the emergence of Emperor Chen, illuminating a path to potential escape. Encouraged, the once weary human warriors found themselves reinvigorated with astonishing strength. At that moment, Dongfang Ming, amidst the fray, gazed at the formidable presence of Emperor Chen and felt an unusual surge of defiance rise within him. So, he seeks to advance in martial prowess, does he? As this thought ignited within him, Dongfang Ming's blood surged, his martial spirit erupting like a volcano in full eruption. The formidable aura emanating from Dongfang Ming instantly captured Emperor Chen's attention. What is happening? Could this old man also be on the verge of a breakthrough? As anticipated by Chen, Dongfang Ming's presence intensified, swelling like a torrent unleashed from a dam, increasingly powerful and vast. The energy flowed forth, relentless and tumultuous. In the astonished gazes of numerous martial artists, including Emperor Chen, Dongfang Ming's aura reached a crescendo. An enigmatic martial will coalesced from thin air, an astonishing vitality beginning to emanate from his body, revitalizing every cell within him. Under this life-giving force, Dongfang Ming's previously frail and emaciated form straightened visibly. Muscles regaining their fullness, his stature rising like a javelin. The once gray and white strands of hair and beard began to darken, while the weathered skin of his face acquired a hint of color. His murky eyes gradually cleared, and in a brief span, Dongfang Ming transformed from a frail elder into a vigorous middle-aged martial artist. This transformation occurs after a martial artist advances in their martial arts realm, resulting in a slight transcendence of their physical life level, thereby extending their lifespan and significantly enhancing their vitality. The surging vitality directly catalyzed a remarkable change in the elderly Dongfang Ming, who evolved from a stooped and diminutive figure into a tall and imposing middle-aged warrior, exuding an air of subtle ferocity. However, this fierce aura only manifested momentarily before receding into the background. Due to the expansion of his physique and skeletal structure, Dongfang Ming's upper garments could no longer contain him, leaving his robust and well-defined torso exposed. His trousers, too, had been reduced to mere shorts. Upon witnessing this dramatic transformation, Chun-Di could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Elder Dongfang, could it be that you feared being left far behind by me, prompting you to break through in fright? Having just ascended, Dongfang Ming gazed at his own arms and physique, feeling an overwhelming surge of power that far surpassed his former self. The sensation of the martial arts realm was indeed intoxicating. Arrogant little brat. Now that I have also advanced to the martial arts realm, just wait until this battle concludes, and I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Before his words faded, Dongfang Ming raised his cane and gently pointed it towards the colossal beast of the orc tribe charging from behind. At his gesture, the beast seemed to willingly collide with the tip of his cane. A grotesque sound echoed as the orc's head was impaled, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Chun-Di and Dongfang Ming exchanged glances, both ignited by the fire of competition in their eyes. In the next instant, they unleashed their full might, resembling two emotionless reapers as they tore through the orc ranks, dashing towards the fleeing orc shaman. Under the overwhelming force of their prowess, the encirclement of the orc tribe was swiftly rent asunder. Their startling performance immediately attracted the attention of the human martial artists, who recognized these two as formidable allies. Chapter 89, The Devil. Seizing the opportunity created by the gaping breach torn by Chun-Di and Dongfang Ming, the human warriors surged forward. Their fortunes instantly transformed for the better. The surrounding orc warriors were so decimated that they hesitated to approach the two harbingers of death. As they advanced, they soon found themselves before a sea of eerie green flames. Gazing at the raging emerald inferno, Chun-Di wasted no words. His entire being erupted with vitality as he accelerated his charge once more. The immense and terrifying force propelled him forward, hurtling towards the wall of green flames. The rapidity of his sprint enveloped him in a layer of swiftly moving air, which shielded him from the flames' grasp even as he traversed the fiery curtain. Moreover, his speed was so extraordinary that before the eerie green flames could even touch him, he had already burst through the fiery veil. The path of the reckless man is one of sheer audacity. Relying solely on his own speed and physical prowess, Emperor Chen effortlessly traversed the fiery curtain before him. In stark contrast, Dongfang Ming opted for an entirely different approach upon witnessing the verdant flames. With both hands forming a circle and his vital energy surging through him, he unleashed a formidable punch, sending forth a torrent of force from his palm, akin to a colossal air cannon, directed at the emerald-hued barrier of flames. In the aftermath of his strike, the fiery obstruction fell as if mowed down like wheat, creating a clear passage that pierced through the inferno. With the newly forged route before him, Dongfang Ming moved gracefully, navigating the treacherous flames with ease. Meanwhile, the Orcish priests, who had been fleeing behind the flames, were struck with abject terror upon seeing Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming in pursuit. The prowess of these two human warriors was nothing short of extraordinary. The colossal beasts of the orc tribe represented their pinnacle of strength, and beyond them lay the tribe's chieftain, who would not risk his life for the sake of these priests. In a desperate bid for survival, the Orcish priests began to dance frantically. The sight of dozens of them, leaning on their staffs and engaging in a frenzied ritual, bore an uncanny resemblance to a gathering of elderly women performing square dances. Amidst their fervent movements, countless ghostly green flames descended from above, hurtling toward the two warriors with alarming speed. A multitude of frenzied Orcish warriors charged forth, roaring at the top of their lungs as they recklessly launched themselves at Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. These ordinary Orcish warriors were never a match for either of the two. Furthermore, both had ascended to the realm of martial arts, their strength vastly superior to before. No matter how many Orcish warriors appeared, they merely served to deliver themselves as offerings to Emperor Chun and his companion. Even if these warriors were enhanced by frenzied rage or had consumed martial pills to augment their ferocity, they were no more than clay dolls in Emperor Chen's grasp. They charged forward, unstoppable and unyielding. Despite the throngs of Orcish warriors nearly obstructing the path ahead, they could not hinder Emperor Chen's advance in the slightest. Blood and flesh flew, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Under the relentless push of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming, the Orcish warriors were utterly incapable of holding their ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, some of the Orcish priests could no longer bear the psychological strain and ceased their frenzied dancing, fleeing in a panicked, directionless escape. Quick, come protect me. Orc warriors, come help me hold them off. I shall grant you the mightiest aid in battle. If I perish, our chances of victory in this war will diminish greatly. The elderly Orcish priest, in a state of frantic disarray, hunched his back and desperately squeezed his way into the throng of soldiers. He desired to conceal his form in a place invisible to the Emperor Chun, as if only by doing so could he escape being chosen as the target of the Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming's assault. With the flight of the first shaman from the orc tribe, a chain reaction seemed to ripple through the entire shamanic community, causing the remaining shamans to become increasingly flustered and disoriented. The once synchronized ritualistic dance steps devolved into chaos and disorder. in the midst of a life-and-death struggle. If the morale of the troops falters, rallying them once more becomes an arduous task. These shamans had initially played a pivotal role in leading and stabilizing the troop spirits. Yet, if even the shamans of the orc tribe began to falter, the warriors would inevitably be affected. Their fervor for battle waned significantly, and even the effects of their frenzy diminished by more than half. In this ebb and flow, the advance of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming accelerated. In a flash, Emperor Chun executed a somersault, landing before the orc shamans. Among the multitude of shamans, the red-haired Emperor Chun stood out like a crane among chickens. Upon seeing his figure, the orc shamans broke into a cold sweat, their bodies rendered stiff with terror. A profound fear surged into their minds, paralyzing their thoughts and nearly robbing them of breath. Old fools, weren't you adept at dancing and fleeing? Why have you ceased your movements now? As Emperor Chun spoke with mocking derision, a sinister-looking orc shaman behind him stealthily raised his staff, inhaled sharply, and struck towards the back of Emperor Chun's head. Just as the staff was about to connect with Emperor Chun's forehead, his arm flashed with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, delivering a swift blow to the shaman's face. A crisp crack echoed, and the orc shaman's head shattered like a watermelon, exploding into countless crimson fragments. Blood and flesh splattered across the ground. Those orc shamans and warriors in close proximity had no time to evade, and were directly struck by the gruesome remnants. In the wake of this horrifying spectacle, the surrounding orc shamans fell into a momentary silence. This was swiftly followed by an indescribable terror, compelling the shamans to flee from Emperor Chun in a frenzy. This creature was a devil. Chapter 90, Devouring Flesh. However, under the overwhelming might of Emperor Chun, even if the veteran shamans of the orc tribe ran as sui, the strength of one's physical form is entirely capable of withstanding the adverse effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Under the relentless onslaught of Emperor Chun, the surrounding Orcish priests fell like mere ants, continuously obliterated by his might. Blood and flesh flew through the air, with countless bloodied staffs shattering into splinters, reduced to mere wood shavings by a single punch from the emperor. As Emperor Chun unleashed chaos amidst the throng of orc warriors, Dongfang Ming was not idle. If we liken Emperor Chun to a ferocious tiger infiltrating a sheepfold, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately, then Dongfang Ming resembled a lone wolf lurking in the shadows, deftly navigating among the flock, ruthlessly and precisely reaping every Orcish priest that dared to flee. Together, the collaboration between Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming saw the number of Orcish priests diminish at a visibly rapid pace. Countless walls of flame obstructing the ground gradually extinguished, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. The remnants of the undead army, their bodies mangled yet still writhing and attacking, finally collapsed, transforming into lifeless fragments of flesh and corpses strewn across the ground. The orc warriors, previously engulfed in a frenzy, oblivious to pain and the concept of death, began to awaken to their grim reality. The heaps of fallen orc warriors and those being mercilessly slaughtered instilled a deepening sense of dread within them. In such dire circumstances, the once fearless orc warriors gradually succumbed to weakness and cowardice, ceasing their futile advance toward death and instead retreating slowly. The previously impenetrable encirclement, which had once seemed to threaten annihilation, began to loosen and even disintegrate. As these orc warriors withdrew, the pressure on the beleaguered human martial artists lightened significantly. Under the terrifying battlefield dominance exerted by Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming, what had been deemed an inevitable demise was miraculously transformed into an opportunity for survival. The remaining human martial artists, witnessing the retreat of the orc warriors, felt a surge of hope. Survived. I have actually emerged alive from their encirclement. With the anguished screams of the Orcish priests echoing in the air, an increasing number of orc warriors began to flee the battlefield in disarray. The fierce counterattack by Emperor Chun and his allies, coupled with the overwhelming disparity in combat prowess and the relentless breakthroughs of the human forces from the rear, combined to shatter the orc warriors' morale. The encirclement had not only failed, but had also cost them a significant number of troops and priests, resulting in a substantial loss for the Orcish faction. As the surrounding orc armies retreated in a frenzy, the main force of human martial artists finally recognized the presence of Emperor Chun and his companions. Upon sighting them, expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the human forces. Logically, given that Emperor Chun's vanguard had been trapped for such an extended period, it was highly probable that they had been nearly annihilated. A multitude of orc warriors and their shamans stood arrayed, their numbers overwhelming, launching an unrelenting assault that rendered any notion of escape from such encirclement inconceivable. Yet, to their astonishment, the casualties among Chun Di and his allies were significantly lower than anticipated. Who, one might wonder, was that middle-aged man clad in shorts with his upper body bared? His commanding presence exuded an aura reminiscent of a martial arts master, every movement showcasing an extraordinary poise. Was there such a formidable warrior among the encircled vanguard? Before the subsequent warriors could fully comprehend the situation, Chun Di and Dongfang Ming pursued the fleeing orc warriors with relentless vigor, mercilessly punishing the vanquished. The trailing fighters, witnessing this, had no time to inquire. They swiftly followed Chen Di and Dongfang Ming in their pursuit of the retreating orcs, seizing the opportunity to claim victory. This conflict was a battle of annihilation, leaving no room for retreat or compromise. It was a matter of survival. Either they perished or their foes did. Only one race could endure in this world. However, not all warriors advanced alongside Chen Di and Dongfang Ming at the forefront. Some scoured the battlefield for the flesh and blood of the orc shamans. These warriors were uniformly marked by the savage beast insignia implanted by the orc shamans. In their desperate quest to rid themselves of the beastly marks upon their necks, they searched tirelessly for the flesh of the orc shamans. If the target of their magic was one slain by Dongfang Ming, they could rely on their keen eyesight to locate each fallen shaman with precision. Yet, if the shaman had fallen to Chen Di, matters became considerably more complicated. Each orc shaman killed by Chen Di was reduced to an unrecognizable state. The bodies were shattered into fragments, often no more than 20 pieces, the most gruesome becoming a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from the earth itself. In such dire circumstances, discerning the identity of the remains proved impossible. Fortunately, as warriors, their instincts were sharp. Should they fortuitously wander near the remnants of the orc shamans who had cast spells upon them, they could sense their presence. Faced with a ground strewn with remnants and flesh, this band of warriors had no choice but to close their eyes, stifling their urges to retch, as they forcibly swallowed the flesh of the fallen shamans. Compared to the prospect of transforming into mindless half-beast monstrosities, consuming a morsel of raw flesh seemed a trivial sacrifice. Yet, one could only hope that the brother who had reduced the orc race to fragments would refrain from such thoroughness in the future, as it necessitated a cumbersome search to gather and consume the remains from the ground. How inconvenient. Ugh, the stench of the orcs is truly repugnant, foul, and rank. Brother, might you have chosen an inopportune location for your meal? This is the sashimi of a rather unidentifiable part. So fragmented, it is unrecognizable. Alas, I have inadvertently consumed the wrong portion. It is unnecessary to consume shredded meat. I merely licked a couple of fragments of bone, which successfully eradicated the savage beast mark from my neck. I sincerely appreciate your reminder, my friend. Upon swallowing the diluted remnants of blood and flesh, and having fully negated the savage beast mark on my neck, these warriors merely gauged their own conditions briefly before promptly joining the fray. They pressed their advantage and relentlessly pursued the defeated foes, as the efficiency of eliminating enemies is undoubtedly highest during such pursuits. On the battlefield, the most perilous moment is not when one is surrounded by the enemy, but rather when one exposes their back to them. The orc warriors, consumed by their desire to flee, focused solely on their escape, rendering their capacity for resistance and danger significantly diminished. Most of the warriors fought for the sake of their achievements and the future of humanity, with the exception of Chen Di and Dongfang Ming, who were driven purely by a desire for rivalry, competing to see who could slay more foes more swiftly on the battlefield. This unwavering focus and resolute goal propelled their killing efficiency and charge speed to the forefront of the first echelon. Alas, Chen Di and Dongfang Ming's speed and efficiency in slaughter were astonishing, while the warriors behind them were still scavenging the remains of the orc warriors. These two had already carved a path of several hundred meters. Wherever they went, the ground was strewn with corpses, and the air was filled with cries of despair. The warriors behind, witnessing the two figures, felt a profound sense of admiration and reverence. What does it mean to be an indomitable force, capable of holding back a multitude? What does it mean for one man's strength to rival 1,000 lions? This is what it means to be a true warrior, a paragon of masculinity. The orc warriors ahead, devoid of their shaman-esque leadership, were like a disorganized rabble, lacking in cohesion. Under the relentless pursuit of Chen Di and Dongfang Ming, these orc soldiers flailed about like headless flies, utterly oblivious to their next course of action, focused solely on their desperate flight. The advance of the vanguard under Chen Di and Dongfang Ming was exceptionally rapid. While other assault teams were still entangled in fierce combat with the orc horde and struggling against the fortifications they had established, Chen Di's contingent had already breached several miles, dismantling numerous strongholds and checkpoints along the way. As the remaining assault teams continued their protracted engagements, Chen Di's forces surged forward like a battering ram, striking directly at the heart of the enemy's defenses. The commotion caused by Chen Di's advance quickly captured the attention of other human warrior units. Within the command post of the other forces, a warrior clad in civilian attire hurriedly entered the camp and called out to a young commander overseeing the operations. "Commander, I report that the Vanguard assault team at the Tingyun City Spatial Passage has successfully breached several layers of the orc defenses and has penetrated deep into the enemy's territory." The warriors within the camp, upon receiving this news, were left in a state of astonishment and bewilderment. A Vanguard team at the Tingyun City Spatial Passage? Is it true? If they were not mistaken, the warriors from Tingyun City, whether in terms of quality or quantity, were not the strongest. Furthermore, The orc tribes and warriors facing the spatial passage from Tingyun City were relatively formidable. How could they possibly have penetrated deep into the orc territory so swiftly? This notion seemed rather unrealistic. Consequently, the bespectacled youth, stationed at the command camp on the battlefield, after a brief moment of astonishment, once again inquired of the messenger, "Do not rush. Please repeat. Are the warriors from Tingyun City the ones who have breached the orc defense line?" "Indeed, that is correct. Every word I speak is the truth." Upon receiving confirmation, the youth narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next instant, an aura emanated from him, resembling ripples upon water, as his formidable mental prowess expanded like radar, radiating outward. Within his mind, he concentrated on the direction of the spatial passage at Tingyun City, where the auras of human warriors and orc warriors coalesced into distinct points. Every area traversed by the youth's mental energy and martial intent automatically formed a map within his consciousness. On this map, the human warriors were represented by vivid red dots, while the orc warriors were depicted as distinct green dots, delineated with remarkable clarity. A closer examination revealed that at a certain location of the Tingyun City spatial passage, there was indeed a squad of human warriors advancing at an astonishing speed. In stark contrast to the slower siege efforts of the other assault teams, their efficiency was akin to a spear, thrusting directly into the heart of the territory. Leading the charge were two particularly fearsome red dots, akin to deities of war. Any green dot representing an orc warrior that came into contact with them would instantaneously transform into a lifeless corpse, devoid of breath. Countless unsuspecting green dots were swiftly eliminated by these two red dots, showcasing an extraordinary efficiency, life extinguished in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of these two red dots, the assault speed of the human warrior squad was nothing short of astonishing. Upon perceiving this scene through his martial intent, the bespectacled youth immediately issued commands to the surrounding warriors. "All forces, heed my command. Gather your strength and follow me towards the direction of the spatial rift at Tingyun City. The orc defenses there have already no problem. We shall promptly assemble nearby warriors to provide support." Observing the position of the spatial passage in Tingyun City, the bespectacled youth squinted slightly. One cannot help but wonder what those two small red dots truly represent, given their formidable presence. Chapter 92. Support within the spatial secret realm inhabited by the orc tribe. The advance of the warrior team, led by Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming, was so rapid that the fortifications of the orc tribe crumbled as if made of paper, utterly incapable of halting their invasion. Gradually, the ferocity and terrifying speed of Emperor Chen's team caught the attention of the orc tribe's higher-ups. If the battlefields in other regions could be likened to a contest between boxers, with the orc warriors and human warriors clashing fiercely, then Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming were akin to wielding submachine guns, wreaking havoc in the arena, while their opponents were still attempting to land punches. Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming had already reduced them to mere riddled forms. They were simply on an entirely different level. On the other battlefields, although the human warriors held a significant advantage, they still struggled to make effective advances in a short time. Despite the orc tribe's inability to match the human warriors in sheer strength, the attackers always bore the brunt of the challenges in siege warfare. Even though the rainforest here had been largely cleared, the orc tribe, relying on the frenzied effects conjured by their shamans, as well as the resurrections of the dead and the relentless ghostly flames, remained exceedingly troublesome. These strange flames and undead armies rendered the human warriors hamstrung, making it difficult for them to unleash their full potential. A moment's carelessness could lead to being scorched by those green flames, facing a slow demise. Even warriors of the martial realm found it arduous to preserve themselves once tainted by such fire, although slaying the orc shamans would eliminate the flames and undead. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that these shamans were not only nestled among the orc warriors, but also surrounded by a multitude of colossal beasts, making close engagement nearly impossible. Despite the considerable scale of this battle, the highest combat prowess dispatched by the humans consisted of mid-tier martial realm warriors. Even those who had reached the mid-tier of the martial realm struggled to eliminate the orc shamans while shielded by so many colossal beasts. Of course, there were indeed higher-tier, more formidable warriors among the human ranks. However, for a conflict of this nature, it was unnecessary to deploy such advanced martial experts. Those with superior realms were either engaged in other more critical missions or stationed near different spatial rifts. In truth, if the current situation were to continue, the human race would ultimately secure victory. After all, the foundation and hard power of the human warriors were substantial, and their numbers and strength sufficed to contend with this war, capable of grinding down the orc tribe through sheer persistence. The victory in this war is beyond doubt. Thus, the pivotal aspect lies not in whether the human warriors will ultimately triumph, but rather in the duration required for them to secure that victory. It is crucial to ascertain the casualty ratio once victory is achieved, the number of warriors who have perished and the extent of the losses incurred. These statistics hold far greater significance. The longer the stalemate persists against the orc warriors, the more adverse the situation becomes for the human fighters. An extended duration of battle inevitably leads to increased casualty rates among the human forces. Consequently, the optimal outcome of this conflict would be for the human warriors to swiftly annihilate the orc horde while sustaining minimal losses and damage. Therefore, breaching the orc defensive lines becomes an endeavor of utmost importance. Should the human warriors fail to make headway against the orc ranks, they would inevitably be drawn into a grueling war of attrition, fraught with suffering. Conversely, if the orc defenses are breached early, the pace of the human warriors' assault would undoubtedly accelerate, significantly enhancing the speed at which the orc forces could be vanquished. Understanding this principle, the bespectacled youth was all the more astonished by the performances of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. Should this war conclude prematurely, it is indisputable that Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming would stand as the most commendable figures of this conflict. As the bespectacled youth charged toward the vanguard where Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming were stationed, the high-ranking officials of the orc faction had already sensed the threat posed by the duo, while the rest of the orc defenses remained stable. Their own ranks were in disarray, having suffered considerable losses. If those two were allowed to continue their advance alongside the assault team, the orc forces would surely be penetrated. Within the orc encampment, Sihu and the chieftain of another orc tribe convened, deliberating on matters concerning Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. We cannot allow this human contingent to advance any further, otherwise, our defensive lines will be utterly breached. If I am not mistaken, this human squad is likely the strongest assault team among their ranks. We must expend every effort to halt their advance. Following a brief discussion, Sihu and the chieftain resolved to personally intervene to thwart the offensive led by Emperor Chen's team. Sihu, accompanied by a formidable contingent of elite orc warriors, hastened toward the direction of Emperor Chun. The ranks were brimming with an astonishing number of orc shamans and colossal beasts. Most importantly, these orc elites far surpassed the capabilities of their ordinary counterparts. The reason is simple. This cadre of orc warriors had consumed a greater variety and quantity of martial elixirs. Even though these orcs may not comprehend the essence of martial arts, the potency of the elixirs undeniably augmented their combat prowess. The orc warriors led by Sisho represent the most formidable elite within the entire orc race. On the battlefield where Emperor Chen stood, as yet another orc warrior was struck by his powerful fist, the unfortunate creature's body was instantaneously obliterated, leaving a gaping hole that pierced through its chest, rendering its interior hollow. Internal organs and shattered bones, along with flesh, were violently expelled. Some of the less fortunate orc warriors found themselves impaled by the splintered shards of bone, under the relentless force of Emperor Chun. Even the scattered remnants of bone possessed a terrifying potency, far surpassing that of steel and bullets. Just as Baiyi prepared to pursue further, the previously chaotic and timid orc defense line abruptly fell silent. Those orc warriors, who had been retreating in fear, gradually ceased their trembling. With a thunderous roar echoing across the battlefield, a formidable army of orcs advanced with great pomp from the front. Chapter 93, Provocation. At that moment, as the human warriors were mercilessly striking down the beleaguered orc forces, this powerful roar instantly captured everyone's attention. Following the source of the roar, they were astounded to see a multitude of orc shamans and colossal beasts suddenly appear at the forefront of the orc line. The sheer aura emanating from this elite contingent was significantly more potent than that of the orc warriors they had previously faced. Each warrior was robust and exuded an intimidating presence, their state and oppressive force far exceeding any orc they had encountered before. Among this formidable orc army were two particularly imposing figures, whose fierce demeanor was unmistakable. One bore a deep, diagonal scar that marred his face, his visage exceedingly fearsome. With long hair cascading over his shoulders, his strength and aura eclipsing that of ordinary Orcish giants. The other orc was even more striking in appearance. He was immensely muscular, surpassing the scar-faced one in bulk, completely bald yet possessing 4 arms, creating a rather terrifying visage. The once relentless human warriors abruptly halted in their tracks. Even Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the arrival of these two chieftains of the orc tribes. What was happening? Had they inadvertently summoned the leaders of their foes? The arrival of the larger and older figures? Nevertheless, regardless of how many powerful beings and warriors emerged from the orc ranks, they would not sway Emperor Chun in the slightest. In the next moment, he seized an orc warrior by the head. In his grasp, the once robust orc appeared as fragile as a fledgling chick, flailing desperately and struggling. Let me go? Release me. Lord Sisho and the chieftain will crush you to bits. You shall await your doom. Even as Emperor Chen lifted him, the orc continued to mutter incomprehensible phrases, their language alien to the human warriors, being of the Orcish realm within the spatial rift. However, even if Emperor Chun could not comprehend the words spoken by the adversary, he was certain of one thing. This individual had certainly not uttered anything favorable. With a smile gracing his face, he firmly grasped the cranium of the orc warrior with one hand. As he spoke, Emperor Chun deftly stepped back with one foot, twisting his torso, and coiled his right arm. adopting the stance of a masterful projectile thrower. Under his influence, the orc warrior, ensnared within his grip, was wielded like a mere scrap of paper. At the moment the posture was set, a surge of vital energy coursed violently within Emperor Chun, causing his muscles to swell and contract, the veins on his body to bulge. Enhanced by the state of 8 gates duanjia, his skin appeared a vivid crimson, with formidable power coalescing within his form. The orc warrior felt an overwhelming pressure upon his skull, his eyes wide with terror. Although Emperor Chun had yet to launch him, the sheer force of his grip created an illusion that his head might implode. The pressure upon his cranium was nearing its breaking point. With a crisp crack, a distinct sound resonated against the orc's skull as the once smooth surface began to fracture under Emperor Chun's grasp. His 5 fingers pressed down like a hydraulic machine, creating a 5-fingered indentation upon the orc's skull. Realizing that his cranium was being crushed and deformed, the once fierce orc warrior transformed from a roaring beast into a weeping, frenzied prisoner. Witnessing this transformation in the orc warrior, the ranks of his comrades, who had just begun to muster confidence, fell into an eerie silence, their morale plummeting. What kind of brutality did this human warrior exhibit? With nothing but sheer wrist strength, he had obliterated the skull of an orc warrior? No. Perhaps this was merely a display of his restraint. In the distance, the 4-armed figure and the scarred face darkened upon witnessing Emperor Chen's actions. This human warrior was publicly humiliating them before an army of thousands. With this thought, an inferno of wrath surged within their hearts. This was a blatant contempt, a complete challenge to their very essence. Before they could utter any threats, Emperor Chen pivoted his body, harmonizing his movements with his horse, and swung his arm in a wide arc. A tempest arose, as the orc warrior in his grasp was hurled like a cannonball, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, racing toward the 4-armed figure at a speed surpassing sound itself. Faced with such a terrifying projectile, the 4-armed figure's pupils dilated, and he swiftly reacted by seizing a nearby orc beast and launching it toward the oncoming threat. In an instant, the orc beast he had thrown was struck by the orc warrior that Emperor Chun had flung. A peculiar sound erupted, akin to 2 bags filled with flesh colliding violently. The terrifying kinetic impact collided, causing 2 orc warriors to explode instantaneously, transforming them into a cascading shower of crimson flesh, drenching the nearby 4-armed beings in a foul, viscous rain of gore. Unfortunate orcs might have their skin pierced by scattered bone shards. Before the battle even commenced, the scarred-faced and 4-armed orcs were already tainted by a gruesome bloodbath. Chundi's actions had thoroughly incensed the 4-armed orcs and the scarred-faced leader, pushing them to the brink of madness. Their blood-soaked faces twisted in rage, and had their glares possessed the power to kill, Chundi would have been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths by now. Advance the entire army. Priests, prepare your incantations, break through the front lines. Kill. Whoever brings me the head of that red-haired human warrior will be rewarded with fertile lands and 10 beautiful maidens. Kill. Annihilate them completely. Eliminate that red-haired human warrior. At any cost. I demand his life. With a chorus of furious roars, all the orc warriors bellowed in unison, and the orc priests immediately began their incantations as the entire army surged forward. Faced with the approaching horde, Chundi bore a smile, devoid of fear. Come. It is high time we fought with fervor. Chapter 94, The Chieftain. Observing Chundi, who stood resolute and undeterred, Dongfang Ming could not help but raise an eyebrow. What a bold lad, indeed audacious and unruly. This aura of dominance seems ingrained in his very being. How fascinating. As he watched Chundi, whose vitality surged and whose fighting spirit soared to the heavens, Dongfang Ming felt a growing anticipation. Once this battle against the orcs concluded, he would surely seek to measure his strength against Chundi. How many years had it been since he encountered such a challenging warrior? Especially since his own cultivation had stagnated? In response to Chundi's provocation, countless orcs took their stances and charged at the human warriors. Numerous orc priests, positioned behind the orc ranks, began to exert their influence. The corpses that had previously fallen at the hands of the human warriors began to stir. Countless fragmented bodies and bones gradually fused together, slowly forming a new army of the undead. A multitude of ghostly green flames ignited once more, further cleaving the battlefield. Fueled by ferocity, the morale of the orc warriors surged, bolstered by the formidable orc beasts serving as tanks and shields at the front lines. Under the command and support of the 4-armed orcs and the scarred-faced leader, the human warriors found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The overwhelming presence of orc beasts pushed most human warriors back, forcing them to retreat. Yet, Chundi and Dongfang Ming stood apart from this retreat. Even when faced with the enhanced orc forces, their combat prowess remained terrifyingly formidable. Chundi stood at the forefront, a lone bulwark against the tide of foes. Ordinary orc warriors rarely survived a breath in his presence, often reduced to mere remnants. Even the upgraded orc beasts faltered against him, unable to withstand more than a few exchanges. Though these colossal beasts are indeed massive, they are but mere playthings in the hands of Emperor Chun. Each giant beast belonging to the Orcish race, when struck by the Emperor, often crushes an entire line of orc warriors, delivering a truly devastating blow to my comrades. The force of Emperor Chen's attacks is not only immense, but also extraordinarily swift. With the opening of the Ghost Black and 8 Gates of Duanjia, the physical strength and defensive capabilities of Emperor Chen are astonishingly formidable. The orc warriors frequently wield stone weapons. While these implements may appear to be merely shards of rock, they are far from ordinary. These stone fragments, chosen through extensive selection by the Orcish race, are comprised of a material known as steel rock. Although these stones may not boast an impressive exterior, their hardness surpasses that of steel. Aside from a slightly higher brittleness, the advantages of these stone weapons nearly all outshine those of steel. They resist rust, show minimal wear, and even the issue of blunting is virtually non-existent. Yet, despite the prowess of such weapons, when they strike Emperor Chen's form, they fail to penetrate even his skin. The resilient steel rock either achieves little or is shattered into fragments, completely collapsing under the impact. From the crown of his head to the base of his spine, a single axe swing cleaves cleanly through, without hesitation or resistance. Meanwhile, the battle on Dongfang Ming's front is equally fierce, albeit one-sided in its intensity. A solitary figure mowing down foes with unmatched prowess. Although Dongfang Ming's combat style lacks the bloodiness and brutality of Emperor Chen, his efficiency in slaughter is no less remarkable. With every flicker of his form, numerous orc warriors fall silently to the ground. Wherever Dongfang Ming treads, a carpet of lifeless bodies sprawls about, strewn haphazardly as though laid down intentionally. These corpses, almost all struck in vital areas, succumb to fatal blows that pierce through flesh. If Emperor Chen is the battlefield's tyrant, a demon of chaos who slaughters gods and Buddha alike, then Dongfang Ming embodies a silent reaper, weaving through the crowd with his weapon, quietly harvesting lives without a sound. The ferocity of their combat prowess is such that even the ordinary orc warriors, let alone the giant beasts and the undead legions, cannot impede their advance. Moreover, the objectives of both Emperor Chen and Du in that moment, a flicker of regret ignited within the heart of the four-armed orc. Had he not been lured by the allure of those elixirs, perhaps his kind would not have to endure this cataclysmic battle for survival. Alas, the temptation of those potions proved insurmountable. The counterattack and vengeance from the human race came forth with such ferocity and swiftness that it left them gasping for breath. Had they known the terrifying and ruthless nature of the beings beyond the rift, he would never have allowed the pursuit of these potions to incite such a conflict. But now it was too late. In this war, it was either their demise or his. Overthinking bore no fruit. The four-armed orc forcefully extinguished his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the scarred face beside him. At that very moment, the scarred face happened to turn towards him as well. In their mutual gaze, both discerned a glimmer of resolve reflected in each other's eyes. After this silent exchange, they spoke not a word but rose to their feet, seizing their weapons, and unleashed a furious roar towards the direction of Emperor Chen and Dongfang Ming. The deafening roar reverberated throughout the arena, and the next instant, the four-armed orc and the scarred face surged forth, racing towards their targets. The two chieftains were determined to eradicate these monumental threats. Should Emperor Chen and Dongfang Ming continue their slaughter, the orc army would inevitably be overwhelmed. Upon witnessing the approach of the four-armed orc and the scarred face, Emperor Chen and Dongfang Ming, situated within the orc ranks, were not taken aback. Rather, they were invigorated, their battle spirits soaring. So, these two are the mightiest chieftains of the orc tribe? Let the battle commence. Chapter 95, The Showdown. The two chieftains of the orc clan charged towards Emperor Chen and Dongfang Ming, with the four-armed orc facing Emperor Chen, while the scarred face confronted Dongfang Ming. As the colossal beasts charged, the orc warriors parted to create a wide path for their chieftains. Observing the furious four-armed orc, wielding a stone spear and hurtling towards him, Emperor Chen stood resolutely, muscles taut, devoid of any fear. This contemptuous demeanor only fueled the rage of the four-armed orc, whose expression grew increasingly ferocious. How dare he remain stationary in the face of my full-throttle assault? Such insolence! In his fury, veins protruded from the smooth expanse of the orc's forehead, as if ready to burst at any moment. As he charged, the long spear rapidly approached Emperor Chen. The speed of his onslaught, coupled with the sheer force of his wrath, made the stone spear a manifestation of his utmost power. The four-armed orc was confident that even a solid iron door could not withstand his strike. He would drive the spear deep into it, right to the hilt. Just as the steel-tipped spear was about to collide with Emperor Chen's face, Chen's right arm shot up with precision, gripping the spear with unwavering accuracy. The steel point met the palm of Chun's hand, and the immense force generated a shower of sparks between them. A cacophony reminiscent of metal clashing resounded from the palm of Chen Di, piercingly sharp. A tremendous force surged forth, and with merely a single step, Chen Di carved 2 shallow trenches into the ground, resolutely receiving the thrust of the long spear wielded by the four-armed warrior. Witnessing this spectacle, The surrounding human martial artists and the orc warriors were struck with utter disbelief. When the battle among the four commenced, the entire battlefield, aside from Chen Di, Dongfang Ming, the scarred face, and the four-armed warrior, saw nearly all other fighters cease their skirmishes. Thus, at that moment, all eyes on the battlefield were fixated upon the four of them, as the strongest forces representing the human martial artists and the most powerful chieftains of the orc tribe. The clash among these four would undoubtedly sway the course of the battle ahead, as Chun Di effortlessly caught the spear's tip with his bare hands. Neutralizing the thrust of the four-armed warrior with nonchalance, the human martial artists erupted in cheers and fervor. Truly, Chun Di was remarkable, his prowess was astounding. Meanwhile, the orc side fell into a hushed silence, their morale significantly diminished. Faced with Chun Di, who held the spear in one hand, the four-armed warrior was filled with dread. The strength and physical resilience of this being far surpassed his imagination. The notion of receiving the thrust of his spear with bare hands was something he had never even contemplated. Despite their lack of a dedicated cultivation system like that of the humans, the orc race was endowed with inherently tough and resilient physiques. Their formidable vitality and robust builds allowed them to contend with human martial artists through sheer brute force. However, while their physical strength was considerable, it bore a conspicuous limitation. No matter how strong their bodies were, they remained within certain bounds. Lacking extraordinary enhancements, the lethality derived solely from their physical might fell short in comparison. Chun Di, however, not only matched them in physical strength, but was also augmented by his unique system abilities and martial prowess. The indestructible body, the dragon Elephant Prajna technique, along with the ghostly back and the 8 gates of Duanjia, acted as catalysts, transforming Chun Di's already extraordinary physical power into an unparalleled combat capability. Although the four-armed warrior was formidable, he paled in comparison to the current Chun Di. Feeling the immense force transmitted through his arms, the four-armed warrior's gaze narrowed. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The spear tip, forged of steel, was gripped firmly in Chun Di's hand, unyielding. No matter how much force the four-armed warrior exerted, he could not dislodge it. Observing the cold sweat trickling down the four-armed warrior's face, Chun Di couldn't help but express his disappointment. Is this all the strength you possess? With 4 arms, your might is rather lacking. Though the four-armed warrior could not comprehend Chun Di's words, he could distinctly sense the mockery directed at him. Before the anger of the 4 arms could erupt, Emperor Chen's palms suddenly exerted force, veins bulging. In the astonished gaze of the 4 arms, his body was slowly lifted. At this moment, Emperor Chen, with a single hand gripping the tip of the spear, utilized the strength in his wrist to elevate the forcefully wielded spear of the 4 arms. At this point, Emperor Chen's arm was suspended, his body relying on almost no leverage. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. As seasoned martial artists, they understood better than anyone the sheer difficulty of lifting the 4 arms solely with wrist strength. Considering the size and weight of the 4 arms, it was akin to hoisting several tanks combined. Not only did he lift him into the air using only wrist strength, but his arms remained steady, unwavering. I cannot fathom the colossal strength possessed by this scholar of Chun. Hiss, let alone lifting him with one hand using just wrist strength. I would struggle to lift that fellow at all. Meanwhile, on the side of the beastmen, their priests, upon seeing their leader at a disadvantage, wasted no time in beginning their incantations. Amidst the chaotic dance of spirits, countless enhancements surged towards the 4 arms. These elder priests understood well that if even the 4 arms were to be defeated by Emperor Chun, the war would effectively conclude prematurely. Once morale faltered, the spirit of the entire beastmen would crumble. Even disregarding martial ethics, they felt compelled to assist the 4 arms. With the aid of these elder priests, torrents of frenzied energy rained upon him. It was uncertain whether the madness targeted solely the 4 arms and the scarred face, but upon receiving the priest's enhancements, the 2 beastmen leaders underwent a more intense transformation, their might becoming ever more terrifying. Layers upon layers of violent power coalesced, causing the 4 arms muscles to swell, veins to protrude, and his eyes to blaze red. A fierce and bloodthirsty aura emanated from him in an unending torrent. Compared to the beginning, the 4 arms now exuded a significantly heightened aura and menace. Seeing the 4 arms, gripping the spear with both hands and resembling a madman, a sinister smile crept across Emperor Chen's face. With blood and vitality surging, he brought the spear down forcefully towards the ground. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the 4 arms body was driven into the earth before him. In an instant as emotion swirled, Emperor Chen once again unleashed his formidable strength, forcefully swinging the tip of his steel spear. The tremendous power lifted the spear, along with the 4-armed warrior, and brought it crashing down onto the ground once more. The terrifying force distorted the spear shaft itself. A deafening sound erupted, raising clouds of dust and causing the earth to tremble violently. The nearby orc warriors and human fighters could distinctly feel the tremors beneath their feet. Repeating his previous technique, the 4-armed warrior was again driven into the ground. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, the warrior seemed dazed. Observing the four-armed leader, who stubbornly clung to the spear, Emperor Qin found the encounter rather tedious. Engaging with this orc was indeed an exceedingly dull affair. Just as he was preparing to exert force again to swing the warrior up, the four-armed combatant, who had previously refused to let go, suddenly sprang into action. Abandoning the steel spear, he moved with agility and remarkable speed. This sudden burst of energy was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the warrior ensnared Emperor Qin, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, his other two arms swiftly drew two steel axes from behind him, striking without hesitation, one aimed at Emperor Qin's face and the other at his heart, delivering a direct assault. The velocity was breathtaking, the movements decisive, the targets clear. Leaving spectators in awe, the previous clumsiness had vanished entirely. Had the four-armed warrior merely been feigning weakness during those two earlier strikes? The dramatic scene left those present momentarily stunned. This orc, possessing remarkable intelligence, had clearly devised a clever strategy. Knowing he stood no chance against Emperor Qin in a direct confrontation. Instead, he sought to catch the Emperor off guard for a lethal blow. As the dual axes descended toward him, Emperor Qin stood tall, his back adorned with a fearsome visage. The four-armed warrior, feeling the immobility of Qin's body, began to doubt. Could it be that this opponent had resigned himself to defeat? In the blink of an eye, the axes descended upon Qin's heart and face. When the stone axes collided with his body, a resounding chime echoed forth. To the warrior's astonishment, neither axe inflicted any harm upon the emperor. The recoil from Qin was terrifying, causing the warrior's hands to crack and leaving him weak, unable to exert strength. As he gazed upon the colossal beast before him, Emperor Qin wore a smile, deftly lifting the steel spear from the ground with a single foot and grasping it firmly in his hand. He aimed directly at the heart of the creature, known as Four Hands, and thrust the spear forward. For Hands, attempting to intercept the incoming spear, found himself rendered powerless and unable to halt its advance. Under the force of Emperor Qin's swing, the spear surged through the air with a velocity surpassing that of a bullet by a considerable margin. The terrifying might, combined with the spear's penetrating power, drove it straight into the heart. Regardless of how thick and resilient Four Hands' flesh was, it could not withstand the onslaught of this formidable thrust. As the agonizing sensation of suffocating pain gripped his heart, Four Hands felt his head grow dizzy, and darkness enveloped his vision. With the spear embedded in Four Hands' heart, Emperor Qin exerted force with one arm, lifting the entire body of the beast effortlessly. Holding the spear aloft with one hand, he raised it towards the heavens. At the tip of the spear dangled Four Hands, one of the mightiest of the orc tribe, on the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, the orc warriors present fell into a stunned silence, an unspoken dread gradually permeating their ranks. The overwhelming sense of terror that accompanied the sight of their leader impaled upon the spear was beyond description. In that moment, the morale of the entire orc tribe began to crumble. In stark contrast, the warriors of the human race erupted into fervent roars upon seeing Emperor Qin elevate Four Hands into the air. Their excitement surged, their spirits soared, and their fighting intent became palpable. Qin Zhuangyuan, Qin Zhuangyuan. The battle cries rang out in a synchronized and aggressive chorus among the human warriors, celebrating Emperor Qin's triumph. Just then, a substantial reinforcement unit arrived from behind the human warriors. This contingent was evidently composed of elite troops. Leading them was the bespectacled youth who had previously commanded from the military camp. As this squadron arrived, they happened to witness the moment when Emperor Qin lifted the orc leader into the air. Taken aback by the sight, the reinforcements were momentarily dumbfounded. Who is this? How incredibly fierce, they marveled. Qin Zhuangyuan? Could it possibly be the one who secured the top position in this year's global martial arts examination? Chapter 97. The 8 Gates of Duanjia, Ghosts and Whales. Upon recognizing Emperor Qin's identity, the reinforcement squad was instantly filled with astonishment. As martial artists, they had closely followed the global martial arts examination each year. Particularly, the videos showcasing the champion of the global martial arts examination were widely circulated and scrutinized. For those martial artists who had yet to reach the realm of martial arts mastery, the battle videos of the global champion were invaluable treasures. A candidate capable of claiming the title of global martial arts champion undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelons of martial prowess within the body refinement stage. Even merely observing the combat videos of such a contender could yield significant insights and inspirations. Moreover, nearly every year, the champions of the global martial arts examinations possess a future that shines brightly. And it is entirely possible that one day they may ascend to become one's superior or even a renowned master of martial arts. Indeed, that red-haired man bears an uncanny resemblance to the champion Qin Di featured in the global martial arts examination videos. No, I dare say that the Qin Di in reality appears even more robust, instilling a greater sense of intimidation within me. Furthermore, has not Qin Di's martial realm already surpassed the body refinement stage? As a seasoned warrior at the 9th level of body refinement, I find myself utterly unable to decipher his martial prowess. The same sentiment echoed in the thoughts of the bespectacled youth, who, upon overhearing the discussions among the martial artists behind him, regarded the venerable Chen Di, who stood amidst the battlefield, admired by the masses, with a hint of astonishment. Earlier, while traversing the path, he had been quite intrigued by those two small red dots, only to discover that one of them belonged to this year's global martial arts champion. The weight of such an identity instantly rendered Chen Di's presence remarkably radiant. Truly, as the champion of the global martial arts examination, he is formidable, a veritable paragon of merit. On the battlefield, Chen Di wielded his firearm with one hand and, with a casual flick, sent 4 weapons soaring into the air. Turning to the still engaged Dongfang Ming with a playful smile, "Old Dongfang, why are you so slow? I have already concluded my bout. Why are you still fighting?" The old fellow, despite his rejuvenated physique, seemed to have lost some of his reflexes and striking power. At the moment of Chen Di's jibe, Dongfang Ming was locked in a decisive confrontation with the scar-faced adversary. Though the scar-faced one's attacks were powerful and appeared ferocious, they failed to inflict any harm upon Dongfang Ming, who remained unscathed. Upon hearing Chen Di's taunt, Dongfang Ming's beard bristled with indignation. "Damn it, you impudent whelp. What are you gloating about?" In that instant, Dongfang Ming seized upon a flaw in the scar-faced opponent's defense, swiftly pinning the weapon to the ground with a decisive kick, rendering it immobile. Realizing the sudden predicament, the scar-faced man was struck with alarm. This was dire. In the next heartbeat, before he could react, Dongfang Ming's staff lunged toward his heart with lethal precision. With that single strike, the scar-faced man's heart was pierced, a gaping wound appearing through his back in an instant. This transpired in less than 3 seconds following Chen Di's mockery. In fact, Dongfang Ming's resolution of the scar-faced foe lagged behind Chen Di's by merely a few seconds. Observing the simultaneous defeat of their 2 clan leaders, the warriors of the opposing Beastman tribe felt a chill in their hearts. It was over. Their leaders had been vanquished. How could they continue this battle? Not only the warriors, but the elder shamans of the Beastman tribe were engulfed in panic. Having lived for so many years, they understood better than anyone the grave consequences of the demise of these 2 leaders. The fallen were not merely 2 clan leaders. They represented the entirety of their tribe and its future. At this moment, all the orc priests exchanged glances, as if they had reached a profound resolution. Subsequently, they resumed their ceremonial dance. However, this time, their bodies were visibly aging at an alarming rate. The already weary faces of the orc priests became increasingly stooped and emaciated as the dance progressed, with wrinkles accumulating upon their skin and their once vibrant hair turning gray and brittle, falling away strand by strand. Within mere moments of dancing, nearly half of the orc priests succumbed to the ravages of age, perishing on the spot. Simultaneously, as the orc priests danced, the bodies of the 4-handed creature and the scarred face, which had been pierced through the heart by Bai Yi and Dongfang Ming, began to undergo extraordinary transformations. Countless black veins emerged from their spines, spreading across their bodies like creeping vines. Their once fading life force slowly began to rejuvenate, exuding a vigor that surpassed their former selves. Observing the sensations transmitted through the tip of his spear, Emperor Chen raised an eyebrow. Were they attempting to resurrect them? Under the influence of the priest's dance, the previously lifeless 4-handed creature suddenly moved its arms, twisting and freeing itself from the tip of Emperor Chen's spear. The creature, now adorned with black markings, emanated a more formidable presence. Witnessing the revival of the 4-handed leader, the once despondent orc tribe began to kindle a flicker of hope anew. Could the resurrected, more powerful 4-handed leader truly turn the tide of battle? The excitement was palpable not only among the orc tribe, but also among the human warriors, who gazed in astonishment. Compared to Emperor Chen and the 4-handed creature, their emotions surged even more fervently. As they beheld the rejuvenated 4-handed being, a cruel glint shone in Emperor Chen's eyes. "If piercing the heart could not slay you, then I shall utterly shatter your form." With that declaration, Emperor Chen's vitality surged, propelling him skyward. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could sense the overwhelming force of his life essence, terrifying in its intensity. As his voice resonated, the muscles on his back swelled, transforming him into a formidable demon. The full release of the 8 gates of Duanjia caused his veins to bulge, a vivid crimson against his skin. The sheer ferocity of his aura made the surrounding air grow tense and oppressive. In this state, Emperor Chen resembled an ancient beast of terror, radiating an extraordinarily perilous presence. Both human warriors and orc fighters alike were overwhelmed by his might, breaking into cold sweats and trembling at the knees. What a domineering force this was! As the 4-handed creature charged forward, Emperor Chen spread his arms wide, the visage of the demon behind him contorting and swelling ominously. At the moment the creature approached, Emperor Chen's hands came together with great precision, striking directly at the creature's brain. The speed at which Emperor Chen merged his arms left the nearby human warriors and orc warriors nearly incapable of perceiving his movements. His unparalleled strength unleashed a hurricane strong enough to slice through skin. The moment his palms came together, A crisp sound resonated through the air, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting open. In the astonished gaze of the surrounding human and orc warriors, the tattooed four-armed being, newly empowered and revived, had his skull shattered by Emperor Chun in an instant. The destruction of his head was so complete that it shattered into fragments, littering the ground with red and white remnants. This strike from Emperor Chun was executed with such decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. Witnessing this incredible scene, all present fell into an eerie silence. Simultaneously, as Emperor Chun dispatched the four-armed creature, Dongfang Ming also managed to eliminate the scarred-faced opponent. However, in contrast to Emperor Chun's explosive decapitation, Dongfang Ming merely created a small hole in his adversary's head, rendering the impact of his action far less striking. In this 2-on-2 confrontation, the orc warriors faced a resounding defeat, and their strongest fighters fell, even after utilizing resurrection coins and external enhancements. The defeat was so absolute, so unyielding, that they offered little to no resistance at all. In the face of such a crushing victory, both sides found themselves momentarily stunned. The human warriors murmured, "Is this it? After resurrection, this is their performance? How can we lose to this?" Meanwhile, the orc warriors lamented, "Is this it? Why did their revival last even shorter than the first time? Our leader has already perished. How can we continue to fight?" Observing this scene, the morale of the human warriors soared to unprecedented heights as they climbed toward an even greater pinnacle. In stark contrast, the morale of the orc army plummeted into despair. At this moment, their emotions could only be described as hopelessness. The two strongest orc chieftains had fallen, and the ancient priests, in their desperate efforts to save them, had nearly exhausted their own life force, nearly burying themselves in despair. On the other hand, the human warriors, led by the seemingly godlike figures of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming, were a force that the orcs could hardly contend with. Facing such formidable opponents, the orcs had no means to challenge the human warriors. Before the orc warriors could stabilize their thoughts, Emperor Chun surged forward like a demonic figure, crashing against their defenses with sheer physical might, cutting through their ranks. Upon witnessing Emperor Chun's charge, the human warriors behind him erupted with fervor, rallying to join him in the assault. "Brothers, follow Chen Zhuangyuan. Let us leave no trace of them. Kill. Let these orc scoundrels witness the valor of our human warriors. Those who offend our kind shall meet their end, no matter the distance." At that moment, the elite squad led by the bespectacled youth finally reached the front lines of the battlefield. As he gazed upon the unstoppable human warrior forces ahead, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. The Emperor Chun, alongside a middle-aged man clad in shorts, exhibited a terrifying prowess that was almost beyond comprehension. Merely at the threshold of martial arts, they wielded an astonishing strength that was utterly absurd. With little time for contemplation, the bespectacled youth swiftly commanded the warriors behind him to join the fray, with Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming leading the charge. And the Orcish warriors already demoralized by the earlier display of power, the reinforcements brought by the bespectacled youth propelled the human warriors forward with an unstoppable momentum. Like a divine force, they swept through the battlefield, striking directly at the heart of the enemy. Observing the overall situation on the battlefield, it was evident that the team led by Emperor Chun resembled a lethal dagger piercing the heart. While other battlegrounds were still engaged in arduous siege warfare, Emperor Chen's group was already racing toward the enemy's stronghold. The Orcish warriors in other regions soon learned from their scouts that their homeland was under imminent threat. Upon receiving this news, those warriors still engaged in skirmishes with the human fighters were left in utter shock. However, the speed of information transfer among the humans was markedly swifter than that of the Orcish scouts. Long before the bespectacled youth arrived to support Emperor Chun, he had issued a resolute command to the human warriors on other fronts. They must do everything within their power to hold back the Orcish warriors. If the enemy retreats, they would strike. If the enemy pursued, they would flee. Should the human warriors breach the tribal center, even if they managed to hold their lines, annihilation would be inevitable. What had caused such a rapid breach in their defenses? Moreover, did they not have the four-armed chieftain and the scar-faced chieftain on their side? Were even those two leaders incapable of halting the advance? These questions loomed in their minds, leading them toward conclusions they were most reluctant to accept. The prolonged conflict, coupled with the urgency to reach their homeland, left the Orcish warriors increasingly fatigued. They could only hope that their homeland's defenses had not been too severely compromised. After a lengthy journey, the Orcish soldiers from the other defensive lines finally arrived at the threshold of their homeland. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a sight that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The corpses of a four-armed orc warrior and a scar-faced orc, dangling from the highest point of the tribal gate, swaying in the wind. Chapter 99, Victory. As they hurried to reinforce their lines, the defenses of their homeland had already been breached by the human warriors. Under the leadership of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming, they surged forward like a relentless tide. Without the four-armed chieftain and scar-faced chieftain, and with most of the Orcish shamans having aged and perished, the remaining Orcish warriors found themselves utterly powerless to resist. The combination of spiritual despair and a stark disparity in strength led to the Orcish defeat, as they were relentlessly pursued back to their homeland. Even though the Orc warriors stationed at the other fronts have arrived here, it is evident that they are too late. Within the Orc tribes, defeat has already taken root. Gazing upon this incredulous scene, the Orc warriors, who have endured countless hardships to reach this place, were expressions of shock. As a wave of silent terror surges from their hearts, they have not only lost their homeland, but have also seen their leaders, the four-handed chief and the scarred-faced chief, fall. How shall we proceed with this battle? In the eyes of these Orc warriors, the four-handed chief and the scarred-faced chief embody not merely the most formidable combat strength of their kind, but also serve as the pillars of their spirit and faith. As long as the four-handed and the scarred-faced remain alive, they would never easily choose to surrender, fighting to the bitter end. Yet now, they have not only lost their tribe and home, but also witnessed the collapse of their beliefs and spirit. This horrifying blow has rendered nearly all the Orc warriors momentarily paralyzed with fear. It is not only the ordinary Orc warriors who are affected, even the seasoned elder shamans, well-versed in the ways of the world, tremble and gaze blankly, their minds a void upon witnessing the scene before them. Today, the Orc race faces annihilation. Despair is the sole thought that occupies their minds. As the reinforcements of the Orc warriors arrived, they were immediately surrounded by the army of human martial artists, who swiftly closed in. Among the ranks of the human martial artists, the figures of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming prominently led the front lines. Confronted by the encroaching human warriors, the Orc fighters are filled with trepidation, their courage and fighting spirit dissipating almost entirely. They are evidently still reeling from the recent devastation. Brothers, let us strike. Leave no trace of them behind. The human martial artists roared with terrifying ferocity upon their arrival, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the Orc warriors. These Orc fighters, who had traversed great distances to reach this point, are already exhausted and in a state of disarray. Coupled with the traumatic sight of their chief's corpse hanging at the city gate, their morale has crumbled. The dual torment of physical and mental anguish has significantly diminished their combat efficacy, barely allowing them to muster half of their strength. In contrast, the human martial artists, despite having endured numerous battles, retain their peak vitality, their morale soaring and fighting spirit unyielding. In this heightened state, the prowess of the human martial artists not only remains intact, but has grown even more formidable. In this comparison of strengths, the advantage lies unequivocally with the human warriors. As the battle commenced, the Orc warriors were quickly overwhelmed, unable to lift their heads in defiance. Before long, the conflict transformed into a one-sided massacre, with the human martial artists dominating the field. The reason is simple. With the formidable presence of the war gods, Chun Di and Dongfang Ming, leading the charge, the demoralized Orc warriors were akin to a field of chives awaiting harvest. Even at their zenith, the Orc warriors were no match for the combined might of these two. What chance did they stand in their current state? In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries as countless Orc warriors fell amidst pools of blood, struck down by the martial prowess of humanity. Observing the lopsided battle, the few remaining Orc priests in this squad wore expressions of utmost anxiety. They hastily intensified their ritualistic dances, hoping to instill a frenzy within the Orc warriors. Yet, alas, the tide of fate had turned against the Orc clan. No matter how fervently they danced, attempting to revive their fallen brethren, it proved futile. The pace at which the Orc warriors succumbed to the ground far exceeded their casting speed. In the blink of an eye, the Orc support squad was decimated. Witnessing the horrific scene around him, the last surviving Orc priest, drenched in blood and gore, gazed upon the distant figures of the four-armed and scarred face hanging from the city walls, overwhelmed by a tide of regret. Had they known the terrifying and ruthless nature of the human warriors beyond the rift, they would not have been so arrogant and overbearing. Following this battle, their Orc tribe would likely face complete annihilation. The human warriors arrived with the intent to eradicate every last vestige of their kind. While this Orc priest was still lost in thought, Chun Di suddenly charged from the distance, inadvertently colliding with him. In an instant, the ancient Orc priest was shattered into pieces. Under Chun Di's relentless assault, the Orc forces were cleaved through, creating a gruesome path of destruction. Such a stark disparity in combat prowess led to the rapid demise of the Orc warriors. The battle continued, and in a matter of moments, the Orc support squad was entirely wiped out. The outcome of this war had all but been sealed. The Orc side faced utter defeat, thoroughly and completely. With the deaths of the four-armed and scarred face, and the total invasion of their ancestral lands, the remaining Orc warriors on the front lines became like grass without roots, destined for complete extermination. Surrounded, and with their once impregnable rear lines breached, they would face battles ahead devoid of support or supplies. Those Orc warriors who had endured great hardships to arrive here would meet their end, trapped in these despairing scenes. With the situation firmly established, the conflict dragged on for approximately 2 more days. When the last Orc warrior was executed by the human martial artists, the campaign to eradicate the Orc race was conclusively at an end. Chapter 100, Promise. In the aftermath of the war, the scattered human warriors congregated amidst the desolate battlefield, reveling in jubilant cheers and exultations. Victory. We, the human race, have triumphed. This is essential. How could we, the human warriors, possibly be defeated by mere orcs? The total number of those orcish beings barely exceeds 800,000. How does that compare to our human race? They are but insignificant minions, and among them, the strongest possess merely the strength of the martial realm. Is it not inevitable that we shall emerge victorious? Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, we owe our gratitude to Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. Were it not for them, it is truly uncertain how long this battle would have continued. Indeed, as they spoke, the gazes of the warriors turned toward Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. The sheer combat prowess displayed by these two during the battle assured them that their futures would be limitless, destined for renown across the lands. It is exceptionally rare to find individuals with such strength upon entering the martial realm, and to have two such prodigies emerge in a single conflict is indeed extraordinary. While the crowd continued to cheer and celebrate, a voice suddenly arose from within the throng. Ahem, everyone, the battle has concluded. Allow me to explain the subsequent procedures. At the sound of this voice, all eyes quickly turned in its direction. To their astonishment, they discovered that the speaker was none other than the bespectacled youth standing amidst the crowd. Upon noticing the audience's reaction, the youth smiled and addressed them. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to all the warriors for responding to the call of the Martial Alliance and participating in this campaign. The conclusion of this war has occurred far more swiftly than we had anticipated. Furthermore, our casualty and damage rates have been significantly lower than expected. It is no exaggeration to declare this a resounding victory for our human race. Following this battle, we will bestow rewards upon those warriors who distinguished themselves during the conflict. Of course, I trust you are already aware of the remarkable performances of certain individuals. As the bespectacled youth spoke, the warriors present could not help but direct their attention toward the direction of Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. Moreover, after this battle, everyone may submit the collected orc finger bones to the nearest branch of the Martial Alliance, converting these bones into merit to exchange for various items. Those warriors who sustained injuries during the conflict may present their credentials at nearby hospitals to receive medical and elixir subsidies. As for those who perished on the battlefield, their families or designated heirs will receive a substantial compensation package. Upon hearing the words of the bespectacled youth, the warriors in attendance erupted once more in exuberant celebration. Naturally, most were elated with the outcome of the war. Yet, a few warriors who had lost comrades and companions stood still, enveloped in sorrow. The harsh realities of war do not discriminate. However, compared to the annihilated orc race, the losses suffered by our humankind are negligible. Some warriors, accompanied by their companions, cheered as they made their way towards the void beyond the spatial rift, carrying a substantial collection of orc finger bones on their backs. Some supported their injured comrades, sharing laughter and camaraderie. In light of their injuries, their bountiful haul was undeniably significant. After all, the merit points from the Martial Alliance were exceedingly valuable. Following the words of the bespectacled youth, Chen Di and Dongfang Ming each donned an oversized backpack as they prepared to venture beyond the spatial rift. Their packs were bulging, filled entirely with the small finger bones of the orc race. As the fiercest warriors in this conflict, they had amassed a considerable collection of orc finger bones. By the later stages of the battle, the orc warriors had been thoroughly decimated, and as the practitioners who had claimed the most kills, Chen Di and Dongfang Ming could gather as many finger bones as they desired, with no one daring to contest their bounty. Their remarkable performances were well recognized, leaving no room for complaints. Had it not been for these two formidable warriors aiding in their escape, the war would not have concluded so swiftly. Moreover, rather than contesting for the finger bones, numerous warriors willingly assisted Chen Di and Dongfang Ming in gathering them. Most of these individuals were either of lesser individual strength or had sustained injuries. While they could not showcase formidable prowess on the battlefield, they diligently followed behind to collect the orc finger bones. With the support of these willing allies, even without specifically seeking out the bones, Chen Di and Dongfang Ming amassed a considerable haul, filling a large sack. As they advanced towards the spatial rift, they engaged in conversation. Old man Dongfang, our martial realms are now evenly matched. It is the perfect time for a duel between us, Chen Di declared. Surely you would not refuse my challenge. Given the pace of my martial progress, if you do not accept soon, you may never have the chance to challenge me again. My martial realm will soar like a meteor, advancing relentlessly until you can no longer keep pace. Upon hearing Chen Di's words, Dongfang Ming's nostrils flared with indignation. Youngster, what audacity you have. Back in my day, I commenced my martial training in middle age, and within a year, I ascended to the 9th stage of body refinement. With a night of dedication and insight, I soared 3 stages in one go. At this point, Dongfang Ming's expression began to return to normal. Yet, before he could respond further, Chen Di interjected, enough of this chatter, old man. Will you accept a true duel between men? If you fear, then decline. After all, My speed and efficiency in slaying foes during this battle far surpass yours. I was even the first to eliminate the four-handed orc. Upon hearing Chindi's taunts, Dongfang Ming felt a surge of blood rise to his face, his complexion taking on a reddish hue. Had such sarcasm come from another, he likely would have dismissed it. But directed at him, the provocation struck a nerve. His formidable strength and unwavering confidence endowed him with a lofty position from which he could disdain others. However, the one who ridiculed him was none other than Emperor Chun. This individual was not only the champion of this year's global martial arts examination, but also a top-tier expert whose prowess could rival his own. Under the relentless challenges posed by Emperor Chun, Dongfang Ming could no longer suppress the surging battle fervor within him and acquiesced to Chen's request. Since that is the case, allow me to teach you a lesson about the vastness of heaven and earth. Chapter 101, The Invitation. Very well, I shall remember your words. A promise is a promise. So do not renege on it. Without further ado, they decided to leave this realm and proceed directly to the Martial Arts Academy for their duel. How about it? Dongfang Ming responded without hesitation. Agreed. A promise is a promise. Seeing Dongfang Ming's immediate acceptance, a smirk appeared on Chen's lips. He had already contemplated the venue for their contest, a fighting arena under his name. Prior to the match, he planned to promote it extensively. The rivalry between two martial realm powerhouses within Tingyun City would undoubtedly generate significant buzz and notoriety. Since they were destined to compete, he might as well seize this opportunity to advertise his academy, making the most of the situation, regardless of the outcome of the battle. Chen was certain that his academy would emerge as the most renowned and powerful establishment in Tingyun City thereafter. In Tingyun City, encounters between martial realm experts were rare. Even those at the martial realm level were difficult to come by. The strongest fighters in the city typically resided at the 9th stage of body refinement or peak body refinement levels. Chun, now having reached the martial realm, was no longer merely a minor practitioner in the context of Tingyun City. Just as Chun and Dongfang Ming were preparing to depart after finalizing their duel, a bespectacled youth behind them suddenly called out, "Hey, you two over there. Please don't rush off. Champion Chun and Elder Dongfang, kindly wait a moment." Upon hearing the call from behind, both Chun and Dongfang Ming turned to look. The bespectacled youth was hurrying towards them, waving his hands in greeting. Chun and Dongfang Ming exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this guy? Is this little-eyed fellow your acquaintance? Neither Chun nor Dongfang had ever encountered this bespectacled youth before. After hearing his words and noting their bewildered expressions, their attention shifted back to the youth with curiosity. Do you need something from us? Dongfang Ming inquired first. Addressing the youth who was now closer. The youth, still running, immediately displayed a friendly and humble demeanor, smiling at Chun and Dongfang Ming. Haha, Champion Chun and Elder Dongfang. Greetings to you both. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Feng Ming Long, a newly appointed battlefield commander within the Martial Alliance. The ongoing campaign against the orcs is orchestrated under my direction from behind the scenes. The reason I have come to summon you both is quite straightforward. Your performances in this conflict have been exceptionally remarkable, and therefore, we shall bestow upon you certain special rewards. Upon hearing this, both Chen Di and Dongfang Ming raised their eyebrows slightly. The title of battlefield commander within the Martial Alliance may not seem particularly astonishing at first glance, yet the implications it carries are indeed formidable. In essence, this bespectacled youth named Feng Ming Long embodies the highest command on the battlefield, akin to a general or a marshal. Such a position is already quite impressive, and the most crucial aspect is his seemingly youthful age. To attain the rank of battlefield commander within the Martial Alliance at such a tender age, one must either possess a remarkably powerful background or possess extraordinary personal capabilities. Recognizing this, Chen Di and Dongfang Ming exchanged knowing smiles. Greetings, Commander Feng, Chen Di began, addressing the youthful figure before him. Might I inquire what sort of rewards the Martial Alliance intends to grant us? Feng Minglong couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Di's forthrightness. This single inquiry provided him with a glimpse into Chen Di's character, revealing a parallel between his demeanor and his combat style. Following Chen Di's question, even Dongfang Ming appeared somewhat surprised yet intrigued. What kind of rewards could the Martial Alliance possibly offer them? Surely, anything that the Alliance extends would not be trivial. Noticing the eager expressions on their faces, Feng Minglong smiled slightly and replied, "Recently, a spatial rift near Magic City is on the verge of opening. This rift is distinct from others, as it not only yields perilous items, but also spiritual fruits and martial techniques that greatly benefit warriors. Not long ago, a sword manual titled Buo Wanquan sword emerged from within that rift. It is said that any warrior who successfully cultivates this manual could attain the martial realm within 6 months, which is quite extraordinary. Once the rift is fully opened, the Martial Alliance will dispatch a multitude of warriors to explore beyond the spatial passage. At that time, a wealth of opportunities and resources will await our discovery. If you are both interested, I can reserve 2 spots for you, allowing Chun Di and Senior Dongfang Ming to be among the first to venture into the rift. Ultimately, the decision to participate rests with you." Upon hearing Feng Menglong's words, Both Chen Di and Dongfang Ming immediately fell into deep contemplation. The peculiar spatial rift near Magic City had indeed piqued their curiosity, and they had previously gathered some knowledge about it. As the first cohort of warriors permitted to delve into this realm, although it presents immense opportunities, it equally signifies greater uncertainties and peril. Nonetheless, from any perspective, this announcement constitutes a significant chance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming decided to embrace the opportunity presented by Feng Menglong and the Martial Arts Alliance. To reap substantial rewards, one must inevitably face certain risks. Observing the two before him, Feng Menglong offered a faint smile and exchanged contact information with both Emperor Chun and Dongfang Ming. Should you both harbor an interest in conflicts akin to today's, I shall keep in touch with you frequently. Prior to the commencement of each battle, I will ensure to notify you in advance. Upon hearing this, Emperor Chen immediately displayed a look of satisfaction. What a fortuitous turn of events. Should such matters arise in the future, do remember to summon me.